Chapter 1. Every day is an adventure. Today, it's my turn. In a world rife with tales of time travel, I find myself experiencing it in reality. Awakening from the depths of obscurity, Lin Xian found that even before his eyes fully opened, a stream of memories surged into his mind. This influx of recollections belonged to his former self. Once the memories merged, Lin Xian realized he had traversed into another realm. Gradually, he rose from the ground, finding himself ensconced within a primeval forest. Surveying the encroaching thickets and the rugged mountains in the distance, Lin Xian shook his head and sighed softly. Alas, what a predicament, Lin Xian lamented. So I've crossed over, yet what is this? I've become a mere child and ended up in an untamed forest. I fear that before I can even escape this mountainous wilderness and showcase my prowess in the Dragon Ball universe, I might be devoured by ferocious beasts like dinosaurs or tigers. At the tender age of 8, Lin Xian recognized, through the memories left by his predecessor, that he had indeed entered the realm of Dragon Ball. This series of animated tales, known as Dragon Ball or Qilong Zhu, featured a plethora of installments, including Dragon Ball Z, Dragon Ball Super, Dragon Ball GT, and various theatrical adaptations. In his previous life, Lin Xian was an ardent fan of Dragon Ball. His passion for the series rendered him acutely aware of the dangers lurking within its universe. The formidable beings in this world could effortlessly shatter mountains, instigate planetary upheavals, and obliterate entire worlds with but a fraction of their might. Battles here were waged on a cosmic scale, showcasing an unparalleled level of martial prowess. This realm served as a stage for Saiyans, frigid demons, and those endowed with unique bloodlines and abilities. As one of the classic animations from the Island Nation, it was once jested in my previous life that One Piece claimed 1 life per crew, Naruto demanded 1 life per village, while Dragon Ball meant 1 life per planet. Lin Xian mused aloud. If his traversal proved fortuitous, leveraging the memories from his past life to forge connections with the main characters might allow him to utilize Earth Dragon Balls to alter his fate and enhance his own strength. Once the Earth Dragon Balls had been exhausted, he could ascend further by wishing upon the Namekian Dragon and ultimately seek out the Super Dragon Balls, climbing the ladder of power step by step. However, at present, he found himself as an 80-year-old child, perilously situated in a treacherous primeval forest. It is worth noting that the Earth of the Dragon Ball universe teams with diverse life forms, dinosaurs, and tigers are among the most common threats within the forest. In urban areas, one might encounter individuals with animalistic features, such as werewolves and tiger-headed beings, an abundance of fantastical creatures. In this moment, Lin Xian could only silently pray for a change in fortune, hoping against hope that he would not encounter any dinosaurs, tigers, or other ferocious beasts. He was determined not to earn the ignoble title of a traveler who perished before achieving anything of worth. Otherwise, as a newcomer to this world, being consumed by a beast that barely qualifies as a supporting character would indeed become a tragic tale. Just as Lin Xian was consumed by thoughts of how to navigate out of this primeval forest, a voice suddenly resonated within his mind. Ding! System binding in progress. Ding! Attribute acquisition system activated. System? As a fan of novels and animes, Lin Xian was well aware of the concept of such a system as a golden finger. System, what abilities do you possess? He inquired, mimicking the protagonists in novels who communicated with their systems. This system is named attribute acquisition. Whenever a being with combat prowess or special abilities appears before the host can acquire the combat power or unique abilities from that being through this system. Initially, Lin Xian was elated at this revelation, but then a thought struck him, prompting him to ask, System, tell me, did you have a hand in my crossing over into this world? Yes, and yet not entirely. It is, after all, somewhat related to the system. Furthermore, the system must clarify that not everyone who traverses worlds is granted a system. Host should not be misled by the tales spun in novels. Moreover, the characters depicted in those novels are hardly comparable to this system. Lin Xian quickly interrupted, Stop! Upon hearing the system's self-aggrandizing statements. Afterward, Lin Xian gained a deeper understanding of the attribute acquisition system and inspected his attribute panel. Host, Lin Xian. Combat Power, 1. Bloodline, Earthling. Super Ability, none. Special Ability, none. Techniques, none. Well then, a combat power of 1 hardly places him in the realm of even the weakest fighters. However, it is worth noting that one should not underestimate the weakest fighters in Earthling adult wielding a firearm, under normal circumstances and without injury, possesses a combat power of 5 to be considered among the weakest fighters. Suddenly, Lin Xian heard a rustling from above. A drop of foul-smelling saliva splattered onto the ground just half a step away from him. Looking up, Lin Xian spotted a massive python coiled atop the treetops, gazing down at him as though he were its prey. Had it not been for the tree's considerable girth, it would not have been able to bear the python's weight. With the acquisition of combat power attributes on 4 occasions, Lin Xian's combat power surged from 1 to 5. Just before the giant python launched its attack, Lin Xian utilized the combat power detection function of the attribute acquisition system to assess the python's combat power. Combat power of the Earth Forest Python, 6. The python's combat power surpassed that of an armed adult. Hiss! The python, sensing Lin Xian's hostility, took the initiative to strike first. As it lunged towards him, Lin Xian clenched his small fists and leaped aside, narrowly avoiding the python's gaping maw. Initially, Lin Xian was no match for the python with a combat power of 6 against his own 5. He needed to evade rather than confront directly. However, fortune smiled upon him as the benevolent python allowed him to gain another 4 points of combat power, elevating his total to 9. In the realm of Dragon Ball, one could overpower an opponent if their combat power exceeded that of their adversary by a third. Now, with Lin Xian's combat power at 9 and the python's at 6, he surpassed the python's power by 3 points, exceeding the threshold necessary for dominance. Despite his lack of combat experience, he could now overpower the python. With a resounding thud, Lin Xian leaped and delivered a powerful punch to the python's head. Hiss! Struck by Lin Xian's blow, the python's head bled, and its pained cries shifted in tone. Ding! Acquired Bloodline attribute. Fragment of Python Bloodline. Despite obtaining the Python Bloodline fragment, Lin Xian chose not to merge it with his own being. Compared to the formidable races within the cosmos, the Earth Forest Python was woefully inadequate, and Lin Xian had no intention of assimilating its bloodline. Ho knew what form that might take. Seizing a moment, Lin Xian glanced at the fragment of the Python Bloodline. Fragment of Python Bloodline, 110. This indicated that if Lin Xian were to acquire 9 more fragments, he could merge them into a complete Python bloodline. With that, Lin Xian landed another punch upon the python's head, bringing it to its end. Having vanquished the python, Lin Xian began searching for an exit from the forest. With his current combat power, he was fully capable of self-defense. It is noteworthy that at the onset of the Dragon Ball storyline, young Goku only possessed a combat power of 10, while Lin Xian's was a mere point shy at 9. As he traversed the primeval forest, he found the air refreshingly crisp, imbued with an unparalleled sense of comfort, a scent of nature itself. For Lin Xian, who had grown accustomed to the polluted air filled with PM 2.5 in his previous life, breathing in this pure and untainted atmosphere was a delightful experience. Gazing upward, he beheld the azure sky, clear and unmarred, resembling a flawless mirror. In comparison to the environment of his former life, this pristine wilderness was a world apart, a stark contrast. Such unblemished nature was something Lin Xian had never encountered before, nor had he ever envisioned experiencing it. His previous life had been fraught with struggles for survival, leaving no time to explore the untouched beauty of a primeval forest. Aimlessly wandering, Lin Xian spent a significant portion of the day without finding his way out of the mountains. The creatures within the primeval forest possessed unique instincts, causing many to steer clear of Lin Xian. As a result, after wandering for most of the day, he had only managed to acquire 2 points of combat power, increasing his total from 9 to 11. At this moment, his stomach growled incessantly with hunger. Were it not for his combat power, he would have long since collapsed from exhaustion. Ugh, I'm truly starving. If this continues, I might very well starve to death. I must first satiate my hunger, he thought, as a wave of hunger surged through him, igniting a primal urge for sustenance. Just as Lin Xian contemplated pausing to hunt for some food, he faintly caught the scent of grilled fish wafting through the air. His nostrils twitched as the aroma of grilled fish drifted from afar, growing clearer with each step he took. A spark of joy ignited in Lin Xian's eyes indeed. What one desires often manifests. Lin Xian quickened his pace, steadily approaching the source of the enticing aroma. Upon closer inspection, he beheld a small clearing where a massive fish, weighing approximately 200 pounds, was being roasted over a crackling fire. The flames danced fiercely, transforming the fish into a golden hue, its delectable scent wafting through the air, causing Lin Xian, who was ravenously hungry, to swallow hard in anticipation. Observing the perfectly roasted fish, Lin Xian pondered, surely someone must be roasting this fish, but where are they? At that moment, a familiar scene from a beloved narrative flashed across his mind. It was reminiscent of the beginning of the Dragon Ball saga, when the young Goku, at the top of the Baozi Mountain, caught a fish of similar size to bring home for roasting, only to encounter Bulma on his way back. Never mind whose it is right now, satisfying my hunger is paramount, he thought, feeling his stomach growl in protest. Without further hesitation, Lin Xian seized the roasted fish from the fire and began to devour it voraciously. As a pure-blooded Earthling from the Dragon Ball universe, even with his combat prowess reaching a level of 11, his appetite, though significantly heightened, did not rival that of Saiyan. A 200-pound roasted fish, even in his current state of hunger, would only yield close to 10 pounds of meat for him. At the tender age of 8, consuming nearly 10 pounds of fish flesh was indeed an impressive feat. This fish is exquisitely roasted. Although devoid of any seasoning, the skill displayed is truly commendable. Lin Xian had to admit his culinary abilities from his previous life barely allowed for edible fare, let alone achieving such a high standard of roasting. After satiating his hunger, Lin Xian intended to explore his surroundings to confirm his assumptions and ascertain the owner of the fish he had just consumed. However, he was abruptly interrupted by a loud, indignant shout from behind him. "How dare you steal my fish?" The voice bore a hint of youthful petulance. Turning to see the source of the commotion, Lin Xian found a young boy standing behind him, glaring with palpable fury. This boy, with a hint of baby fat, possessed strikingly delicate features, his hair styled in a spiky manner reminiscent of a hedgehog. Clad in deep blue attire, he sported a belt around his waist, and slung across his back was a red staff. A brown tail, emblematic of science, protruded from behind him. At that moment, the boy glared at Lin Xian, one finger pointed accusingly, his expression a clear testament to his ire. As Lin Xian beheld this boy, his left eyelid twitched involuntarily. As a devoted fan of Dragon Ball, he recognized the child instantly. The distinctive tail, the signature wild hairstyle, and the staff he carried, this boy could only be Goku, the protagonist of Dragon Ball. Just as he sought to confirm his suspicion, he was astounded to find that he had indeed encountered the main character. In his previous life, during his innocent and naive years, he had idolized this pure-hearted, kind, strong, and courageous figure, Goku. However, as he matured and faced the harsh realities of the world, he came to see the notorious Frieza not as purely evil, but rather as a more complex character, while Goku appeared somewhat naive in contrast. Now, witnessing the childhood idol he once revered, Lin Xian felt as though he were in a dream, overwhelmed with nostalgia. Suppressing his emotions, Lin Xian managed a gentle smile, a hint of warmth gracing his features as he addressed young Goku. "I apologize, I did not see anyone here before I arrived, and my hunger compelled me to partake in some of the roasted fish. So you stole my fish because you were hungry. I understand hunger can be quite distressing," young Goku replied, his anger dissipating. Having only known two individuals in his life, his late grandfather's son Gohan and Lin Xuan, approached the situation with an innocent curiosity, asking, "Did you eat enough to feel full?" In the perception of little Wukong, the meager portions of fish and meat consumed by Lin Xian were hardly sufficient to fill the gaps between his teeth. Even his late grandfather, son Wukong, had partaken of more than Lin Xian. Observing the concern emanating from little Wukong, who was 4 years younger and not as tall as Sun Wukong. Lin Xian shook his head with a smile. Subsequently, Lin Xian engaged in conversation with little Wukong, and they came to know each other's names. After a while, little Wukong devoured the grilled fish. Noticing that little Wukong was clutching his belly and appeared unsated, Lin Xian said, "Wukong, I shall go catch a fish to augment your meal. However, I must confess my lack of skill in grilling fish, so you will have to handle it yourself. All right? I am indeed still hungry." Little Wukong replied with palpable excitement. He did not consider whether Lin Xian, being smaller in stature than the hefty fish weighing over 200 pounds, had the strength to catch one. Nevertheless, for Lin Xian, whose combat power reached 11, capturing such a fish was a trivial task. Moreover, little Wukong was considerate enough not to let Lin Xian undertake the endeavor alone. The two made their way to the river, where Lin Xian found a shallow spot and successfully caught a fish exceeding 200 pounds. Upon returning to the site of their previous grilling, little Wukong began to prepare the fish. At that moment, Lin Xian utilized a system to assess Sun Wukong's combat power. While he was already aware of little Wukong's capabilities, he sought confirmation. Saiyan. Sun Wukong, normal combat power, 10 angry combat power, 15 great ape transformation combat power, 100. Truly, Sun Wukong was impressive. His template was far more intricate than that of the giant python. Meanwhile, little Wukong had already skewered the fish with a stick and placed it over the original fire to roast. He was meticulous in his approach, striving to ensure that every part of the fish was evenly cooked, employing a slow heat for smoking. Before long, an enticing aroma began to waft through the air, filling the surroundings with the mouth-watering scent of grilled fish. Having lived in the mountains with Sun Wukong, little Wukong had honed his culinary skills, though the absence of salt and other seasonings was a lamentable drawback. Once the fish was thoroughly cooked, Sun Wukong lunged forward and voraciously devoured it, wiping it out completely. After consuming 2 fish in succession, the young Sun Wukong, not yet fully grown, had already developed a belly that resembled a small hill. Following his meal, little Wukong lay down on the ground. As he gazed at Lin Xian from behind, a sudden thought struck him. "Lin Xian, why do you not have a tail?" Little Wukong inquired, his expression one of astonishment. As if he had stumbled upon a new world, he pointed at Lin Xian and quickly turned to stand upright. "Why should I have a tail?" Lin Xian retorted casually without directly answering. Realization dawned upon Sun Wukong, who exclaimed, "Could it be that Lin Xian, you're the girl my grandfather once spoke of? How curious. Are girls and boys truly different in that they lack tails? You are the girl, and your entire family consists of girls. I am a true man. Do not speak such nonsense. Thankfully, you are not a woman. Otherwise, it would be absurd to be mistaken for a girl." Though Lin Xian recognized that Sun Wukong was innocent and naive, he could not help but feel akin to someone whose tail had been stepped on, responding with a flustered rebuttal in response. Little Wukong chuckled and said, "Boys all have tails. It's the girls who do not." As he spoke, he playfully wagged his own tail at Lin Xian. "Your grandfather is also a man, yet have you ever seen his tail?" In an effort to clarify his masculinity, Lin Xian countered with a question regarding the deceased Sun Wufan. "Grandfather," little Wukong exclaimed with exaggerated astonishment. "Indeed, grandfather also lacks a tail. Why is that?" His tone resembled that of someone who had just made a groundbreaking discovery. "Have you realized now? Your grandfather also lacks a tail. Allow me to tell you, possessing a tail does not equate to being a man. Only certain beings such as apes and Saiyans, along with other unique entities in the universe, possess tails," Lin Xian stated earnestly. "Oh, is that so?" Little Wukong seemed unfazed and instead grew curious about the Saiyans, asking Lin Xian, "Saiyans? What kind of people are they?" "You will come to know in due time." Lin Xian replied nonchalantly, dismissing little Wukong's inquiry. As the sun began to set, little Wukong's belly, which had resembled a small hill after his meal, had now deflated. I could see that moment. While conversing with Lin Xian, little Wukong said, "Lin Xian, I'm going back to see my grandfather. Will you come with me?" "Grandfather, it must be the 4-star ball." Lin Xian pondered internally. He had no intention of declining little Wukong's invitation. From the moment he encountered Sun Wukong, he had no desire to leave the mountains again. What a foolish notion! Before long, Bulma would be arriving. how delightful it would be to leave this place together. On Earth in the Dragon Ball world, he had no family. Even if he left the mountains, he would merely wander into the city, uncertain of where to find solace. Very well. Lin Xian nodded and replied, I shall accompany you. As they walked a few paces together, Lin Xian soon came upon a modest brick house. This dwelling was exceedingly ordinary, adorned only with two characters for good fortune on the door. Though it was small, it exuded a warmth reminiscent of home. Little Wukong led Lin Xian through the door, and the first thing that caught Lin Xian's eye was a yellow sphere with 4 stars. Resting on a purple cushion, this yellow orb was none other than the 4-star ball from the Dragon Balls. Upon traversing into this world, it was Lin Xian's first time witnessing a Dragon Ball with his own eyes. It was impossible for him not to feel a stir of emotions. Nevertheless, with the attribute acquisition system serving as his golden ticket, he felt no overwhelming desire for the Dragon Balls, as long as he continued to amass attributes. He would have no need for the Dragon Balls to become the strongest in this world. Speaking of which, according to the plot of the Dragon Ball world, the first time the 7 Dragon Balls were gathered, the wish made was utterly wasteful. Lin Xian believed it necessary to alter this dreadful narrative. Observing little Wukong upon entering the room, he clasped his hands in reverence before the 4-star ball, saying, Grandfather, I have returned. As a mere inanimate object serving as a conduit to summon Shenron, the 4-star ball could not speak. Yet little Wukong remained undeterred, chattering incessantly about the food he had eaten that day and the events that had transpired. Watching little Wukong engage in his soliloquy, Lin Xian chose not to interrupt. As a fan of Dragon Ball, Lin Xian fully understood that little Wukong regarded the 4-star ball as his grandfather. In the narrative, when Bulma sought the 4-star ball, little Wukong had chastised her sternly. Only when Bulma presented another Dragon Ball did the stubborn little Wukong finally cease his chatter. Knowing the plot, Lin Xian would certainly not act foolishly. That night, Lin Xian stayed in little Wukong's home. Ever since the passing of grandfather Sun Wufan, Lin Xian had encountered his first companion, and given that they were both little ones. As they lay in bed that night, little Wukong chattered away, and Lin Xian did not find him bothersome. The next morning, while Lin Xian was still asleep, little Wukong had already risen early to practice martial arts. By the time Lin Xian awoke, little Wukong was nearly finished with his training. Lin Xian, you are awake? Little Wukong greeted him first, then suddenly recalled something and asked, Lin Xian, seeing how effortlessly you caught that fish yesterday. You must be a martial artist, right? A martial artist? Lin Xian shook his head in denial, saying, I am not a martial artist. Lin Xian was not deceiving little Wukong. Combat power and being a martial artist were 2 separate matters. In the Dragon Ball world, a martial artist could be considered a profession. The energy known as Qi was not the same as true energy, but rather a more advanced form of energy that Qi resided not only within every living being, but also in all things of heaven and earth. To the extent that the entirety of the universe was composed of Qi, the cultivation system of this world was simple yet brutal. As long as one continued to train their body, the Qi would exponentially increase. The cultivation of the body is intrinsically linked to the cultivation of one's spirit and soul that in the world of Dragon Ball, upon the death of powerful beings in the universe. Their essence remains intact in the afterlife, possessing no diminishment in strength, retaining the same prowess as in their mortal existence. This presents a paradox. In this realm, a battle power exceeding 10,000 grants the ability to effortlessly annihilate planets. As the narrative progresses, the entire battle power system collapses, with beings boasting powers in the hundreds of billions not even being the apex of the universe. The measurement of battle power evolves to encompass units such as trillion, 10 trillion, 100 trillion, 1,000 trillion, quintillion, 10 quintillion, 100 quintillion, 1,000 quintillion, and so forth. Despite their immense strength, these formidable beings often find themselves living only a few additional years, lacking true immortality, let alone eternal life, in the Dragon Ball universe. The secret to longevity lies not in extraordinary bloodlines, but in divine status, as well as through unique means such as the granting of wishes via the Dragon Balls and other assorted methods. Much like Lin Xian's previous life, Earthlings have lifespans of about a century, while those of special bloodlines in the cosmos can live for several hundred or even thousands of years. The deities of Earth include the Supreme Kai, while the afterlife is overseen by King Yema, and in the four cardinal galaxies exist the four Kais, with the Grand Kai reigning above them and the Kaioshin above the Grand Kai. The Kaioshin are further categorized into the Great, East, West, South, and North, with the Great Kaioshin holding the highest position that on par with the Kaioshin are the gods of destruction. These divine entities are merely a fraction of the deities inhabiting the seventh universe. The Dragon Ball universe is exceedingly intricate, containing numerous parallel universes and timelines. The Earth inhabited by Lin Xian is the primary timeline of the Dragon Ball universe, specifically the Earth of the seventh universe. In certain respects, the Kaioshin can be likened to creators, tasked with the creation of new planets, or providing the opportunity for such creation. Moreover, they can partition a single planet into multiple celestial bodies, thereby increasing the number of planets. While they occasionally instill life into newly formed planets or transfer life from other worlds, their fundamental role remains one of observation regarding the state of the planets. The Kais and Grand Kais serve as subordinates to the Kaioshin, assisting in the oversight of the multitude of planets. Should the balance of the universe be disrupted, the Kaioshin may intervene, though typically only as a reference for new life forms rather than direct intervention. As for the gods of destruction, with the proliferation of planets, they take it upon themselves to enact destruction to maintain balance, acting independently rather than following the commands of the Kaioshin. However, their volatile nature sometimes leads them to destroy even significant planets. The lifespan of the Kaioshin race is approximately 75,000 years. Thus, the kin of the Kaioshin can naturally live for 75,000 years without reliance on their divine status. The longevity of a Kaioshin endowed with divine status remains uncertain to Lin Xian. What he does know is that a certain time Kaioshin, a supreme being of time, has lived for 75 million years. In fact, living for 75 million or even several hundred million years is not particularly unusual. In the primordial world, a calamity spans 6.48 billion years. In summary, while the martial prowess of the Dragon Ball universe surpasses that of most fantasy realms, even exceeding many versions of the primordial world based on varying interpretations, it falls short in terms of longevity when compared to the realms of fantasy and immortal cultivation. Now is not the time to dwell on the concepts of immortality or eternal life. Observing Sun Wukong, Lin Xian noted a flicker of disappointment on his face upon learning that Lin Xian was not a martial artist. Noticing his demeanor, Lin Xian playfully inquired, "Wukong, judging by your expression, you must be quite the formidable martial artist, just like your grandfather." "Of course, both my grandfather and I are martial artists. He's an exceptionally skilled one who trained me," little Wukong proudly declared to Lin Xian. "Look, I've trained my muscles to be as hard as steel. I can shatter rocks with my fists." Subsequently, little Wukong resumed his training. Ding, acquired battle power attribute. 2 Ding, acquired battle power attribute. 3 Ding, acquired battle power attribute. 5 Ding, acquired bloodline attribute. Fragment of lower tier Saiyan bloodline. Ding, acquired battle power attribute. 1. Although Lin Xian had obtained a fragment of little Wukong's lower tier Saiyan bloodline, akin to the giant python bloodline fragment, he chose not to integrate it into his being. Unlike before, he was still contemplating whether to assimilate little Wukong's lower-tier Saiyan bloodline, intending to wait until he had gathered enough fragments before making a decision. Lower-tier Saiyan bloodline fragments. 3100. In this round of acquisition, Lin Xian collected 3 bloodline fragments, needing 97 more to synthesize a complete lower-tier Saiyan bloodline fragment. Afterward, Lin Xian reviewed his attribute page. Host. Lin Xian battle power. 31 bloodline. Earthling superpower. None special abilities. None techniques. None. Lin Xian's prior battle power was 11. And now it stood at 31. Little Wukong's efforts had netted him an increase of 20 battle power. Little Wukong paused after practicing several techniques, as his stomach emitted a rumbling sound, coinciding with Lin Xian's own hunger pangs. Lin Xian inquired, "Wukong, what do you typically eat for breakfast?" "In the morning, I feast on roasted wild boar, grilled fish, and sometimes even tiger, wolf, or dinosaur. All of it is delicious." Little Wukong recalled the delectable meals, saliva pooling in his mouth. "Well then, for breakfast today, let's see which unfortunate creature we encounter," Lin Xian remarked with a playful glint in his eye. Without further ado, Lin Xian and little Wukong ventured into a thicket. Quickly delving deeper into the woods, the sounds of wildlife echoing around them. Suddenly, a swift figure darted past them. They caught sight of a wild boar racing by. Ding. Acquired battle power attribute. 1. Lin Xian deftly seized the attribute dropped by the wild boar. For Lin Xian and little Wukong, fortune smiled upon them. Encountering a wild boar so swiftly out of course, one cannot discount the possibility that this area is rife with wild boars for the wild boar. However, it was ill-fated. Crossing paths with Lin Xian and little Wukong marked its end. Leave it to me, little Wukong declared to Lin Xian before launching himself like an arrow, covering several dozen meters in the blink of an eye before executing a flying kick aimed at the wild boar's body. Ding. Acquired battle power attribute. 4. The wild boar had no time to evade, receiving little Wukong's kick, letting out a heart-wrenching scream. Its massive frame flew through the air in a parabolic arc before crashing heavily to the ground. Motionless and silenced, little Wukong's kick possessed the strength to crack stone, easily dispatching the wild boar. Approaching the carcass, little Wukong hoisted the several hundred-pound wild boar onto his small back. Breakfast was secured. Lin Xian also acquired 5 points of battle power, 1 from the wild boar and 4 from little Wukong. For breakfast, they feasted on wild boar. For lunch, they dined on dinosaur. And for dinner, they savored wolf meat. By the end of the day, Lin Xian's battle power had risen to 55, having gained an additional 24 from lunch and dinner combined. As the sun dipped below the horizon, little Wukong's home was enveloped in darkness. Save for the moonlight filtering through. It is worth noting that the Earth in the Dragon Ball universe is a highly advanced technological planet. However, little Wukong's home lacked even a single modern device. With no sign of televisions or similar contraptions, were it not for Lin Xian's awareness that he was in the Dragon Ball universe and his acquaintance with the protagonist, little Wukong, he might have mistakenly believed he had traveled back to a time before technological advancements. Nevertheless, for Lin Xian, the absence of televisions, computers, and modern amenities was tolerable. But solitude would be unbearable if he were to live alone in the mountains. He would undoubtedly struggle. As he grew stronger, his capacity to endure solitude would also increase. There is a saying, only by enduring 7 layers of solitude can one become a true powerhouse. The 7 layers of solitude refer to the departure of family, the separation from loved ones, the loss of friends, the parting from partners, the loneliness of an empty home, the struggles of hunger and cold, and the anxiety of pursuing truth alone. Little Wukong's ability to thrive in the mountains and embrace solitude stems from his pure, untainted nature. Few others could withstand such isolation. Lying in bed, Lin Xian turned to little Wukong and asked Wukong, "Do you not light a lamp at night?" Little Wukong said to Lin Xian, "I usually retire early, as my grandfather advised me to sleep early in order to maintain my vigor. Moreover, I must tell you, you absolutely must not venture outside at night, for there are monsters lurking about." Upon hearing little Wukong's words, Lin Xian couldn't help but mutter to himself, "The monsters your grandfather's son Wukong speaks of are none other than you." Unable to sleep in bed, Lin Xian began conversing with the system in his mind. Learning more about its capabilities, the primary function of the system was indeed to collect attributes. However, it possessed other minor functionalities that could enhance bloodline levels through combat power, as well as apply to superpowers. Special abilities and techniques. Among the Saiyans, the most common classification is into lower and upper tiers. Sun Wukong is classified as a lower-tier warrior, while Nappa, an upper-tier warrior from a prestigious Saiyan lineage, invaded Earth alongside Vegeta. Consequently, their bloodlines are categorized as lower-tier Saiyan bloodline and upper-tier Saiyan bloodline. The bloodlines of Earthlings, too, are divided into different ranks. Host, Lin Xian combat power, 55 bloodline. Earthling, ordinary, superpower. None special ability. None technique. None as a pure-blooded Earthling. Lin Xian's bloodline is merely ordinary. In the classification of Earthling bloodlines, ordinary represents the lowest tier, followed by excellent and then elite. Most Earthlings possess an ordinary bloodline. Those with an excellent bloodline are roughly 1 in 10,000. While the elite bloodline appears only once in 100,000 to elevate his bloodline from ordinary to excellent. Lin Xian requires 100 combat power, After achieving excellence, he would need 1,000 combat power to ascend to the elite tier. With the attribute collection system, by continually accumulating combat power and various attributes, Lin Xian could bypass bloodline upgrades, as his bloodline would not hinder him, but a bloodline signifies a person's potential and training speed. Those with higher-tier bloodlines are destined for greater achievements and faster cultivation. The protagonist of this world, Sun Wukong, continually breaks through as a lower-tier Saiyan, constantly upgrading his bloodline. Otherwise, his sons Sun Wutian and Vegeta's son Trunks could never have transformed into Super Saiyans at such a young age. To achieve Super Saiyan status, the S cells within one's body must reach a certain quantity, followed by emotional stimulation to trigger explosive growth of those S cells, facilitating transformation. The next generation possessing S cells finds it easier to transform. S cells are inherited through bloodlines. Above the lower and upper ordinary Saiyan bloodlines lies Vegeta's Royal Saiyan bloodline, and above that the Super Saiyan bloodline. Further still are the legendary Saiyan bloodline, the God Saiyan bloodline, the ancient Saiyan bloodline, and numerous other Saiyan bloodlines that, in contrast, Earthling bloodlines, above ordinary, excellent, and elite, are classified into royal and emperor levels. The classification of Earthling bloodlines is determined by the system, as there are too few powerful Earthlings. Should bloodline levels be further classified, it would be a source of ridicule from extraterrestrials. Aside from the Earthlings featured in Dragon Ball Z Warriors, there are no Earthlings capable of traversing the universe and battling through sheer combat power. Upon upgrading to elite bloodline status, it would require 10,000 combat power to elevate to royal level. Although the difference between elite and royal is merely one rank, it is akin to a chasm. One cannot quantify how many exist at that level. Above the royal bloodline is the emperor level, which requires 100,000 combat power to ascend from royal. Beyond the emperor bloodline, there are even higher tiers. However, as Lin Xian currently lacks even 100 combat power, any aspirations for bloodline upgrades must be set aside. Days passed, and through continuous hunting with little Wukong, as well as the attributes dropped during little Wukong's early morning training, Lin Xian's combat power finally surpassed 100. Host. Lin Xian combat power, 128 bloodline. Earthling, ordinary, superpower, none special ability, none technique, none to upgrade his bloodline. Lin Xian utilizes combat power, and his attributes page transformed instantly. Host. Lin Xian combat power, 28 bloodline. Earthling, excellent, superpower, none special ability, none technique, none upon the upgrade of his bloodline. Lin Xian felt a noticeable change in his physique, as if several shackles had suddenly shattered. Over the past 2 days, Lin Xian had collected 8 bloodline fragments, lower tier Saiyan bloodline fragment. 11,100 truth be told, now that he could upgrade his Earthling bloodline with combat power. Lin Xian was entirely disinterested in collecting Saiyan bloodlines, regardless of their tier. He found it quite appealing to be an Earthling whose strength could overshadow that of the Saiyans, as a Dragon Ball enthusiast. Lin Xian had read many fan novels in his previous life, where the protagonists either traversed into Saiyans or sought to acquire Saiyan bloodlines. Like the characters in those fan fictions, he had crossed over, but he aspired to be extraordinary. Morning arrived once more. Ding! Acquired combat power attribute. 2 ding! Acquired combat power attribute. 3 ding! Acquired combat power attribute. 1 ding! Acquired bloodline attribute. Lower tier Saiyan bloodline fragment. Ding! Acquired combat power attribute. 4 ding! Acquired bloodline attribute. Giant piranha bloodline fragment. Ding! Acquired special ability attribute. Underwater breathing. Ding! Acquired bloodline attribute. Lower tier Saiyan bloodline fragment. After finishing his training, little Wukong accompanied Lin Xian to the river where they had caught a large fish. Preparing it for breakfast, this series of actions allowed Lin Xian to collect 12 combat power points and 2 Saiyan bloodline fragments. As the large fish leapt from the river, struggling, it not only dropped 2 combat power points, but also a bloodline fragment. Lower tier Saiyan bloodline fragment. 13,100 giant piranha bloodline fragment. 110. The average weight of the fish was over 200 pounds, classified as a giant piranha. Fortunately, apart from little Wukong, there was no one else in these mountains. Otherwise, they would surely have become prey for the river's piranhas, in addition to the bloodline and combat power attributes. The giant piranha also dropped a complete special ability attribute, rather than just a fragment. It is well known that most fish breathe underwater through their respiratory organs. Gills. The gills contain numerous filamentous structures called gill filaments, which are rich in capillaries. The dissolved oxygen in the water passes through the capillary walls of the gill filaments, facilitating gas exchange with the blood. Now, Lin Xian possessed the special ability of underwater breathing. Host. Lin Xian Combat Power, 40 Bloodline. Earthling, Excellent, Superpower. None special ability. Underwater breathing technique. None Lin Xian. Let us hurry back and prepare breakfast. I'm starving, exclaimed little Wukong. All right, Lin Xian replied. Little Wukong grasped the large fish with one hand, walking alongside Lin Xian as they navigated the rugged mountain path. Behind them, the distant sound of an approaching car engine drew near to a car. In such a remote area, Lin Xian speculated that Bulma was arriving in the storyline. To his surprise, Bulma had come rather quickly. Indeed, a small two-seater off-road vehicle appeared before Lin Xian and little Wukong as it traversed the bumpy path. The vehicle's speed was not particularly fast, but the driver, unaware that anyone was in the mountains, failed to brake properly, careening towards Lin Xian and little Wukong. Oh, fate! How marvelous! Lin Xian sighed as Bulma's car barreled toward them. Lin Xian and little Wukong swiftly dodged, avoiding collision. Bulma, however, managed to halt the vehicle just in time. While Lin Xian and little Wukong escaped unscathed, their breakfast, the lifeless body of the giant piranha, was struck by Bulma's vehicle. At this moment, Bulma poked her head out of the off-road vehicle to eye in her youth. Bulma sported a head of sky-blue hair styled in braids, with fair skin and vibrant attire. However, having just narrowly avoided hitting someone, she was now sweating profusely, muttering in a panicked tone. That was terrifying. Continuing, Bulma addressed Lin Xian and little Wukong, exclaiming, "Hey, this is far too dangerous." Before Bulma could finish her sentence, she was abruptly interrupted by little Wukong, with an angry glare directed at the unknown monster ahead. He furrowed his brow and shouted, "You monster! Are you here to steal my food?" Upon hearing little Wukong's outburst, Lin Xian shook his head. Just as in the storyline, little Wukong mistook the vehicle for a monster. A demon, indeed. Without hesitation, little Wukong stormed up to the off-road vehicle, lifted it by the bottom with both hands, and with a surge of strength, he hoisted what appeared to be too many off-road vehicles into the air. Witnessing the boy's extraordinary might, coupled with the vehicle's incessant rocking, Bulma inside the car screamed in terror. Unfazed by Bulma's frightened and trembling cries, little Wukong forcefully hurled the vehicle several meters away. Dust billowed into the air as the off-road vehicle landed on its roof. Lin Xian, intrigued by the spectacle, picked up some attributes. Turning to little Wukong, he unsheathed his Rui Bang and stood before the toppled vehicle, boldly declaring, "If you wish to fight, then come at me. I shall not back down. How dare you damage my car?" Bulma exclaimed, trembling as she brandished a gun, cautiously pointing it at little Wukong from the window. Unfamiliar with firearms, little Wukong, seeing Bulma emerge from the vehicle, bellowed, "Indeed, a monster, and inside that monster is another little monster." Bulma's anger flared at little Wukong's words, prompting her to fire a shot. The bullet struck little Wukong on the forehead, knocking him down, though he suffered no significant injury. "Ouch, that hurts," he lamented, rubbing his forehead vigorously while grimacing in pain. Observing this scene, Lin Xian mused, "With my combat power of 44, not only could I withstand a bullet, but I could likely endure a missile as well." After this thought crossed his mind, Lin Xian chose not to linger, walking over to little Wukong to help him up from the ground. Brushing off the dirt from his clothes, and concernedly inquired, "Wukong, are you all right?" "I'm fine, but it hurts so much. This monster can actually use magic." Little Wukong pointed at Bulma, gritting his teeth as he spoke. Prior to this, after shooting at little Wukong, Bulma had exited the overturned vehicle and, upon realizing he was unharmed, stood frozen for a few seconds. Then, in disbelief, she exclaimed, "You actually didn't die," to which little Wukong furiously retorted, "You fool! There's no way I would be so easily defeated by you. My body is as tough as steel." With that, little Wukong picked up his Rui Bang, intending to strike Bulma at that critical moment. Lin Xian seized little Wukong's hand, saying, "Wukong, stop." If Lin Xian had not intervened, the storyline would have drastically changed, and Bulma might truly have been struck down by little Wukong. Why not? Lin Xian, she is the monster that attempted to steal our food. Let me flatten her. Little Wukong insisted on retaliating. Lin Xian replied, "Wukong, she is not a monster. She is merely a girl." A girl? Little Wukong's mouth fell agape as he expressed disbelief. This monster that emerged and can perform magic is a girl? He then awkwardly turned to Bulma and asked, "Oh, you are a girl?" Bulma, terrified at the prospect of being struck by the Rui Bang, was about to plead for mercy when Lin Xian, shorter than little Wukong, intervened that moment. Upon hearing little Wukong's question, Bulma hurriedly nodded, declaring, "Indeed, I am a girl, a beautiful one, undeniably." "Oh, so you are a girl." Little Wukong's expression changed as he stared blankly at Bulma, unable to discern gender. He wore a puzzled look. Bulma, glancing at little Wukong and then at Lin Xian, cautiously asked, "Who are you two?" Lin Xian responded, "I am Lin Xian, and he is son Wukong, that we hold no grudges against you. Your driving skills were poor, and you nearly collided with us. Wukong acted under the impression that you were someone trying to steal our food." Upon hearing this, Bulma felt a twinge of embarrassment, and with an apologetic tone, she said to Lin Xian, "I'm sorry. I thought there was no one in these mountains, so I drove a bit fast, not realizing I would almost hit you. Moreover, he seemed unscathed by the bullet. I thought he was a monster." At this point, both little Wukong and Bulma had mistakenly regarded each other as monsters. Lin Xian interjected, saying, "Wukong is exceptionally strong, which naturally sets him apart from ordinary people. However, had he been an average person, your bullet would have surely killed him." I was simply frightened and acted in haste." Bulma apologized to little Wukong. "Forget it. My grandfather always said to treat girls gently." "Since my grandfather said so, I won't hold it against you." Little Wukong waved dismissively at Bulma, displaying a nonchalant demeanor. "Your grandfather is absolutely right. One should indeed be gentle with girls." Bulma sighed in relief. Subsequently, she inquired of Lin Xian and little Wukong, "By the way, are you both from these mountains?" Lin Xian casually replied, "I suppose so." He was disinclined to elaborate further about himself to Bulma. Bulma, oblivious to Lin Xian's dismissive tone, cheerfully exclaimed, "That is wonderful. Since you both live here, you must be quite familiar with the area. What is it? Do you need something?" Lin Xian feigned curiosity, well aware that Bulma was eager to inquire about the Dragon Balls. "I want to know if you've seen a sphere like this." With that, Bulma retrieved a yellow sphere from her pocket, holding it in her palm and shaking it in front of Lin Xian and little Wukong. The sphere in Bulma's hand was the two-star ball. "Isn't that my grandfather's? How could it be in your possession?" Little Wukong exclaimed upon recognizing the two-star ball, initially referring to it as grandfather before questioning Bulma. Before Bulma could comprehend the situation, little Wukong continued, "Wait, that can't be. It isn't my grandfather. The one you have only has 2 stars." His eyes widened in confusion, as for Bulma, from little Wukong's questions and self-talk. She gleaned some information. With a flush of excitement, she gazed at little Wukong, eagerly asking, "You said your grandfather has the 4-star ball. What does that mean? Does your grandfather also possess such a sphere?" It's challenging for a logically minded individual to grasp little Wukong's comments. Bulma could not fathom that little Wukong mistook the 4-star ball, a relic of his grandfather's son Wufan, for his actual grandfather. In response to Bulma's inquiry, little Wukong affirmed, "That's right." Unaware of Bulma's intentions, his simplicity led him to confirm immediately. The 4-star ball was indeed a keepsake of son Wufan, and during his lifetime, it had indeed been in the possession of Wukong's grandfather. It was evident that Bulma and little Wukong were not on the same wavelength in their conversation. Really, confirming that the Dragon Ball she sought was indeed present, Bulma exclaimed, "That's fantastic. I knew it would be here. I truly am a genius beauty, and my Dragon Ball radar is incredibly precise." After her excitement subsided, Bulma turned to little Wukong and asked, "Can you take me to meet your grandfather?" Seeing the eager expression on Bulma's face, little Wukong thought of her as a girl and recalled his grandfather's advice to be gentle with girls. Thus he agreed, saying, "Then I shall take you to meet my grandfather." "Wonderful," Bulma exclaimed by the way. "My name is Bulma. Make sure you remember it. Bulma." Lin Xian already knew her name, but asked for little Wukong. He remarked, as in the storyline, Bulma, "What a peculiar name." Bulma, looking quite exasperated, replied, "It's Bulma. Please don't tease my name." However, she was evidently dissatisfied with her name. Subsequently, Bulma trailed behind Lin Xian and little Wukong along the mountain path until they arrived at the doorstep of little Wukong's home. "Look, this is my house." Upon reaching the entrance, little Wukong gestured towards Bulma and opened the door. Once the door swung open, the four-star ball was immediately visible to the three of them. "It seems my grandfather is speaking," little Wukong remarked. Noticing the strange phenomenon of the four-star ball, that he stepped closer, exclaiming in astonishment, "It's glowing! It's actually glowing!" It turned out that when two or more Dragon Balls appear in the same location, they emit a radiant light. This is truly the Dragon Ball. How wonderful! Upon seeing the orb before her, Bulma eagerly reached out to take it, only to be stopped by son Wukong. "Bulma, that's my grandfather. Don't touch him casually. Besides, Lin Xian hasn't touched my grandfather yet, so you have even less right to—" Hearing little Wukong's words, Lin Xian felt a touch of emotion, though he found little Wukong's statement peculiar. What did it mean that Lin Xian hadn't touched his grandfather either? "Grandfather?" Bulma chuckled lightly, saying, "That is a Dragon Ball. How could it be your grandfather?" Little Wukong insisted, "This is a relic left to me by my grandfather, so it is indeed my grandfather," as he spoke. A glimmer of affection and nostalgia flickered in little Wukong's eyes at that moment. Lin Xian interjected, "Wukong, although this is a relic from your grandfather, wouldn't you like to know the origin of this orb?" You should listen to what Bulma has to say. Grateful for Lin Xian's support, Bulma cast him an appreciative glance. In her heart, Lin Xian was undoubtedly a good child, having just prevented the wild and somewhat mischievous little Wukong from acting rashly. And now displaying such reason, he hardly seemed like a child from the remote wilderness. Following this, Bulma began to share the story of the Dragon Balls with little Wukong and Lin Xian. "They are called Dragon Balls. I found this two-star ball in my home as storage." As she spoke, Bulma took out the previously retrieved two-star ball. "Dragon Balls?" Little Wukong listened intently. Bulma continued, "When I first acquired the two-star ball, I wondered what it was for. I asked many people, but none knew. Later, after reading numerous books and ancient texts, I discovered that they are called Dragon Balls, and there are 7 in total, each containing 1 to 7 stars. This 5-star ball I found after a grueling search in a northern valley 10 days ago. With that, Bulma produced yet another Dragon Ball. She then revealed the greatest secret of the 7 Dragon Balls. If one collects all 7 and recites the incantation, they can summon the eternal dragon and have their wishes granted. However, with just this information, it would be impossible for her to deceive the innocent little Wukong into relinquishing the 4-star ball. Bulma's intentions were clear to Lin Xian. Now, Bulma continued, "I invite you both to join me on a journey to find the remaining 4 Dragon Balls, leaving the mountains behind." She had already witnessed little Wukong's impressive abilities. With such a powerful companion, her quest for the Dragon Balls would be significantly less perilous, ensuring her safety. As for Lin Xian, he could reign in little Wukong, and given the various qualities he had displayed, even if his strength was somewhat inferior to little Wukong's, it would not be by much. Bulma thought this way, unaware that the strongest among them was Lin Xian. "I see. You two are quite clever for your age." Noticing that Lin Xian remained silent, little Wukong hesitated, and Bulma thought to herself. Observing this scene, Lin Xian swiftly intervened, preventing Bulma from behaving as she did in the original storyline, where she flirted with little Wukong, who was essentially blind to her advances. Of course, unlike the original plot, he was present here. Were it not for the constraints of age, he would certainly not have stopped Bulma, but would have instead kicked little Wukong aside, enduring the suffering he did not understand alone. "Wukong, let us heed her suggestion and search for the Dragon Balls together. The outside world is filled with formidable masters. If you remain in the mountains without training with strong opponents, your strength will not grow significantly. At this point, Lin Xian added for little Wukong's benefit, "If that is the case, you will never become the world's strongest martial artist. Only by continuously challenging various strong opponents can you enhance your abilities more rapidly." By depicting the outside world in this manner, Lin Xian ignited a fervent excitement in little Wukong at the thought of challenging strong foes and becoming the world's strongest martial artist. No longer hesitating, little Wukong declared, "All right, I'll listen to Lin Xian. Bulma, let us travel together to find the Dragon Balls." "Wonderful! Welcome to the journey of seeking the Dragon Balls," Bulma exclaimed joyfully, leaping with delight. After leaving little Wukong's home, he locked the door and walked behind Lin Xian and Bulma, suddenly asking Bulma, who was walking ahead, "Bulma, we don't know where the remaining Dragon Balls are. How do we find them?" "Hee hee, this is where my brilliance comes into play," Bulma boasted, turning to little Wukong. "Wukong, that's a great question. Such matters are no challenge for this genius girl. You two behold this, my Dragon Ball radar, which can detect the locations of the Dragon Balls. The 3 light spots on the radar indicate the positions of 3 Dragon Balls, one of which is to the west, approximately 1,200 kilometers from here." Bulma's face beamed with pride as she showcased the Dragon Ball radar she had taken from her pocket to Lin Xian and little Wukong. Witnessing the Dragon Ball radar firsthand, Lin Xian was deeply impressed by Bulma's technological genius. Truly, she was someone who could even create a time machine in the future. Her level of technological mastery was extraordinary. The technology of the Dragon Ball world was indeed remarkable. Lin Xian harbored great interest in the technology of this realm. In the Marvel Universe, there's a saying, "The rich play with technology, while the poor rely on mutation." Whether the wealthy in the Dragon Ball world were engaged in technology, Lin Xian was uncertain. What he did know was that technology could generate wealth, and it could also annihilate planets and even destroy the universe. In the Dragon Ball series, both heroes and villains wielded technology. In fact, nearly half of the major villains in the entire series bore the mark of technology. That a few villainous scientists who played with technology immediately sprang to Lin Xian's mind. Dr. Brief. He was sealed in the icy mountains, fortuitously revived by his subordinates using the Dragon Balls. Yet only the mind remained, having seized the body of the so-called strongest Master Roshi, only to discover a mightier Goku and shift its target, ultimately vanquished by Goku's spirit bomb. Dr. Lakey, the foremost scientist of Planet Zephyr, completed the Grudge Wave amplification device just before the Zephyrians were annihilated by the Saiyans, but was slain by the Saiyans while attempting to escape with his device. Subsequently, the device produced his undead warriors, initiating a vendetta against the Saiyans, only to be ultimately defeated by Goku and his allies. Dr. Mew, another scientist hailing from Planet Zephyr, was, in fact, a mutant robot created by Baby, yet believed himself to be the creator of Baby. He was later killed by Baby, and in Hell, at the invitation of Dr. Glow, he created the new Android 17, opening the gates of Hell to resurrect, only to perish again at the hands of Super Android 17, Dr. Glow, the arch-nemesis most familiar to Lin Xian, a frail old man with a white beard, the mastermind behind the calamities of the Cell Saga. A scientist of the Red Ribbon Army and the progenitor of Android 16, driven by revenge against the Red Ribbon Army, he tirelessly researched and advanced android technology, ultimately transforming himself into an android, namely Android 20. After being defeated by Piccolo, he retreated to his laboratory, only to be slain by his own creation, Android 17. Later, in Dragon Ball GT, he became a partner to Dr. Mew. Android 21, a character introduced in the games, self-proclaimed as a researcher employed by the Red Ribbon Army, is, in truth, the prototype of Android 16, the mother of Dr. Glow's SO. In other words, she is Dr. Glow's wife. It must be noted that Android 21, Glow's wife, is entirely mismatched with him. Their appearances starkly contrast, one being a decrepit old man and the other an alluring woman. Android 21 stands as the second female scientist in Dragon Ball, following Bulma, an ultimate cell fusion android surpassing Cell, capable of acquiring energy through predation and growing indefinitely. The manufacturing process was slow, continuing even after Dr. Glow's demise, facilitated by a computer. Part of the cells used to create Android 21 were derived from Majin Buu, these cells being prone to uncontrollable behavior and possessing a desire for independent predation. Despite her gentle demeanor, Android 21 harbors a terrifying evil persona within. Pilaf, akin to Bulma, is a veteran character in Dragon Ball. With Lin Xian witnessing his aging and diminishment, one could say Pilaf is is Goku's first true adversary in the narrative. Originally seeking to collect the Dragon Balls to conquer the world, he has battled against young Goku on multiple occasions. Accompanied by his two minions, Shu and Mai. During the Android Saga, the Pilaf trio, due to Shenron's wish, were transformed into children. Pilaf's intellect can be deemed second only to Bulma's. He is not only capable of inventing, but also refining Bulma's designs, even aiding her in repairing the time machine in the Dragon Ball series. As an early antagonist, Pilaf has experienced a trend towards redemption in later arcs. Having discussed the villainous scientists, it is only fitting to mention the heroic ones. Dr. Senbei, strictly speaking, not a character from Dragon Ball, but from Aral. Being the creator of Aral, he made a brief cameo in Dragon Ball in the realm of heroic scientists within the Dragon Ball series. One must highlight Bulma and her father, Dr. Brief. Here, we can enumerate the groundbreaking technologies crafted by Dr. Brief and Bulma. Universal Capsule. Dr. Brief invented the Universal Capsule, significantly advancing human civilization from the outset of the Dragon Ball storyline. Universal capsules have permeated Earth in the 7th universe, undoubtedly a source of immense profit, with the planet's wealth being absorbed by these capsules. It has been previously stated that technology can yield riches. And this is particularly evident with the Universal Capsule Point 2. Dragon Radar. The artifact for locating the 7 Dragon Balls, created by Bulma, requires no further elaboration. Point 3. Shrinking Watch, appearing only once in the storyline. It was a trivial invention by Bulma during her school days out of boredom, yet remains unproduced to this day. The Shrinking Watch, as its name suggests, allows the wearer to shrink in size, with their weight proportionally adjusting, a true marvel of technology. 4. Time Machine, an impressive creation by an alternate version of Bulma as she entered middle age, capable of traversing parallel timelines at will. 5. Advanced spaceships and combat suits for Dr. Brief and Bulma. These are mere trifles. They can not only create them, but also optimize and modify them. Point 6. Gravity Chamber, the supergravity training chamber used by Vegeta. Engineered by Dr. Brief. Beyond these innovations, Dr. Brief has also repaired Android 16. On the eve of the Cell games, he assisted Bulma in restoring Android 16, removing the explosive device within him, and advised everyone not to disclose this to Android 16. Notably, this inadvertently led to Android 16's demise. After expressing admiration for Bulma, Lin Xian exclaimed, "Bulma, you truly are a technological genius. You will undoubtedly become the foremost scientist on Earth, perhaps even in the universe." To which Bulma proudly retorted, "Of course, for this genius girl." After her self-praise, Bulma informed Lin Xian and young Goku about the Dragon Ball they were seeking, referring to Lin Xian as Little Xian. How vexing! Such a great distance. Ordinary transportation will not suffice. The off-road vehicle is broken by Goku. We cannot walk there. We must find something to ride on. Bulma complained about the vehicle being damaged by Goku. Goku, looking innocent, replied, "I thought it was a monster." "Never mind. I will think of another way." Bulma did not intend to blame Goku. They were 3 in number, and the broken off-road vehicle was a 2-seater. Accommodating only 2 individuals, Bulma pulled a white box from her pocket, opened it, glanced at the universal capsules inside, selected one, pressed the button, and tossed it forward. With a resounding bang, white smoke billowed forth in the next moment. A motorcycle appeared before the trio. Upon seeing the universal capsule for the first time, Lin Xian felt a sense of novelty in the Earth of his previous life. Such a storage method belonged solely to the realm of science fiction. Young Goku, in his innocence, understood what an off-road vehicle was, but could not grasp the magical appearance of the motorcycle. With wide eyes, young Goku exclaimed to Bulma, "Wow, wow, wow, it's magic. You truly can perform magic." Lin Xian responded, "Goku, this is not magic. Let us go." This motorcycle, like the off-road vehicle, was also a 2-seater. However, for Lin Xian, young Goku, and Bulma, 2 children and a young woman, it was ample space. Bulma mounted the motorcycle and called to the 2 behind her. "Little Xian, Goku, you 2 sit in the back." "Okay." Lin Xian nodded and sat on the motorcycle. Young Goku, having heard Lin Xian, and with Lin Xian already seated, did not hesitate to take the seat behind Lin Xian. "Ready, let's set off," Bulma shouted, starting the motorcycle. The motorcycle shot forward like a bullet. Just as Lin Xian settled in, he caught a faint whiff of fragrance, still momentarily dazed, and before he realized it, his body leaned forward. naturally wrapping around Bulma's waist. Bulma said nothing in response, perceiving Lin Xian merely as a child. Importantly, Lin Xian did not overstep. He did not act in a manner that would evoke animosity, unlike the detestable character Momonosuke from One Piece. Young Goku, seated behind Lin Xian, also failed to register the situation and inadvertently held onto Lin Xian's waist. Young Goku, brimming with excitement, exclaimed to Lin Xian, "So fast! This thing is even quicker than I can run." Lin Xian, I didn't expect this thing to be so powerful. Well, in the future, your speed won't be something a mere motorcycle can match. Lin Xian spoke calmly. He and little Wukong engaged in a lively conversation, while Bulma, serving as the driver, could only listen. After a passage of over 20 minutes and traversing a considerable distance, the motorcycle soared dramatically over a steep decline, seemingly taking flight. Ugh! Ah! Bulma and little Wukong exclaimed in unison. Only Lin Xian maintained his composure, knowing that an accident was unlikely. Even if one were to occur, with a battle power of 44, he could ensure both his and Bulma's safety. As for little Wukong, he was capable of protecting himself. Once the motorcycle had descended from the slope, Bulma abruptly applied the brakes and came to a halt. Turning to Lin Xian and little Wukong seated behind her, she declared, "Wait for me a moment. I'll be right back." Lin Xian cautioned, "In this desolate wilderness, be careful." Observing Bulma's bashful demeanor and her shy tone, Lin Xian, who was privy to the unfolding narrative, immediately surmised her intentions. Thus, he refrained from inquiring about her destination. However, little Wukong, oblivious to the situation, directly asked, "What's wrong, Bulma? Where are you going?" Wukong, you're so dense." Little Xian understand without needing a girl to spell it out. When a lady speaks like that, it simply means she needs to use the restroom. Got it? Bulma retorted sharply. With that, she hurriedly dashed into the bushes by the roadside. Little Wukong, suddenly enlightened, chuckled. Oh, so she just needs to pee, unfettered by social conventions. He expressed his thoughts freely, unaware of the implications of his words. Lin Xian couldn't help but smile. "You two are forbidden from coming over. Especially you, Wukong." Bulma's voice echoed from a distance. Lin Xian remarked to little Wukong, "See, you've upset Bulma again. I don't understand why she constantly gets angry. Women are truly perplexing creatures." Little Wukong shook his head in confusion, his expression reflecting his lack of understanding. During their conversation, Bulma's cries for help reached their ears. "Help! Help!" Upon hearing Bulma's desperate pleas, Lin Xian and little Wukong swiftly rushed to the edge of the bushes. There, they beheld a pterosaur-like dinosaur with wings. Poor Bulma had fallen victim to the creature's grasp. Having traversed this world for several days, Lin Xian had encountered dinosaurs before and even dined on them with little Wukong. He recognized that this was no ordinary dinosaur, but rather a humanoid one. Indeed, the creature before them was a type of human, an Earthling in the Dragon Ball universe. Earthlings from the 7th universe encompass ordinary humans, such as Caucasians and Africans, as well as those resembling Lin Xian's previous life in China. Notably, the 8-year-old pure-blood Earthling Lin Xian bore a striking resemblance to his former self, with black hair and yellow skin. In addition to ordinary pure-blood Earthlings, there were also hybrid Earthlings, such as Tien Shinhan, who possessed a third eye due to his lineage. The most renowned hybrid Earthlings were the Saiyans, who would later inherit Earthling blood. The distinctions among pure-blood Earthlings, hybrid Earthlings, and various other subtypes, such as monster-like humans, animal-like humans, and dinosaur-like humans, were significant. The representative of monster-like humans was Pilaf, that animal-like humans resembled beastmen, possessing human bodies with animal heads, be it canine or lupin. They spoke human language and possessed human thoughts. Dinosaur-like humans, on the other hand, walked similarly to humans and could communicate, yet they were fundamentally dinosaurs lacking human intellect and bearing no resemblance to human locomotion. The pterosaur-like humanoid, now aware of Lin Xian and little Wukong's presence, widened its eyes in disbelief, surveying them from its elevated position as though they were mere insects. With a tone dripping with disdain, the dinosaur-like humanoid inquired, "Who are you two? Are you companions of this girl?" Sighing, Lin Xian refrained from responding to the humanoid's taunts, instead lamenting Bulma's predicament. After all, it was hardly surprising that a fragile girl like her had fallen into the clutches of such a creature. Yet a glimmer of murderous intent flickered in Lin Xian's eyes, a deadly resolve directed at the dinosaur-like humanoid. For Lin Xian, eliminating this creature was a trivial task. Before taking action, he coolly warned, "You should never have laid hands on my companion. In your next life, keep your eyes peeled and avoid courting death, fool. You a lowly wretch, dare to utter such words to me, the great dinosaur lord? I shan't spare you. You will serve as my appetizer." The dinosaur-like humanoid roared in fury, its face contorted in rage, its voice booming like thunder. Without further ado, the creature charged at Lin Xian. Lin Xian sensed a decrease of 2 in the humanoid's battle power. He disregarded the system's notification in his mind. Raising a finger, he unleashed a piercing strike that penetrated the dinosaur's skull from a distance. This technique bore resemblance to the finger gun from the anime One Piece. A powerful maneuver that concentrated all one's strength into the index finger to deliver a devastating blow. The attack possessed the force of a bullet, easily capable of piercing through human flesh. Struck by Lin Xian's finger gun, the dinosaur-like humanoid met its demise in an instant. "Wow," Bulma exclaimed, saved but horrified by the sight of blood. During their time together, little Wukong had yet to witness the full extent of Lin Xian's capabilities, leading him to underestimate Lin Xian's prowess until this moment. "Little Xian, you're amazing. You seem even stronger than me." Little Wukong, now addressing Lin Xian as Little Xian, just like Bulma, was filled with newfound fighting spirit, eagerly proposing, "Let's have a spar. I want to see how I measure up against you." "All right," Lin Xian agreed without hesitation. With his current battle power of 46, he could easily overpower little Wukong as long as the latter did not transform into a great ape. Even if little Wukong did transform, as long as he reclaimed the battle power that Wukong lost, he would remain unbeatable. Thus began the bout, or rather, an overwhelming display of dominance. Ding, acquired battle power attribute. 2. Ding, acquired battle power attribute. 7. Within 2 moves, Lin Xian had dispatched little Wukong without inflicting any harm. Had he been serious and disregarded any potential injury to Wukong, he could have won in a single blow, even potentially killing him. "Little Xian, you're too strong. I'm no match for you, but I will work hard to improve and defeat you." Little Wukong, undeterred by his defeat, was instead invigorated by a fierce determination. "Thank you for saving me, Little Xian. I had no idea you were so formidable. Even more so than Wukong." Bulma, having regained her composure, approached Lin Xian to express her gratitude. Alas, Lin Xian was still but a child. Otherwise, Bulma might have considered offering more than mere thanks at the tender age of 8. Lin Xian was indeed still a child. However, among his peers, his appearance is undeniably handsome. At present, he resembles a youthful boy. And when he matures, he will undoubtedly become a strikingly attractive man. Bulma, now 16, perceives Goku as a mere child, let alone Lin Xian, who is even younger than Goku. T16. Bulma is 8 years older than Lin Xian. Bulma's quest for the Dragon Balls is driven by her desire to wish for a Prince Charming from Shenlong. Lin Xian asserts that he is the Prince Charming she seeks, that on this journey to find the Dragon Balls. Lin Xian is confident that he can win Bulma's acceptance. His confidence stems from the transformation technique he possesses. He is aware that along the way, he will encounter 2 individuals adept in shape-shifting, Oolong and Puar, both animal-like Earthlings. Oolong, known in Lin Xian's previous life as Little Beiji, is inspired by Zhu Beiji from Journey to the West. He is a talking pig capable of transforming into anything he desires. Having been expelled from a Southern Transformation kindergarten for stealing a female teacher's underwear, he learned a flawed version of the transformation technique, which can only last for 5 minutes, requiring a 1-minute rest before he can transform again. Oolong shares Zhu Beiji's traits of laziness and gluttony, with lust taking precedence. Unlike Zhu Beiji, Oolong adopts a more endearing persona, lacking in strength and easily bullied. When Shenlong was first summoned, Oolong preemptively declared, "I want girls' underwear," thwarting Pilaf's plans. This wish accumulated negative energy, leading to the birth of the evil dragon in Dragon Ball GT. Puar, the other animal-like Earthling, also attended the Southern Transformation Kindergarten and mastered the transformation technique without the 5-minute limitation. With the attribute collection system at his disposal, Lin Xian feels assured of his success with the transformation technique. Bulma, there's no need for formality, Lin Xian replied with a smile. Subsequently, Bulma attended to her unfinished business. Just as she arrived at her chosen location, she was captured. Seizing the moment, Lin Xian glanced at his attribute page. Host. Lin Xian Combat Power. 55 Bloodline. Earthling, Excellent. Super Ability. None Special Ability. Aquatic Breathing Technique. Finger Gun. Mastered. His technique section is no longer empty. He possesses the finger gun. However, while the technique shares its name with the one from One Piece, Lin Xian's finger gun is merely a nascent form, requiring further refinement and enhancement. The notation mastered beside the technique on his attribute page indicates that he has only just begun to grasp it, not yet reaching proficiency. Following mastery comes proficiency, then entry-level, expertise, minor success, major success, and mastery. Progress from mastery to proficiency. Lin Xian can either practice diligently or elevate his level through a direct increase of 100 combat power. Once again, they set off, with Bulma at the helm of the motorcycle, Lin Xian sitting behind her, and little Goku nestled behind Lin Xian. The journey was tranquil. Apart from the wildlife, they encountered no other humans and faced no further incidents. After traveling a considerable distance, Bulma halted as dusk fell. Beside the road lay a vast expanse of open land. Bulma produced a universal capsule and tossed it onto the ground, whereupon a house materialized. That night, Lin Xian, Bulma, and little Goku would reside in this dwelling. For the first time since his arrival in this world, Lin Xian beheld a modern house and its contemporary appliances. Upon entering, the unpleasant odor emanating from little Goku overwhelmed Bulma. She intended to bathe both Goku and Lin Xian, but Lin Xian declined that he would not refuse a bath for himself, but the responsibility of bathing Goku fell to him. Thus, Lin Xian and little Goku enjoyed a thorough wash. Afterward, Lin Xian partook of the bread and other provisions Bulma had prepared, accompanied by a cup of coffee. Faced with these urban delicacies, little Goku could not eat. He ventured outside to hunt, returning with a wolf and a centipede. Fortunately, the house was stocked with seasonings, and Lin Xian prepared a flavorful dish. Once little Goku had roasted the wolf, Lin Xian savored another meal. As night fell, while little Goku laid out his sleeping area. Bulma discovered that his tale was indeed real. This revelation startled her, prompting an exclamation of disbelief. Lin Xian, positioned nearby, explained the situation, calming Bulma and easing her curiosity. While little Goku prepared his makeshift bed, Lin Xian enjoyed a more comfortable arrangement, sharing the bed with Bulma. The next morning dawned anew. Little Goku rose early, noticing that Lin Xian and Bulma had yet to awaken, and he ventured outside to practice martial arts. Lin Xian, having crossed into this world, consciously protected Bulma, ensuring that this predetermined partner would not be taken advantage of. Consequently, little Goku refrained from acting in accordance with the original plot, outside the house. While practicing, little Goku found a large stone, lifted it, and crushed it with sheer strength. He then attempted to lift another large stone, setting his sights on a giant turtle to be treated as a stone. The turtle, upon being lifted, exclaimed, "Oh dear, you startled me." Little Goku remarked, "What a massive turtle." Inside the house, Lin Xian and Bulma had awakened, roused by little Goku's antics. The sound of the door opening had alerted them. Hearing another voice outside, Lin Xian quickly deduced its identity, while Bulma was filled with curiosity. Without changing her clothes, she emerged in her pajamas, calling out, "Goku, who are you talking to?" "Huh, it's a turtle." Bulma instantly recognized the creature. Puzzled, she wondered how a turtle could be present so far from the ocean. Lin Xian stepped outside and beheld the giant turtle. He mused, "Indeed, it is Master Roshi's turtle. This turtle, a long-lived sea turtle, serves as Master Roshi's mount, pet, and friend." The turtle approached Bulma, requesting, "Excuse me, could I trouble you for a cup of salt water? A little seaweed would be delightful too." "Such an appetite," Bulma muttered, yet she did not refuse the turtle and went to prepare the requested salt water with seaweed. "Ah, thank you." The turtle expressed gratitude after drinking. Subsequently, it explained to Lin Xian, Bulma, and little Goku that it had come ashore in search of Matsutake mushrooms but had lost its way. After nearly a year on land, It had failed to find its way back to the sea. After detailing its predicament, the turtles sought assistance from the trio. Eager little Goku readily agreed without a second thought, in stark contrast. Bulma was exceedingly reluctant. Having checked, she knew the ocean lay 120 kilometers away, and she only had 30 days to collect the Dragon Balls during her vacation. Lin Xian, aware of the benefits of returning the turtle to the sea, little Goku would receive the flying Nimbus, and Bulma would acquire a Dragon Ball. Understood the importance of the task. Had Bulma known the storyline, she would have eagerly joined. In reality, little Goku insisted that Lin Xian carry the turtle back to the sea, while Bulma sulked alone, angrily declaring to their retreating figures, "If you go, don't show your faces again." However, as soon as she spoke, Bulma regretted her outburst. She mounted her motorcycle and sped after them. Just as she had issued her ultimatum, she spotted a massive dinosaur nearby, and her courage faltered, prompting her to follow the two boys. Lin Xian, already aware of the situation, understood that if he stayed close to Bulma, she would not pursue them. Along their journey, they shared laughter and conversation, until they encountered an imposing bear-like creature that blocked their path. This creature brandished a large knife, threatening little Goku to drop the turtle or face being eaten first. Ding, acquired combat power attribute. 3. Ding, acquired combat power attribute. 2. Ding, acquired bloodline attribute. Lower level Saiyan bloodline fragment. Ding, acquired combat power attribute. 1. Ding, acquired combat power attribute. 4. Ding, acquired bloodline attribute. Giant Bearman bloodline fragment. Ding, acquired move attribute. Rock, paper, scissors. With a swift strike from little Wukong, as he vanquished the giant Bearman, Lin Xian collected 10 points of combat power, a fragment of little Wukong's lower-level Saiyan bloodline, a fragment of the giant Bearman's bloodline. And the move rock, paper, scissors that little Wukong employed. It was Lin Xian's first time obtaining a technique, akin to acquiring the special ability of underwater breathing. What he gathered was not merely fragments, but a complete technique. Rock, paper, scissors, an original move of little Wukong, integrates the gestures of the game, initiating with one hand engaging in a fist bump with the opponent while the other hand pokes at their eye, followed by a palm thrust to push them away. Host. Lin Xian combat power, 65 bloodline. Earthling, excellent. Superpower, none special ability. Underwater breathing technique. Finger gun, mastered. Rock, paper, scissors, mastered. It is noteworthy that the difficulty of rock, paper, scissors is nearly 0. With just one demonstration, Lin Xian can swiftly hone the techniques level, achieving minor mastery with just a few attempts to lower-level Saiyan bloodline fragment. 14,100 giant Bearman bloodline fragment. 115 naturally, Lin Xian held no interest in the giant Bearman's bloodline. However, when compared to the bloodlines of the giant Python and the giant Piranha, the giant Bearman's bloodline is evidently of a higher grade, as it requires a total of 15 fragments to be complete. To put it succinctly, the more fragments required, the harder it is to gather, indicating a more advanced bloodline. After dispatching the heedless giant Bearman, Lin Xian and his companions continued on their journey. Yes, they walked. They finally beheld the vast ocean, arriving at the seaside. The sea breeze tousled their hair, and the azure surface of the water stretched endlessly before their eyes. "This ocean is simply splendid," Lin Xian exclaimed. Overwhelmed by the beauty, inhaling the unique air of the seaside and standing against the wind, reflecting upon his own insignificance and strength, little Wukong, experiencing the sea for the first time, was the most exhilarated, bouncing around with infectious energy. Among the trio, only Bulma appeared less than enthusiastic. Having grown up in the bustling city as a wealthy heiress, she was accustomed to such sights, and her reluctance to come was evident in her demeanor. Thank you. Please wait here for a moment. I must repay you." The sea turtle expressed profound gratitude to little Wukong and Lin Xian, urging them to remain as it submerged into the sea. Disappearing from sight, Lin Xian understood that it was likely going to summon Master Roshi. Soon, Master Roshi would arrive. Lin Xian was quite keen to meet this martial arts master, one of little Wukong's mentors. Master Roshi, known as the god of martial arts, was a powerful figure in the early Dragon Ball series. Despite losing prowess in later arcs, he remained an essential character, experiencing a resurgence during the Tournament of Power. Moreover, although Master Roshi is a martial arts sage, he does not shy away from danger, having selflessly sealed away the evil King Piccolo, showcasing his bravery. Yet in matters of lust, he is no less notorious than the previously mentioned Oolong. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Xian immersed himself in the ocean. With the special ability of underwater breathing, he felt as if he had returned home upon entering the sea. Little Wukong and Bulma played in the shallow waters, with little Wukong even tasting the salty water, grimacing at its flavor. Had I known it would be like this, I should have brought my swimsuit, Bulma lamented that a while later, Lin Xian and little Wukong began building sandcastles on the beach. At that moment, Bulma pointed toward the distant sea and called out, "Look over there! What is that?" Lin Xian lifted his gaze to see a vague silhouette approaching, revealing Master Roshi on the back of the sea turtle. "That turtle had someone on its back?" little Wukong exclaimed. "You could see that from so far away?" Bulma initially failed to recognize, but upon closer inspection, confirmed that turtle has brought someone. As the turtle reached the shore, Master Roshi leapt off its back. Before the trio stood a frail old man, indeed Master Roshi himself, adorned with a purple turtle shell, clad in an orange floral shirt, wearing flip-flops and wielding a cane. His eyes shielded by sunglasses. "Greetings," Master Roshi called out to Lin Xian and the others. Lin Xian scrutinized Master Roshi, utilizing the system to assess his combat power. Earthling, Master Roshi normal combat power, 124 explosive combat power, 159 in the Dragon Ball narrative. When Raditz attacked Earth, Master Roshi's normal combat power was recorded at 139, not until the 22nd World Martial Arts Tournament. Master Roshi diligently trained. However, upon witnessing the rapid advancement of his disciples, he gradually ceased his own training, resulting in his current normal combat power of only 124. Observing Master Roshi, Bulma exclaimed, "What a stylish old man. I hear you saved the sea turtle," Master Roshi said, grinning at Lin Xian and the others. His gaze toward Bulma tinged with a hint of mischief. "Old man, who are you?" little Wukong asked, his eyes wide with curiosity. "I am called Master Roshi," he replied. Subsequently, he patted the turtle's shell and inquired, "Who are the ones that saved you?" The turtle pointed at Lin Xian and little Wukong, responding, "It was those two." Master Roshi regarded Lin Xian and little Wukong, declaring, "Two individuals just in time, as I have two gifts to bestow." Lin Xian understood that Master Roshi initially intended to gift little Wukong a phoenix that had perished from food poisoning, but had since changed it to the flying nimbus. The two gifts mentioned by Master Roshi were undoubtedly these. With a smile, Lin Xian stated, "I shall forego the gift. Please give it to Wukong." He gestured toward little Wukong as he spoke. "Very well then." Master Roshi, taken aback by Lin Xian's refusal, did not dwell on it. He turned to the sky and called out, "Come forth, Phoenix!" After a minute of waiting, not a single sparrow, nor any bird, graced the sky. The turtle reminded Master Roshi that the phoenix had died from food poisoning, prompting Master Roshi to recollect the unfortunate fate. An awkward silence ensued. Grateful for Lin Xian's rejection, Master Roshi sighed in relief. Next, Master Roshi bellowed for the flying nimbus. Suddenly, a yellow cloud dashed across the sky at remarkable speed, floating before Master Roshi. "This is the flying nimbus. I shall present it to you," he declared generously. While he was indeed generous, little Wukong inquired, "Can this thing be eaten?" "This is a treasure, not food. If you sit upon it, you can fly through the skies at will," Master Roshi explained. Unexpectedly, Master Roshi shifted his tone, adding, "However, only those with pure hearts can ride the flying nimbus. In other words, only well-behaved children can do so." With that, he leapt up to demonstrate. Unfortunately, his lecherous nature caused him to tumble to the ground. Embarrassed, Master Roshi stood up, scratching his head as a cool breeze rustled by. "Ha!" Bulma burst into laughter, fully aware that it was Master Roshi's impure heart that prevented him from riding the nimbus. Lin Xian turned to little Wukong, saying, "Wukong, give it a try." Given that only those with innocent hearts could ride the nimbus, little Wukong, pure as a blank slate, was destined to succeed. "All right, I'll give it a shot." Little Wukong exclaimed, leaping onto the soft cloud and standing firmly atop it. He then began to control the flying nimbus, soaring in graceful circles. Witnessing little Wukong effortlessly ascend onto the nimbus, Master Roshi's eyes widened in astonishment. His mouth agape, his aged face displaying sheer surprise. Good child, to be able to ride the flying nimbus is a clear sign of a pure heart. You're quite remarkable. The turtle sage gazed at little Wukong with admiration, showering him with praise. After hearing such commendations from the turtle sage, little Wukong took control of the flying nimbus and soared off to play. Observing this, the turtle sage remarked, "The nimbus has been in my possession for so many years without ever being put to use. Today, I have finally witnessed it find its true master." As little Wukong frolicked with glee, Bulma felt a twinge of envy and called out to him, "Wukong, come down and watch me. This young lady is also a good child. I can ride it too." "Bulma, you should refrain from attempting the nimbus. Otherwise, the smile on Lin Xian's face will speak volumes," he warned, leaving his sentence unfinished. Upon hearing Lin Xian's words, Bulma's fingers instinctively fidgeted, revealing a hint of nervousness. Yet within moments, Bulma's expression shifted. Indignantly, she retorted, "Xian, what do you mean by that? Are you implying that I cannot ride it?" She then countered, "Xian, you are 4 years younger than Wukong, at just 8 years old. You cannot possibly be a bad child who is unable to ride the nimbus, can you?" Lin Xian proposed, "Bulma, would you dare to make a wager with me?" "What kind of wager?" Bulma inquired, her curiosity piqued. Lin Xian explained, "Let us bet on whether we can ride the nimbus. If you manage to ride it, I shall concede. I will grant you any one condition you desire. However, if I succeed while you do not, then it would be you who must fulfill a condition for me. Should we both manage to ride it, we shall declare it a tie, with no winner." This, Bulma hesitated, then suspiciously asked Lin Xian, "You wouldn't be planning to impose some outrageous condition, would you?" With feigned indignation, Lin Xian replied, "Bulma, what do you take me for? Would I truly be that kind of person?" Bulma realized she may have been overthinking. After all, Lin Xian was merely an 8-year-old child, decent in character. Even if he suggested an unreasonable condition, how bad could it be? Moreover, she was not necessarily destined to lose. Competing against Lin Xian, though he was clever and crafty, she believed he would not easily ride the nimbus. Thus, Bulma agreed to the wager with Lin Xian. The turtle sage, witnessing this exchange, anticipated an entertaining spectacle. "Bulma, you should go ahead and give it a try," Lin Xian encouraged, pointing to the nimbus. Little Wukong had already dismounted, leaving the nimbus ready for Bulma and Lin Xian. The sea breeze tousled Bulma's hair as she took a deep breath, exuding confidence before leaping into the air. In the next moment, laughter erupted from little Wukong and the turtle sage. Bulma had failed, landing directly on the ground after passing through the nimbus, faced with the teasing of little Wukong and the turtle sage. Bulma's fair complexion flushed with embarrassment. Rising from the ground, she unleashed a torrent of curses at the nimbus. Regardless, she reassured herself that she had no issue. It was now Lin Xian's turn. He stepped forward. Seeing Lin Xian approach, Bulma defiantly declared, "This wretched nimbus can only be ridden by those with empty heads. As a brilliant and beautiful young scientist, my mind is filled with knowledge, and thus I do not meet its criteria. It seems that being both attractive and intelligent is indeed a curse." Sigh. Lin Xian sighed as he leaped onto the nimbus, delivering a resounding rebuttal to Bulma's claims. Lin Xian was not naive. He harbored many thoughts, yet he possessed a system. The system had protective measures, preventing anyone other than Lin Xian from discovering its existence. These safeguards thwarted mind reading and any attempts to access Lin Xian's memories. With the attribute acquisition system in play, the nimbus could not discern the nature of Lin Xian, allowing him to exploit this loophole. Although Lin Xian's ascent to the nimbus could be deemed as cheating, none present were aware of this, and Bulma was unmistakably embarrassed. Little Wukong remarked to Lin Xian, "Xian, you truly are a good child," with Lin Xian perched upon the nimbus and Bulma having failed. He emerged as the victor, entitled to propose a condition to Bulma. "You won. You may state your condition now," Bulma conceded. Lin Xian waved his hand dismissively. "There's no rush. I have yet to decide on a condition." He had contemplated what to request long before the wager with Bulma, but now was not the moment. Hearing Lin Xian's words, the turtle sage's eyes flickered with a hint of regret. Had it been him making the request, he certainly would have seized the opportunity. Well, think it over and propose it when you're ready. Just ensure it isn't too excessive, Bulma advised. Suddenly, her gaze fell upon a necklace made of a Dragon Ball hanging around the turtle sage's neck, a simple string with a Dragon Ball attached. The sight of the Dragon Ball was both unexpected and delightful. Bulma dashed to the turtle sage and exclaimed, "Grandpa, since I saved the sea turtle, you ought to reward me with a gift. Just give me the Dragon Ball around your neck. Did this girl save you?" The turtle sage inquired of the sea turtle. "Not at all." The sea turtle shook its head. Bulma, flustered, protested. "How could that be? Did I not provide you with salt water?" At that moment, little Wukong also noticed the Dragon Ball around the turtle sage's neck and exclaimed, "It's a Dragon Ball." Having consumed the elixir of immortality and lived for 300 years. The turtle sage had long grown wise. He discerned the significance of the Dragon Ball from Bulma and little Wukong's expressions. "Is this what you desire?" The turtle sage asked, glancing down at the Dragon Ball around his neck, a smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Subsequently, the turtle sage began to propose conditions to Bulma. Upon hearing the turtle sage's demands, Bulma erupted in anger, exclaiming, "Old man, you truly lack shame. Do you not desire this Dragon Ball?" The turtle sage waved the Dragon Ball in front of Bulma. Frustrated from losing the wager to Lin Xian, Bulma stood her ground and declared, "If you refuse, so be it. I had initially intended to introduce you to some lovely young ladies, but it seems that is no longer necessary." Lin Xian, who had remained silent until now, was quite pleased with Bulma's display. Should she fail to obtain the Dragon Ball from the turtle sage, he would surely step in to assist her. Observing that Bulma would not relent, but had mentioned introducing him to charming young ladies, the turtle sage reconsidered. With a change of heart, he said, "I was merely jesting. I, the turtle sage, am a legendary martial arts master. How could I possibly hold a grudge against you, little girl? This is a gift for you." The turtle sage removed the Dragon Ball from around his neck and handed it to Bulma. Upon receiving the Dragon Ball, both Bulma and little Wukong leaped for joy. Then Lin Xian spoke, addressing the turtle sage. He expressed his desire to witness the turtle school's Kamehameha technique. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Xian saw no reason to decline. The turtle sage, surprised yet not dismissive of Lin Xian, recognized the debt of gratitude he owed for saving his sea turtle and decided to oblige. Thus, the three of them witnessed the turtle sage demonstrate the Kamehameha technique. Before their eyes, the turtle sage transformed from a frail old man into a muscular figure, launching a blue energy blast toward the sea. Ding! Acquired special ability attribute. Max power fragment. Ding! Acquired combat power attribute. 5. Ding! Acquired special ability attribute. Max power fragment. Ding! Acquired combat power attribute. 10. Ding! Acquired combat power attribute. 15. Ding! Acquired special ability attribute. Max power. Ding! Acquired combat power attribute. 20. Ding! Acquired special ability attribute. Kamehameha fragment. Ding! Acquired combat power attribute. 30. Ding! Acquired special ability attribute. Kamehameha fragment. Ding! Acquired combat power attribute. 40. Ding! Acquired special ability attribute. Kamehameha fragment. Ding! Acquired combat power attribute. 50. Ding! Acquired special ability attribute. Kamehameha fragment. Max power. Achieved by concentrating energy to strengthen all the muscles in the body. Results in a state of immense growth, significantly enhancing combat capabilities, albeit at the cost of accelerated energy consumption. The Kamehameha, a technique devised by Master Roshi, involves forming a flower bud shape with both hands, positioning it at the waist and gathering a luminous sphere in the palms. When unleashed, it manifests as a blue energy projectile, reminiscent of a shooting star with a trailing tail. Host: Lin Xian. Combat power: 315. Bloodline: Earthling, excellent. Superpower: none. Special abilities: underwater breathing, max power techniques. Finger gun, mastered. Rock, paper, scissors, mastered. That by consuming energy or ki, max power allows for a temporary yet substantial enhancement of strength. After acquiring 2 fragments, Lin Xian completed the technique. As for the Kamehameha, he gathered over a third of it. Kamehameha fragments: 35100. Viewed from this perspective, the value of the Kamehameha is not inferior to that of a lower-tier Saiyan bloodline, like Little Goku. Subsequently, Master Roshi and the Sea Turtle bid farewell to a few individuals and vanished into the vast ocean. Bulma obtained a Dragon Ball, Little Goku received the Nimbus Cloud, witnessed the Kamehameha, and Lin Xian reaped significant rewards. The trio was filled with joy. Perched atop the Nimbus Cloud, Little Goku exclaimed excitedly, "Little Xian, the old man's Kamehameha is incredible." Lin Xian promptly responded with a comforting remark, "You will surpass him in the future." Wielding an even more powerful Kamehameha, upon returning to their dwelling, the trio deliberated their upcoming journey. The house reverted to its capsule form, and they set off once more. However, this time the situation had shifted. Little Goku soared through the sky on the Nimbus Cloud, while Lin Xian remained seated on the motorcycle, with Bulma at the helm. Truth be told, while this arrangement was quite favorable, Lin Xian felt a twinge of envy towards Little Goku's aerial freedom. No, to be precise, he envied the ability to fly solely through one's own strength, without external aid. After all, flight is a cherished dream of humanity, and Lin Xian yearned to soar through the skies. Though his combat power had reached 315, he remained unversed in the techniques of flight or aerial maneuvering, but if he wished to fly, he would have to wait. Yet, one should not underestimate the art of aerial maneuvering. Without mastering it, one could not ascend to the skies, regardless of a combat power of 315 or even 10,000 in the realm of Dragon Ball Super. Even Master Roshi represented Universe 7 at the Tournament of Power. Yet he still could not fly as time passed. 3 days swiftly elapsed. The trio hastened their journey, and with the Dragon Ball acquired from Master Roshi, Bulma and Little Goku now possessed 4 Dragon Balls in total. They approached the valley to seek the 5th Dragon Ball. Little Goku, riding the Nimbus Cloud, swiftly outpaced Bulma's motorcycle, flitting about and complaining that Bulma's speed resembled that of a snail. Bulma, infuriated, retorted, "You insufferable Goku. So impressive with that wretched cloud, but you are speeding." Amused by Bulma's reaction, Lin Xian, aspiring to fly, recalled principles from anime in his past life. Coupled with his current combat power, he successfully adapted the moonwalk technique from One Piece, while also incorporating the remaining 4 techniques from the Marine 6 styles, refining his previously acquired finger gun. Host: Lin Xian, combat power 343, Bloodline, Earthling, excellent. Superpower, none. Special abilities, underwater breathing, max power, key sensitivity. Techniques, finger gun, mastered. Rock, paper, scissors, mastered. Shave, proficient. Moonwalk, proficient. Iron block, proficient. Paper drawing, mastered. Gale foot, mastered. The moonwalk, one of the Marine 6 styles, is an advanced application of shave, allowing the user to kick while leaping, altering their trajectory before descending. By exerting powerful leg strength against the air, it generates significant lift, enabling one to traverse the air as if walking upstairs. A master can even hover in mid-dash air. It could be said that moonwalk is a diluted version of aerial maneuvering. However, while aerial maneuvering allows for flight, mastery of moonwalk permits brief moments of suspension in the air. Shave, another technique from the Marine 6 styles, enables the user to step on the ground over 10 times in a mere 0.36 seconds, utilizing the resultant explosive speed from the reaction force to propel themselves. Iron block, one of the 6 techniques, is a defensive skill that grants the body iron-like hardness, capable of withstanding bullets and blade attacks. The stronger the user, the greater the hardness achieved through iron block, though prior to mastering it, the user cannot move freely while employing this technique. Paper drawing, a defensive technique, allows the user to evade incoming attacks by sensing the fluctuations in the opponent's movements. Gale foot, a foot technique from the 6, does not inflict harm through kicks, but instead delivers cuts via the vacuum created by high-speed leg strikes. The Marine 6 styles, also known as the 6 techniques of body arts, encompass the techniques of shave, iron block, paper drawing, moonwalk, gale foot, and finger gun, surpassing the limits of human physical capabilities. Eye sensitivity enables one to perceive the locations of desired individuals and gauge their strength. Upon reaching a certain level of combat power, it allows for detection across several planets. even sensing the key of all beings in the universe. Ki sensitivity is a characteristic of Earth, not to mention other planets in the universe. Within the Dragon Ball narrative, even the Saiyans, who pride themselves as a warrior race, and the extraterrestrials under Frieza, lack this ability. Having observed the narrative, Lin Xian understood that with a combat power exceeding 300, one could naturally comprehend and learn this ability. Given a modicum of talent in terms of combat power, Lin Xian gained an additional 28 points, increasing from 315 to 343. In the next moment, Lin Xian's combat power plummeted to 43, leaving him with this remainder. Host, Lin Xian. Combat power, 43. Bloodline. Earthling excellent. Superpower, none. Special abilities. Underwater breathing. Max power. Key sensitivity. Techniques. Finger gun mastered. Rock, paper, scissors mastered. Shave proficient. Moonwalk proficient. Iron block proficient. Paper drawing mastered. Gale foot mastered. Lin Xian elevated shave. Moonwalk and iron block from mastery to proficiency, forfeiting 300 combat power. Currently, at the onset of the Dragon Ball narrative, combat power holds little significance. It is only in the later stages, where combat power reaches into the billions, that the thrill truly begins. Suddenly, while soaring on the Nimbus cloud, little Goku pointed to the 4-star Dragon Ball in Bulma's hand, exclaiming, "Bulma, look! The Dragon Ball is glowing." Upon hearing this, Bulma immediately retrieved the 3 Dragon Balls she possessed, noticing they too were emanating light, filling her with joy as she laughed. "The Dragon Ball is nearby, not far from us. Let us hurry and find it." With that, Bulma produced the Dragon Ball radar. Attempting to narrow the search further this moment, Lin Xian interjected, "Bulma, Goku, there's a village ahead." Hearing Lin Xian's words and glancing at the radar's display, Bulma speculated that the Dragon Ball they sought must be located within the village. Following the path ahead, they soon beheld rows of houses, resembling a cluster of mushrooms, intertwined and scattered. Upon entering the village, Bulma once again consulted the Dragon Ball radar, noting that the flashing light points indicated they were growing closer to the Dragon Ball, which lay in the vicinity. However, the village was eerily silent, devoid of any inhabitants, piquing Bulma and little Goku's curiosity. Bulma furrowed her brow, perplexed as she remarked, "Why is it so quiet here? Surely there must be someone around." Standing atop the Nimbus cloud, little Goku surveyed the houses on either side, asserting, "There has to be people here. I can sense their presence, and it feels like there are quite a few." Goku was indeed correct. Lin Xian proposed, "Let us inquire with the locals." That a smile lingered on Lin Xian's face as he felt increasingly close to mastering the transformation technique. The trio turned and approached the doorway of a house. Little Goku knocked loudly, calling out, but receiving no response. He punched the door, creating a large hole as it was forcefully damaged. Subsequently, little Goku pushed the door open, and before he could enter, a shadow flickered within. Lin Xian cautioned, "Goku, be wary of ambush." Upon hearing Lin Xian's warning, Xiao Yukong swiftly turned his head, only to behold an axe poised to descend upon him. Had it not been for Lin Xian's timely alert, a mere moment's delay in his reaction would have resulted in the axe striking him as the axe swung downwards. Xiao Yukong nimbly retreated, raising his right hand to grasp the weapon aimed at him, and with a slight exertion, the axe head shattered into fragments, reduced to mere shards of iron. "What are you doing, you scoundrel?" he exclaimed, visibly agitated after narrowly evading the perilous ambush. Before him stood a balding middle-aged man, his face a mask of shock and disbelief as he stared at the axe handle in his hands. A look of panic etched across his features. "No, this cannot be," the man muttered to himself. Just as Xiao Yukong, brimming with indignation, was about to confront him, the man hastily pleaded, "I beg your pardon, Wulong Daxian." This left Xiao Yukong momentarily stunned, and Bulma equally perplexed. Once the middle-aged man clarified the misunderstanding, both Xiao Yukong and Bulma came to realize the nature of the mix-up. My apologies, young brother. I mistook you for that rascal Wulong, he said, his expression one of embarrassment. "If it weren't for Lin Xian's warning, your blow would have undoubtedly caused me great pain," Xiao Yukong remarked, his face reflecting relief as he turned to Lin Xian with gratitude in his eyes. Thank goodness it was Wukong who opened the door. Had it been me, I surely would have perished. Even with Lin Xian's warning, I wouldn't have reacted in time, Bulma stated, her voice tinged with relief. Curiously, she inquired, by the way, who is this Wulong you mentioned? With a sigh, the middle-aged man began recounting the tale of Wulong, revealing the troubles that the creature had inflicted upon them. Before Bulma could respond, Lin Xian stepped forward and addressed the villagers. I can assist you in defeating Wulong and rescuing those girls. Are you truly serious, young brother? Wulong is quite formidable and fearsome, the middle-aged man asked, his excitement palpable, given that Lin Xian was merely 8 years old. His claim to confront Wulong was hard to believe. Yet for the middle-aged man, it was a matter of desperation. Soon, Wulong would arrive to take his daughter away. Leave it to me, but in exchange, you must provide me with a Dragon Ball like this one. Lin Xian waved a Dragon Ball he had taken from Bulma. An elderly woman gathered at the doorway stepped forward, trembling as she produced a Dragon Ball, asking, "Is this the kind of ball you mean?" "Yes, that is indeed the one," Lin Xian affirmed, gesturing for Bulma to take it. Upon seeing the Dragon Ball in the old woman's hands, Bulma beamed with joy, understanding Lin Xian's intent. She quickly stepped forward to accept the Dragon Ball, her face alight with a smile as she said, "Thank you, dear lady. Rest assured, we will certainly deal with that Wulong." Having accepted the Dragon Ball, Bulma felt no trepidation regarding Wulong's true nature. She was more confident in Lin Xian and Xiao Wukong than in herself. Within the room, some villagers rejoiced while others expressed doubt, questioning whether Lin Xian could truly defeat Wulong. Just as discussions continued, Lin Xian sensed Wulong's aura and declared to the villagers, "Wulong is coming." As his words echoed, the villagers felt the ground tremble slightly beneath them. Without further ado, Lin Xian strode out of the house. Outside, Bulma turned to Xiao Wukong and asked, "Do you think Lin Xian could defeat this Wulong?" Xiao Wukong replied, "I don't know, but I trust Lin Xian and his capabilities." "Then let us go see," Bulma said, and together they ventured outside. Observing this, the villagers also set aside their fears and curiously moved to watch. In the center of the village, Lin Xian was confronted by a peculiar giant, entirely clad in red, adorned with horns and a pig-like nose. The bizarre giant proclaimed in a rough voice, "Beautiful lady, I've arrived. Come out and return with me." Lin Xian, amused by Wulong's ludicrous transformation, sensed that beneath the surface, Wulong was nothing more than a Ade, lacking true strength. This encounter was akin to using a cannon to swat a fly. Wulong, having employed his flawed transformation technique to become this odd giant, was met with the realization that Lin Xian was collecting pieces of his incomplete ability. Transformation technique. Incomplete 10,100 fragments are needed to synthesize a complete Kamehameha. Just as 100 fragments are required for the incomplete transformation technique, how many fragments would a complete transformation technique necessitate? "Is this Wulong? He looks quite terrifying," Bulma exclaimed, hiding behind Xiao Wukong, her voice trembling with fear upon witnessing Wulong's appearance. The villagers also sought refuge, while Xiao Wukong pondered aloud. "He seems rather weak, doesn't he?" Lin Xian addressed Wulong. "Cease your shouting. There are no girls here for you. You now have two choices. Either return the girls you previously abducted or face my wrath." "Who are you? Have you not heard of my illustrious reputation? Are you seeking death?" Wulong, eager to capture a gentle girl, was incensed by Lin Xian's audacity to challenge him. "Seeking death? Indeed, I am. And what can you do about it?" Lin Xian replied, his tone playful and brimming with arrogance. The villagers, witnessing Lin Xian's challenge to Wulong, could not help but display expressions of anticipation, regardless of their prior beliefs in his abilities. Bulma, too, felt hopeful, wishing for Lin Xian to effortlessly resolve the predicament with Wulong. "Such a gutsy lad. Do you not realize the extent of my power? You are doomed. If you plead for mercy now, I might just spare your life." Wulong retorted, a bead of sweat trickling down his forehead as he continued to boast. "Enough with the idle threats. Make your choice that if you do not respond, I shall assume you have selected the second option, and I will take action." With that, Lin Xian stomped his foot, causing the ground to crack and a large pit to form. Seeing the gaping hole created by Lin Xian's stomp, Wulong swallowed hard. his breath quickening in surprise. He had not anticipated that this child possessed such power. Very well, Wulong thought to himself, glancing at the clock. Where on earth did this brat come from, being so strong? My time is running short. What should I do? Panic surged within him, causing beads of sweat to form on his brow. With no other recourse, Wulong decided to concoct an excuse to flee. He took a step back. Laughing heartily, "You have quite the courage, but I must confess, my stomach aches. I shall return once I recover." With that, a cloud of smoke enveloped him, and in the next moment, a large brown cow appeared. However, as Wulong attempted to escape in his bovine form, Lin Xian kicked him to the ground. "Curse you! I shall fight you!" Wulong grunted, rising in pain to charge at Lin Xian, aiming to use his massive horns to knock him away. Ding, acquired battle power attribute. 1 ding, acquired special ability attribute. Transformation technique, incomplete. Fragment, ding, acquired battle power attribute. 1. As Wulong charged, Lin Xian extended his hand, seizing one of the cow's horns. In an instant, Wulong, transformed into a bull, came to an abrupt halt. With a slight exertion, Lin Xian lifted the bull off the ground, swinging him around. Dizzy from the spinning, Wulong struggled to regain his bearings and, barely coherent, pleaded, "Release me, no, let me go. I will return the girls. Choose now. It may be too late." What a jest! Such a splendid opportunity to collect fragments should not be missed by Lin Xian. The incomplete transformation technique fragments continued to drop incessantly. Incomplete transformation technique fragments, 100 host. Lin Xian combat power, 47 bloodline. Earthling, excellent, super ability. None special abilities. Underwater breathing, max power, sensing aura. Incomplete transformation technique skills. Finger gun, mastered. Rock, paper, scissors, mastered. Shave, proficient. Moonwalk, proficient. Iron block, proficient. Paper drawing, mastered. Gale kick, mastered. Before the cooldown of the incomplete transformation technique was over, Lin Xian had gathered 100 fragments and successfully synthesized them, but in the next moment. Amidst a puff of smoke, he seized a horn of Wulong, transforming him back into a seemingly harmless pink pig. The horn he grasped morphed into the pig's ears. Lin Xian released his grip. The pig Wulong tumbled on the ground, subsequently overwhelmed by dizziness, expelling the undigested food from his stomach. The villagers, witnessing Lin Xian's effortless defeat of Wulong, rushed over in excitement. Bulma and little Goku followed suit, with Bulma giving Lin Xian a thumbs up. Truth be told, Lin Xian had merely struck Wulong once, doing so with utmost caution to control his strength, fearing that even the slightest exertion might result in Wulong's demise. The middle-aged balding man who had previously ambushed Goku approached Lin Xian and pointed at the pink pig Wulong on the ground, inquiring, "Little hero, is this the true form of Wulong?" "Indeed," Lin Xian nodded. Addressing the villagers, "You have all been deceived by his appearance. In truth, he possesses no combat power whatsoever." To this point, Lin Xian turned to the balding man and continued, "Had you treated him as you did with Goku, with a single axe blow, he would have been finished long ago. How absurd! It turns out Wulong is merely a child." Bulma pouted, having been quite worried moments ago. The balding man, filled with gratitude, expressed to Lin Xian, I see now. This child has tricked us terribly." "Thank you," Lin Xian replied nonchalantly. "No need for thanks that we help you. And in return, we achieved our goal as a 9-year-old anthropomorphic being. He is indeed a child." Meanwhile, after regaining his senses post-vomiting, the pitiful Wulong stood up timidly, casting a fearful glance at the villagers and then at Lin Xian, his demeanor clearly reflecting his fright from Lin Xian's display of power. Alas, observing Wulong's state evoked no ire. The words came from the elderly woman who had earlier produced the Dragon Ball. In her and most villagers' eyes, Wulong appeared rather charming, were it not for his misdeeds. He could have thrived on his endearing charm in this village. Upon hearing the old woman's remarks, Wulong hastily interjected, "I harbor no ill intentions toward the village. I never meant to harm anyone. I merely used the transformation technique to assume the guise of a fearsome character to frighten you all. My sole aim was to attract the attention of beautiful girls." Upon hearing Wulong's explanation, the villagers spoke up in unison. "You have no malevolent intent, yet we live in constant fear. My daughter, What has become of her? Is she well? Oolong trembled as he replied, "They are all doing splendidly. I shall take you to reunite with them." With that declaration, Oolong felt a wave of relief wash over him. Subsequently, Lin Xian, along with Bulma and little Goku, followed Oolong to his home, where they encountered the young maidens he had abducted. These girls appeared well-dressed and were enjoying themselves, resembling wealthy ladies of leisure. In contrast, Oolong resembled a feckless servant, devoid of any noble demeanor. "Look, they are thriving. Please, take them back quickly. I cannot afford to support so many young ladies. I only seek a gentler companion," Oolong lamented to the villagers. Pointing at the girls, the villagers, however, were taken aback. They had hoped to bring their daughters home, yet their daughters seemed unwilling. Living here, they were well taken care of, free from work, adorned in lovely garments, and leisurely sipping juice in rocking chairs. Who would want to return to the toil of farming? These girls, one and all, were utterly smitten with their current situation. Indeed, having befriended Oolong, a wealthy pig lord, they were living the high life. Defeating Oolong and rescuing the kidnapped maidens had been accomplished. Thus, the Oolong incident was resolved. They departed. Lin Xian, Bulma, and little Goku's party welcomed an additional member. The anthropomorphic pink pig, Oolong. Captivated by Oolong's transformation technique, Bulma deemed him useful and invited him to join their quest for the Dragon Balls. Lin Xian had no objections, and little Goku certainly did not either. Thus, their party grew to 4.0. It should be 3 in a pig. With a checkered past, Oolong held the lowest standing within the group, willing to undertake any menial tasks without burdening others. As they set forth once more. Lin Xian contemplated transforming into an anime heartthrob to astonish Bulma. However, he quickly dismissed the notion. He held no interest in emulating another. From the system, Lin Xian had learned of his appearance a decade hence, and thus he transformed into his future self. Had he known his future visage earlier, he would have disregarded any thoughts of becoming an anime heartthrob. None could surpass his future beauty, as anticipated. Upon seeing Lin Xian's appearance a decade later, Bulma, who fancied handsome men, immediately swooned. With jet black hair, standing at 1.86 meters with a golden ratio physique, possessing clear, gentle eyes, a straight nose, flawless skin, and exquisitely crafted features. Lin Xian at 10 years hence was so striking that Bulma fainted at first glance, only to be roused by little Goku. Upon learning Lin Xian had transformed into his 10-year-later self, Bulma silently calculated her options. After 5 minutes, Lin Xian reverted to his 8-year-old form. Witnessing this, Bulma, still deep in thought, felt a pang of frustration. Why was Lin Xian not 18, while she was older by 8 years? Such an age gap was no trifling matter. Fortunately, with the Dragon Balls at her disposal, Bulma sought a Prince Charming and realized that her dream prince was right beside her. She no longer needed to wish for one from Shenron. She devised a plan to wish for Lin Xian to age 10 years. Naturally, she would need to consult Lin Xian about this decision. In Bulma's mind, life spans barely a century. If Lin Xian aged 10 years, it would mean losing 10 years of his life. She dared not act unilaterally, fearing Lin Xian's potential discontent. Previously, she had not delved into scientific studies on longevity or extending human lifespan. For the first time, Bulma found herself intrigued by such technologies that, if all else failed, she could wish to be youthful again, aligning her age with Lin Xian's. However, now was not the time for such deliberations. Ultimately, whether to age Lin Xian or rejuvenate herself will be decided once they gathered all 7 Dragon Balls and summoned Shenron. Bulma became exceedingly attentive towards Lin Xian. As for Lin Xian, he had long regarded Bulma as his destined partner, readily accepting her attentions. Yet, to one particular pig, they appeared to be flaunting their affection. And Oolong felt 1,000 emotional wounds. While cursing Lin Xian and Bulma for their public display of affection, Oolong was equally astonished by Lin Xian's mastery of the transformation technique, discovering that he too had the incomplete version. Driven by a strong curiosity, Oolong inquired of Lin Xian, "Brother Lin Xian, how is it that you also wield the transformation technique, and like me, possess the incomplete version? Could it be that you hail from the Southern Transformation Kindergarten? Were you expelled before mastering it due to certain actions?" However, That can't be right, for the Southern Transformation Kindergarten only admits our kind. You are not an anthropomorphic being. Yulong is a year younger than Lin Xian. Yet he occupies the lowest rank in their hierarchy and is thoroughly intimidated by Lin Xian. Unlike Bulma and Goku, he dares not refer to Lin Xian as Xiao Xian, thus earning Lin Xian the title of Big Brother Lin Xian. Yulong is considered his first subordinate. When Yulong inquired about the Southern Transformation Kindergarten, Lin Xian replied, "I have merely heard of its illustrious reputation. I'm not a student there. The incomplete transformation technique I utilize stems from your own method, which I casually mastered by observing you. Since yours is an incomplete version, mine is naturally the same." This revelation left Yulong questioning his very existence that he had practiced diligently at the Southern Transformation Kindergarten. Yet Lin Xian had effortlessly grasped the technique after a single demonstration that if mastering transformation were truly that simple, it would be commonplace and everyone on Earth would be capable of it, guided by the Dragon Radar. The group, comprised of 3 individuals and 1 pig, embarked on a long journey toward the 6th Dragon Ball located in the southwest. They traveled swiftly across a river aboard a speedboat, with Bulma at the helm. As neither Lin Xian nor Goku possessed the necessary skills to operate it, nor did the lowly Yulong. Thus, Bulma had to bear the burden of navigation. She felt somewhat reluctant, as piloting the speedboat prevented her from observing Lin Xian's appearance 10 years into the future. With the transformation technique at his disposal, Lin Xian could assume his future form whenever he wished, except during sleep or cool-down periods. Seated beside Lin Xian on the speedboat, Goku complained, "This thing is so slow. If I were riding my Nimbus, we would have arrived by now, and I'm starting to feel a bit hungry." As he grumbled, he absent-mindedly patted his stomach. Unfortunately, the Nimbus could not accommodate so many passengers, and neither Bulma nor Yulong could join him. Lin Xian could only smile wryly at the situation. Hearing Lin Xian's words, Bulma merely pouted. Had it been anyone else, she would have engaged in a debate. Goku scratched his head and asked Bulma, "How much longer until we arrive?" While steering the speedboat, Bulma retrieved a map from her bag, glanced at it, and responded, "We still have a long way to go, approximately 3 more days." 3 days? Goku grimaced. Yulong, sitting next to him, suddenly queried, "Bulma, where exactly are we headed? Since I've joined this expedition, shouldn't I be informed of our destination?" "We're going to Blow Bread Mountain," Bulma casually replied, fully aware of the 3-day journey ahead. "What? Blow Bread Mountain?" Yulong exclaimed, leaping up in alarm, a look of sheer panic on his face. "That, don't you know, it's an extremely dangerous place. The Ox King resides there." "The Ox King?" With Xiao Xian and Goku around. "There's no need to worry," Bulma said nonchalantly. In Lin Xian's previous life on Earth, there was a saying, "Beauty is in the eye of the beholder," though this phrase did not exist in this world. Its sentiment remained. Bulma harbored an inexplicable confidence in Lin Xian. With his strength, dealing with a mere Ox King would be a trifling matter. This thought crossed her mind. A faint blush graced her cheeks, and her heart began to race. Seeing Bulma's nonchalance, Yulong grew anxious and shouted to the others on the speedboat, "That's the Ox King. Big Brother Lin Xian, Goku, please convince her not to go and throw her life away." "I don't want to die." "Is the Ox King really that strong?" Goku asked, bewildered. Knowing the plot, Lin Xian chuckled and teasingly remarked to Yulong, "Yulong, didn't you claim to be the Yulong King? You both have King in your names. Why would you fear him?" "Big Brother Lin Xian, the Ox King is entirely different from me," Yulong stammered, recounting the Ox King's fearsome reputation. However, Goku remained unfazed, his interest piqued, and he appeared eager for the challenge. Due to Lin Xian's presence, although Yulong feared the Ox King, he did not dare to leap from the speedboat into the river as he did in the original story. Yet, similar to the original narrative, Bulma accidentally dropped the capsule box containing her universal capsules. The critical issue was that she had no idea where it had fallen, leaving her with no opportunity to retrieve it. Rewind a moment, and the speedboat suddenly ran out of fuel. Yulong transformed into an oar, while Goku used it to paddle the boat to the shore. Upon reaching the land, Bulma attempted to retrieve her capsule box to select a vehicle for their continued journey, only to discover that it was missing. All her universal capsules were contained within that box, and its loss meant she had lost them all, without exception. Despite the lost capsules, the journey had to continue. Lin Xian was aware that Yulong had hidden capsules serving as his secret stash, including a luxury RV capsule. However, he refrained from mentioning it at that moment. Thus, Lin Xian carried Bulma on his back, while Goku opted not to ride his Nimbus, and Yulong trailed behind Lin Xian as they embarked on foot. With Lin Xian's combat prowess, carrying Bulma for an entire day posed no inconvenience. He simply lacked the time to transform into his future self. After traveling for a while, they entered a desolate desert expanse, observing Lin Xian's unwavering demeanor as he carried her without breaking a sweat. Bulma gained a newfound appreciation for the concept of security. Not long after entering the desert, Bulma and Yulong could no longer endure the heat. The yellow sands stretched endlessly, devoid of vegetation, rendering the landscape desolate. With the sun blazing overhead, the atmosphere was stifling and the temperature was unbearable that it's too hot. "I can't take it anymore. Xiao Xian, let's find some shade to rest," Bulma said, her throat parched. "Indeed, big brother Lin Xian. If we keep going like this, we might perish." Yulong chimed in hastily. For Lin Xian and Goku, whose combat abilities surpassed the temperature's effects, the heat was insufficient to make them break a sweat. They could only acquiesce to Bulma and Yulong's pleas. Yulong was indifferent, primarily accommodating Bulma's discomfort. Lin Xian located a rocky outcrop that provided shade and, after setting Bulma down, said to her and Yulong, "A little exercise wouldn't hurt you." Yulong dared not respond, while a drowsy Bulma replied, "In the past, I didn't need to exercise. Now that I have you, I won't need to at all." Lin Xian merely smiled and chose not to comment further. Subsequently, Bulma unexpectedly fell asleep on the ground. Lin Xian refrained from disturbing her, ensuring that neither Goku nor Yulong did so either. Meanwhile, a figure was observing Lin Xian and the others through binoculars. Informing his companions that a big catch is coming. As Goku and Lin Xian sat nearby. Goku rubbed his stomach and said, "Xiao Xian, I'm really hungry. I want to find something to eat in the desert." "There's nothing to eat," Lin Xian replied, then turned to Yulong with a playful grin. "Oh, right, we have a pig here. If you're starving, you could." Before Lin Xian could finish his sentence, Yulong jumped up from the ground, his voice trembling as he exclaimed, "Big brother Lin Xian, you actually want to eat me?" He pointed a finger at Lin Xian, speechless with indignation. "Ha, I was only joking. Don't take it seriously. Your few pounds of meat wound tea even suffice for Goku's snack." Lin Xian laughed heartily. To be honest, in Lin Xian's mind, anyone who could serve as a backup meal was considered part of the entourage, fulfilling roles such as ship's doctor, translator, heater, combatant, and mount, like that blue-nosed reindeer. As for Yulong, well, he did not possess such qualifications. Watching Goku drool with hunger, Yulong desperately defended his own body, firmly stating, "Regardless, I absolutely forbid anyone from targeting me." Just then, the distant roar of a motorcycle engine echoed through the air. Apart from the slumbering Bulma, Lin Xian, Goku, and Yulong were all alert. Regardless of whether standing or sitting, all eyes turned towards the source of the sound. In the desert, dust swirled as the roar of an engine grew louder, and a hovering motorcycle came to a halt before several individuals. Subsequently, a young man disembarked, accompanied by a blue, humanoid creature floating in the air. These two were Yamcha and his companion and servant, Puar, the notorious bandit of the desert. Yamcha was quite handsome, with flowing black hair framing a sharply defined face. Though his physique did not appear particularly imposing, he emanated a palpable sense of latent power. It was no wonder that Bulma had taken an interest in him in the original narrative. However, now that he had traversed into this world, with Bulma designated as his intended spouse, Yamcha's relevance was diminished. Should this fellow dare to covet Bulma, Lin Xian would not hesitate to send him to meet the king of Hell as for Vegeta, if he ever dared to set his sights on Bulma. Lin Xian would show no mercy, as long as Lin Xian's interests remained unscathed, he could play the role of the benevolent. Yet should his interest be threatened, he would not shy away from embracing the role of the villain. By sensing the energy, Lin Xian gauged Yamcha's combat prowess. Afterwards, he utilized the system to probe Yamcha's battle capabilities, hoping to uncover something extraordinary. The result, however, left him disheartened. Earthling, Yamcha, combat power, hated much like the earlier giant python. Yamcha's combat power template was exceedingly simplistic, far less elaborate than those of Master Roshi and Goku. Master Roshi possessed both regular and burst combat powers, while Goku had regular, enraged, and great ape transformation combat powers. Observing Yamcha's combat strength rekindled Lin Xian's memories as a Dragon Ball aficionado. He had perused Yamcha's data in his previous life. However, due to the passage of time and the fact that few would retain the details of a supporting character, he had forgotten that in the original story, Yamcha's initial combat power was 8, which increased to 177 during the Raditz Saga and 1480 during the Saiyan invasion. After that, no official data on his combat power existed. According to Android 20, also known as Dr. Jero, Yamcha's abilities far exceeded the limits of Earthlings. Put bluntly, Yamcha's power of 8 was inferior to Goku's, who could easily defeat him in his normal state. However, at present, Goku was hungry and not in fighting form, leaving the outcome of a real confrontation between the two uncertain. "Who are you?" Goku demanded, fixing his gaze on Yamcha and Puar, one hand pressed against his growling stomach, the other pointing accusingly at them. "I have a foreboding feeling," Oolong muttered, in response to Goku's inquiry. Yamcha smirked, a hint of arrogance in his tone as he proclaimed, "Listen well, I am the infamous bandit of this desert." "Yamcha, I am Puar." Yamcha's declaration was followed by Puar introducing himself. Yamcha addressed Lin Xian, Goku, and Oolong, stating, "If you wish to keep your lives, hand over your money and capsules. Otherwise, I assure you, you will not see the sun rise tomorrow." Goku, perplexed, asked Yamcha, "Why wouldn't we see the sun tomorrow?" Yamcha replied coldly, "Because I will have already killed you, and the dead cannot see the sun." Suddenly, Oolong recalled something and exclaimed, pointing at Puar, "Puar, aren't you that whiny Puar?" "Oolong," Puar responded, astonished. "Do you know him?" Yamcha asked Puar. Filled with resentment, Puar retorted, "Yes, this Oolong character used to bully me in kindergarten when I transformed." Yamcha glanced at Oolong and assured Puar, "Do not worry, I will take care of him for you." Under Yamcha's gaze, Oolong felt a chill run down his spine, his legs trembling as sweat broke out on his body. He quickly scurried behind Lin Xian, stammering, "Lin Xian, you must save me. I am your most loyal subordinate. If anything happens to me, it would be a tremendous loss." "Oolong, look at yourself," Lin Xian replied. "Rest assured, I will not let him harm you." What is that saying? A good master should keep watch over his dog. Initially, Oolong felt touched, relieved of his fear. However, upon hearing the last line, he couldn't help but mentally rage. "First I was a pig, and now I'm a dog." Ignoring Oolong's thoughts, Lin Xian addressed Yamcha. "So, Yamcha, if you want money and capsules, you must first defeat us." Enraged by Lin Xian's dismissive attitude, Yamcha sneered, "Very well. If that is the case, I shall send you on a journey to paradise." With that, Yamcha slowly drew the knife hanging by his side. Seeing this, Lin Xian turned to Goku and asked, "Goku, who should take action?" "Leave it to me." Despite his hunger, Goku's fighting spirit remained ablaze. As they conversed, Yamcha lunged at them with his knife. Lin Xian took 2 steps back, clearing the way for Goku. Goku leaped into the air, narrowly avoiding the knife aimed at him. In midair, he drew out his power pole and swung it down towards Yamcha as he landed. Reacting swiftly, Yamcha twisted his right hand to block the incoming strike from the power pole. Clang, acquired combat power attribute. 3. Clang, acquired combat power attribute. 4. Clang, acquired bloodline attribute. Lowers Saiyan bloodline fragment from his vantage point. Lin Xian collected the attributes they dropped. As Goku landed, he shouted, "Power pole, extend." The red power pole suddenly lengthened, and Yamcha, caught off guard, was sent flying, losing his grip on the knife. "Goku is amazing. Well done," Oolong exclaimed with excitement. "Yamcha," Puar cried out in concern. Lin Xian turned to Oolong and said, "Oolong, don't just stand there. You haven't seen your old classmate in ages. You must treat him properly as he just said he would deal with you." Understanding Lin Xian's suggestion, Oolong grinned slyly and looked at Puar. Thus, Oolong sprang into action against Puar. Clang, acquired special ability attribute. Transformation technique fragment. Clang, acquired special ability attribute. Levitation fragment. Clang, acquired special ability attribute. Transformation technique fragment. Clang, acquired special ability attribute. Levitation Fragment, Clang, acquired special ability attribute. Transformation Technique Fragment. Lin Xian's intention for Oolong to engage Puar was to collect transformation technique fragments, but he was pleasantly surprised to also acquire levitation fragments, which meant slow flight. Meanwhile, on Goku's end, Yamcha stood up from the ground, holding his stomach, thinking the power pole can extend. If I recall correctly, the power pole is a weapon of the martial arts master Sun Wukong. What connection does this boy have to Sun Wukong? With this thought, Yamcha inquired, "Hey kid, where did you get that power pole?" Goku replied, "It was left to me by my late grandfather." Yamcha pressed further, "What was your grandfather's name?" Goku paused for a moment before responding, "My grandfather's name was Sun Wukong. That's so, you are the grandson of Sun Wukong." And no wonder, Yamcha murmured to himself. Then, with a serious expression, he declared, "It has been a long time since I've had a proper fight. Since you are the grandson of Sun Wukong, I cannot treat you like an ordinary child. Allow me to show you my ultimate technique." Yes, soon as he finished speaking, Yamcha assumed a fighting stance, his aura shifting like a wolf ready to pounce. Wolf Fang Fist. With a fierce growl, Yamcha charged at Goku like a famished wolf lunging for its prey. Caught off guard for a moment, Goku was kicked away. This was just the beginning, as Yamcha pursued him relentlessly, raining down a barrage of punches upon Goku. Yamcha's fighting style was brutally powerful, devoid of any flamboyance. Clang. Acquired move attribute. Wolf Fang Fist Fragment. Clang. Acquired combat power attribute. 5. Ding. Acquired combat power attribute. 6. Ding. Acquired skill attribute. Wolf Fang Fist Fragment. Ding. Acquired combat power attribute. 7. Ding. Acquired combat power attribute. 8. Bang, bang, bang. After enduring countless punches from Yamcha, little Goku was sent flying. As he was propelled away, he crashed through numerous protruding rocks, ultimately becoming buried beneath the rubble. Little Goku was flung away due to his hunger. Otherwise, such a fate would never have befallen him. Meanwhile, Yamcha believed he had killed little Goku. If only Yamcha could sense energy, he would realize that little Goku's aura had not vanished. Witnessing Goku's defeat, Oolong, who had transformed to battle against Puar, turned his gaze towards Lin Xian. Seizing this opportune moment, Puar prepared to counterattack. That instant, Yamcha addressed Lin Xian, saying, "That kid is dead. Now it's your turn. However, I can grant you one more chance. Hand over your money and capsules, and I shall spare your lives." "Are you certain Goku is dead?" Lin Xian replied, a slight smirk gracing his lips as he spoke to Yamcha. One should not utter such arrogant claims lightly, for it only serves to reveal one's weakness. With that, Lin Xian pointed towards the pile of rocks that concealed little Goku. No sooner had he finished speaking than little Goku emerged from beneath the rubble, standing tall once more. "I'm so hungry," he exclaimed, clutching his stomach, then glared fiercely at Yamcha, declaring, "How dare you hit me like that?" As for Lin Xian, he took a moment to assess the valuable fragments he had collected and how many more were needed for synthesis. Wolf Fang Fist Fragments, 2425. Transformation Fragments, 49500. Levitation Fragments, 21100. Low-level Saiyan Bloodline Fragments, 23100. Kamehameha Fragments, 35100. He needed just one more fragment to synthesize the Wolf Fang Fist. The incomplete transformation could be synthesized with only 100 fragments, while a complete version required 500. Notably, having mastered the incomplete transformation, Lin Xian need only fuse 400 transformation fragments into it to create the flawless version. The levitation skill also required 100 fragments for synthesis, equating in value to little Goku's low-level Saiyan bloodline. Upon realizing that little Goku was not dead, Yamcha charged forward, eager to continue the fight. Ding. Acquired skill attribute. Wolf Fang Fist Fragment. Wolf Fang Fist Fragments, 2525. With just 25 more fragments needed for synthesis, as Yamcha unleashed the Wolf Fang Fist once more, Lin Xian collected the final fragment required for its synthesis. While Lin Xian was busy synthesizing the Wolf Fang Fist, Yamcha, aiming to strike little Goku, found himself sent flying instead by Goku's rock-paper-scissors move. After that round of rock-paper-scissors, Little Goku felt even hungrier, drained of strength. Just as Yamcha contemplated charging again, he was suddenly startled by a soft moan. Turning his head, he spotted Bulma, who had been napping in the shade, waking up and rubbing her sleepy eyes as she regarded them. Lin Xian, Goku Oolong, and Por also noticed the recently awakened Bulma, though they were not particularly affected. Yamcha froze momentarily, his face turning a deep shade of crimson, extending even to his neck. Soon after, he became weak and collapsed to the ground like a pile of mush. Lin Xian understood that Yamcha was shy around girls. And now, confronted with one, he was visibly flustered. Looking at the overwhelming Por, who was currently gaining the upper hand against Oolong, Yamcha stammered, "Por, we need to retreat for now." Like a frightened dog, Yamcha suddenly dashed to his motorcycle, revved the engine, and sped off with Por, leaving a cloud of exhaust in their wake. Watching Yamcha's retreating figure, Lin Xian chuckled, "To come and go as one pleases. How fortunate." However, he lowered his voice to a mere whisper, audible only to himself. "I truly dislike the way you looked at Bulma. Consider this a lesson to..." As he spoke, Lin Xian utilized 100 combat power to elevate his Gale Kick to proficiency, launching it towards Yamcha's back. Host, Lin Xian. Combat power, 52. Bloodline. Earthling, excellent. Superpowers, none. Special abilities, underwater breathing, max power, energy sensing, incomplete transformation. Techniques, finger gun mastered, rock paper scissors mastered, shave proficient, moonwalk proficient, iron block proficient, paper drawing mastered, Gale Kick proficient, Wolfang Fist mastered. Having raised the Gale Kick to proficiency, Lin Xian still retained 52 combat power. His Gale Kick was not something Yamcha could evade. He should count himself fortunate. Had Lin Xian not needed Por to drop fragments, he would have ended up with nothing more than a wound across his back and a motorcycle cleaved in two, an outcome that could have been far worse. "Damn it!" Yamcha exclaimed, glancing back at Lin Xian with a look of horror. Observing the blood seeping from Yamcha's wound, Por called out anxiously, "Yamcha, I'm fine." Yamcha replied, "The wound isn't deep. I'll deal with it at home." With Yamcha vanishing from sight, having taken a hit from Lin Xian, Oolong scampered over to Lin Xian, beaming with admiration. "Big brother Lin Xian, you are incredible. That kick you executed was like something I've only seen on television. With that move alone, you could be deemed the strongest in the world." "Heh, the strongest in the world? You really know how to flatter." Lin Xian merely listened to Oolong's praises. "Wow, that kick was amazing. How did you do that?" Little Goku managed to speak up, though his voice was weak due to his hunger. Lin Xian replied, "That technique is called the Gale Kick. I can teach you how to perform it later." Upon hearing that Lin Xian was willing to teach him, little Goku's interest peaked, and despite his hunger, he exclaimed excitedly, "Just don't forget. Who was that guy earlier?" Bulma stretched, walking up to Lin Xian with a smile. "Though he pales in comparison to you 10 years from now, he is still rather handsome. Is he our enemy?" Having witnessed Lin Xian's appearance from a decade in the future, Bulma merely offered a slight compliment to Yamcha's looks. Unlike in the original storyline, just a petty thief. "Nothing to concern ourselves with," Lin Xian replied nonchalantly. Gurgle. Suddenly, a rumbling sound interrupted, not from Goku's stomach, but from Bulma's, indicating that she too was hungry. It seemed that she was not the only one feeling famished. Lin Xian quietly urged Oolong, "If you don't want to be treated as food, you should make your intentions clear and bring out your treasured capsules." Upon hearing Lin Xian's words, Oolong's eyes widened in shock. He hadn't anticipated that Lin Xian knew he had capsules hidden. Reluctantly, driven by both Lin Xian's words and his own hunger, Oolong retrieved his prized universal capsule, transforming it into a camper van. Seeing this, Bulma complained, "Oolong, if you had such a useful capsule, why didn't you bring it out sooner?" Oolong scratched his head and replied, "It's my treasure. I wouldn't part with it unless absolutely necessary." As night fell, casting a shadow over the land and enveloping it in silence, lively sounds emerged from within the camper van. "Oolong, another bowl." "Little Xian, you eat this." "Goku, that's mine." "Don't steal." The clattering of chopsticks echoed incessantly, accompanied by the sound of bowls colliding. Little Wukong's appetite was insatiable, especially in his famished state. Any food placed upon the table by Oolong vanished into his belly within mere seconds. This included the dishes that Bulma had served to Lin Xian. as well as the contents of Lin Xian's own bowl. Oolong, distressed by this spectacle, hastily consumed a small portion of food to satiate his own hunger before busily steaming and cooking more dishes. Tirelessly bringing them to the table like tea that moment, he stared vacantly at the voracious little Wukong and the towering stacks of plates accumulating beside him. It was worth noting that the provisions within the camper had been amassed over an extensive period, and in just one sitting, little Wukong had devoured half a month's worth of supplies. If he continued to eat in such a manner, the food in Oolong's camper would be depleted in no time. Where on earth did this glutton come from? Oolong lamented internally, before turning to little Wukong with a sigh, exclaiming, "You truly have an impressive appetite." Yes, he ate. Little Wukong mumbled, "That's because I'm hungry." Lin Xian and Bulma, having finished their meals, were now enjoying tea and coffee. Yamcha and Pu'er, who had long returned home, had just concluded their own dining. The wound on Yamcha's back had already been bandaged. Presently, they were plotting their return. Having failed to secure the capsule and the money, and being left with a wound courtesy of a child, Yamcha, though wary of Lin Xian's strength, was not one to concede easily. He would not allow Lin Xian and his companions to traverse the desert unchallenged. Inside Oolong's camper, Lin Xian reclined on the sofa, while the fastidious Bulma went to the bathroom to shower. Little Wukong and Oolong engaged in a discussion about the Dragon Balls at the tea that moment. Lin Xian, lying on the sofa, sensed two presences approaching the camper. The owners of these energies were none other than Yamcha and Pu'er from earlier that day, to prevent Bulma from being spied upon as in the storyline. Lin Xian advised little Wukong, "Wukong, those two fellows from earlier are back. Go outside and send them away." His voice was not low, and Yamcha and Pu'er, nearing the camper, hurriedly retreated, seeking refuge behind a rock. They were puzzled as to how Lin Xian had detected their arrival. Was it the sound of their footsteps that had given them away? "Those two are back," little Wukong exclaimed as he sprang off the sofa. "I wasn't hungry earlier, which is why I was beaten so badly by that Yamcha. Now that I'm full, I can take care of him." Upon hearing little Wukong's words, Oolong's eyes twitched slightly as he thought, "I hope you don't overdo it. If you get hungry again, the supplies in the camper will be devoured by this human-shaped glutton of yours. Can't you skip a meal?" Oblivious to Oolong's concerns, little Wukong dashed out of the camper. Oolong then turned to Lin Xian and asked, "Big brother Lin Xian, is it safe for Wukong to go out alone?" Lin Xian, still lounging on the sofa, replied lazily, "It's fine. If they start fighting, I'll go out to if it needed," stating he would certainly venture out at the first sign of a brawl, not to assist, but to gather attributes. Through his keen sense, Lin Xian was acutely aware of the happenings outside the camper. Outside, the oblivious little Wukong circled around, failing to spot Yamcha and Pu'er. "How strange. Little Xian said they were outside, but I don't see them." He scratched his head in confusion. Subsequently, little Wukong hopped onto his Nimbus cloud to search for Yamcha and Pu'er. Observing this, Pu'er transformed into a hollow rock, while Yamcha concealed himself within it. Yamcha was not afraid of little Wukong. Rather, he was wary of Lin Xian, that he feared that engaging with little Wukong might attract Lin Xian's attention. Their plan was to wait until Lin Xian and his companions were asleep before stealthily entering the camper to exact revenge and seize the capsule. Now was not the time for direct confrontation. After a while, Bulma emerged from the bathroom. Having finished her shower, she sat beside Lin Xian and inquired, "Where's Wukong? Has he gone to sleep?" "He's gone outside," Lin Xian responded, subsequently explaining to Bulma why little Wukong had ventured out. Having searched for some time on his Nimbus cloud without success, little Wukong reluctantly returned to the camper. "Little Xian, I didn't see those two outside. I looked for quite a while but couldn't find them," he reported. Before Lin Xian could reply, Oolong stood up and remarked, "Those two cowards, Yamcha and Pu'er, must have overheard Big Brother Lin Xian and fled when they realized they were discovered. Which is why you couldn't find them. That's so." Little Wukong pondered aloud, his innocence shining through. Lin Xian refrained from elaborating, as he sensed that just after little Wukong had entered, Yamcha and Pu'er were once again approaching the camper. They were currently eavesdropping outside. That Oolong's words had undoubtedly reached their ears. Indeed, upon hearing Oolong's remarks, Yamcha nearly leapt in frustration, vowing within himself to teach that pig Oolong a lesson he would not soon forget. Inside the camper, Oolong resumed the earlier conversation about the Dragon Balls that had been interrupted with Little Wukong, and both Bulma and Little Wukong eagerly joined the discussion. Outside, Yamcha, having overheard such crucial information, was elated. He desperately desired to obtain the 7 Dragon Balls that Oolong, Bulma, and Little Wukong were discussing, hoping to use a wish to alter his shy and anxious demeanor around girls. Thus, Yamcha and Pu'er stealthily departed from the camper, whispering plans to steal the Dragon Balls as they moved a distance away. Meanwhile, Lin Xian inside the camper began making his own arrangements. As time passed, the lights in the camper dimmed, and the sounds of conversation faded, leading Yamcha and Pu'er to assume that the occupants were asleep. Utilizing a transformation technique, Pu'er turned into a key, and Yamcha used it to unlock the door, easily entering the camper. Upon encountering the sleeping Oolong, he restrained his urge to deal with him for the moment. Seeing only Oolong resting there, Yamcha instinctively assumed that Lin Xian, Little Wukong, and Bulma were on the upper level of the camper. He cunningly instructed Pu'er to transform into Oolong and sent him upstairs to scout the situation, but as Oolong approached the upper level, Lin Xian called him out. Hearing Lin Xian and Pu'er descending, Yamcha hurriedly concealed the sleeping Oolong, hiding himself as well. As Lin Xian ushered the false Oolong out of the camper, he collected shards along the way. Pu'er followed Lin Xian outside, feeling relieved that the one they feared was not present. Yamcha felt a surge of joy and was about to begin searching for the Dragon Balls on the first level of the camper when he heard the sound of someone descending from the upper level. Little Wukong was coming down. Yamcha was called out by Little Wukong for a one-on-one confrontation. After their exit, the feigning Oolong awoke, locked the camper door, and the concealed Bulma emerged from the bathroom, making her way to the upper level. Meanwhile, Lin Xian was close to achieving his goal, as Pu'er, disguised as Oolong, took each step. A piece or two of transformation fragments fell. Soon, he would reach 400 fragments. Finally, reaching 400 transformation fragments, Lin Xian fused them into the incomplete version of the transformation technique. Obtaining the complete version. Alright, you can revert to your true form now. Having acquired the complete version of the transformation technique, Lin Xian came to a halt. It was now time to activate the levitation. Realizing that Lin Xian had seen through him, Pu'er attempted to float away in a hurry, only to fall right into Lin Xian's trap, who leisurely pursued him from behind. Levitation fragments. 100100. After synthesizing the levitation, Lin Xian seized Pu'er with one hand and returned to the location of the RV. Upon his return, he spotted the fierce battle between Little Wukong and Yamcha from a distance. Yamcha was no match for Little Wukong, even in a satiated state. It was evident to anyone with a semblance of sense. Yamcha launched a flying kick, but Little Wukong swiftly evaded the attack and grasped Yamcha's right foot. Subsequently, Little Wukong spun Yamcha around twice before flinging him away. Yamcha twisted in mid-air, landing gracefully on the ground. Yamcha, undeterred, charged at Little Wukong once more, but this time, Little Wukong did not dodge. Yamcha, having endured countless punches and kicks, bellowed in fury and unleashed his ultimate move, the Wolf Fang Fist. However, the Wolf Fang Fist proved ineffective, as Little Wukong's attacks were as swift as the wind. With each passing moment, the disparity between the two became increasingly apparent. Ding, acquired combat power attribute. 4, ding, acquired combat power attribute. 5, ding, acquired combat power attribute. 4, ding, acquired bloodline attribute. Lower level Saiyan bloodline fragment. As Lin Xian approached, Pu'er, held firmly in his grasp, urgently called out to Yamcha. Yamcha, I'm captured. Save me. Hearing Pu'er's plea, Yamcha became distracted and unwittingly fell victim to a relentless barrage from Little Wukong. Damn it. Yamcha ground his teeth in frustration. Now, caught between Little Wukong and the intimidating Lin Xian, who held a hostage, Yamcha was flustered, unsure of how to assist. Witnessing Yamcha being overwhelmed, Pu'er urged, Yamcha, forget about me. You should escape. Rest assured, neither of you will get away, Lin Xian declared to Pu'er before tossing him towards Yamcha. In response, Yamcha reached out, intending to catch Pu'er, but the force exerted by Lin Xian was beyond his capacity to bear. Not only did he fail to catch Pu'er, but the latter also collided with his face. causing both to lose consciousness. Afterward, Lin Xian instructed little Wukong to fetch some rope, binding Yamcha and Pu'er before returning to the RV. Inside, Oolong opened the door for them, having been seated on the couch on the first floor, awaiting their return. Oolong, these two captives are now under your care, Lin Xian said, patting Oolong on the shoulder before ascending to the second floor. Meanwhile, little Wukong collapsed on the sofa, falling into a deep slumber. His routine was to retire early, and he had indeed stayed up later than usual. Upon reaching the second floor, Lin Xian noticed Bulma already asleep. He recognized that her trust in him allowed her to rest even amidst potential danger. Choosing not to awaken her, he climbed into bed beside Bulma. Before drifting off, Lin Xian glanced at his attribute page. Host: Lin Xian Combat Power, 100 Bloodline. Earthling, Excellent, Super Ability, None Special Abilities, Water Breathing. Max Power, Aura Perception, Transformation Technique, Levitation Techniques. Finger Gun, Mastered. Rock Paper Scissors, Mastered. Shave, Proficient. Moonwalk, Proficient. Iron Block, Proficient. Paper Drawing, Mastered. Gale Foot, Proficient. Wolfong Fist, Mastered. The incomplete version was no longer listed next to the transformation technique. And a new levitation ability had been added to his special abilities. His combat power had returned to 100, thanks to the attributes he had collected. A night passed quietly and swiftly. When Lin Xian finally opened his eyes, the morning light filtered through the window, casting a gentle glow within the room. He stretched and rose from the bed. Bulma was still in deep slumber as he made his way down the stairs. There he found Oolong cradling a gun, bleary-eyed and looking as though he wished to sleep but dared not. Beside him lay the still unconscious Yamcha and Pu'er, bound by rope. Little Wukong, unbeknownst to Lin Xian, had rolled off the sofa and lay on the floor, soundly asleep, with drool trickling from the corner of his mouth, exuding an innocent charm. Lin Xian walked over and lifted little Wukong from the floor, placing him back on the sofa. Of course, with little Wukong's constitution, even if he slept on the floor for 3 days and nights, he would not catch a chill. However, resting on the sofa was undeniably more comfortable. Upon hearing the commotion, Oolong's eyes shot open. Seeing that Lin Xian was awake, he rubbed his eyes and exclaimed, Lin Xian, you're awake. I had quite the ordeal last night, waiting for you to rise. Brother Lin, I can hardly bear it any longer. Could you keep an eye on these two? I'd like to catch up on some sleep. Oolong pleaded. Lin Xian replied, just wait a bit longer. Once Wukong wakes up, let him take your place. You can go rest after preparing breakfast. Fortunately, it wasn't long before little Wukong awoke, as well that he squinted, yawned broadly, and stretched his arms high above his head before sitting up. Spotting Lin Xian and Oolong nearby, he greeted them with a cheerful smile. Xiao Xian Oolong. Good morning. In contrast to his usual cheerful demeanor, Oolong shot little Wukong a glare, grumbling, Good morning, my foot. I haven't closed my eyes all night. After venting his frustration, Oolong instructed little Wukong to watch over Yamcha and Pu'er while he prepared breakfast. Once the meal was ready, Bulma, who had been sleeping on the second floor, descended just in time to join them at the table. She bypassed any morning rituals, diving straight into breakfast. Before the meal, Bulma noticed the captured Yamcha and Pu'er. Lin Xian briefly recounted the events that had transpired outside the RV the previous night. Although Bulma was aware of Lin Xian's plans, she was astonished to learn that he had successfully captured Yamcha and Pu'er. The breakfast was quite lavish, causing a certain Saiyan's eyes to light up. No need to go through all that trouble. Just call me by my name, little Wukong exclaimed. His eating habits were slightly improved from the previous night. He devoured his food without competing with Lin Xian. Despite having witnessed little Wukong's appetite before, Bulma couldn't help but feel exasperated each time she saw it firsthand. Watching this insatiable little monster, she pondered, is Wukong's stomach a bottomless pit? How can he eat so much food and still be hungry? Thank goodness he has always lived in the wilderness. If he were in the city, few could afford to feed him. Meanwhile, Oolong, sipping his coffee, wore an expression akin to someone who had just suffered a severe financial loss. Clearly pained by the sight of little Wukong's voracious consumption. In total, little Wukong had consumed a month's worth of stored food in just 2 meals, 1 dinner and 1 breakfast. At the dining table sat Lin Xian, little Wukong, Bulma, and Oolong. Little Yukong, as expected, was devouring his food. Oolong struggled to eat, merely taking a few bites before resorting to his coffee. Lin Xian and Bulma were busy serving each other vegetables, inadvertently leading Oolong to receive what could only be described as dog food. Amidst the clinking of utensils and conversation, Bulma occasionally cast furtive glances at Lin Xian. The thought of what Lin Xian would look like 10 years from now caused her heart to race uncontrollably, and she found it increasingly difficult to contain her excitement. Moreover, the night before, she had dreamt of wearing a wedding dress and marrying her ideal Prince Charming, who, in her dream, was none other than Lin Xian a decade into the future. Noticing Bulma's persistent gaze, Lin Xian inquired, "Bulma, is something the matter? Is there something on my face? And why is your face so flushed?" Upon meeting Lin Xian's gentle gaze, Bulma's heart raced even faster. She chided herself internally. "Bulma, don't be so foolish. Lin Xian is just a child before you. Wait until he grows into his future self." After calming herself, Bulma smiled and replied, "I'm fine. It is just a bit warm in this RV. Please continue eating." Hearing Bulma's words, Lin Xian had already deduced the reason behind it. He turned to Bulma with concern and said, "I see. Make sure to drink plenty of water. This is a desert, and we wouldn't want you to suffer from heat stroke. What is this sensation I am experiencing?" Bulma pondered inwardly. Upon hearing Lin Xian's caring words, a sweet feeling unconsciously filled her heart, bringing her immense joy and delight. Subsequently, Bulma began discussing Yamcha and Puar. She inquired of Lin Xian, "Xiao Xian, how do you plan to deal with these two?" Lin Xian, while eating, replied, "Their abilities are commendable, although Yamcha's combat prowess does not match Goku's. There is room for improvement. Puar, being a shapeshifter, surpasses Oolong and possesses the ability to levitate and fly. If we could enlist their assistance, we could have them accompany us in our quest for the Dragon Balls. Much like we did with Oolong. At this juncture, Lin Xian paused, shifted his tone, and continued, "Conversely, we could eliminate them, considering they're notorious bandits in this desert. Puar's transformation abilities would render them difficult to bind with ropes. It may be simpler to dispose of them." Shortly after they sat down for breakfast, Yamcha and Puar awoke, feigning unconsciousness all along. Lin Xian's words were deliberately meant for their ears. Indeed, upon hearing Lin Xian's remarks, both Yamcha and Puar shuddered, clearly frightened for their lives. At that moment, Oolong spoke up, "Brother Lin Xian, I suggest we deal with them. Keeping them around would merely waste our resources. With your leadership, along with your and Goku's strength, Bulma's intelligence, and my assistance, collecting the Dragon Balls should be more than manageable without the need for two idle hands." It is worth noting that Bulma had lost all her universal capsules, leaving me with only this treasured RV capsule. Our food supply comes from what I had previously stored in the RV, and Goku consumed a month's worth of food in just 2 meals. Now, the food in the RV won't last us more than a few days, especially with 2 additional mouths to feed. That Oolong's words prompted Yamcha and Puar, who had been unconscious, to suddenly spring to life. Puar remarked, "Oolong, you are quite ruthless, contemplating our demise. We are classmates. After all, although you bullied me in the past, I had no intention of taking your life upon our next encounter." The resurrection of Yamcha and Puar startled Oolong, and even Bulma was taken aback. Regaining his composure, Oolong scoffed, "Ha! You are fortunate to have escaped my grasp. Otherwise, you'd have been finished." The revived Yamcha straightforwardly declared, "Brother Lin Xian, both Puar and I are willing to serve you." Hearing Yamcha's declaration, Puar enthusiastically echoed, "Yes, we are eager to serve you." Oolong had just proclaimed himself as support, and those words had perfectly illustrated his role. Otherwise, Yamcha and Puar would not have so readily pledged their allegiance to Lin Xian. Yamcha even addressed Lin Xian as Big Brother, much like Oolong. It was amusing, considering he was the same age as Bulma, both being 16, yet he called Lin Xian a mere 8-year-old Big Brother, which certainly diminished his dignity. Bulma, in particular, rolled her eyes at him, expressing her disdain. Given Lin Xian's appearance 10 years hence, Bulma had never regarded Yamcha highly, and her disdain only deepened now. Should anyone outside the RV learn that this notorious desert bandit was calling an 8-year-old Big Brother, his reputation would likely be tarnished. Well, from the moment Lin Xian captured him, The life of a desert bandit was no longer his destiny. He faced either death or the option to join Lin Xian's group. Lin Xian nodded and said to Yamcha and Puar, "Good. A wise decision." He then addressed Bulma and Oolong. "You need not worry about food. As a renowned desert bandit, Yamcha surely has ample supplies at home, along with money and universal capsules." In response, Bulma exclaimed, "Wow. As expected from you, Xiao Xian, your foresight is impressive. By recruiting two useful individuals, we also gain access to their food, money, and universal capsules." Faced with Bulma's admiration and the adoring glances she cast his way, Lin Xian waved his hand dismissively, indicating it was of little consequence. Soon after, the RV set off, with Yamcha serving as the driver, heading towards his and Puar's home. Amidst reluctant gazes, he and Puar personally loaded their food, money, and universal capsules into the RV. The team was organized as follows: Captain, Lin Xian. Co-captain, Scientist, Bulma. Combatant, Sun Wukong. Driver, Combatant. Yamcha, Chef, Servant. Oolong, Scout, Servant. Puar. One might imagine a more flamboyant individual in such a scenario exclaiming, "Pirate King? No, Dragon Ball King. I shall claim that title." Within the RV, each person had their designated role in truth, Lin Xian, Bulma, and little Wukong had little to do, while Oolong, Yamcha, and Puar were the ones doing the work. Oolong was indeed unfortunate. He bore the brunt of Yamcha and Puar's previous grievances, and these past 2 days had not been kind to him. Lin Xian, on the other hand, was not idle either. Using the excuse of instructing little Wukong and Yamcha, he had been diligently honing his combat prowess. He advanced his mastery of the 6 forms of martial arts, finger gun, and paper drawing from basic to proficient, expending 200 combat points. Subsequently, he elevated the 6 forms from proficient to beginner, depleting an additional 6,000 combat points. Once the 6 forms reached mastery, he would unlock the unique ability of Life Restoration. Life Restoration is a profound skill of the 6 forms, also featured in the Pirate King series, allowing one to control their body, hair, and internal organs freely, as long as consciousness is infused into them. Most importantly, Life Restoration utilizes vitality, or lifespan, as a cost, enabling instant recovery from injuries in critical battle situations where one's life hangs in the balance. Employing this skill would be the optimal choice. Host: Lin Xian. Combat Power 105. Bloodline. Earthling, excellent. Special abilities, none. Special skills, Aquatic breathing. Max output, Sensing aura, Transformation, Levitation skills. 6 forms of martial arts, beginner. Rock, paper, scissors, mastered. Wolfong fist, proficient. As the RV drew nearer to the exploding bread mountain, the air grew increasingly oppressive. After a while, they arrived at the outskirts of the exploding bread mountain, and upon disembarking the RV, they immediately felt the temperature rise, enveloped in stifling heat. Walking ahead, they beheld the surrounding ruins, with the ground littered with shattered bones, and straight ahead stood a dilapidated citadel. Grand and imposing. Yet, flames raged all around. Bulma's expression turned troubled. With such a large fire, how would they search for the Dragon Balls? Little Wukong, eager to help, hopped onto the Nimbus cloud, attempting to charge into the castle, only to be repelled by the fierce flames, yelping in pain. Lin Xian mused internally. While I can extinguish the fire, it would be better to call Master Roshi. It would also provide an opportunity to collect some Turtle School energy fragments. If we could synthesize the Turtle School technique this time, it would be splendid. Just as Bulma was at her wit's end, she suddenly noticed the sky darkening slightly, the ground trembling, and a massive shadow emerging before them. Without turning around, Lin Xian knew the figure behind him was the Ox King. Bulma, Oolong, Yamcha, and Puar also guessed the identity of the looming figure, breaking into a cold sweat. They then turned around to see a colossal man wielding a giant axe, adorned with a horned helmet and a heavy red cloak, standing before them. Ox King, Oolong exclaimed, his eyes widening, his tone slightly unnerved. However, with Lin Xian present, he did not appear as helpless as in the original tale. Yamcha broke into a cold sweat, preparing for battle. That moment, Lin Xian slowly turned around. "What brings you here? Surely you are not here to steal my treasures." The Ox King looked down upon Lin Xian and the others with a scornful gaze, his commanding presence palpable. The Ox King's fierce glare instilled fear in Bulma, Oolong, and Puar, who lowered their heads in dread, too intimidated to respond. Mr. Ox King, we are merely here to retrieve an item and have no intention of taking your treasures. Please do not frighten my girlfriend, Lin Xian stated, fixing his gaze on the Ox King with an air of calm. Upon hearing Lin Xian refer to her as his girlfriend, Bulma felt a wave of affection wash over her. Under different circumstances, she would have shyly retorted, "Who is your girlfriend? I haven't agreed to that." Earthling, the combat power of the Bull Demon King, is 32. Beneath his illustrious reputation lies no deception. The Bull Demon King's renown is formidable, especially as he is a disciple of Master Roshi. A combat power of 32 is indeed befitting of his stature. However, when compared to his senior brother, Master Roshi's eldest disciple, Goku's grandfather, Sun Wukong, he pales in comparison. The Bull Demon King, skeptical of Lin Xian's words, retorted furiously, "You are lying. You must be after my treasures. I shall eliminate you all," with a thunderous roar. He tightened his muscular arms and swung his axe directly at Lin Xian. Clang, combat power attribute acquired. 11. In response, Lin Xian effortlessly shattered the axe with a single hand and sent him flying with a kick. Bringing him back to his senses, what a Bull Demon King. He was easily dispatched by Xiao Xian, Bulma exclaimed proudly. Oolong, brimming with excitement, chimed in, "You kicked the Bull Demon King away with a single blow. Brother Lin Xian, you are incredible." Yamcha wiped his cold sweat and remarked, as expected of brother Lin Xian, "Truly impressive." Puer fluttered around, shouting, "Long live brother Lin Xian. Long live brother Lin Xian." The Bull Demon King, having been kicked away, wore a look of astonishment on his face, but he had not anticipated that Lin Xian, this child, possessed such strength. As he rose and prepared to retaliate, he caught sight of Goku returning on the flying Nimbus, and his eyes widened in disbelief. According to the original storyline, due to the connection between the Nimbus and the Power Pole, the Bull Demon King, after some understanding, learned that Goku was the grandson of Sun Wukong, and he transformed from a fearsome figure into one filled with warmth and enthusiasm. His gaze towards Lin Xian and the others lost its hostility. Bulma, Yamcha, Oolong, and Puer, witnessing the camaraderie between Goku and the Bull Demon King, were at a loss for words. "That I never expected you to be the grandson of Sun Wukong." The Bull Demon King spoke gently, his eyes filled with kindness as he looked at Goku. Akin to a mentor gazing upon a disciple. One could imagine that the relationship between the Bull Demon King and Sun Wukong in the past mirrored that between Goku and Krillin in later years. Goku, observing the Bull Demon King, his grandfather Jr., felt a sense of familiarity and began conversing with him. The Bull Demon King expressed his sorrow over the passing of his senior brother Sun Wukong, his expression tinged with melancholy. When their conversation turned to Master Roshi, particularly upon hearing that Goku knew the location of Master Roshi's dwelling, the Bull Demon King's eyes lit up with excitement as he eagerly confirmed. "Goku, do you mean to say you know where Master Roshi resides?" Goku nodded in affirmation. With this confirmation, the Bull Demon King immediately informed Goku that in order to obtain the Dragon Balls they had discussed, they must extinguish the flames engulfing the castle, and that the fan in Master Roshi's possession could quell the fire. Upon learning that the fan could extinguish the flames, Goku expressed his eagerness to set off and find Master Roshi. But the Bull Demon King called out to him, explaining that he had already sent his daughter, Chi-Chi, ahead. He hoped that if they crossed paths, they would travel together to find Master Roshi. Goku hopped onto the Nimbus to seek out Master Roshi, while Lin Xian and the others awaited his return. Bulma instructed Oolong to fetch some cold drinks from their RV, as the temperature was exceedingly high, and it was essential to refresh themselves. When Goku returned, riding the Nimbus, he was accompanied by a cute little girl wearing a dart helmet. This girl was none other than the Bull Demon King's daughter, in the original tale. Goku encountered Chi-Chi on the way, and they set off together to find Master Roshi. Lin Xian observed Chi-Chi, silently marveling at how adorable she was as a child. Yet who would have thought that after becoming Goku's wife, she would transform completely, fiercely urging Gohan to study and compelling Goku to seek employment to earn money, an image that lingered in memory. As soon as Goku returned, everyone immediately surrounded him, eager to discover whether he had procured the fan. Oolong, on the other hand, had approached Chi-Chi to flirt. "Nice to meet you for the first time. I am Oolong," he said. Ignoring Oolong, the others focused on Goku. What? The fan is gone, upon hearing that Master Roshi's fan had been lost. The Bull Demon King looked thoroughly disappointed. However, Goku had more to share. When he revealed that Master Roshi was coming personally to extinguish the fire, he erupted with joy, dancing with anticipation. Moments later, Master Roshi made a dazzling entrance. Riding a spinning turtle, slightly disoriented, he rose with his staff, gazing solemnly at the flames before him, adopting the demeanor of a wise sage as he proclaimed, "Is this the great fire of Bread Mountain? Truly, it lives up to its reputation." After speaking, Master Roshi turned to the Bull Demon King and remarked in a teacherly tone, "Bull Demon King, your reputation is rather unsavory. While you guard treasures, you have taken many lives. Have you not?" "Why, the Bull Demon King, now kneeling, replied, "I was blinded by greed. If I can extinguish this fire, I am willing to forsake those treasures." Master Roshi's tone shifted back to his usual self as he waved his hand dismissively, saying, "There's no need for that. It would be too regrettable." Then Master Roshi coughed deliberately, ahem, while beckoning Bulma over. Goku informed Bulma, "Bulma, the old man wants to speak with you. He has something to discuss." Lin Xian was fully aware of what Master Roshi intended to discuss with Bulma. Accompanying them was Lin Xian, who took Bulma's hand and, along with Goku, followed Master Roshi to a secluded corner. Before Master Roshi could speak, Lin Xian interjected, "Master Roshi, Goku is quite innocent. The conditions you propose cannot be held against him. If you intend to use this as leverage, then spare us, for Bulma is my girlfriend." This marked Lin Xian's second public declaration of his claim over Bulma, the first being moments ago. Nonetheless, Bulma couldn't help but blush, aware that this was not the moment to argue. Lin Xian continued to address Master Roshi. "However, I shall not allow you to make this trip in vain. I know two beautiful women who rival Bulma. Once you extinguish the fire, I shall present them before you. Whether you can seize the opportunity will be entirely up to you, old man." Upon hearing Lin Xian's words, Master Roshi's expression shifted dramatically, akin to a roller coaster ride. In truth, even if Lin Xian had not agreed to his terms, he would still extinguish the fire at Bread Mountain, as it was also a request from his disciple, the Bull Demon King. Now, with Lin Xian's subsequent statement, it was as if a light had broken through the darkness, filling him with exhilaration. "No problem. I shall go extinguish the fire now." And about those two beauties, Lin Xian confidently assured, "Rest assured, Master Roshi, after you put out the fire, they will appear before you immediately." Through Lin Xian's dialogue with Master Roshi, the astute Bulma quickly discerned the situation. She understood that Goku had inadvertently sold her out. As for the beautiful women Lin Xian mentioned, they were undoubtedly Oolong and Pur. With the negotiations settled, Master Roshi gleefully approached the front of the castle, while Lin Xian, the Bull Demon King, and the others gathered around him, awaiting the extinguishing of the flames. Those who had witnessed Master Roshi utilize the Turtle School's Kamehameha, as well as those familiar with his capabilities, held faith in his abilities. The others, however, displayed expressions of skepticism. It was time for Master Roshi to prove himself. He removed his cumbersome turtle shell, revealing his upper body, much like he had done previously for Lin Xian, Bulma, and Goku, and was pushed onto a low wall by Goku. At this moment, Master Roshi's demeanor grew solemn. His expression became serious, and an astonishing aura emanated from him, as he transformed from a frail old man into a muscular figure. How is this possible? This was too exaggerated. Those who had never witnessed such a scene were left in shock, their mouths agape in disbelief. Master Roshi clasped his hands together in a flower shape at his waist, a visible blue energy rapidly coalescing. With Master Roshi's voice, a dazzling blue beam shot forth like a meteor, surging ahead. As the Kamehameha passed through, the earth trembled, and the energy swirled chaotically. Ding! Combat power attribute acquired. 5. Ding! You have acquired the attribute of the Kamehameha technique. Fragments. Ding! You have collected the combat power attribute. 10 ding! You have collected the combat power attribute. 20 ding! You have acquired the attribute of the Kamehameha technique. Fragments. Ding! You have collected the combat power attribute. 30 ding. You have acquired the attribute of the Kamehameha technique. Fragments, ding. You have collected the combat power attribute. 40 ding. You have acquired the attribute of the Kamehameha technique. Fragments. Ding. You have collected the combat power attribute. 50 Kamehameha fragments. 100100. The Turtle Sage unleashed the Kamehameha with a force surpassing that of his previous display by the seaside. Lin Xian has successfully gathered 65 Kamehameha fragments and synthesized the Kamehameha technique. Furthermore, Lin Xian has also collected a combat power of 350, exceeding his previous total. Host. Lin Xian combat power, 266 Bloodline. Earthling, excellent, Superpower. None special abilities. Aquatic breathing, max power, aura perception, transformation technique. Levitation techniques, 6 forms of martial arts, beginner, rock, paper, scissors, mastered, wolf fang fist, skilled, Kamehameha, skilled. Lin Xian's combat power recently reached 466. He elevated the wolf fang fist and Kamehameha from mastery to proficiency, consuming 200 combat power in the process. The Turtle Sage's Kamehameha not only extinguished the flames of the castle, but also obliterated the castle and the entire mountain. The remnants of the castle have been reduced to mere rubble. Witnessing the devastation wrought by the Kamehameha, the Ox King stood with his mouth slightly agape, a visage of utter despair etched upon his face. With a trembling voice, he pointed ahead and lamented. "Master, the fire is extinguished, but the castle and the mountain are gone." Though the Ox King had declared his intention to forsake treasures, losing his home was a far greater agony. It was not merely sorrow, but profound anguish as for the others, aside from Lin Xian. Even Bulma and Goku, who had previously witnessed the Turtle Sage's Kamehameha, found themselves frozen in shock, their astonishment unmistakable. How could they not be astonished? The flaming castle had vanished without a trace, and the entire mountain had been shattered. The ground lay strewn with debris emitting wisps of black smoke, a testament to the inferno that once raged here. Regaining her composure, Bulma confronted the Turtle Sage. "Old man, you were merely asked to put out the fire, yet you have completely demolished the castle. What if the Dragon Balls are lost?" The Turtle Sage turned to survey the extent of his handiwork. Scratching his head awkwardly as he replied, "I truly apologize. I exerted too much force and failed to control my strength." With no further recourse, Bulma retrieved the dragon radar, pressed a button to magnify the target, and beckoned Lin Xian and the others to commence the search for the Dragon Balls. The convenience of a dragon radar was undeniable. Before long, Lin Xian located the Dragon Ball beneath the ruins of the castle. It was the 7-star ball, which he promptly handed over to Bulma, who received it with great delight. During the search for the Dragon Ball, Goku, having witnessed the recent display of the Kamehameha, remained lost in thought, reflecting on the Turtle Sage's technique. After locating the Dragon Ball, Goku eagerly approached the Turtle Sage to inquire about the Kamehameha. In response, the Turtle Sage remarked, "To master the Kamehameha, one must train for at least 50 years. 50 years? Goku was taken aback. Assuming that mastering the Kamehameha was exceedingly difficult, Goku decided to give it a try. He assumed the stance, brought his hands together, and called out, "Kamehameha! You have acquired the combat power attribute." 9. Goku thrust his hands forward with a vigorous push, unleashing a blue beam of energy, minuscule compared to the Turtle Sage's, which struck the ground not far away, leaving a small crater. Witnessing this, everyone gazed at Goku in astonishment, and the Turtle Sage's eyes flickered with surprise. Later, during a conversation with the Ox King, the Turtle Sage learned that Goku was the grandson of Son Gohan, which lessened his astonishment as he recalled what his former disciple, Son Gohan, had once told him. Meanwhile, Lin Xian had long anticipated that Goku would master the Kamehameha. Thanks to his presence, Goku's current strength surpassed that of his original self at this point in the story. In the original narrative, Goku had already been capable of learning the Kamehameha. Moreover, Goku was now witnessing the Kamehameha for the second time. That it could only be said that Goku was a true martial arts prodigy. This was also the aspect in which Goku surpassed Lin Xian, that if Lin Xian's combat power were to match Goku's or only slightly exceed it, he would not have been able to master the Kamehameha after merely witnessing it twice. Given his current bloodline level, Lin Xian approached Goku and commended, "Goku, that was impressive. You learned the Kamehameha after just 2 viewings. Goku smiled and replied enthusiastically, I never expected that. I just tried to mimic the old man's movements. And it actually worked. Lin Xian added, Goku, you're not the only one who has learned the Kamehameha. I have mastered it as well. Goku, astonished, exclaimed, Lin Xian, you learned the Kamehameha too? Not only Goku, but everyone present was eager to know the answer. Lin Xian nodded and stated, of course, watch closely. Concentrating his energy in the palm of his hand, a blue orb coalesced as he declared, Kamehameha. In an instant, a blue beam shot forth, creating a massive crater in the ruins of the castle, which had already been reduced to rubble. Lin Xian's current combat power stood at 275, exceeding that of the Turtle Sage by a factor of 2 and a bit more. If it would unleash his full strength, he could easily surpass the Turtle Sage's recent Kamehameha with a more powerful strike. Unbeknownst to all, Lin Xian had been deliberately concealing his abilities, although Lin Xian's Kamehameha could not quite rival that of the Turtle Sage. It was nonetheless an impressive display, far surpassing Goku's effort. Well done, Lin Xian. Bulma beamed with pride as Lin Xian's girlfriend. Goku gazed at the crater created by Lin Xian's Kamehameha and remarked, that's incredible. The onlookers expressed their admiration. The Turtle Sage, once again taken aback, mused to himself, surprised that this young man had learned my Kamehameha technique just like Gohan's grandson. His talent is truly formidable. Moreover, both the power and control he exhibited were significantly superior to Goku's. The Turtle Sage muttered to himself, then approached Lin Xian and Goku, praising, you both performed admirably, effortlessly mastering a technique that took me decades to develop. It was nothing, Goku chuckled. Lin Xian remarked, old man, your Kamehameha is quite remarkable. The Kamehameha lower-class Saiyan bloodline. In other words, the Kamehameha equates to a Saiyan with a lower-class bloodline. Observing Lin Xian and Goku, the Turtle Sage inquired, would you two like to come my home? If you experience a period of training with me, there's a great likelihood that you will surpass me. Upon hearing the Turtle Sage's words, Yamcha exclaimed, the martial arts master wants Lin Xian and Goku to train with him. Is that true? Goku's face lit up with excitement. Having witnessed the Turtle Sage's prowess, he certainly wished to train under him. He exclaimed to the Turtle Sage, I've gathered all the Dragon Balls, so I will come and train with you. As for Goku, I won't allow him to leave. Lin Xian must stay by my side. Bulma interjected, refusing the Turtle Sage before Lin Xian could speak. Upon hearing Bulma's refusal on his behalf, Lin Xian fell into deep thought and said, Turtle Sage, let me think about it. If I go, I will join Goku. For others, the opportunity to train with the divine martial artist, the Turtle Sage, is a rare blessing. For Lin Xian, however, it was inconsequential whether or not he attended. Hearing Bulma and Lin Xian's responses, the Turtle Sage sighed and advised Lin Xian, take your time to consider it carefully. In the eyes of Master Roshi, Lin Xian and little Wukong were akin to 2 uncut gemstones, each indispensable in their own right. Particularly regrettable was the absence of Lin Xian, who, despite being younger than Wukong, possessed greater strength and talent. In stark contrast, if it weren't for the fact that he could not overpower Lin Xian. Yamcha would have relished the opportunity to kick Lin Xian aside and teach him a lesson, taking his place to train under Master Roshi, also known as the Great Martial Arts Teacher. After Master Roshi extinguished the flames of the Bread Mountain, the weather turned pleasantly cool, no longer oppressively hot and dry, with occasional refreshing breezes wafting through. Feeling this change, the Bull Demon King expressed his profound gratitude towards Master Roshi through excited gestures, which filled the old master's heart with immense satisfaction, a proud smile illuminating his face. Simultaneously, Lin Xian fulfilled his promise. He pulled Oolong and Puar to a secluded spot, transforming them into beautiful maidens to appease Master Roshi. Ultimately, the old master found himself unable to stem the flow of his nosebleed. However, one could only wonder what his thoughts would be if he realized he was actually gazing at 2 anthropomorphic beings of the same gender. Once content, Master Roshi bid farewell to the crowd, while Lin Xian and his 5 companions prepared to depart from Bread Mountain. As little Wukong was boarding the RV, Chi-Chi called out to him, Wukong, when I grow up, you must marry me, and I will be your wife, she declared. Wife? The innocent little Wukong's eyes widened in confusion, his face a canvas of questions, as he was unaware of the meaning of the term. The occupants inside the RV, hearing the exchange between Chi-Chi and little Wukong, leaned out to witness this captivating moment, Lin Xian among them. Meanwhile, Chi-Chi, with her large eyes fixed intently on little Wukong, appeared anxious. Fearing a rejection, 0.1 second passed, then 2, and then 3. The silence stretched for over 10 seconds, and Chi-Chi found herself waiting in vain for Wukong's response. Lin Xian understood that Wukong was pondering the meaning of wife. Just as Chi-Chi was about to break the silence to speak again, little Wukong turned to Lin Xian and asked, "Little Xian, what is a wife? Is it something to eat?" Upon hearing little Wukong's question, Lin Xian had yet to respond when Bulma, Oolong, Yamcha, and Por burst into laughter, finding Wukong's innocent curiosity endearing, especially his query about whether a wife was edible. The Bull Demon King and Chi-Chi, father and daughter, were astonished that Wukong was so naive as to not even know what a wife was. Huffed. Lin Xian covered his mouth, chuckling as he replied, "Wukong, it doesn't matter what a wife is or whether it's something to eat. Just agree to her request for now." Grateful for Lin Xian's timely assistance, Chi-Chi's face broke into a radiant smile. She looked at Lin Xian and said sweetly, "Thank you, little Xian." Chi-Chi was well aware of their names. At that moment, Wukong appeared utterly bewildered. Although he still did not comprehend the meaning of wife, he decided to comply with little Xian's suggestion. Thus, little Wukong nodded in agreement to Chi-Chi's proposal, promising to marry her when he grew up. Yamcha started the RV again, and they resumed their journey in search of the Dragon Balls. As Chi-Chi watched the RV slowly depart, a look of reluctance crossed her face. Before long, the vehicle vanished from her sight. On the road, Lin Xian stumbled upon a stag beetle and, inspired, conceived an idea. In his previous life on Earth, the stag beetle was known to possess extraordinary strength, capable of lifting weights up to 850 times its own. It was renowned as the strongest creature in the natural world, even surpassing the strength of ants. This conclusion was based on proportionality. For an average adult, this equated to the ability to lift the weight of 9 adult elephants. Considering the weight of an elephant, which can reach around 6 to 7 tons, that translates to approximately 12,000 to 14,000 pounds if an average adult, weighing around 150 pounds, possessed the strength of a stag beetle. They could lift an astonishing 127,500 pounds, equivalent to 63.75 tons. A single punch delivering 63.75 tons of force would be insignificant in the Dragon Ball universe, where mountains shattered by Master Roshi weighed several 100,000 tons. And even the smallest mountains were in the thousands of tons. In a world where combat prowess was unparalleled, lifting a mountain using energy was a trivial task. The difference was that once Lin Xian activated this ability, delivering a punch with a force 850 times his weight would become instinctual, requiring minimal energy expenditure. Should Lin Xian's weight in the future reach several dozen tons, or even millions, multiplying that by 850 would yield formidable strength. Presently, at the tender age of 8, Lin Xian weighed a mere 60 pounds, making his lifting capacity 51,000 pounds, or 25.5 tons. Ding! Acquired special ability attribute. 850-fold strength fragment. Ding! Acquired bloodline attribute. Stag Beetle Bloodline Fragment. Ding! Acquired special ability attribute. 850-fold strength fragment. Ding! Acquired battle power attribute. 0.1 Ding! Acquired battle power attribute. 0.2 Ding! Acquired special ability attribute. 850-fold strength fragment. Ding! Acquired battle power attribute. 0. 2. The Stag Beetle Bloodline Fragments totaled 145, while the 850-fold strength fragments reached 250. 250. Lin Xian deemed the Stag Beetle Bloodline Fragment irrelevant, merely glancing at it before disregarding it. With 14 fragments collected, he required just one more to synthesize 3 complete Stag Beetle Bloodlines. Lin Xian not only synthesized the 850-fold strength, but also expended 1,000 battle power to elevate the bloodline from excellent to elite status. Most of the battle power fragments dropped by the Stag Beetle were only 0.1 or 0.2, with occasional drops of 0.3. The Stag Beetle's inherent battle power was 0.3. Thus the fragments dropped were numerous yet collectively low. Lin Xian primarily amassed battle power from Wukong. Host, Lin Xian battle power, 130 Bloodline. Earthling elite, Superpower, none special abilities. Underwater breathing, max power, key perception, transformation technique, levitation, 850-fold strength techniques. 6 styles of martial arts, beginner. Rock, paper, scissors, advanced. Wolfang fist, proficient. Kamehameha, proficient. Notably, after synthesizing the 850-fold strength, Lin Xian could not only unleash punches with 850-fold strength, but also adjust the force between 1 to 850 times based on his weight. The RV arrived at a colossal mushroom forest, and Lin Xian gazed outside, exclaiming, "The mushrooms here are as tall as trees. This is my first time seeing such wonders of nature." At that moment, Yamcha slowed the vehicle, turning to Lin Xian and the others, stating, "There's a town up ahead. Let us stop to replenish our supplies and grab a bite to eat. A town built upon giant mushrooms lay just ahead." Sounds good. The occupants of the RV had no objections. After entering the town, Yamcha drove directly to a gas station to refuel. As they filled the RV, the passengers disembarked. While refueling, as Yamcha paid, 2 individuals donned in military attire. One stout and one slender, with black rabbit ear headbands and protruding glasses, sauntered down the street, one of them puffing on a pipe. The townsfolk, spotting these 2 in military garb, reacted with exaggerated fear, hastily avoiding them, and shopkeepers shuttered their windows. "What's with that expression? Do you find me displeasing?" One of them scoffed. "What a terrible apple, truly unpalatable," shouted the leaner one, as he seized an unfortunate resident by the collar and threatened him. Meanwhile, the portly one overturned a fruit vendor's stall. Bulma observed the 2 in military attire and inquired, "Who are those 2? Recalling past experiences, Oolong remarked, "They must be local bullies." Yamcha, who had only recently ceased his life as a desert bandit, disdainfully replied, "Just a couple of unremarkable thugs, preying on ordinary people." The moment those 2 men clad in military attire arrived, the gas station owner disregarded even the fuel payment and hurried into the store, promptly locking the doors and windows. This town had not a single respectable woman. The slender man in uniform grumbled in dissatisfaction. Beside him, the corpulent one suddenly brightened up and exclaimed, "Look ahead, there's a rather attractive woman." The woman in question, of course, was Bulma. Upon spotting Bulma ahead, the rotund man quickened his pace, approaching her with a lewd grin plastered across his face. The rotund man, flashing a mischievous smile, said, "Beautiful lady, why not keep us company?" "Ah, go to the underworld and let the ghosts accompany you," Lin Xian replied coldly. "You little brat, you must be from out of town, right? It seems you have a death wish, daring to provoke our rabbit army." "Looks like it's time for a lesson," the slender man declared as he drew a handgun from his waist, aiming it at Lin Xian. With a swift motion, Lin Xian extended his hand and gently squeezed the barrel of the gun, crushing it into a ball. The spectacle left both the slender and corpulent men utterly dumbfounded. The slender man stammered, momentarily at a loss for words. Sensing the dire situation, the corpulent man hastily pulled out his own firearm from his waist, preparing to take action against Lin Xian. However, before he could react, a resounding thud echoed as his companion was sent flying by a single punch from Lin Xian, landing several meters away, neck twisted, lifeless. Had it not been for his concern about frightening Bulma with excessive violence, Lin Xian would have obliterated the slender man with a single blow. Witnessing his companion's demise, the corpulent man realized the gravity of the situation and quickly retrieved a walkie-talkie from his waist. Shouting into it, "Boss, we've encountered a formidable opponent here. Is he calling for that rabbit?" "Perfect, I was just hoping to meet that rabbit," Lin Xian replied. With that, he delivered another punch, ending the corpulent man's life as well. The rabbit Lin Xian referred to as the leader of the rabbit army, known as the rabbit boss, who commanded the 2 men in military garb he had just slain. Lin Xian held a vivid impression of this rabbit boss, who possessed the superpower to turn people into carrots with a mere handshake, alongside his 2 subordinates who committed misdeeds that in the original tale. When Sun Wukong and Bulma traversed this town, they clashed with the rabbit army, resulting in Bulma being transformed into a carrot by the rabbit boss's superpower. With the assistance of Yamcha, Sun Wukong later defeated the rabbit army, sending them to the moon. where the rabbit boss survived by making rice cakes with his two subordinates. Lin Xian was quite intrigued by the ability to transform others into carrots with a handshake. Naturally, he understood that the rabbit boss's power could only affect those whose combat prowess was on par with or slightly below his own. Those far superior would remain unaffected. You have brought disaster upon yourselves. You should flee. An elderly man observed Lin Xian's actions, filled with trepidation, before swiftly disappearing from sight. The onlookers around them mirrored the old man's response. What is happening? Bulma inquired, perplexed. Yamcha surveyed the deserted streets and shuttered shops, commenting, Lin Xian, most of the residents have fled, and we haven't restocked our supplies yet. Not to worry. Once we deal with that rabbit, we can continue to replenish our resources, Lin Xian replied nonchalantly. Before long, a rabbit-shaped vehicle approached Lin Xian and his companions. Halting before them, a rabbit figure, donned in sunglasses and traditional robes, stepped out with a serious demeanor. The character for rabbit prominently displayed on his attire. They're all dead, the rabbit boss exclaimed upon seeing the lifeless bodies of his subordinates. He then kicked off with his right foot, executing a series of spins in the air before landing in front of Lin Xian. He then extended his right hand toward Lin Xian, smiling as he said, Let us shake hands. A handshake. Sun Wukong, Bulma, Yamcha, Pu'er, and Oolong were all taken aback by the rabbit boss's gesture. They had anticipated a fierce confrontation, only to be met with unexpected friendliness from the rabbit boss, which caught them off guard. Nonetheless, Yamcha felt a peculiar familiarity about the rabbit boss. In response to the rabbit boss's request, Lin Xian shook his hand. To the astonishment of all, Lin Xian did not turn into a carrot, causing the rabbit boss's expression to shift. Ding. Acquired superpower attribute. Handshake to carrot fragments. Ding. Acquired combat power attribute. 1 ding. Acquired combat power attribute. 2. Handshake to carrot fragments. 300-300.to synthesized the rabbit boss's ability to turn others into carrots via handshake. Lin Xian needed 300 fragments to in the process of gathering enough fragments. Lin Xian also accumulated 290 combat power. Host, Lin Xian combat power, 420 Bloodline, Earthling elite, superpower, handshake to carrot special abilities, underwater breathing, max power, sensing aura, transformation technique, levitation, 850x strength techniques, 6 styles of body technique, entry level, rock, paper, scissors, mastery. Wolf Fang fist, proficient, Kamehameha, proficient. The ability to turn others into carrots through handshake filled a void in Lin Xian's attributes, marking his first superpower. The rabbit boss, now stripped of his value, found himself at Lin Xian's mercy. Lin Xian jestingly inquired, What do you think I should do with you? Exiling you to a place from which you'll never return seems rather troublesome. Perhaps it would be simpler to kill you. Considering you are a thoroughly wicked individual, the rabbit boss, gripped by fear, realized his superpower was ineffective against Lin Xian, unable to transform him into a carrot, nor could he escape Lin Xian's grasp. In desperation, he pleaded, No, please don't kill me. I have money. I've amassed a fortune over the years, and I can serve you. Oh, you wish to serve me? Lin Xian chuckled, suddenly activating the ability he had synthesized, transforming the rabbit boss into a carrot. Witnessing this, Yamcha recalled why the rabbit boss seemed so familiar. Long ago, during his exploits in the desert, he had heard tales of this town ruled by the rabbit army. And the rabbit boss, a rabbit-like humanoid with the power to turn others into carrots with a handshake, that time, he hadn't paid much mind, as this town was outside his sphere of activity, and he had no conflicts with the rabbit army. Now, however, the rabbit boss had been turned into a carrot by his brother Lin Xian. Yamcha felt a mix of regret and agreement with Lin Xian's decision. It was a pity that the rabbit boss possessed considerable strength and the ability to turn others into carrots. Had Lin Xian recruited him, it would have been a significant boon as an elder. He and Pu'er would also benefit from an increase in status. Yet, due to the rabbit boss's superpower, should he not genuinely serve Lin Xian, there was little to fear. However, being betrayed by this individual would be a troubling prospect. Confounded, Yamcha wondered how Lin Xian had managed to employ the rabbit boss's superpower. Thus, he asked, Lin Xian, how did you do that? Lin Xian replied, I learned it from the rabbit. Can superpowers be learned? Aren't they innate? Yamcha murmured in disbelief. Meanwhile, upon learning of the rabbit boss's formidable abilities, Bulma contemplated persuading Lin Xian to recruit him into their group. Lin Xian's transformation of the rabbit boss into a carrot was not meant to be lethal. He aimed to test the superpower and allow the rabbit boss to experience what it felt like to be transformed into a carrot. Once reverted from carrot form, the rabbit boss submitted to Lin Xian, effectively expanding their team to 7 members. The rabbit boss transitioned from being the leader of the rabbit army to a mere subordinate within Lin Xian's group. Subsequently, Lin Xian and his companions visited the rabbit boss's residence. Taking all valuables they could find, it was evident that the rabbit boss had amassed quite a fortune over the years, far exceeding Yamcha's wealth. After enjoying a meal at the rabbit boss's home, the group departed. After replenishing their supplies in the town, Yamcha drove the RV as the 7 of them left the town behind. With the rabbit army gone, the townspeople erupted in celebration. Along the journey, Lin Xian continued to observe the scenery dominated by colossal mushrooms. They had yet to emerge from the giant mushroom forest. There are 2 distinct auras. Lin Xian sensed 2 distinct energies and recalled a storyline from his previous life. Murmuring to himself, "They must be here to seize the Dragon Balls." At that moment, an unusual sound emanated from outside. Lin Xian rose to his feet and turned towards the source of the noise, only to witness a small missile hurtling towards their RV. "We are under attack," Yamcha shouted. Oolong and Puar were already in a state of panic, flitting about inside the vehicle, the newly joined member of their party. The little rabbit felt a cold sweat trickle down his brow as he remembered his past as the leader of the rabbit brigade upon seeing the missile approaching. Lin Xian opened the window of the RV, leaped out, and kicked the missile, causing it to explode mid-air. Boom! The missile detonated in the sky. Simultaneously, a steel robot resembling a walking egg jumped down from a gigantic mushroom, aiming its mechanical cannon arm at the RV. Firing another small missile. With a precise flick of his finger, Lin Xian detonated the missile in mid-flight. With a combat power of 420, he found it challenging to hold back. If he were to release his strength, it would be akin to unleashing a tempest. The primary issue was that those attempting to seize the Dragon Balls were woefully inadequate in power. The robot operator, Aishio, along with Xiao Wu, who had yet to take action and was merely observing, were following the orders of Pilaf's 2 subordinates to snatch the Dragon Balls. If they managed to take the Dragon Balls, it could be seen as a fortunate turn of events. Had they not taken them, Lin Xian would not have had the opportunity to openly monopolize the chance to wish upon Shenron. Afterward, Lin Xian allowed a vast amount of water to flow, discreetly enabling Aishio to seize the Dragon Balls without anyone noticing. It was no easy feat, truly no easy feat. "Bulma, are you unharmed?" Lin Xian, now resembling his 10-year-later self, released Bulma from his embrace and gazed at her with concern. "Xiao Xian, thankfully, you are here," Bulma responded softly, lowering her head. Just moments ago, Lin Xian had held her protectively, filling her heart with joy, sweetness, and excitement. Aishio, piloting the robot, did not leave immediately after snatching the Dragon Balls. Instead, he addressed the occupants of the RV, saying, "I apologize, but I shall be taking your Dragon Balls." With that, flames erupted from the bottom of the robot as it ascended into the air, leaving behind a thick trail of exhaust. Moments earlier, the RV had been affected by the explosion of a small missile. However, Lin Xian had managed to shield it quite well. The RV had merely been overturned, lying on its side. Inside the RV, Bulma's expression shifted drastically upon witnessing Aishio's robot fleeing. She exclaimed in dismay, "Oh no, the Dragon Balls! Our Dragon Balls are in that box! Goku, you must chase after them." Goku, who was curiously looking at the robot, paused upon hearing Bulma's words. Just as he was about to summon the flying Nimbus, Lin Xian interjected, "Goku, there is no need to pursue." Goku halted his summoning, casting a puzzled glance at Lin Xian. Bulma, equally bewildered, asked Xiao Xian, "Why not let Goku chase? With the speed of the Nimbus, he could easily catch up to the ones who took our Dragon Balls." Lin Xian explained, "The individuals who took our Dragon Balls came prepared. They have undoubtedly relocated the Dragon Balls. Moreover, we need not rush. We require all 7 Dragon Balls to make a wish, as you mentioned, Bulma. Additionally, we still possess the relic of Goku's grandfather." As he said this, Lin Xian pointed at Goku, smiling at Bulma. "Look, the 4-star ball is still hanging from Goku's waist." With this Dragon Ball in our possession, we need not fear their success. Little Goku's eyes lit up as he patted the pocket at his waist. Exclaiming with excitement, "That's right, Grandpa wasn't taken." Bulma nodded, her face radiant with joy as she declared, "That's wonderful, with Goku's Dragon Ball and the Dragon Radar. Retrieving the Dragon Balls will not be an issue." Subsequently, the overturned RV transformed back into a Capsule Corporation vehicle. Yamcha and the little rabbit produced the capsules, and two vehicles appeared before everyone. Bulma climbed into one of the cars, wielding the Dragon Radar to locate the Dragon Balls. The stolen Dragon Balls were moving at a rapid pace. "Yamcha, that direction," Bulma directed, relaying the temporary course and distance to Yamcha. Yamcha pressed the accelerator, pushing the vehicle to its maximum speed as it surged forward, rapidly closing the gap to the Dragon Balls, while the little rabbit pursued closely in the other vehicle. The Dragon Balls halted their movement within a castle, where a small, blue-skinned figure wearing a hat with fried rice written on the front, Pilaf, excitedly opened the box containing the Dragon Balls. The 5 Dragon Balls within radiated a dazzling light, illuminating his greedy gaze. Overwhelmed with excitement, Pilaf had yet to count the number of Dragon Balls when he shouted jubilantly, "Fantastic! I've finally gathered all 7 Dragon Balls." Standing beside Pilaf were Aishio and Xiao Wu, the two who had been tasked with stealing the Dragon Balls. Despite her reluctance, Xiao Wu felt compelled to speak up upon noticing a discrepancy in the number of Dragon Balls. "Lord Pilaf, there is an error in the count. Including our one, we only have 6 Dragon Balls." Pilaf, momentarily stunned by the news, felt as though a bucket of cold water had been poured over him. Counting the Dragon Balls, he confirmed there were indeed only 6 that clinging to a glimmer of hope. He counted the stars in the Dragon Balls. 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, 7. After 2 counts, despair washed over him as he realized the 4-star ball was missing. In a fit of anger, Pilaf turned to Aishio and Xiao Wu, berating them. "You 2 worthless fools! How could you let 1 Dragon Ball slip away? Hurry and find it." "Yes," Aishio and Xiao Wu replied in unison, sweat beading on their foreheads. Just as they were about to depart, Pilaf called them back, saying, "No need. The 7 Dragon Ball is already coming to us." Using the Dragon Radar, Pilaf discovered the 4-star ball was approaching their location. Yamcha, piloting the hover car, halted when he caught sight of the castle. Bulma, seated in the back, pointed towards the castle and said to the others, "Look, there's a castle ahead. The radar indicates the Dragon Balls are inside, and the ones who took them must be hiding there as well." "Stop," Lin Xian commanded Yamcha. With a sudden brake, Yamcha brought the hover car to a stop, and everyone exited the vehicle. The little rabbit's car also came to a halt, and its 3 occupants disembarked as Yamcha and the little rabbit transformed their vehicles back into capsules. The rest of the group gazed at the castle before them. "Let us proceed," Lin Xian instructed the others. Upon reaching the entrance of the castle, they found the stone door firmly shut. Goku stepped forward, mustering his strength to push the stone door open, revealing a dark passageway beyond. The darkness enveloped the corridor, and had it not been for the sunlight streaming in through the doorway, they would have been utterly lost within. Bulma shivered at the sight of the shadowy passage. As a girl, she instinctively took a step back, feeling a wave of fear wash over her. Just as her anxiety peaked, Lin Xian, maintaining his 10-year-later appearance, placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder. "Do not fear. Nothing will happen. Stay close to me." Upon hearing Lin Xian's comforting words, Bulma's trepidation melted away like snow under the sun. "All right." Holding Lin Xian's hand, Bulma smiled at him as they entered the castle. Goku and the little rabbit walked ahead, scouting the path, while Lin Xian and Bulma followed behind them. With Yamcha bringing up the rear in case of danger, he would be at the back, while Puar and Oolong walked in front of him, and Lin Xian trailed behind Bulma. Along the way, everyone except Lin Xian remained alert. Lin Xian believed that there was little danger ahead, only to encounter a stone prison mechanism waiting for them around a bend. In reality, the traps along this path came one after another. With Lin Xian's combat prowess, these traps barely posed a challenge. However, he was indeed caught off guard. Having watched the Dragon Ball series countless times, from the start of Goku and Bulma's quest for the Dragon Balls to the conclusion of the Majin Buu saga, Lin Xian naturally thought of the manga storyline. In addition to the manga, there was also the anime version. As a Dragon Ball enthusiast, Lin Xian had seen it during his childhood in a past life. Though it felt like ages ago, the anime's plot was rather lackluster. After watching it once, he never returned to it. Of course, compared to the neighboring One Piece anime, Dragon Ball's storyline was still quite commendable. At least it wasn't utterly devoid of meaning. In contrast, the One Piece anime struggled to keep pace. For ordinary people, the traps encountered by Lin Xian and his companions were lethal. However, the 7 of them were of high caliber. Aside from Bulma, who was an ordinary person, Puar and Oolong, 2 rather weak beings, had their transformation techniques to rely upon. The journey thus far had been filled with suspense, but ultimately safe. Yet they found themselves imprisoned in the stone cell. Now that we're trapped, what are we going to do? Bulma lamented while gazing at the unyielding stone wall surrounding them. Meanwhile, Goku, Yamcha, and the little rabbit were desperately pounding on the walls. However, the walls were incredibly sturdy, far beyond what the 3 of them had anticipated. Despite their combined efforts, they made no progress and soon found themselves panting from exhaustion. Stop hitting the walls. They're not something you can break through. Conserve your strength, Lin Xian remarked nonchalantly, his eyes glinting with insight. Goku, Yamcha, and the little rabbit paused, collapsing onto the ground to catch their breath. Let me take a shot at it, Lin Xian declared upon hearing his words. Bulma, Yamcha, and the others brightened, recalling Lin Xian's use of the Kamehameha wave back at Bread Mountain. Just then, a screen appeared on the stone wall, revealing the face of Pilaf. Foolish mortals, this wall is beyond the strength of your fist to shatter. His condescending voice echoed in the ears of Lin Xian and his companions. Who are you? Bulma demanded, staring at the screen. Pilaf replied, I am King Pilaf, the future ruler of the world, if you obediently hand over the remaining 4-star ball. I, King Pilaf, may be merciful and spare your lives. Dream on. Only an idiot would comply with your demand. It's you who should return the Dragon Ball to us, Bulma retorted resolutely. Goku chimed in, Yeah, I would never hand over my grandpa to you. Very well, Pilaf sneered. If you refuse to comply, you shall regret it. With that, the screen went dark, and Pilaf vanished from view. Instantly, numerous small holes appeared in the walls, releasing a purple gas that swiftly filled the stone cell, enveloping it in a haze. Despite Bulma and the others covering their mouths and noses in time, they soon felt an overwhelming wave of fatigue. The weariness intensified, and they found themselves succumbing to sleep. Goku fell asleep the fastest and slept the soundest, drooling onto the floor. Observing this, Lin Xian leaned against the stone wall and shut his eyes to rest. In less than a minute, the stone cell opened, and Pilaf, accompanied by Mai and Shu, entered. To his surprise, the comical Pilaf was completely unprepared and was swiftly knocked unconscious by the gas. Goku's 4-star ball was taken by Mai, who was following behind him. The Dragon Ball is gone. A startled exclamation shattered the silence within the stone cell. The first to awaken was Bulma. Realizing the gravity of the situation, she immediately noticed that Goku's Dragon Ball was missing from his waist. Hearing Bulma's outcry, Goku, Yamcha, the little rabbit, Puar, and Oolong all stirred awake. Goku felt the empty space at his waist and wore a bewildered expression. What do we do? Those villains might have already made a wish to the dragon. Bulma said, tears welling in her eyes. No, they haven't succeeded yet. The door is open now. Let's go reclaim the Dragon Ball. Lin Xian urged, pointing towards the unlatched door. Yes, soon as Lin Xian finished speaking, they dashed out of the door and down the corridor, only to encounter Pilaf and his companions, who were on their way to make a wish. Both parties froze, and Lin Xian, who was aware of the plot, was not surprised. He called out, Hand over the Dragon Ball. Run, Pilaf shouted, urging his 2 subordinates to flee. It must be said that Pilaf and his 2 lackeys, Mai and Shu, while not particularly powerful, were remarkably quick on their feet, and their familiarity with their surroundings aided their escape. Despite Lin Xian's lack of intent to pursue, Goku and Yamcha failed to catch up with them. After creating some distance, Pilaf and his companions activated a series of traps. One by one, the mechanisms surged forth like a tidal wave. Each trap was fraught with peril and excitement. While protecting Bulma, Lin Xian accidentally became separated from the group, finding himself confined in a separate stone cell. Bulma and the others were imprisoned in the adjacent cell. Once again trapped, Bulma and her companions felt utterly despondent. Xian, are you all right? Bulma shouted to the cell next door. Lin Xian responded, I'm fine, but I'm also confined. I'm going to use the Kamehameha to break down the cell and then rescue you all. Great. Bulma's eyes lit up once more. With Lin Xian around, even such a solid stone prison could not hold them. Had it not been for those despicable individuals releasing sleeping gas in the previous cell, their situation would have been entirely different. In the adjacent cell, Lin Xian enunciated clearly. Haim. A blue energy sphere coalesced in his palm. Beams of light radiating outward as he blasted through the wall of his prison. According to the original storyline, this should be the moment when the dragon is summoned. Lin Xian pondered. Sure enough, Pilaf was shouting at the 7 Dragon Balls. Come forth, dragon, grant my wish. The sky darkened, and a blue dragon appeared, swirling majestically in the air. State your wish. I can grant any wish, but only one, the dragon proclaimed, adopting a lofty demeanor. Hearing the dragon's words, Pilaf and his 2 companions trembled with excitement that on the other side, as Lin Xian used the Kamehameha to free them, little Goku attempted to create a hole, managing to punch through a hole the size of a bowl. However, this small hole would not suffice for those without transformation techniques to escape. The 5 individuals trapped in the cell, aside from the naive Goku, were fuming with frustration. The little rabbit who had joined the group last became quite interested in the Dragon Balls after hearing their magical properties. But at that moment, Bulma shouted to Lin Xian, Xian, go make a wish. You don't need to save us right now. We cannot let them succeed and squander our hard work in collecting the Dragon Balls. Receiving the directive, Lin Xian replied, rest assured, I will not allow them to succeed. With that, Lin Xian transformed into a missile and shot out at top speed towards Pilaf and his companions. Meanwhile, Pilaf was still caught up in his excitement, gazing at the imposing blue dragon above. He envisioned his future reign over the world. The dragon, observing that Pilaf had yet to voice his wish, urged, hurry, state your wish. As Pilaf was about to suppress his excitement and articulate his wish, he suddenly witnessed a swirl of smoke beside him. Lin Xian, who had transformed into a missile, reverted back to his human form and landed beside them. In an instant, Lin Xian delivered a kick that sent the 3 of them flying. The trio, akin to shooting stars, diminished in size, becoming smaller and smaller until they were reduced to a mere point of light, their distance from Lin Xian unknown. Their wish was now beyond their reach. Pilaf and his companions wore expressions of deep reluctance. Observing their flight, the eternal dragon appeared bewildered. Once it regained its composure, it reiterated the rules to Lin Xian, stating, speak your wish. Any wish is permissible, but you may only make one. This pivotal moment of making a wish to the eternal dragon, Lin Xian had long since made his decision. Prior to this, he had contemplated numerous wishes. Vector manipulation. This ability allows one to freely control the direction of kinetic energy, thermal energy, electrical energy, and all forms of energy through mere skin contact. Such a power can reflect all physical attacks, including gravity, air pressure, light, oxygen, sound wavelengths, and more. Mental control. This grants the ability to manipulate another through sight or telepathy, rendering the commands given to the subject absolute. Even commands as dire as self-destruction leave the subject powerless to resist. Replication. The capacity to duplicate the abilities of others, encompassing any skill or weapon visible to the naked eye, mastering their use entirely. Causal rewrite. This power enables one to alter the physical laws of the universe and the causal relationships within it, rewriting applicable causal laws from the dawn of the universe to the distant future. Complete hypnosis. This allows one to dominate the 5 senses of the opponent, compelling them to entirely believe in the appearance, form, mass, texture, and even scent of a specific object as dictated by the master. Omniscience and omnipotence. The ability to see and alter the future, allowing one to foresee any threats to oneself and obliterate them at a future moment. Elemental transformation. This grants the capability to become elemental, rendering physical attacks ineffective. Eternal Dragon. My wish is to acquire the ability to simulate all elements of Earth, a power I shall call elemental transformation, enabling me to manipulate, create, and transform into all elements found on Earth. Lin Xian's decision to articulate this wish was thoroughly considered. aware that a wish of excessive grandeur was beyond the capability of this lesser dragon. He meticulously sifted through his options, ultimately elevating his natural elemental transformation to this ambition. Elemental transformation. Elemental transformation allows one to become any element on Earth, surpassing the mere capabilities of natural elemental transformation. The 5 great elements in Naruto, fire, earth, water, wind, and lightning, are mirrored in the natural elemental fruits of One Piece. Besides natural elements, there are also well-known basic elements alongside those from the periodic table of chemical elements. The basic elements are metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. The chemical elements are numerous, far surpassing the combined total of natural and basic elements. Mercury, for instance, is a chemical element commonly known as quicksilver. The atmosphere predominantly consists of nitrogen, which comprises 78, with oxygen making up 21, leaving the remaining 1 for other elements. Natural and basic elements are primarily synthesized from chemical elements. Once the wish is granted and the ability of elemental transformation is obtained, it becomes feasible for Lin Xian to transform into mercury or air without difficulty. Additionally, he would encompass the powers of the natural elemental fruits from One Piece, such as smoke fruit, flame fruit, sand fruit, thunder fruit, ice fruit, dark fruit, flash fruit, magma fruit, swamp fruit, gas fruit, and snow fruit, encompassing them all. What the attribute collection system? With it, Lin Xian's future combat prowess could effortlessly annihilate the universe, rendering the mere ability of elemental transformation trivial. To understand this, one must consider absolute zero, a temperature that cannot exist in the cosmos, equivalent to minus 273.15 degrees Celsius. At this temperature, time, space, and light are all immobile, effectively freezing the entire universe. This is no mere fantasy. The speed of light allows one to circumnavigate the Earth 7.5 times in 1 second. Trunks and Goten, fused into Gotenks, circled the Earth several times, taking a few seconds to do so. This indicates that, in later stages, the speed of light could at least rival that of Super Saiyan 3, or even approach that of the god of Super Saiyan, as for Admiral Kazuru from One Piece, who consumed the light fruit and can transform into light. He has yet to achieve light speed because his body merely becomes light. His soul reaches a threshold of endurance, at which point his speed is capped. To forcibly increase his speed would tear his soul apart. The transformation of the soul into light falls within the realm of advanced wishes, let alone transforming into all elements on Earth. From the outset, Lin Xian harbored no such aspirations that it suffice for his physical form to simulate and become various elements. As for his soul, as Lin Xian's combat power increases, so too will the strength of his soul. When that time comes, would he fear the inability to withstand the speed of light? Not in the least. Meanwhile, trapped within the stone prison, Bulma, having witnessed through the hole created by Goku's Kamehameha, heard Lin Xian's articulated wish and felt a twinge of disappointment. She had planned to wish for Lin Xian to grow 10 years older, but hadn't yet had the chance to discuss it with him. However, Bulma quickly adjusted her mindset. As a scientist, she found Lin Xian's wish to be exceedingly intriguing. Goku, standing nearby, inquired, "What did little Xian say? It's so hard to understand. What are all the elements of Earth, and what does elemental transformation mean?" The others within the stone prison, aside from Bulma, were clueless and wanted to explain to Goku, but found themselves at a loss for words to clarify. Bulma, the only one capable of explaining, began. Meanwhile, the eternal dragon remained silent for a few seconds after Lin Xian made his wish. After a brief pause, the dragon finally spoke. "I can only grant you the ability to physically simulate all elements of Earth. I cannot alter your soul." "That is acceptable." Lin Xian nodded in agreement. The eternal dragon continued, its eyes glowing red as it declared, "Your wish has been granted. Farewell." With that, the dragon vanished, and the 7 Dragon Balls transformed into stones, soaring off in 7 different directions. Upon witnessing the flight of the Dragon Balls, Goku in the stone prison turned to Bulma and asked, "Bulma, what just happened?" "Goku, I forgot to mention, after a wish is granted, the Dragon Balls turn to stone and scatter in different directions. It takes a year for them to revert to Dragon Balls again." At this point, Bulma spoke apologetically. "I should have informed you about this earlier. My apologies." Goku, though innocent, was astonished, exclaiming, "What? A year? While Goku may be naive, he understood that Bulma possessed the dragon radar. Even if the dragon balls flew away, they could be retrieved in a short time. However, once they turned to stone, they wouldn't be accessible for a year. While Goku was still processing this, Lin Xian had already set out to rescue them. Having just acquired the ability of elemental transformation, how could Lin Xian resist the temptation to experiment? Witnessing his hand morph into stone, he gently placed it against the stone wall from which Goku had created a hole with his Kamehameha. Under his control, the layout shifted, revealing a door-shaped opening point one by one. The individuals inside the stone prison emerged through the gap. Little Xian, let us witness the wonders of elemental transformation. Indeed, brother Lin Xian, we wish to see elemental transformation. Surrounded by Bulma and others, Lin Xian caught their attention as they observed his hand transform into stone, each eager to gain a clearer understanding of the abilities he had acquired. In response, Lin Xian obliged their curiosity. Before their eyes, he fully metamorphosed into stone, merging seamlessly with the castle. Subsequently, the castle underwent a remarkable transformation, crafted predominantly of stone, which astonishingly transformed into a colossal stone giant. Lin Xian's ability to turn to stone resembled an evolved version of the stone fruit from One Piece. However, while the stone fruit could achieve certain feats, Lin Xian surpassed its limitations in every aspect. Presently, he emulated the powers of the stone fruit. This fruit allowed its user to assimilate with nearby rocks, absorbing their exterior, hardness, and various other properties to augment their own strength. Upon absorbing the power of the rocks, the user could transform into a massive stone giant to launch attacks. The size and attacking force of the stone giant were determined by the assimilated rocks. Furthermore, the user could penetrate walls through rock assimilation, merging with any rocks or rock-based structures they came into contact with, exerting control over these stone products while allowing the rocks to assimilate with their body. The user could elongate their form into stone or transform into rock to attack alongside the terrain. Even if the user's body were shattered post-assimilation, they could eventually restore themselves, albeit requiring some time for recovery. Moreover, as long as the substances belonged to the realm of stone, the user could exert control over them, even altering the landscape and the appearance of structures. Thus, any buildings or trees attached to the rocks would be indirectly assimilated, merging with the user. The stone fruit is akin to a natural type power. Yet, as a paramecia fruit, the user does not transform into stone. Their essence remains concealed within the rock. Shattering or slashing the rocks after assimilation would prove ineffective. Only by directly incapacitating the user could their powers be nullified. Unlike the stone fruit, which cannot elementalize, Lin Xian's elemental capability of petrification far surpasses it. He could transform into a stone giant without merging with the castle. After merging with the castle and becoming a stone giant, Lin Xian created several large craters in the surrounding grass before reverting the castle to its original state, repairing all the damage sustained. Subsequently, Lin Xian ignited his fiery transformation, turning his body into flames and unleashing a barrage of fire-based techniques, such as fire fists and fire guns. To ordinary individuals, the might of fire is formidable. In nature, wildfires can reach temperatures of several hundred degrees. Such flames extinguish upon contact with water and cannot withstand magma. For Lin Xian, whose fiery transformation is merely one branch of his powers, elevating the temperature of the flames is a simple task, achievable by introducing other elements into the fire. However, Lin Xian remained uncertain about which elements to incorporate, as he lacked knowledge on the matter from his previous life. Of course, if he wished to know, he could easily consult Bulma. With the guidance of the brilliant scientist Bulma, maximizing the elemental powers would be a matter of moments. After igniting into flames, Lin Xian shifted into a smoky form, ensnaring Goku and Yamcha with his mist. Trapped within the smoke, Goku struggled in vain, exclaiming, "What an impressive ability! The greatest advantage of smoke transformation lies in its capacity to ensnare foes." In One Piece, Smoker, the user of the smoke fruit, similarly traps enemies in smoke. His most distinctive technique involves transforming his arm into smoke, shaping it into a serpent that strikes at the target, relentlessly pursuing until it makes contact. The smoke transformation's vulnerability lies in its susceptibility to wind, rendering it less formidable as a branch ability. Following the transformations into stone, flames, and smoke, Lin Xian ventured into sand transformation, emulating crocodile by shaping sand into blades for attacks. His right hand could drain moisture from any living being or object it touched, reverting stones and soil back into grains of sand. Ultimately, Lin Xian transformed a large patch of grass into a desert, extracting the underground water to create quicksand and summon a sandstorm. Witnessing the grassland morph into a desert, accompanied by quicksand and a swirling sandstorm, Bulma and the others were left in awe. As Lin Xian's earlier transformations paled in comparison to the stunning display of his sand abilities, they were witnessing, for the first time, the power to alter the natural environment without technological means, creating a permanent change that, in the minds of Bulma, Yamcha, and others, such a feat of altering nature, rather than destroying it, seemed a divine capability. Destruction, they thought, was akin to the turtle hermit obliterating a mountain with the Kamehameha wave. Although a desert is not an ideal environment, it undeniably represents a form of natural habitat. However, Lin Xian felt dissatisfied with his sand transformation. Similar to Crocodile's sand fruit, his sandy form would solidify upon contact with water, making him vulnerable to physical attacks. Lightning transformation, on the other hand, was undeniably superior to his stone, flame, smoke, and sand transformations, existing on an entirely different level. Upon transforming into lightning, Lin Xian gained the ability to levitate and fly, summoning lightning from the clouds above. Not only that, through his lightning transformation, he could read others' brainwaves, discerning their thoughts, a method akin to telepathy, over an extensive range, surpassing Enel's mantra in terms of strength, thanks to Lin Xian's overwhelming combat prowess. Just moments ago, as he floated in the air with his lower body transformed into lightning, Bulma thought, "Wow, Xiao Xian looks even cooler. His abilities are increasingly impressive. I must say, wishing for elemental powers from the dragon is truly a stroke of luck for Xiao Xian." The other five had their own thoughts. Yamcha and the bunny contemplated that if they ever had the chance, they too would wish for the ability to elementalize. It was simply too powerful. Following his lightning transformation, Lin Xian employed the powers of the Navy admirals, Akiji and Kizu, utilizing ice and light transformations consecutively. The desert he had created became encased in ice, a layer of frost spreading across the sandy terrain. Although Lin Xian, in his light form, could not reach the speed of light, he could fly at incredible velocity in this state, delivering powerful strikes. His body emitted a dazzling light, momentarily blinding those around him, while compressed light particles unleashed lasers that resulted in widespread explosions. Among all elemental branches, the abilities of ice and light certainly ranked as the most formidable. Following these, the darkness transformation was also formidable. In this form, Lin Xian became an embodiment of darkness, possessing the gravitational pull of shadows that he could absorb, compress, and shatter anything that came into contact with the darkness, pulling individuals toward him through gravitational force, rendering opponents with superpowers temporarily unable to use their abilities. Compared to the darkness transformation derived from the dark fruit, Lin Xian's ability could elementalize without the drawbacks of vulnerability to seawater or sea stone. When harm was inflicted, the pain did not multiply as it did with the dark fruit. As Lin Xian's hand darkened, he ensnared the bunny with his dark gravity. Observing this, Per exclaimed, "Is Lin Xian going to kill him?" Before he could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by Yamcha. "Per, don't be ridiculous. Lin Xian is surely just testing his abilities as he did earlier." Goku interjected, "Xiao Xian would never harm his allies." Seizing the moment, Oolong pointed accusingly at Per, declaring, "Per, do not maliciously speculate about Lin Xian." "That's right." Bulma nodded in agreement. The bunny, sharing Per's apprehensions, trembled as he stammered, "Lin Xian, are you going to kill me?" "I sincerely submit to you. Please don't kill me." Having read the bunny's untroubled thoughts during his lightning transformation, Lin Xian had no intention of harming him. After all, Bulma and Goku could not tolerate the act of slaying their companions. Lin Xian reassured the little rabbit, saying, "Do not worry, I shall not harm you. This is merely an experiment. Now, utilize your superpower and see if you can still wield it." All right, upon hearing that Lin Xian would spare his life, The little rabbit sighed in relief and immediately activated his superpower. To his dismay, he discovered that his ability to transform hands into carrots had seemingly evaporated in that moment. The little rabbit, once the leader, realized this must be related to Lin Xian. Lin Xian, my superpower is gone. Upon hearing this, Lin Xian released him. The liberated little rabbit was elated to find that his superpower had returned, exclaiming, "It's back. My superpower is restored." Subsequently, without any need for Lin Xian's prompting, Bulma, the brilliant scientist observing the experiment, deduced the truth using her scientific knowledge. Having previously tested the freezing and flashing transformations, both of which were abilities shared by two admirals, she was keen to explore the third admiral, Akainu's, powers. Lin Xian transformed his arm into a colossal magma fist, simulating the impact of a volcanic eruption as he launched his fist forward. Countless volcanic projectiles rained down upon the ground, creating numerous magma craters. This was one of Akainu's signature moves, the Great Eruption. Next, Lin Xian unleashed the dog-bite Red Lotus. His magma-formed arm morphed into the shape of a dog's head, extending its molten limbs to deliver a blow. Finally, he executed Akainu's most formidable technique, the Meteor Volcano. In Lin Xian's understanding, the Meteor Volcano was Akainu's most powerful attack, utilized during the Marineford War. Whether he possessed any other more potent techniques, Lin Xian could not say. Lin Xian's fists, in their molten form, generated a multitude of massive magma punches, which he launched skyward. They cascaded down like a meteor shower, transforming the earth into a blazing sea of magma. In the world of One Piece, the magma fruit is renowned as the most potent and destructive of all Logia-type devil fruits in Lin Xian's hands. However, it proved to be somewhat unremarkable. The temperature of magma, without the addition of other elements, peaks at just over 1,300 degrees. This temperature is relatively low in the vastness of the universe, though it is true that in the original narrative, Goku was pierced by a laser gun and felt cold in the frigid landscape. Alongside Vegeta, who donned a winter coat, their key enhancements rendered magma ineffective against them. The freezing transformation can freeze time and space. The lightning transformation can reach the speed of light. The thunder transformation can function as a mind-reading technique, allowing for levitation and flight at speeds comparable to light, utilizing the released electric fields to traverse through them, effectively ignoring obstacles akin to teleportation, while the darkness transformation wields gravitational pull and black holes. When compared to the freezing, flashing, lightning, and darkness transformations, other branch abilities fall short in many aspects. The swamp transformation allows one's body to turn into a swamp, resembling mud in nature. Those ensnared in a swamp sink deeper the more they struggle, ultimately suffocating. However, one cannot claim this branch ability is particularly strong, yet it is not without merit, as its greatest highlight lies in its capacity to conceal objects. After transforming into a swamp, Lin Xian could hide any items, including living beings, within his body. In addition to the swamp transformation, the darkness transformation also permits concealment, albeit limited to living entities. Both swamp and darkness transformations function like two infinitely large storage spaces. The gas transformation allows one's body to become gas, manipulating various poisonous gases to eliminate biological entities. It can purify the surrounding atmosphere or compress nearby gases, extracting oxygen from the air to extinguish flames or suffocate living beings. In comparison to the smoke transformation, it is undoubtedly more formidable. The snow transformation enables any part of the body to become snow dash, like the Lin Xian transformed into snow. Flakes began to fall from the sky. Utilizing snow-based techniques, it is worth noting that while the snow may appear soft, it can be hardened by the creator, Lin Xian, achieving a hardness comparable to steel, capable of forming razor-sharp blades. Lin Xian initially intended to conjure a blizzard, but upon seeing Bulma, he promptly ceased the snowfall. In the natural world, the snow's vulnerability lies in its inability to withstand heated objects or flames, rendering it somewhat inferior among the various branch abilities. Thus far, Lin Xian had tested numerous abilities, wreaking havoc upon the grassland. The damage was most severe in a significant area that had transformed into a desert, with some regions struck by magma. Now, he set about restoring it. Previously, Lin Xian had experimented with 12 branch abilities: Stone Transformation, Flame Transformation, Smoke Transformation, Sand Transformation, Lightning Transformation, Freezing Transformation, Flashing Transformation, Darkness Transformation, Magma Transformation, Swamp Transformation, Gas Transformation, and Snow Transformation. Now, he first employed Earth Transformation to rejuvenate certain areas of the previously frozen desert back into vibrant land. The craters pockmarked by magma had yet to be extinguished by the gentle snowfall. The once dominant sea of magma that had existed merely a moment ago was now nowhere to be seen. After the Earth Transformation, Lin Xian proceeded to utilize wood transformation. Among those who excelled in wood manipulation, none stood out more than the original Hokage, Hashirama Senju, who could morph into various forms for both offense and defense. With the wood release technique, trees rapidly sprouted from the ground, creating a forest in an instant, with the caster controlling all offensive and defensive maneuvers within it. Centered around the castle, Lin Xian established an outer and inner perimeter. The outer perimeter saw a forest emerge instantaneously, forming a natural circle that encircled the castle from a great distance. While within the inner perimeter, countless cherry blossom trees sprang up, closely encircling the castle. The giant mushrooms that had once dotted the grassy area surrounding the castle had long since vanished. The ground in the outer forest was carpeted with lush grass, interspersed with flowers, beneath the multitude of cherry blossom trees in the inner circle. A splendid array of blossoms flourished. Bulma gazed in awe at the blossoms surrounding her, exclaiming, "How beautiful!" Indeed, Wukong nodded. Even he, in his simplicity, found the cherry blossom trees blooming around him to be exquisite, let alone others. The transformation into wood was merely a prelude, as the essence of wood, cherry blossoms, and the flora at his feet were mere embellishments. After this transformation, Lin Xian invoked the flow of water. It was insufficient to merely have trees and flowers. A source of water was essential for the castle's surroundings. On the side of the castle, within the cherry blossom grove, there lay a vast clearing, which Lin Xian converted into a small freshwater lake. His efforts to enhance this place stemmed from his appreciation for its environment, aspiring to make it a resting place, or rather, a home. Indeed, a home. At the lake's edge, Lin Xian utilized stones and transformed wood to construct a quaint house and a pavilion. It sufficed to introduce an appropriate quantity of fish and shrimp into the lake. Subsequently, Lin Xian, without causing any disruption, underwent elemental transformation, sequentially becoming mercury, air, metal, bronze, silver, gold, diamond, white clouds, miasma, storm, and aurora. The aurora, a breathtaking and colorful plasma phenomenon, manifests in the high altitudes near the Earth's poles, illuminating the night sky with its radiant beauty. Just like the Earth in the 7th universe of the Dragon Ball world, Lin Xian's previous Earth also possessed both the Antarctic and Arctic regions. The aurora in the Antarctic is referred to as the Southern Lights, while in the Arctic, it is known as the Northern Lights. The auroras on Earth arise from high-energy charged particle flows from the Earth's magnetosphere, or the Sun, which excite and ionize atmospheric molecules or atoms. Auroras appear above latitudes close to the geomagnetic poles, typically in banded, arc-shaped, curtain-like, or radial forms, exhibiting both stability and continuous variation. 3 conditions are necessary for the formation of auroras: atmosphere, magnetic field, and high-energy charged particles. Auroras are not exclusive to Earth. They also occur on other magnetized planets within the solar system. In simpler terms, auroras radiate a multitude of colors without being harsh on the eyes. When Lin Xian transformed into a storm, he did not conjure a fierce wind or a tornado, but merely a gentle breeze that caused the petals from the cherry blossom trees to cascade into the lake and onto the ground. Coupled with the splendid auroras above, the scenery became even more enchanting. That moment, Lin Xian, along with Bulma and the others, reclined upon a carpet of cherry blossoms, gazing up at the auroras, while conversing with Bulma. Lin Xian recounted the various branch abilities he had employed. Previously, he had experimented with 12 branch abilities: Stone Transformation, Flame Transformation, Smoke Transformation, Sand Transformation, Lightning Transformation, Freezing Transformation, Luminescence Transformation, Darkness Transformation, Magma Transformation, Swamp Transformation, Gas Transformation. and snow transformation. Following this, he had also tried land transformation, wood transformation, water flow transformation, mercury transformation, air transformation, metal transformation, bronze transformation, silver transformation, gold transformation, diamond transformation, white cloud transformation, miasma transformation, storm transformation, and aurora transformation, amounting to 14 branch abilities. In total, this constituted 26 elemental branch abilities. Metal transformation, wood transformation, water flow transformation, flame transformation, and land transformation represent the 5 elemental attributes. Adding freezing transformation, lightning transformation, storm transformation, luminescence transformation, and darkness transformation, one arrives at the 10 primary attributes. Bronze, silver, and gold are categorized within the metallic ranks. However, these 3 are unique and thus classified separately. Typically, metal transformation refers to steel that, in terms of metallic abilities, Lin Xian could draw inspiration from the character march from Tian Xing Jiu Tian, whose power, the 7th sense, pertains to the art of metal manipulation, featuring techniques such as floating life 1,000 blades, all blades return to 1, sword rain fireworks, metal frenzy, metal decomposition, and metal transformation. The 6-winged silver-white wings formed from condensed metal that March possessed remain vividly etched in Lin Xian's memory. Furthermore, Lin Xian could also reference Mr. One from One Piece, the user of the Chop Chop fruit, Des Bones. This fruit allows the user to transform any part of their body into a blade, simultaneously rendering their skin as resilient as steel. Thus, in his metallic form, Lin Xian could likewise transform any part of his body into a steel blade. Techniques include blade mastery, transforming his hand into a blade to grasp and slice through opponents. Dust slash, segmenting objects into minute fragments. Annihilation slash, crossing his arms to cleave through foes. Spiral cut, transforming his wrist into a blade and rapidly spinning to slice through adversaries. Foam daisy slash, spreading his hands to absorb impact before unleashing radial slashes. And dust slash speed blade, converting his heel into a blade to glide forward like ice skates. Lin Xian, your transformations into gold, silver, and diamond just now could make anyone envious, exclaimed Yulong, gazing at Lin Xian with a look of greed. Transitioning from bronze to silver and gold, Lin Xian had merely shifted from blue to white, then to gold, without creating anything substantial. Lin Xian replied nonchalantly, with my current strength, I could infinitely create gold, silver, and diamonds. However, I have no intention of doing so. I would only create them in moderation. Otherwise, the value of gold, silver, and diamonds on Earth would plummet. You are absolutely correct, Xiao Xian. Bulma first agreed with Lin Xian's statement. Then lamented, Xiao Xian, with your ability to create gold, diamonds, and silver at will, you could soon replace my family and become the wealthiest person in the world. Before Lin Xian could respond to Bulma, he heard Pu'er, reclining on the pedals, say to Yamcha, Yamcha, look how beautiful the moon is tonight. The moon. At Pu'er's words, Wukong instinctively glanced at the moon overhead. This night marked the full moon, a full moon. Grandpa never let me look at it, so I could only sneak a peek, Wukong murmured, gazing at the round moon. As he continued to stare at the moon, he suddenly felt a jolt of energy surge through his body, a flash of red appearing in his eyes, his expression twisting into a grotesque visage, veins bulging on his forehead, and a glint of light flickering across his teeth. Wukong felt his blood boiling uncontrollably. As if ignited by flames, his consciousness slipping from clarity to chaos. The transformed Wukong sat upright, unleashing a furious roar that reverberated, echoing in all directions. The commotion stirred Bulma, Yamcha, and the others, their faces shifting with shock as they stood, gazing at Wukong in disbelief. Keep your distance. I will handle this. Wukong has lost his reason, and his power has multiplied tenfold. If you remain this close, he could kill you, Lin Xian warned those present. Given Lin Xian's combat prowess, even if Wukong's strength had indeed surged, he could easily resolve the situation with a single strike. Lin Xian was determined not to miss this opportunity to augment his battle power. As his bloodline and techniques awaited elevation through combat as for the destruction Wukong might cause, Lin Xian could simply restore it afterward. Upon hearing Lin Xian's words, Bulma, Yamcha, Yulong, Pu'er, and the little rabbit quickly distanced themselves from Wukong. At this moment, Wukong's clothing had torn, his bones audibly cracking as they expanded. Accompanying this was Wukong's resounding roar. The once diminutive figure of Wukong was now entirely obscured, transformed into a colossal ape. Covered in fur, standing at an impressive height of nearly 10 meters, this really Wukong? Bulma exclaimed in disbelief. Wukong looks terrifying like this, Yulong stammered, recalling Lin Xian's strength and the elemental transformations he had just executed. Yulong calmed his racing heart and remarked, Wukong is in good hands with big brother Lin Xian. No matter how fearsome he appears, he will not stand a chance against big brother Lin Xian. The Saiyan, Sun Wukong, had a normal battle power of 12, an enraged battle power of 16, and a battle power of 120 in his giant ape form. Lin Xian observed Wukong, now aware of the precise battle power he possessed in this transformed state. Confirming that it had indeed multiplied tenfold, it could be said that Wukong was now capable of engaging in a direct confrontation with Master Roshi. Lin Xian mused, aside from destroying the moon. The only solution left is to remove his tail at the end, just as in the original story. The giant ape that Wukong had become began to move, causing the earth to quake beneath him. Many cherry blossom trees being crushed underfoot, and the castle suffering severe damage. Ding! Acquired Bloodline attribute. Low-level Saiyan Bloodline Fragment. Ding! Acquired Special Ability Attribute. Giant Ape Transformation Fragment. Ding! Acquired Battle Power Attribute. 70. Ding! Acquired Bloodline Attribute. Low-level Saiyan Bloodline Fragment. Wukong resembled a madman, wildly swinging his enormous fists, wreaking havoc upon everything within sight. In the face of Wukong's tremendous strength, the castle appeared as fragile as paper, crumbling into ruins after just a few blows. The transformed Wukong, devoid of reason, was consumed by a frenzy, his eyes reflecting nothing but unbridled rage, as he unleashed his destructive desires. That moment, his gaze fixed upon the nearest Lin Xian, intent on attacking him. However, before he could strike, Lin Xian effortlessly sent him sprawling with a single kick. The giant ape quickly regained his footing, snatching a stone from the ground and hurling it down at Lin Xian from his elevated position. Ding! Acquired Special Ability Attribute. Giant Ape Fragment. Ding! Acquired Combat Power Attribute. 100. Ding! Acquired Bloodline Attribute. Low-level Saiyan Bloodline Fragment. The transformation into a giant ape had triggered an explosion of bloodline attributes, causing fragments to continuously drop. Additionally, the ability of Giant Ape was also dropping as a unique skill. Conversely, Lin Xian stood firm against the incoming boulder, shattering it with a swift kick. The fragmented stones scattered across the ground, creating numerous small craters. What immense strength! Yamcha praised. Rabbit brother, if you were to shake hands with Wukong now, could you transform him into a carrot? The question came from Puar, who referred to the little rabbit as Rabbit brother within the group. Previously known as Rabbit Boss, Puar and Oolong were the only ones daring enough to call him that, while Lin Xian, Bulma, and Wukong were the only ones bold enough to call him Rabbit Boss. Yamcha, on the other hand, opted for the more conventional rabbit. Impossible. The little rabbit shook his head, stating the disparity in strength is too great. As the stone missed Lin Xian, the giant ape Wukong lunged towards him. Naturally, Lin Xian allowed him to unleash his attributes and accumulate combat power. Ding! Acquired Combat Power Attribute. 90. Ding! Acquired Combat Power Attribute. 100. Ding! Acquired Bloodline Attribute. Low-level Saiyan Bloodline Fragment. Ding! Acquired Combat Power Attribute. 110. Having nearly maxed out his combat power, Lin Xian utilized his shimmering ability to cast a ring, severing Wukong's tail. Upon losing his tail, the giant ape Wukong stood frozen for a second. In the next moment, he began to shrink as he lost his tail. Subsequently, the tailless Wukong lay on the ground, eyes tightly shut, mouth slightly ajar, breathing steadily, having succumbed to a deep slumber, his face adorned with an innocent expression. As Wukong reverted from his giant ape state back to his original form, everyone, except Lin Xian, breathed a sigh of relief. Lin Xian sensed that the slumbering Wukong had seen an increase in combat power after transforming into the giant ape, rising from the original 12 points to approximately a third more, totaling 4 points of combat power. Saiyan. Sun Wukong, normal combat power. 16 angered combat power. 21 giant ape transformation combat power. 160. Indeed, upon reviewing Wukong's combat power, it had increased from 12 to 16, precisely a third more than before. Xuan, it's thanks to you that we're not in dire straits. I never anticipated that Wukong would transform into a monster. Bulma remarked, glancing at the sleeping Wukong with relief. Oolong chimed in, exactly, I never imagined Wukong could be so terrifying. I was trembling in fear at first, even breaking into a cold sweat. In response, Lin Xian said, I also overlooked it. Wukong cannot see the moon during a full moon. The moment he does, he transforms into the giant ape we just witnessed. His grandfather, Sun Wufan, was crushed to death by him in that form. Although Wukong believes his grandfather perished at the hands of a monster, this is something he must discover for himself. Full moon. It's my fault. If I hadn't mentioned the moon, Wukong wouldn't have looked. Puar said, lowering his head in self-reproach. Lin Xian reassured Puar, you needn't blame yourself. The moon is in the sky. Even if you hadn't mentioned it, Wukong would have seen it eventually. It was merely a matter of time. Afterward, Lin Xian restored the castle, the ground, and the cherry blossom grove that Wukong had destroyed back to their original state. Next, Lin Xian examined his recent gains at low-level miracle power fragments. 500, 5000 giant ape fragments. 100, 1000 low-level Saiyan bloodline fragments. 100. The low-level miracle power fragments were acquired by Lin Xian when the dragon granted his wish. He needed 5,000 fragments to synthesize low-level miracle power. Should Lin Xian possess this special ability, he would be able to assist others in realizing their wishes, akin to the dragon on Earth, with varying levels of wishes and the timing for their realization. Through this combat power accumulation, Lin Xian also gathered giant ape and low-level Saiyan bloodline fragments, although he had yet to synthesize them. Not to mention the low-level Saiyan bloodline, the unique ability of giant ape transformation allowed a tenfold increase in combat power during a full moon. Independent of bloodline, were it not for the grotesqueness of the giant ape, Lin Xian would have gladly accepted the giant ape transformation. Host. Lin Xian combat power, 222 bloodline, Earthling, king level, super ability, handshake transformation into carrot. Elemental special abilities, aquatic breathing, max power, aura perception, transformation technique, levitation, 850-fold strength, life restoration techniques, 6 styles of body technique, mastered, rock, paper, scissors, great accomplishment, Wolfang fist, proficient, Kamehameha, proficient. Lin Xian expended 10,000 combat power to elevate his bloodline to king level and invested 60,000 combat power to upgrade the 6 styles of body technique from entry level to mastery, finally mastering life restoration, thereby adding another ability to his special skills, with the bloodline upgraded to king level. Lin Xian's lifespan extended to 300 years, meaning he could now live for 300 years. The previously mentioned bloodline levels were ordinary, excellent, elite, king level, and emperor-level. It was also noted that there existed a vast chasm between elite and king level. Beyond the disparity in their innate talents, the most significant distinction lies in their lifespans. The lifespan of those with elite bloodlines is comparable to that of ordinary individuals, while the royal bloodlines can extend their lives up to 500 years. Above the royal bloodlines, there exist higher tiers: the emperor grade, transcendent grade, celestial grade, divine grade, super divine grade, and saint grade. The emperor grade bloodline boasts a lifespan of 5,000 years. The transcendent grade extends to 10,000 years. The celestial grade reaches an astonishing 100 million years. The divine grade spans 10 billion years, and the super divine grade grants immortality. The saint grade, surpassing the super divine, embodies the concept of super immortality. Upon reaching the divine grade, one's potential is equivalent to that of a destroyer god, the celestial grade bloodline, while beneath the divine possesses the strongest potential below that of the destroyer gods, distinctly more formidable than the likes of the Earth's Karen. Conversely, the super divine grade bloodline surpasses the potential of destroyer gods, allowing its possessor to achieve greatness beyond that of destroyer gods, with the promise of eternal life. Among the highest tier of bloodlines on Earth is the saint grade, which is the most powerful classification. As the bloodline grade ascends, Lin Xian himself undergoes an evolution, acquiring various abilities. For instance, upon attaining the Transcendent grade, he can survive in the vacuum of space without reliance on external aid and can endure prolonged periods without sustenance. It is vital to note that those capable of existing in the void of space are invariably formidable beings or members of powerful races. Lin Xian has encountered races, such as Frisia's race of ice demons. Known for their extraordinary strength and uniqueness in the cosmos, certain formidable individuals, even before reaching the divine realm, like Majin Buu and Cell, can also survive in space that, in contrast, Saiyans and their transformed Super Saiyan forms cannot endure the harshness of the cosmos. The divine realm is synonymous with the divine beings who naturally thrive in the vastness of space that, in the battle between gods in Dragon Ball Super, Goku, transformed into a Super Saiyan god, clashed with the destroyer god Beerus in the depths of space. The angel Whis of the seventh universe, who surpasses Beerus in strength, is also capable of survival in the vacuum and can converse freely, having trained Beerus himself. Having reflected upon his recent gains, Lin Xian's gaze fell upon Goku, who lay asleep on the ground, devoid of clothing. In the next moment, Lin Xian transformed into gold, waving his hand, causing golden powder to cascade down upon Goku, which swiftly morphed into resplendent golden armor. This armor, forged entirely of gold, shimmered brilliantly on Goku, reminiscent of the golden armors worn by the saints in Saint Seiya, though could not be compared in grandeur. Oolong's eyes sparkled with admiration as he exclaimed, "So handsome." Similarly, Puar's eyes gleamed with excitement as he remarked, "So cool." However, Oolong exhibited a rather greedy expression. "Big brother Lin Xian, please grant me a set of golden armor as well," he implored, just having recently escaped from the clutches of desert bandits. Yamcha could no longer contain himself, revealing a similar avaricious look as he voiced, "I too desire a set of golden armor." "Hey, don't you think armor predominantly made of gold seems rather gaudy?" commented Bulma, the heir to Earth's wealth, expressing her disdain for the golden armor. Yet her subsequent words took a surprising turn. "Though this armor appears tacky, if it were a gift from little Xian, I would cherish it dearly, for he is my—" At this point, Bulma paused, her gaze and expression suggesting that anything gifted by Lin Xian would be treasured, seeing that everyone desired a set of golden armor. Including Bulma, Lin Xian fulfilled their wishes. Including himself, everyone received a set of golden armor, without excessively depleting his supply of gold. It is worth noting that gold and diamonds hold substantial value in the cosmos, even serving as a form of currency. During the martial arts tournament between the 6th and 7th universes in Dragon Ball Super, the destroyer god Kampa from the 6th universe selected 5 participants, promising rewards of gold and diamonds among other treasures. The 7th universe's destroyer god Beerus also provided rewards, specifically to the contestant Manaka, which were primarily composed of gold and diamonds. The 7 sets of golden armor glittered brilliantly in the venue. The weight of the armor varied. For Lin Xian, it posed no challenge, akin to having a mountain resting upon him. However, for Bulma, who was unarmed, the golden armor was excessively heavy, and it was a wonder she was not crushed beneath it. Bulma's armor was the lightest, yet its defensive capabilities were undeniably superior, a testament to Lin Xian's craftsmanship. With the quest for the Dragon Balls concluded, it was time to arrange matters for Yamcha, Puar, Oolong, and the Little Rabbit. Thus, Lin Xian addressed the 4. "From now on, you shall be members of the Golden Legion, and this castle will serve as the headquarters." Golden Legion. The group was momentarily taken aback. After a moment of contemplation, Yamcha, Puar, Oolong, and the Little Rabbit found the concept acceptable. Oolong inquired, "Big brother Lin Xian, is our name Golden Legion derived from the golden armor we wear?" Observing Oolong clad in golden armor, Lin Xian recalled a saying, "Even if a pig is adorned in gold, it remains a pig," he replied. "That is one aspect, but another reason is that Earth has the Red Ribbon Army, and we're drawing a parallel to them, hence the name Golden Legion or the Golden Armor Corps. Allow me to introduce the Red Ribbon Army, also known as the Red Silk Army or Black Silk Army. Notorious for their villainous deeds in Dragon Ball, the Red Ribbon Army boasts advanced technology and substantial wealth, composed of ruthless warriors that instill fear in regular armies. Founded by Commander Black, they possess numerous talented subordinates. who were deceived into believing that collecting the Dragon Balls was for world domination, enforcing strict military regulations with a fatal penalty for failure. Due to their numerous atrocities, they were ultimately vanquished by Goku. One of their scientists, Dr. Gero, escaped, later creating androids in an attempt to eliminate Goku, all of which were ultimately defeated by the Z-Fighters. In the present day, the Red Ribbon Army has resurfaced. Their objective is the Dragon Balls. They either do not know about them or have yet to create a Dragon Radar, and once they do, they will undoubtedly become adversaries. Not only does Goku seek to recover the 4-star ball, but Lin Xian also aims to gather the Dragon Balls to summon Shenron, collect fragments, and forge lower-grade, miraculous powers. Observing the expressions of those present, it was clear they were taken aback. The Red Ribbon Army is a formidable entity. In Oolong's eyes, even 10 King Piccolos would pale in comparison. For Yamcha and the Little Rabbit, their previous identities as desert bandits and leaders of the Rabbit Army seemed trivial in the face of the Red Ribbon Army. After a considerable pause, the group regained their composure. Bulma initially intended to dissuade Lin Xian, while Yamcha, the Little Rabbit, and Oolong instinctively sought to counsel him. But upon considering Lin Xian's strength and the abilities he had acquired from Shenron, the Red Ribbon Army appeared less daunting. With Lin Xian's might, wealth, and the potential to recruit allies, it seemed improbable that he would fear the Red Ribbon Army. Yamcha, curious, could not help but ask, "Big Brother Lin Xian, while our Golden Legion, or Golden Armor Corps, may be in juxtaposition to the Red Ribbon Army, does it not seem a bit rash to confront them head-on?" Lin Xian clarified, "It is not that we are opposing them. Rather, they will inevitably become our enemies. Let me inform you, the Red Ribbon Army's goal is the Dragon Balls, just like Pilaf that a year from now, we will still need to gather the Dragon Balls. At this point, I need not elaborate further. You should comprehend." Realizing the implications, the group understood. Bulma inquired, "Little Xian, how do you know that the Red Ribbon Army intends to collect the Dragon Balls?" "That is not of consequence." Lin Xian waved his hand dismissively. He could hardly reveal that he had seen the storyline. Could he? Thus, the Golden Legion, or Golden Armor Corps, the embryonic form of the future Z-Fighters, was established. Suddenly, Lin Xian turned to Bulma and asked, "Bulma, do you remember the wager you lost to me, wherein you owe me a favor?" "Of course, I remember." Bulma pouted. "Very well, I am now invoking that favor. Wait for a few years, and when I grow up, you shall marry me." Lin Xian, while speaking, transformed into a diamond, producing a magnificent diamond ring which he presented to Bulma. The band of the ring was crafted from metal. How delightful! While others purchased diamond rings for marriage or engagement, Lin Xian ingeniously created one himself, saving a considerable sum in the process. The suddenness of this scene caused Bulma's cheeks to flush, leaving her flustered and at a loss for words. "Agree to him." After exchanging glances, the quartet consisting of Oolong, Yamcha, Pu'er, and the Little Rabbit began to support their elder brother. "Lin Xian and I accept your proposal." Bulma, already harboring feelings for Lin Xian, did not require further encouragement. As soon as he made his proposition, she readily acquiesced. However, a tinge of disappointment lingered within her, for the one bestowing the diamond ring upon her was not the genuine Lin Xian from 10 years hence, but rather the 8-year-old Lin Xian, donning the appearance of his future self. Moreover, despite having conjured the ring, he failed to kneel, demonstrating a lack of understanding of romance. Although somewhat disheartened, it did not deter Bulma from swiftly extending her hand. Allowing Lin Xian to place the ring upon her finger, in her heart, she resolved that this time she would let Lin Xian off the hook, but when their engagement or wedding day arrived, he must kneel and propose to her romantically, like a true prince. After adorning the diamond ring, Bulma withdrew to a corner with Lin Xian to share whispered conversations, leaving Goku, who lay fast asleep on the ground, along with Yamcha, Oolong, Pu'er, and the Little Rabbit. Without engaging in gossip, Oolong turned to Pu'er with a request. "Pu'er, I would like to ask you to teach me the complete transformation technique." Pu'er was taken aback. Oolong explained, "You know that I haven't fully mastered my transformation technique, as I must take a minute's break after 5 minutes of use. Now that the Golden Armor Legion has been established and the enemies are the Red Ribbon Army, I fear I won't be able to keep up." "All right, I will teach you." Pu'er agreed to Oolong's request. Yamcha and the little rabbit also resolved to train diligently. Time passed, and soon everyone felt weary. Upon witnessing Goku's sleeping posture, they empathized with him and couldn't suppress a collective yawn, yearning for rest. They carried Goku into the castle, seeking out several rooms. Before long, all had succumbed to the embrace of slumber. The following day, as the sun rose in the east, casting a gentle light across the dawn sky, Lin Xian and Bulma remained nestled in sleep within a room. Suddenly, a cacophony of shouts shattered the morning tranquility, waking everyone from their slumber. My tail! Where's my tail? How could it be missing? Goku was the first to awaken, and upon realizing the peculiar state of his body, he became utterly flustered. Although Goku was stronger than the average child, he was still just that, a child, struggling to maintain his balance as he stumbled and fell repeatedly, adjusting to the absence of his tail. Lin Xian and the others, roused by Goku's commotion, observed his distress over the whereabouts of his cherished tail. Yet they all unanimously chose to divert the conversation, not disclosing the events of the previous day when he had transformed into a giant ape. Goku, with his innocent nature, quickly set aside thoughts he couldn't comprehend beyond his desire to grow stronger. Before long, a pure smile returned to his face, unperturbed by the missing tail. As morning arrived, Lin Xian's stomach grumbled with hunger, prompting him to summon Yulong to prepare a grand feast. The seven gathered around the table, conversing and enjoying breakfast. Xian, you should eat more, Bulma urged, serving him food. Yulong, your cooking is truly remarkable. When it comes to culinary skills, none here can rival you. Truly, you are the chef designated by our elder brother. Yamcha praised Yulong. Seated at a large dining table, all seven donned golden armor. To enhance the atmosphere. The utensils they used alongside the table and chairs had been transmuted into gold by Lin Xian before the meal commenced. This golden armor is not as comfortable as my previous attire. It feels quite constricting, Goku muttered as he voraciously devoured the food. Yulong had previously explained the concept of gold to him. Although Goku understood that gold was valuable, for someone as innocent and indifferent to wealth as he was, comfort in clothing was paramount. The golden armor, while not exceedingly comfortable, was certainly not uncomfortable. Having grown accustomed to the simplest of garments, and having slept in the golden armor the previous night without anyone assisting him in removing it, he felt a sense of discomfort. It is worth noting that the golden armor was crafted by Lin Xian, designed to enhance defense without causing discomfort, as Lin Xian would never subject himself to unnecessary suffering. Cut it out, Goku. If you were to sell that golden armor, it could fetch enough to buy dozens of the outfits you used to wear, Yulong explained to Goku again, adding playfully, you're not even a member of the Golden Armor Legion. If you give me that golden armor, I could have 10 sets of your previous clothing made using the finest materials. Of course, Yulong was only jesting. He wouldn't dare accept such a gift from Goku. However, he was not incorrect in stating that among the seven present, Lin Xian was the leader and creator of the Golden Armor Legion, while Yamcha, Yulong, Pu-Er, and the Little Rabbit were its members. Bulma, as Lin Xian's future wife, naturally counted herself among them, leaving Goku as the sole outsider. Yamcha and the others. Lin Xian's decision not to include Goku in the Golden Armor Legion was simply because once the Dragon Balls were collected, Goku would seek Master Roshi for training. Golden Armor Legion. What is that? Goku inquired, puzzled. Yamcha was the one to explain. The Golden Armor Legion is... Goku paused his meal, gazing down at the golden armor adorning his form. I never realized this uncomfortable golden armor had such significance. Xian, I promise to protect this golden armor. The Red Ribbon Army is after the Dragon Balls, and I must retrieve my grandfather's relic, the 4-star ball. Therefore, please allow me to join the Golden Armor Legion. Sure, Lin Xian replied with a smile. Welcome aboard, Goku. Pu-Er chimed in, with Goku joining us. We are now a united team. At that moment, Bulma, sitting beside Lin Xian, tentatively interjected, Xian, I still have school and plan to return to West City after breakfast. Would you like to accompany me? Yamcha, Yulong, Pu-Er, and the little rabbit perked up, glancing at Lin Xian, concerned about their newly formed Golden Armor Legion. As the leader, they found it somewhat odd for him to depart so soon after its establishment. Before Lin Xian could respond, Goku piped up, Xian, aren't you coming with me to train at Master Roshi's? Lin Xian set down his utensils and addressed the group. I will not neglect West City. The headquarters are Master Roshi's place. Furthermore, he added with a smile, I can transform into light, become lightning, and control the clouds above. I have numerous methods of flight, allowing me to traverse to any location on Earth effortlessly. Traveling between West City, the headquarters, and Master Roshi's place is but a trivial matter. Moreover, in this world, we have mobile phones and the internet, so we can stay connected around the clock. Indeed, with your abilities, Xian, you can easily navigate between these three places in no time, Bulma remarked. Lin Xian's explanation eased any lingering concern for Yamcha, Yulong, Pu'er, and the little rabbit. Goku, brimming with anticipation, asked Xian, when are we going to Master Roshi's? After I escort Bulma back to West City and return from there, Lin Xian replied. He then turned to Bulma, saying the brilliant chief scientist of the Golden Armor Legion. The genius young scientist, Miss Bulma, please assist me in creating a foldable mobile phone with automatic internet access. One that is resistant to signal interference and damage, that we need communication devices for the Golden Armor Legion members. Rest assured, Xian, I will handle IT. IT will be a piece of cake, Bulma responded, her heart warmed by Lin Xian's flattering words. After declaring her willingness, she continued, I see there are many mechanical devices within this castle, many of which are quite good. I can create what you need right here. However, for the phone to be resistant to damage, you will need to develop some special metals. Not a problem. Lin Xian gestured an OK sign. After Bulma finished her meal, she proceeded to utilize the machinery left by Pilaf in the castle to create the item Lin Xian desired, with Lin Xian assisting by producing rare metals. Within a mere 2 hours, Bulma successfully crafted what Lin Xian had requested. Turning to Lin Xian, Bulma remarked, Xiao Xian, your abilities are immensely beneficial to science, and my father would surely appreciate you. Specifically, your elemental transformation capability. Just the creation of rare metals alone would incite envy among all scientists in the field. As she spoke, Bulma handed the crafted item to Lin Xian. Elaborate. The communication device resembled a compact Bluetooth earpiece, equipped with a system capable of connecting to other devices for dialogue with members of the Golden Armor Legion. IT could be worn alone or integrated into the helmet of the Golden Armor. A total of 24 units were produced, accounting for spares and potential future members, as Bulma decided to manufacture a few extras. Henceforth, it would serve as our golden communicator, given its compatibility with the Golden Armor. Lin Xian transformed its exterior into gold, aptly naming it the Golden Communicator. Regarding the mobile phone Lin Xian requested, Bulma, while crafting it, was informed by Lin Xian of the foldable phones from his previous life. Thus, a super foldable phone akin to those from Lin Xian's past was born. This phone was remarkable. Its system was entirely devised by Bulma, capable of hacking into any network on Earth. The artificial intelligence embedded within the phone was exceptionally advanced, and combined with the damage-resistant metals created by Lin Xian, it achieved complete fire and water resistance. The super foldable phone's prowess did not end there. The battery, also crafted by Bulma, surpassed any phone Lin Xian had previously known in both capacity and charging methods. The most common method of charging involved direct electricity, whereby a mere minute of charging could sustain it for an entire month. Additionally, it could convert thermal and solar energy into electrical energy, allowing it to charge automatically whenever sunlight was available. Thus, Lin Xian would never need to rely on a charger again. Moreover, Lin Xian's elemental transformation ability further complemented this feat for Bulma. Creating the super foldable phone for Lin Xian was a trivial task. Had she been in her own laboratory without time constraints, she could have produced an even more advanced model with ease. Before escorting Bulma back to West City, Lin Xian distributed the golden communicators among the members of the Golden Armor Legion, retaining one for himself and entrusting the remainder to Yamcha for safekeeping. As they exited the castle with Bulma, Lin Xian turned to Yamcha and the others who had come to see them off, instructing Yamcha, please gather some fish and shrimp and release them into the lake in appropriate quantities. No problem. Leave it to us. Yamcha nodded in agreement. With a wave of his hand, Lin Xian conjured a vast cloud and, taking Bulma's hand, they ascended onto it. Wukong exclaimed, a cloud that can carry people, just like my Nimbus. Indeed. Oolong concurred, aside from the difference in color. Wukong's Nimbus is yellow while Lin Xian's cloud is white. there's hardly a distinction. Both can bear weight. No. Lin Xian shook his head, addressing Wukong. The cloud I created cannot compare to your Nimbus in terms of responsiveness. As for speed, it is entirely under my control. Wukong, ever competitive, retorted Xian. When we visit Master Roshi, let's have a proper race to see which is faster, your cloud or my Nimbus. Agreed. With that, Lin Xian directed the cloud towards West City. Safe travels, Per's voice echoed behind them. In West City, a crucial city of Earth in the 7th universe of the Dragon Ball world, the climate, environment, and technological advancement were unparalleled. This city, situated in the western part of the world, was aptly named West City, also recognized as the Western Capital. Alongside East City, it represented the pinnacle of urban prosperity on Earth. East City, or Eastern Capital, was the landing site for the Saiyan invasion, where Vegeta and Nappa first unleashed their fury. With the volatile Nappa obliterating the city upon arrival, West City, frequently depicted in the Dragon Ball series, became the primary setting for many daily narratives involving the Z Fighters, particularly after they transitioned from the cramped Kame House to Bulma's Capsule Corporation. As an avid fan of Dragon Ball, Lin Xian retained vivid memories of the various cities on this Earth. In the original storyline, the rejuvenated Piccolo conquered the world within half a day, declaring himself the king of the world, abolishing all laws, and releasing all prisoners, which led to widespread chaos as criminals flooded the streets. Piccolo even proclaimed an annual observance on May 9th, the date of his ascension, during which he would annihilate a region, indicating that the Dragon Ball Earth comprised 43 regions or cities. Within a mere 43 years, the cities of Earth would face destruction, had the Demon King Piccolo not been defeated. West City would have been his first target, as per usual. The bustling metropolis was alive with the flow of hovercars both on the ground and in the air as people hurried about their affairs, embodying the essence of city life. Unbeknownst to them, above this vibrant city, on a cloud, stood a young man and woman. Guiding the cloud above Capsule Corporation, Lin Xian gently descended into the yard of Bulma's residence. Before Lin Xian stood a grand circular villa, the sheer size and opulence of which reflected the wealth of the Brief family. Xian, let me show you around my home, Bulma said, leading Lin Xian into the villa. Upon entering, they were greeted by a veritable menagerie, as various species of dinosaurs roamed the expansive garden on the first floor. This is the garden on the first floor, Bulma introduced. Just then, a robotic maid and a spherical robot approached to greet Bulma, welcoming her back. Subsequently, Bulma guided Lin Xian to the second floor. Meanwhile, Lin Xian transformed back into the appearance of an 8-year-old child. As he explained, he preferred not to meet Bulma's parents in his true form, deeming it inappropriate. Bulma, I heard from the robot downstairs that you returned, and I must say, you've become even more beautiful and brought back a handsome little boy. A cheerful young woman with golden hair entered Bulma's room, greeting her warmly. This youthful woman was none other than Bulma's mother, Mrs. Brief. Upon noticing Lin Xian, both he and Bulma clad in golden armor, Mrs. Brief's attention was immediately captured. She glanced between Lin Xian and Bulma before approaching Lin Xian, taking his small hand in hers and smiling, "Little handsome, are you Bulma's friend? You're quite adorable. Would you like some grape juice? I happen to have some here, or if you prefer something else, I can prepare it for you." Lin Xian replied, "Auntie, there's no need for such trouble. A glass of grape juice will suffice." Understanding Mrs. Brief's character, Lin Xian, being familiar with the original story, knew she affectionately referred to any younger boy as Little Handsome. In the original narrative, Goku had received similar treatment during his visit to Bulma's home. "Here, that's your grape juice, Little Handsome, and if that's not enough, I have more," Mrs. Brief said as she handed Lin Xian a glass from her tray. "Mom, this is Lin Xian. Just call him Xian." Bulma introduced Lin Xian to her mother. "Xian, you don't need to call her auntie. Just call me sister," Mrs. Brief chimed in. Bulma's eyes twitched slightly at her mother's words as she exclaimed, "Mom, what are you saying?" Mrs. Brief, still adorned with a smile, addressed Bulma. "Do not be upset, dear. Little Xian has yet to say a word." Subsequently, she pointed at the golden armor that Bulma was wearing and inquired, "By the way, Bulma, weren't you supposed to be out collecting Dragon Balls? Why have you returned dressed in such a manner?" At that moment, Bulma's father, Dr. Brief, entered the room. Now, both of Bulma's parents were present. Dr. Brief asked, Bulma, during your quest for the Dragon Balls, were you able to fulfill your wish? And who might this little fellow be? The little fellow referred to Lin Xian. In response to her parents' questions, Bulma recounted her entire journey of leaving home to seek the Dragon Balls, including her promise to Lin Xian to marry him when he grew up. Well, Dr. Brief found himself momentarily at a loss for words. His daughter had ventured out and returned with a prospective son-in-law, albeit one who was rather young, only 8 years old. Regardless of his prowess, he was still but a child, half the age of his daughter. Meanwhile, Mrs. Brief was beaming with joy as she had quickly discerned that Lin Xian and her daughter's relationship was indeed special. She turned to Lin Xian and said, Little Xian, let your sister see what you will look like in 10 years. Is it true that Bulma's description of your handsomeness is accurate? As requested, Lin Xian transformed into his 10 years later self. The golden armor he wore shifted in accordance with his transformation. He retained his striking features: jet black hair, an impressive height of 1.86 meters, clear and gentle eyes, a straight nose, fair and smooth skin, and exquisitely refined facial features. Upon witnessing Lin Xian's appearance a decade into the future, Mrs. Brief was instantly captivated, much like Bulma had been during her first glimpse. However, unlike Bulma, who had fainted at the sight, Mrs. Brief remained conscious, albeit equally enamored. Dr. Brief, in awe of Lin Xian's striking looks, began to understand why his daughter was willing to wait for Lin Xian to grow up. Observing the expressions on her parents' faces, Bulma proudly asked, So, what do you think, Mom? I wasn't exaggerating at all, was I? Lin Xian then interjected, Mom, Dad, Bulma has already promised to marry me in the future. I shall no longer refer to you as aunt and uncle. It seems only fitting to call you Mom and Dad from now on. Previously, Lin Xian had addressed Mrs. Brief as aunt, but now he had skipped that title entirely, opting instead for Mom and Dad. This made Bulma blush furiously. Mrs. Brief, taking Lin Xian by the arm, gleefully remarked, Little Xian, now that you've made the change, let it be permanent, even if you don't marry Bulma in the future and do not become a member of our Brief family. You should still come to be my son. I have 2 daughters, but no son. All right. Lin Xian nodded with a smile. Mom, what are you saying? Bulma felt a twinge of annoyance, particularly at her mother's words, which sounded rather harsh. What did it mean that he might not marry Bulma in the future? Dr. Brief, taken aback by Lin Xian's sudden address of Dad, was left speechless. Following this, the Brief couple engaged in conversation with Lin Xian. Dr. Brief, who had initially intended to return to his laboratory for research, temporarily set aside his work. The couple soon grasped Lin Xian's situation. Wealthy, handsome, highly intelligent, extraordinarily powerful, yet devoid of any family. When the conversation turned to science, Lin Xian, though not a scientist himself, proposed some technological ideas that astonished them. During this time, Lin Xian also created several rare metals for Dr. Brief. Consequently, Dr. Brief fully acknowledged Lin Xian as his future son-in-law. Leaving aside other considerations, Lin Xian's ability to manipulate elemental powers was immensely beneficial to him. In the realm of elemental manipulation, Dr. Brief guided Lin Xian, assisting him in synthesizing decay from chemical elements, thereby granting Lin Xian the branch ability of decay. Although the dark attribute also possessed decay properties, it was not as specialized as decay itself. Just how potent is singular decay? Decay is akin to the destructive energy of a god of destruction. It can be said that the decay Lin Xian synthesized from chemical elements is a lower-tier version of destructive energy. In Lin Xian's memories from his previous life, he recalled an anime character renowned for their decay abilities, Ball Jayan from the anime Bleach. The former king of Hueco Mundo, Ball Jayan's power of decay was so formidable that nothing could escape its grasp, and he could even utilize the power of time to accelerate aging through decay. Both Kidu and Zanpakuto would gradually turn to ashes under his decay ability. When he unleashed his death sigh, Soifan, the captain of Squad 2 and commander of the Special Mobile Corps, could only flee. Yet she did not escape unscathed. After even a slight exposure to the aura of decay, she found herself ensnared as if by a relentless parasite. Had it not been for the timely rescue by Mayada, she would have perished. While the combat prowess of Bleach may not be insignificant, it pales in comparison to that of Dragon Ball. in Lin Xian's hands, the decay ability would be wielded far more effectively than by Baljane. By noon, Lin Xian enjoyed a lavish lunch with Bulma and the brief couple. Not long after, it was time for him to depart, even though he could contact them at any moment and visit often. Bulma felt a pang of reluctance at his impending departure. Lin Xian left in a flash, transforming into a beam of light. He had arrived in West City with Bulma, but would return alone, naturally opting for the swiftest means of travel. Upon returning home to the headquarters of the Golden Armor Legion, Lin Xian imparted the 6 forms of martial arts to Yamcha, encouraging him to train. Before heading back to Corinne Tower with Goku. On their journey back, Goku rode on the flying Nimbus, while Lin Xian controlled his own white cloud. The two raced against each other, and predictably, Lin Xian arrived at Corinne Tower first. They returned to Corinne Tower as Goku wished to check on his home and gather some bedding to prepare for their training accommodations. Emerging from Corinne Tower, they found themselves on separate clouds, soaring toward the vast ocean, heading straight for Master Roshi's abode. Having visited Master Roshi's home before, Goku was familiar with the way, and Lin Xian could sense energy, so they navigated without difficulty until they reached a small island in the sea. This island was truly minuscule. Aside from Master Roshi's came house, there was scarcely enough space for another dwelling. Yet, within the vast expanse of the ocean, the presence of such a humble abode felt like an oasis of tranquility. Little Xian, let us descend. This is the home of the old turtle hermit, Goku said, pointing at Kame house. The pair landed and approached the door, but just as they neared, Lin Xian and Goku faintly heard music resonating from within. Intrigued, they followed the sound. Conveniently, the window next to the door was ajar, allowing them to peer inside. They saw Master Roshi, shell on his back, intently seated on the floor, watching a women's aerobics program on television. Chuckling to himself, this old man. Lin Xian chuckled. He exchanged a knowing glance with Goku, and they leapt through the window. Master Roshi, engrossed in the television, remained utterly oblivious to the two intruders. Old man? Goku called out cheerfully. Master Roshi, lost in concentration, did not hear him. Lin Xian and Goku approached him from either side and shouted in unison, "Old man." Their loud calls jolted Master Roshi from his trance as if he had been electrocuted. Startled, he turned his head, glancing around to see Lin Xian and Goku, exclaiming, "What is going on? You two rascals." Hee hee hee. Goku laughed. "Old man, we came here to train." Lin Xian added, "Old man, wasn't it you who invited us? Are you not welcoming us? I've been eager to train here for quite some time." Upon hearing Lin Xian's words, Master Roshi quickly responded, "Welcome, welcome. I'm delighted that you can come." After a brief pause, Master Roshi continued, "But, you and Goku will have to wait a moment until I finish watching this program." Upon concluding his words, Master Roshi turned his head back, resuming his focused gaze on the television. Witnessing this, Lin Xian couldn't help but twitch the corner of his eye. Goku, clutching his stomach, exclaimed, "I'm so hungry." "Master Roshi, do you have any food at home?" "Oh," Master Roshi pointed towards the refrigerator and responded, "The food is all in there. Feel free to help yourselves." It was amusing to think that Master Roshi had no fear of being bankrupted by allowing a Saiyan like Goku to eat at his leisure. Perhaps he was unaware of the vastness of Goku's appetite. Otherwise, he might have reconsidered his words. Before rushing to the refrigerator, Goku turned to Lin Xian and asked, "Xiao Xian, are you hungry?" Lin Xian shook his head and replied, "I'm not hungry. All the food in there is yours." The food in there naturally referred to the contents of the refrigerator. However, at that moment, Goku still did not grasp the concept of a refrigerator. Subsequently, Goku began to clear out the food within. Lin Xian took out his phone, settled onto the sofa, and engaged in a chat with Bulma online, informing her of his arrival at Master Roshi's abode. Bulma inquired, "Xiao Xian, what are you and Goku doing right now? Are you training?" Lin Xian replied, sending 2 images, one depicting Master Roshi intently watching a television program, and the other showcasing Goku voraciously consuming the food from the refrigerator. Bulma responded with a facepalm emoji, stating, "That lecherous old man. Xiao Xian, you mustn't learn from him." Lin Xian reassured her, "Bulma, rest assured, I will not emulate Master Roshi in this regard. That would be preposterous. If I needed to learn from him, it would render his previous life insignificant." Once Goku had devoured all the food in the refrigerator, Master Roshi had just finished watching his television program. Stretching and standing up, he turned around only to be astounded by the sight before him. The refrigerator door stood ajar, and its contents had vanished, leaving behind only fruit peels and empty milk cartons as remnants. Master Roshi incredulously exclaimed, This was my food for an entire week. Even the butter is gone. I genuinely suspect you didn't come here to train, but rather to freeload off my meals. Lin Xian set down his super foldable phone and chuckled, comforting Master Roshi, Old man, Goku's appetite is simply this vast. You'll just have to adapt to it in the future. It's no big deal. Lin Xian's attempt at comfort felt more like a dagger, failing to provide solace, and instead leaving Master Roshi feeling as though he had been stabbed. Not wanting to dwell on it any longer, Master Roshi shifted his focus away from the empty refrigerator and addressed Lin Xian and Goku. I am delighted that you both can come here to train. But before we proceed with your training, I must test you. You must complete my trial. What do you wish to test us on, old man? Goku, eager to commence his training, asked impatiently. Meanwhile, Lin Xian merely scoffed, thinking to himself, the old pervert is at it again, changing the soup but not the medicine. Having read the original work, Lin Xian had already anticipated the nature of the upcoming trial. As expected, Master Roshi declared, You must find a beautiful girl and bring her to Kame House, which is right here. That will count as completing the trial. As he spoke, Master Roshi remained calm and composed, delivering the trial with an air of righteousness, as if it were truly for Lin Xian and Goku's benefit that a girl. Goku murmured to himself, his gaze puzzled, failing to comprehend why Master Roshi would impose such a test upon them. Lin Xian internally scoffed. What beautiful girl would come to this old man's place? Only the character Launch from the original story would consider residing in a place like this. Thinking of Launch, Lin Xian couldn't help but reflect that in the original narrative, Master Roshi set the condition for Goku and Krillin to become his disciples. Find a beautiful girl, leading to Launch's introduction, who was brought to Kame House by Goku and Krillin. Launch was a unique girl with dual personalities. In her blue-haired state, she was gentle, innocent, and hardworking. However, upon sneezing, she transformed into her blonde-haired self, becoming extremely violent, characterized by wielding a submachine gun. Consequently, she became a wanted robber, proficient in combat and adept with various modern weapons. Pistols, submachine guns, rocket launchers, grenades, airplanes, motorcycles, and could attack at any moment with weapons drawn from seemingly nowhere, driven by a love for money and jewels. When Launch attended the World Martial Arts Tournament, she would transform into her blonde form, using her gun to intimidate the crowd into making way, thus allowing Bulma, Oolong, and Pure to secure front-row seats. Later, the blonde Launch developed feelings for Tenshinhan during the tournament. After Goku vanquished King Piccolo and peace was restored to the world, Launch departed from Kame House to live with Tenshinhan and Chaozu, even persuading Tenshinhan to join her in a life of robbery. However, Tenshinhan was singularly focused on his training, showing no interest in such matters to combat the invading Saiyans. He and Chaozu ascended Kirin Tower to receive guidance in martial arts from the gods. After which Launch vanished without a trace. It was not until the emergence of Majin Buu that Launch reappeared. During the moment, Goku gathered the energy of Earthlings to in that scene. Launch had aged considerably. It was evident from that moment that she worked at a courier company. The abandonment of such a uniquely characterized female character, introduced early in the narrative, left many Dragon Ball fans perplexed and regretful. With Lin Xian being one of them in his previous life, that blue-haired Launch was gentle and beautiful. Lin Xian already had Bulma, yet he mused, the blonde Launch's affinity for money could facilitate joining the Golden Army. The two Launches were indeed one and the same, possessing two distinct personalities that, theoretically, should not be separable. But let us not forget, this is a world with Dragon Balls. Even the most rudimentary Earth Dragon Ball could separate the two personalities of Launch, transforming her into two individuals, akin to the god of Earth and King Piccolo. The god of Earth, a Namekian, was deemed exceptional due to his innate gifts, garnering the attention of the Earth's god, or rather the former god, who wished for him to be his successor. However, influenced by Earthlings, he developed malevolent thoughts, which were perceived by the god at the time. Assumed the mantle of the god. He expelled the evil thoughts, which manifested as King Piccolo, his other self. King Piccolo descended into the mortal realm, wreaking havoc and pushing the world to the brink of terror, embodying the evil manifestation of the god. The situation of Launch's dual personalities bore similarities to that of the god and King Piccolo, yet with significant differences. Launch was brought back by Goku and Krillin. At this moment, Krillin had yet to arrive for his apprenticeship, making the timing off and possibly making it difficult to find Launch. Contrary to Lin Xian's thoughts, Goku, eager to complete Master Roshi's trial and commence his training, was keen to quickly find a beautiful girl to bring back. Goku declared, "Xiao Xian, let's go find a beautiful girl. You go ahead. I'll wait here," Lin Xian replied, casting a meaningful glance at Master Roshi. "Whomever of us brings back a beautiful girl will have completed the trial." "Right, Master Roshi?" "Indeed." Master Roshi nodded in agreement, affirming, "That's correct." "Very well then," Goku stated, ceasing any further discussion as he exited Kame House and mounted the flying Nimbus to search for a beautiful girl. After Goku departed, Lin Xian began to admonish Master Roshi. However, Master Roshi had his own justifications. During this time, Master Roshi's gaze was momentarily captivated by Goku's belongings, specifically the golden armor laid atop his bedding. Upon returning to Puzzle Mountain, Goku had brought along bedding for accommodation, along with a change of clothes, opting to leave the golden armor behind, as it was inconvenient for training. The golden armor he removed was brought to Kame House alongside his bedding. Goku had promised to safeguard the golden armor Lin Xian had given him, and he would not go back on his word, thus keeping it close at hand. As for Lin Xian, he did not need to change. As he was already dressed, he stored the golden armor within the darkened void. Therefore, Master Roshi did not see Lin Xian's golden armor, only the one belonging to Goku. Subsequently, Master Roshi approached Goku's belongings and picked up the golden armor. Examining it closely, seeing Master Roshi's demeanor, Lin Xian could easily guess his intentions. "Hey, old man, do not even think about coveting that armor. It holds special significance for Goku, symbolizing his identity." Special significance. The symbol of identity? The turtle hermit was perplexed. He only understood that this golden armor was crafted from pure gold, immensely valuable, and wondered how much it could fetch if exchanged for money, as for what he did not understand. He could always inquire further. The turtle hermit turned to Lin Xian and asked, "Little Xian, what special significance does this golden armor hold for Wukong? What identity does it symbolize?" "Old man, Little Xian, I'm back." At that moment, Wukong returned, accompanied by a girl he deemed beautiful. Ignoring everything else, the turtle hermit excitedly rushed outside, only for his expression to undergo a complete transformation. Lin Xian followed suit, stepping outside to see the girl Wukong had brought back. He was certain that once the timing aligned, he would undoubtedly find Lan Chi. For the girl Wukong considered beautiful was, in fact, the first girl from his original story. This so-called beautiful girl was tall and plump, unattractive in appearance, and upon seeing her, the turtle hermit looked as though he had encountered a ghost. After much explanation, he finally managed to send her away. Once Wukong had escorted her home and returned to the turtle hermit's abode. The turtle hermit took the opportunity to impart a lesson to Wukong. Following his passing, Wukong set off once more in search of someone. Within the turtle hermit's house, Lin Xian and the turtle hermit resumed their previous discussion. Lin Xian elucidated the special significance and symbolic identity of the golden armor to the turtle hermit. "Wait, are you saying that you have gathered the 7 Dragon Balls, summoned the eternal dragon, and wish for the ability to transmute elements, allowing you to create gold and diamonds infinitely?" In the face of such tangible treasures as gold and diamonds, the turtle hermit overlooked Lin Xian's reference to the Golden Armor Legion, which paralleled the Red Ribbon Army. Had he known, he would have sought out the Dragon Balls to fulfill his own wishes. With limitless wealth, he could acquire countless things he desired. A torrent of thoughts raced through the turtle hermit's mind. "Well, Little Xian, our sect is experiencing a shortage of funds," he said, attempting to ingratiate himself with Lin Xian. "Sect?" Lin Xian found this rather amusing and replied, "But isn't there's still a trial to complete? How can I be considered one of your turtle school disciples when I haven't finished the trial?" The turtle hermit waved his hand dismissively and said, "I have long regarded you and Wukong as my disciples. As for that trial, even if you have not completed it, you are still my disciples, disciples? Lin Xian responded, Old man, if you take me as a disciple, my strength surpasses yours, stronger than me. The turtle hermit chuckled, clearly skeptical of Lin Xian's claim. Now, Lin Xian felt no need to remain modest. Thus, he showcased his strength to the turtle hermit. At such a young age, you are remarkably powerful. The turtle hermit's tone trembled with astonishment. He then asked with a wry smile, Are you even human? Lin Xian replied confidently, Of course. I am a genuine Earthling in terms of strength, there was little the turtle hermit could teach Lin Xian. Having already mastered his Kamehameha technique, the only wisdom the turtle hermit could impart was his lifetime of experience, along with his techniques and treasured moves. Determined to strengthen the turtle school, Lin Xian was undoubtedly his disciple. While the turtle hermit pondered this, Wukong returned once more, this time bringing with him a truly beautiful girl. However, she turned out to be a mermaid. The turtle hermit and Lin Xian stepped outside the turtle house once again. Upon realizing the turtle hermit's intentions, the mermaid angrily slapped him before diving back into the sea. Just as Wukong was about to seek out another person to complete his trial, he spotted a small boat approaching the island. The three of them gazed at the sea before them. The boat carried only one person, a short boy clad in a yellow monk's robe. Bald with 6 incense burn marks on his head and lacking a nose. The boy looked toward the island with a slight smile, but he held a package and, under the watchful eyes of Lin Xian and Wukong, leaped from the boat, performing several somersaults in an attempt to land gracefully. However, he miscalculated his balance, and upon landing, tumbled head first into the sandy ground of the island. What a shame, Lin Xian remarked with a sense of regret. This boy was none other than Krillin, who would later become Wukong's close friend and brother. Wukong, pull him out. The turtle hermit instructed Wukong to help Krillin, who was now stuck head first in the sand. Thank you, Krillin said to Wukong as he was pulled out at that moment. Krillin felt quite dejected. He had intended to showcase his skills, but it ended up in an embarrassing situation. He brushed off the sand from his body and head, his gaze sweeping over Lin Xian, Wukong, and the turtle hermit, finally settling on the turtle hermit. Respectfully, he asked, Excuse me, are you the martial arts master, Master Roshi? The turtle hermit looked at Krillin, smiled, and nodded, saying, Indeed, I am Master Roshi, revered as the god of martial arts. What brings you to me? Krillin sincerely replied, Hello, my name is Krillin. I come from the distant east, and I humbly request that you take me as your disciple and guide me in my training. Upon hearing his words, a flicker of surprise crossed the turtle hermit's eyes, that he stroked his beard and remarked, Finding your way here must have been quite the challenge. However, I regret to inform you that I do not take on disciples easily. Krillin, undeterred by the turtle hermit's rejection, had anticipated this response. With a sly glint in his eyes, he swiftly produced a magazine from his package, presenting it to the turtle hermit with both hands. He said respectfully, This magazine is a token of my esteem. Please accept it. The turtle hermit, who had initially appeared serious, glanced at the cover of the magazine. Instantly, his demeanor transformed. His eyes sparkled with delight as he snatched the magazine from Krillin's hands with astonishing speed. He eagerly flipped through the pages, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Lin Xian observed Krillin and thought, just like in the original story, Krillin genuinely put in the effort to flatter the old man, having researched his interest beforehand to win him over. While the turtle hermit was engrossed in the magazine, Krillin turned to Lin Xian and Wukong and asked, By the way, I still don't know who you two are. Are you disciples of Master Roshi? Yes, Wukong nodded and introduced, I am Sun Wukong, and this is Lin Xian. Having learned their names and recognizing them as the turtle hermit's disciples, Krillin leaned closer to the turtle hermit's ear and whispered something. Ahem. The turtle hermit set down the magazine, cleared his throat, and said to Krillin, You seem promising, but if you wish to become my disciple, you must bring me a girl. Coincidentally, little Xian and Wukong have yet to complete their trials. So you and Wukong can go together. Once you find someone, I will guide your training. Although Lin Xian had yet to complete his trial, the turtle hermit did not require him to search for a girl, granting him a privilege. However, Lin Xian insisted, This time, I will go with them. Very well. The turtle hermit was taken aback by Lin Xian's decision. He instructed Krillin and Wukong, I will await your return here. Krillin, you can ride on Wukong's flying nimbus. Flying nimbus? Krillin was unfamiliar with it. Once Wukong summoned the Nimbus and explained it to him, he attempted to jump onto the cloud, but fell flat on his backside instead. The turtle hermit scrutinized Krillin and remarked, "If you cannot ride the Nimbus, it suggests that your heart is not pure. Are you here for some ulterior motive?" Krillin retorted, "How could that be? I just want to grow stronger and be popular with the girls." "I see." The turtle hermit replied, understanding that is precisely why your heart lacks purity. Nonetheless, rather than reprimanding Krillin or casting him out, the turtle hermit found himself increasingly optimistic about him, as Krillin's motives were quite relatable. Unable to ride the flying Nimbus, Krillin had to settle for riding on a white cloud conjured by Lin Xian. Lin Xian and Krillin perch upon the cloud. The turtle hermit marveled. This elemental transformation ability is truly remarkable and convenient. Two clouds floated in the sky, one large white cloud and a smaller yellow cloud. Lin Xian and Klin sat upon the white cloud, while Wukong perched on the yellow cloud. The famed Nimbus. Together, they soared into the heavens in search of a suitable target. Indeed, they had ascended into the sky, reaching an astonishing altitude. Klin, filled with exhilaration, could not contain his excitement and shouted out loud. Lin Xian jested, "Would you like to try falling from such a height? What are you joking about?" Klin's face turned pale with fear, "But if you don't want that, then you shall be my little brother." Addressing me as Big Brother Lin Xian, Lin Xian spoke. He began to spin the white cloud. "Ah!" Klin screamed in terror, hastily calling out, "Big Brother Lin Xian, I am your little brother," with Klin's exclamation. The white cloud ceased its rotation and returned to a steady flight. The white cloud and the Nimbus glided through the skies, eventually arriving at an exceedingly desolate rocky terrain, while one would typically seek individuals in populated areas. Wukong chose the opposite path, flying further away from civilization. According to the original tale, encountering Lan Shi under such circumstances was a testament to the inevitability of fate. Lin Xian, attuned to the surrounding energies, sensed 5 faint human presences upon entering this barren expanse. By discerning their locations, he realized that one among the 5 was being pursued. This individual was evading her 4 pursuers by making sharp turns in an attempt to escape. Given the context and the 5 energy signatures, Lin Xian surmised that the one being chased was indeed Lan Shi. Shortly thereafter, guided by Lin Xian's white cloud, they flew toward the source of the 5 energies. "Indeed, I was correct. We have found her." Even from a distance, Lin Xian confirmed through his lightning transformation that Lan Shi was just ahead. "Help! Someone please!" Lan Shi's voice echoed, clear and melodic, filled with urgency. "Look below. The girl we seek is right there. She's calling for help." Lin Xian pointed downward at Lan Shi, addressing Wukong atop the Nimbus and Klin behind him. "Wow! She's indeed a girl, and it seems she is surrounded by villains." Klin exclaimed as he peered down. Wukong inquired, "Should we not go to her rescue?" As they focused their gaze below, they saw 2 men and 1 woman. The 2 men, clad in uniforms, aimed their guns at the girl who had collapsed before them. "What? Were there not 5 presences?" Klin questioned. "Where are the other 2? The situation was as such. The golden-haired Lan Shi had managed to deal with 2 of her pursuers, leaving only these 2 remaining. The current blue-haired Lan Shi appeared frail, exuding an air of vulnerability. Her flowing blue hair was secured by a red hairpin, and she sat innocently on the ground, emanating a sense of helplessness. "Lan Shi, you have truly not disappointed me. You are stunning," Lin Xian murmured to himself, then turned to Wukong and Klin, stating, "I shall take on the task of rescuing her. Wukong, Klin, you stay up here. I will return shortly." With that, Lin Xian plunged down from the white cloud, hurtling toward the ground. Klin, witnessing Lin Xian's descent, widened his eyes and instinctively shouted, "Be careful." In midair, Lin Xian did nothing but cross his arms, landing gracefully on the ground. Seeing this, Klin recalled his earlier blunder. He had wanted to showcase his skills, but had instead tumbled down, starkly contrasting Lin Xian's composed landing. Klin's expression shifted dramatically as soon as Lin Xian touched down. The 2 uniformed men heard the commotion and turned in unison to investigate. Seeing a mere child before them, they were both perplexed and cautious. Had this not been an isolated place, and had Lin Xian not descended from the sky in such a manner? They would not have regarded him as a threat at first glance. Lin Xian's 8-year-old appearance did little to instill fear. One of the uniformed men pointed his gun at Lin Xian, glaring as he demanded, "Kid, we are apprehending a criminal. Who are you, and what do you want?" The other man quickly added, "This is no place for games, kid, that if you don't want to be mistaken for an accomplice of the criminal, you should leave at once, that I will take care of that girl." Pointing at Lan Shi, Lin Xian coolly replied, "You can leave now. I will handle her." He disregarded the men's inquiries entirely, from the safety of the white cloud. Clint observed the unfolding scene below, astonished by Lin Xian's audacity in the face of the armed officers. Turning to Wukong on the Nimbus, he asked, "Hey, is he going to be all right? Those two are police officers, armed with guns. Do not worry, Xiao Xian will be fine. Those two seem rather weak. There's no cause for concern," Wukong replied with a grin, exuding confidence in Lin Xian's capabilities. Clint shook his head, continuing to monitor the situation's progression. The two men exchanged glances, their expressions darkening in response to Lin Xian's dismissive attitude. One of them bellowed, "It seems you are an accomplice of this criminal. In that case, even if you're just a child, we cannot let you go. Are you planning to fight me? Out of respect for your status as police officers, I shall show mercy. Please take a moment to rest." After speaking, Lin Xian sensed Lan Qi's gaze upon him. He turned to her, offering a gentle smile as he said, "Do not be afraid. I am here to save you. You must be careful and protect yourself. If things get difficult, do not worry about me. Just run." Despite her desire to be rescued, Lan Qi could not bear the thought of this young child getting hurt on her behalf. The two men, unable to tolerate Lin Xian's continued scorn, acted without hesitation, firing their weapons at him. Bang! Bang! The sound of gunfire rang out as bullets were aimed at Lin Xian's shoulder. Yet Lin Xian remained unfazed. He extended his hand and caught the two bullets mid-air. He caught the bullets! How is this possible? The sight of Lin Xian catching bullets with his bare hands left the two men in a state of shock, speechless, stammering in disbelief in that moment. Lin Xian advanced toward the two men, delivering a swift elbow strike to the back of each of their heads, causing them to collapse unconscious to the ground. Without pausing, he approached Lan Qi, continuing to smile as he said, "You are safe now, sister." Gazing at the child who had saved her, Lan Qi responded with a smile of her own. Lin Xian grasped Lan Qi's hand and helped her to her feet. "Thank you. I am not sure how to repay you." She expressed her gratitude, and no need for thanks. "It was a small matter," Lin Xian replied. "I see you have no place to go. Why not accompany me?" "Accompany you? Sure," Lan Qi agreed without a moment's hesitation. Subsequently, Lin Xian guided the white cloud downwards. Wukong, still on the Nimbus, landed beside them. "I was worried you might get shot. Turns out I was unnecessarily concerned." Clint remarked, "A mere bullet cannot harm your big brother," Lin Xian replied, then gestured toward Lan Qi, saying, "You see, the challenge was easily accomplished thanks to her." Wukong and Clint scrutinized Lan Qi, with Wukong appearing perplexed, murmuring to himself, while Clint's eyes sparkled with admiration. Lan Qi took her place on Lin Xian's white cloud as they journeyed back to the Kame house. The pure-hearted blue-haired Lan Qi would have been able to ride on Wukong's Nimbus. Yet Lin Xian did not allow her to do so. Instead, he invited Clint off the white cloud, directing him to sit on Wukong's Nimbus. While the white cloud could easily accommodate 3 people, or even 20, Lin Xian felt that with Lan Qi present, Clint's presence would be somewhat of a hindrance. That on their way back to the Kame house, Lin Xian, Lan Qi, Wukong, and Clint introduced themselves to one another. Before long, the white cloud and Nimbus returned to the Kame house. As they landed, Wukong eagerly rushed ahead, pushing the door open with enthusiasm as he exclaimed, "Old man, we have brought you the beautiful girl you mentioned." At that moment, Master Roshi was in the restroom, unable to emerge immediately upon hearing Goku's words. After a while, he hurriedly donned a floral shirt and sunglasses, rushing to the window with an expression of uncontainable excitement. "Look, the girl next to Xiao Xian is her," Goku pointed out, indicating Lan Qi. Upon catching sight of Lan Qi's appearance, Master Roshi dashed out the door and swiftly approached Lin Xian, his gaze fixated on Lan Qi as he greeted her. "Beautiful lady, welcome to my humble abode. Nice to meet you. I am Lan Qi. Thanks to Xiao Xuan's rescue, I've been brought here, and I'm truly grateful to him." as well as to you. Lan Shi expressed her gratitude to Master Roshi. She continued, Xiaoxian mentioned to me earlier that I would be delighted to stay here, that I hope I won't be a bother to you, as she spoke. Lan Shi glanced around at the azure sea, relishing the refreshing sea breeze and the invigorating air, along with the charming abode of Master Roshi. She felt entirely satisfied with her surroundings. Not at all. Not at all. You may stay here for as long as you wish. There is no such thing as a bother. If you enjoy it, you can live here for a lifetime. You are always welcome. Master Roshi attempted to maintain the demeanor of a martial arts master in front of Lan Shi. However, upon hearing Lan Shi express her desire to stay, Master Roshi couldn't contain his excitement and began to dance about like a child who had received a new toy to haha. Who would have thought that the legendary Master Roshi, the god of martial arts, revered by countless practitioners, would behave in such a manner? Lin Xian and Krillin, already accustomed to Master Roshi's antics, were not surprised, nor was the Navi Goku. Master Wutian, you are aware that we have completed the trial. But Master Roshi has yet to confirm it, Krillin quietly inquired. Master Roshi waved his hand grandly and declared, well done. You have all passed the trial. He then proceeded to speak to Lan Shi about his own prowess, boasting that he was known as Master Wutian and had trained Lin Xian. Lin Xian, however, had no intention of exposing Master Roshi's exaggeration. At this juncture, Master Roshi proposed to Lan Shi, since you are staying, would you like to practice martial arts? I can teach you profound techniques. Lan Shi was momentarily taken aback before joyfully responding, you want to teach me martial arts? I'm quite interested, but I'm a girl, and I fear I might not be able to learn. Master Roshi chuckled. Haha, how can you know unless you try? Approach this with an easygoing mindset, and you need not worry about struggling. Just learn joyfully. Practicing martial arts is excellent for beauty and health, making it perfectly suited for young ladies like yourself. Before Lan Shi could respond, Master Roshi dashed back inside, quickly emerging with a box in hand. Exclaiming, Lan Shi, this is the martial arts outfit from the Turtle School, guaranteed to please you. Lin Xian interposed himself between Lan Shi and Master Roshi, shielding her behind him, despite being just 8 years old and not particularly tall. Kid, what are you doing? Master Roshi noticed Lin Xian's interference and directly referred to him as Kid, dropping the honorific. Lin Xian would not allow Master Roshi to take advantage of Lan Shi by having her wear that so-called Turtle School's peculiar martial arts outfit. He would not permit Lan Shi to wear it, nor would he don it himself. The outfit Master Roshi presented to Lan Shi was well known among Dragon Ball enthusiasts, featuring a small circular emblem with the traditional character for turtle emblazoned on the front, while the back boasted a large, stylized turtle character. Having read the original work, Lin Xian knew that the outfit Master Roshi offered to Lan Shi was essentially women's lingerie intended for her to wear. And soon he and Goku and Krillin would be receiving their own sets as well. Could Lin Xian accept this? Initially, he contemplated confronting Master Roshi, but then he devised a better plan. Lin Xian plucked a blade of grass from the ground, turned to Lan Shi with a smile, and gently brushed the grass against her nose. He then distanced himself from her and said to Master Roshi, old man, it's time to witness a miracle. Lin Xian called to Goku and Krillin. You two, step aside quickly. Goku and Krillin were bewildered by Lin Xian's sudden command and stood frozen in place, unsure of what he meant. Achoo! With that crisp sneeze, Lan Shi's appearance transformed. Her blue hair instantaneously turned golden, and her gentle visage morphed into a fierce countenance. Although she remained a beautiful girl, the golden-haired Lan Shi exuded an air of defiance and unruliness, clearly not one to be trifled with. The golden-haired Lan Shi scanned the area with a menacing glare, scrutinizing the astonished expressions of Master Roshi, Lin Xian, Goku, and Krillin, before coldly muttering to herself, where is this place? It certainly doesn't resemble a prison. Confused by her surroundings, the golden-haired Lan Shi decided to disregard it and aggressively demanded, who are you? I must have some connection to you all. In no matter. I'll just take you down first. With that, the golden-haired Lan Shi conjured a machine gun seemingly from thin air, a sinister smile crossing her lips as she maniacally declared, you all shall die. The bullets erupted forth in a reckless barrage, forcing Master Roshi, Goku, and Krillin to evade desperately. Lin Xian, however, did not dodge the bullets nor allow them to strike him. Instead, he employed his decaying ability, causing the bullets to disintegrate upon contact with his body. Though not ordinary individuals, the bullets certainly caused pain to Master Roshi, Goku, and Krillin, but they were not grievously harmed. After a frenzied spray of gunfire, Lin Xian conjured a gentle breeze that playfully tousled the golden-haired Lan Chi's locks. The strands brushing against her nose, "Hey Chu!" Another sneeze echoed, and the blue-haired Lan Chi returned, bewildered, as she gazed at the still smoldering muzzle of the gun in her hand, observing the disheveled state of Master Roshi. "Goku and Krillin," she scratched her head and said, "I'm sorry. Whenever I sneeze, my personality changes dramatically." Realizing she might have committed some social faux pas, Lan Chi inquired of Master Roshi, Goku, and Krillin, "What happened to you? Did I do something rude?" Master Roshi, trembling with fear, gazed at the innocent-looking Lan Chi, his eye twitching as he stammered, "No, you did nothing at all. We were just playing on the ground." "Right," Krillin chimed in. Goku remained silent, his little face still quivering to, "Oh, is that so? I apologize for not informing you earlier. My personality changes drastically after I sneeze, so please be cautious not to get hurt." "Okay, we'll be careful." Master Roshi, Goku, and Krillin exchanged glances and nodded in unison. Lin Xian approached Master Roshi, observing his expression, and chuckled, "Well, old man, did you see that?" Master Roshi stood up from the ground, adjusting his disheveled attire, and replied solemnly, "Xiao Xian, thanks to you, if Lan Chi had suddenly changed her personality, it would have truly caught us off guard." "Old man, you're exaggerating. Lan Chi's gun couldn't kill us, so there is no need to be afraid." Lin Xian teased. Master Roshi shot Lin Xian a glance, silently thinking, "You can elementalize and feel no pain, of course you wouldn't care. While Lan Chi's gun may not kill us, being shot by it still hurts." Transformed into a tempestuous character, Lan Chi this time brandished a small machine gun, sweeping it towards us. If she were to wield a more formidable weapon next time, both Wukong and Krillin, especially Krillin, would surely be in grave danger. Master Roshi, along with Wukong and Krillin, soon became acutely aware of another facet of Lan Chi's personality, treating her with utmost caution, fearful of her unpredictable sneezes to owe them. Lan Chi resembled a ticking time bomb, liable to erupt at any moment. Being in her presence was nothing short of exhilarating. Due to Lan Chi's volatile temperament, Master Roshi's intention to teach her martial arts was rendered futile. Lan Chi felt a tinge of regret over this, but it quickly dissipated from her mind. As dusk fell, Master Roshi finally prepared to impart his martial arts wisdom. However, the island was rather small, compelling him to transform his Kame house into a capsule. Ferrying Lin Xian, Lan Chi, Wukong, and Krillin to a larger neighboring island, Master Roshi produced a capsule, which morphed into a boat, all boarded except for Lin Xian, who, utilizing his ice powers, fashioned a bicycle from ice, inspired by Aokiji. He sought to test his freezing abilities on the sea, believing it a waste not to ride a bicycle across the waves. The bicycle, reminiscent of the Marine Admiral Aokiji's mode of transport, involved creating an ice path on the ocean's surface, akin to a bicycle lane, allowing for travel across the water. This mode of transportation was undeniably impressive to the pirate enthusiasts. However, Lin Xian pondered why Aokiji did not simply construct a bicycle from ice, thus eliminating the risk of losing it. As a user of the ice fruit, he would surely not fear the cold. Thus, while Master Roshi and the others sailed, Lin Xian pedaled his ice bicycle towards the larger island. Observing Lin Xian's method of travel, Krillin, seated on the boat, exclaimed with gleaming eyes, "What an extraordinary ability! Riding a bicycle on the sea is so cool." "Yes, yes," Wukong nodded in agreement. Lan Chi, sitting at the front, lamented, "It's a pity that the ice bicycle is too cold and lacks the comfort of a regular bicycle. Otherwise, I would love to experience cycling across the ocean while enjoying the scenery." Lin Xian suggested, "Lan Chi, Wukong, why don't you both join me? I can create 2 more conventional bicycles for you." The more conventional bicycles Lin Xian referred to were crafted from his metallic abilities. Wait, why doesn't Lin Xian ride a steel bicycle? You might wonder, he believed that riding the ice bicycle on the ice path would be more catching. Is that alright? Would it be too much trouble for you? Lan Chi inquired. "Not at all. It's merely 2 bicycles, Lin Xian replied casually as he conjured 2 steel bicycles on the ice path. I want to try, Wukong exclaimed, leaping from the boat onto the ice path and claiming one of the steel bicycles. Lin Xian, can I also ride a bicycle on the sea? Count me in. Krillin couldn't hold back his excitement, of course. Lin Xian responded, creating another bicycle. Wukong, riding for the first time, encountered 2 mishaps, tumbling into the sea. However, after these initial failures, he successfully learned to ride. Lan Shi and Krillin, already adept at cycling, encountered no such blunders on the boat. Only Master Roshi remained, suddenly feeling as if all his students had been spirited away by Lin Xian. After a while, when Lan Shi grew tired and sought to return to the boat, Lin Xian merged his ice bicycle with the steel bicycles of Lan Shi, Wukong, and Krillin, transforming them into a 4-person bicycle. Lan Shi simply needed to sit while Lin Xian, Wukong, and Krillin pedaled, swiftly leaving Master Roshi far behind. Witnessing this, Master Roshi cranked the boat's power to its maximum. The island they approached featured over 300 households scattered across its diverse terrain, including volcanoes. Upon arrival and settling into their new home, Lan Shi volunteered to be the group's cook, preparing their meals. Meanwhile, Lin Xian, Wukong, and Krillin planned to engage in some warm-up training before dinner. Master Roshi turned to Krillin, asking, do you have any prior martial arts training? Yes. Krillin nodded, stating, I studied at the D-Rin Temple for 8 years. Excellent. It seems you all possess a solid foundation. Let me witness your prowess. Master Roshi gestured toward a stone nearby and a tree not far away, explaining, that stone is exactly 100 meters from the tree. Let us see how long it takes you to run this distance. He elaborated, to become an exceptional martial artist, core and leg strength are indispensable. Krillin grinned. Hey, Lin Xian, Wukong, let me go first. I'm confident in my speed. I'm definitely a world-class sprinter. Lin Xian and Wukong had no objections to who would run first. Once ready, Krillin took off as soon as Master Roshi shouted. Ready, go. 10.4 seconds, exclaimed Master Roshi, observing Krillin's time with admiration. 10.4. Krillin expressed dissatisfaction, explaining, my best time is 10 seconds. I must be constrained by the conditions here. In truth, even achieving 10 seconds was not particularly fast for him. Lin Xian recalled that the fastest 100-meter record on Earth was around 9.58 seconds. It was clear that while an ordinary person might achieve this, Krillin was anything but ordinary. Lin Xian, familiar with the original story, knew that prior to training with Master Roshi, Krillin had the strength to fell a saber-toothed tiger with a single punch. His ability to travel great distances to seek out Master Roshi further attested to his formidable prowess. Yet his speed was disappointingly lackluster. Krillin's speed was not indicative of his true potential, and Lin Xian finally understood Master Roshi's reasoning for testing speed. Of course, part of it was also due to Krillin still being a child. A small stature compared to adults. In Lin Xian's previous life, the fastest person who set the 9.58-second record was an adult. At that moment, Wukong turned to Lin Xian and asked, so, Lin Xian, will you run next? Or shall I? You go ahead. I'll be last, Lin Xian replied. Ready, go. With Master Roshi's command, Wukong dashed off. Exactly 11 seconds. Master Roshi assessed Wukong's performance, stating, 11 seconds is commendable, though it doesn't surpass Krillin. Oh dear, Krillin retorted, Wukong may not be as fast as me, but he is still impressive. Wukong, sitting on the ground, queried Master Roshi, Grandpa, can I change my shoes and run again? Before Master Roshi could respond, Krillin interjected, Wukong, are you suggesting your shoes are the reason you couldn't beat me? Just so you know, my shoes aren't running shoes either, but mine are falling apart. Look, Wukong raised his foot, displaying his tattered shoes to Master Roshi and Krillin. These shoes, which Wukong had worn from his home in Baozi Mountain, were in a pitiful state. Afterward, Wukong switched to a new pair and ran again. 8.8 seconds, Master Roshi announced, revealing Wukong's new time. Given Wukong's enhanced abilities beyond the original storyline, this time eclipsed his previous record of 8.5 seconds. Wukong asked Krillin, what do you think? Does this time count as fast? Meanwhile, Krillin's earlier pride had vanished. Sweat trickled down his forehead as he forced a smile, asking Wukong, how did you train for that? Finally, it was Lin Xian's turn to shine. Ready, go, as Master Roshi's words fell. Lin Xian surged forth like a bolt of lightning, dashing through the 100 meters so swiftly that Master Roshi barely had time to press the button to record his time. That be why the time Master Roshi reacted. The stopwatch displayed an astonishing 1.98 seconds. 1.98 seconds. The turtle sage, with a twitching expression, announced the time recorded on the stopwatch. 1.98 seconds. That this revelation. Clin was left in a state of stupor. How cunning! Xiao Xian had employed his elemental transformation ability. Having witnessed Lin Xian's transformation into lightning, Wukong was now convinced that Lin Xian had cheated. Unfamiliar with Lin Xian's elemental transformation, Clin turned to Wukong and inquired, "Wukong, what is this elemental transformation ability?" Wukong patiently explained, "It's like this." The turtle sage then urged Lin Xian, "Run once more. This time, do not utilize elemental transformation." Very well. Lin Xian was eager to test how fast he could run without elemental transformation. 2.3 seconds. The turtle sage announced Lin Xian's second result. Initially, the turtle sage had intended to demonstrate his own speed in a 100-meter dash for Wukong and Clin to witness. However, upon seeing Lin Xian's performance, he promptly abandoned that thought that if he were to run slower than Lin Xian in front of them, the image of him as their master would undoubtedly shatter in their minds. Aware of this, the turtle sage resolved not to run anymore. After completing the running tests, feeling parched, the turtle sage instructed Clin to fetch him a can of beer from home. However, while cooking at home, Lanchi accidentally sneezed, transforming into her blonde counterpart. The blonde Lanchi, wielding a kitchen knife, pursued Clin with intent to chop. In a frantic escape, Clin broke his own record. Soon after, the blonde Lanchi sneezed again and reverted back to her original form. Following the conclusion of this farce, the turtle sage addressed Lin Xian, Wukong, and Clin, saying, "Nightfall approaches, and a delicious dinner awaits our return. We shall commence formal training tomorrow, but before dinner, let us conduct another test." Curious, Wukong asked, "What kind of test?" "Another running test." "No, it is a different test," the turtle sage replied, picking up a stone from the ground and inscribing the character for turtle upon it before tossing it away. He then declared to Lin Xian and the others, "Whosoever locates the stone upon which I inscribe this character and returns it to me shall dine tonight. The remaining two shall go without dinner and merely watch." As soon as the turtle sage finished speaking, Wukong and Clin dashed off to search for the stone. While Lin Xian remained in place, he addressed the turtle sage, "Old man, if you wish to deny Wukong and Clin their dinner, you need not resort to such measures. There is no need for us to partake in the same test. The stone's ultimate ownership shall undoubtedly rest with me." "Humph, that is not a certainty," retorted the turtle sage, stubbornly defiant. In truth, the turtle sage understood that as long as Lin Xian remained stationary, Wukong or Clin would most likely find the stone, and it would be snatched away by Lin Xian, unless they were unable to locate it at all. "Master, the plot of Doraemon has been fully developed and organized. It is ready for distribution at any moment," spoke the artificial intelligence from Lin Xian's super folding phone. Earlier that afternoon, Lin Xian had relayed the plot of Doraemon from his memories to the artificial intelligence on his phone. This AI was exceedingly powerful, having deduced the entire storyline of the Doraemon series from the limited information and props provided, categorizing them into episodes. What? Lin Xian has brought forth the anime Doraemon from his past life in order to establish a film company on Earth in the Dragon Ball world? No, certainly not. Bulma's family is the wealthiest in the world, and Lin Xian can infinitely create diamonds and gold, rendering a film company unnecessary for profit. The props in Doraemon, along with the blue cat, Doraemon himself, are products of technology. Lin Xian's intention in bringing forth the Doraemon anime was primarily to showcase it to the brief father-daughter duo, allowing them to manufacture the props within and see how many they could create. Upon hearing the AI's words, Lin Xian first opened his phone to review the deduced and organized plot. IT mirrored what Lin Xian had seen in his previous life. The story commenced with the protagonist, Nobita, one day opening his desk drawer, for which a robotic figure suddenly leaped forth. This was Doraemon. Sent by Nobita's descendant from the 22nd century, Doraemon's purpose was to assist Nobita in resolving his dilemmas and to fulfill his wishes as much as possible. Most importantly, the props within the story were described in detail. The Anywhere door, As long as the user thinks of a desired location, they can open this door and arrive at any place they wish to go. However, it has spatial limitations and time constraints. It cannot traverse through time, and locations not inputted on the Anywhere Doors map are unreachable, including the depths of the ocean. The Anywhere Door can access any space within a 10 light-year radius centered around the Earth. Time Cloth. It resembles an ordinary tablecloth, adorned with clock patterns of various sizes, and has two sides. When the front side is draped over an object, the passage of time for that object accelerates, revealing its future state. Conversely, if the backside is used, time will reverse for the object, showcasing its past state. The Anywhere Door is classified as a spatial prop, while the Time Cloth is a temporal prop. Among the two, it is most likely that Bulma and her father, Dr. Brief, could manufacture the Anywhere Door. Conversely, they might have an even greater chance of creating the time machine from the original work. In the original narrative, Bulma's time machine could instantly traverse to parallel timelines once activated. The time machine in Doraemon, however, differs in that it includes a process of navigating through a time tunnel. Time machine. Its function is to traverse time and space. The user first enters the time tunnel through an entrance, then pilots the time machine to the designated time and location. The plot of the Doraemon anime details the components that comprise Doraemon's time machine. Field Force Generation Device. Utilizes magnetic forces to create a field that propels the time machine. Seat. A transport designed for one occupant. Additional passengers must stand behind if more than one person is to be accommodated. Limited to the flying carpet model. Energy Box. A storage device for energy required for time travel, with one located on each side of the time machine. Engine. An M-bias propeller engine invented in the 22nd century for time travel. Varying in craftsmanship based on model and price. Small boat for drifting through time. Crafted from special alloy materials to navigate through four-dimensional space. In addition to Doraemon's time machine, the narrative also emphasizes his sister Dorami's time machine. The Tulip Seat, designed for multiple users, time selector, allows the choice of a specific time point. Emergency towing function, can tow other time machines, solar panels, resembling the leaves atop a tulip. These collect light to power the machine. Advanced engine, achieves speeds 23 times that of a basic aerial model. Curved space stabilizer, prevents encounters with time-space turbulence. Time flow movement board, prevents collisions with the flow of time. Time-space distortion control device, used to restore normalcy when entering areas of severe time-space distortion. Cockpit, non-open design, located within the tulip. Alongside the Anywhere Door, Time Cloth, and Time Machine, there are many other props of equal or even greater complexity, governed by different rules. The Woodcutter's Spring. Should one toss an object into the spring, the goddess of the spring will produce a superior version of that object, inquiring if it is indeed what was lost. Honesty will yield the advanced item, while deceit will result in receiving nothing. Timer, capable of pausing time. Time television, resembling a television, it adjusts according to time and location. The ability to manifest any object from the past or future across any time and space is indeed remarkable. It can even project these objects as three-dimensional images. The Scheduled Diary, which resembles an ordinary notebook, possesses the extraordinary ability to turn anything inscribed within it into reality. The Lie Potion. Anything uttered by the individual who consumes this elixir becomes a falsehood. The Misfortune Diamond. The bearer of this gem will encounter a multitude of calamities, with misfortunes affecting those in proximity manifesting upon them. The Date Change Watch, by merely adjusting the date on the watch. The entire world's date will align with that displayed on the timepiece. The Four-Dimensional Space Bag, also known as the Four-Dimensional Pocket or the Treasure Bag, provides a direct passage to another realm, accommodating an infinite number of items. The Confidential Pen. Any words written will only be visible to the writer and the person they wish to see it. The Foresight Antenna, when placed upon the head, does not provide foreknowledge of events, but prompts the wearer to take precautionary actions against unforeseen circumstances. The Restoration Ray. It has the power to revert broken objects to their original state, although it should not be used indiscriminately, as it could revert crafted items back to their raw materials and cannot resurrect the deceased, as doing so would defy the laws of nature, resulting in punishment. The If Phone Booth. By articulating one's ideal fantasy world into the phone, one can create a parallel space based on those desires. However, if it malfunctions, one may find it impossible to return from the parallel world to reality. Upon the phone ringing, wishes will be fulfilled within a time frame of 0 to 12 hours, and if one wishes to retract their desire, they will return to their original space. The internal structure of the phone booth consists of parallel space detection wires, dimensional memory activation devices, spatial movement engines, spatial control mechanisms, energy storage devices, dialers, parallel computers, receivers, and handrails. Familiarity with these components enhances the probability of successfully crafting an if phone booth. Lin Xian murmured, pondering how many top-tier devices from the beloved anime Doraemon Bulma and her father could produce. The gadgets from the anime, indeed, include those that Bulma and her father, Dr. Brief, can unquestionably create. The bamboo dragonfly. When placed on any part of the body, it allows one to soar through the skies at will. Powered by a minuscule battery capable of sustaining a speed of 80 kilometers per hour for 8 hours, and if flying intermittently, it can last even longer. The air cannon, cylindrical in shape and hollow within. When worn and accompanied by a shout of bang, it releases a jet of air that races towards its target with astonishing force, capable of penetrating steel. The Momotaro rice ball, when tossed. Ferocious beasts instinctively open their mouths to consume it, resulting in their complete taming, as they become obedient to the one who offers them the rice ball, causing no harm to the individual. The super gloves, regardless of how feeble the wearer may be, donning these gloves bestows immense strength, enabling them to uproot trees and overpower gorillas, who typically lose consciousness upon being thrown down, regaining awareness only after considerable time. The Gulliver Tunnel, entering through the large end and exiting through the small end, causes one to shrink, while the reverse results in enlargement that a shrunken individual who strays in the wrong direction risks becoming even smaller, facing the danger of being blown away. The disadvantage lies in the inability to control the extent of shrinking. It is slightly inferior to the shrinking lamp, yet its shrinking effect can persist indefinitely. The shrinking lamp, resembling a cylindrical flashlight, it can reduce the size and weight of objects, reverting them to their original state upon a second illumination, making it an exceedingly practical tool, albeit with time restrictions. Failure to maintain continuous exposure will lead to a reversion after a period. Previously mentioned, Bulma in the original work crafted a shrinking watch. A similar principle allows for the creation of the shrinking lamp. The enlarging lamp, in contrast, presents greater challenges in its creation than the shrinking lamp, though not excessively so. The enlarging lamp, resembling a flashlight, it serves to amplify the size and weight of objects, reverting them to their original state upon re-illumination, making it a highly useful device. The difficulty lies in the amplification of both size and weight, aside from the rare top-tier gadgets with a probability of creation. The remaining devices have a significant likelihood of being produced by Bulma and her father. The translation jelly. Upon consumption, it enables communication with individuals or entities speaking different languages. The wall-penetrating ring. When placed against a wall, it creates a passage leading to the other side, unaffected by the wall's contents, although exceptions apply if the wall is specially constructed. The sleep extraction gun. While not a conventional weapon, it proves invaluable, capable of siphoning away drowsiness and invigorating the user, while simultaneously allowing the extracted sleepiness to be projected onto others, inducing deep slumber. The clay doll. Capable of replicating individuals, it requires a strand of hair from the person to be copied. The doll will then recreate that individual based on their genetic makeup, resulting in an identical personality to the original. The random faucet. Available in various types, including those dispensing alcohol, juice, and water when affixed to a wall and turned on. Beverages will flow freely and without charge. The mermaid fruit. Upon consumption, it transforms the eater into a mermaid, with legs morphing into a fishtail, and during the transformation, the individual cannot consume fish, allowing them to live in water. The Super Ability Training Box. A device designed to train individuals in the mastery of superpowers, specifically 3 abilities: X-ray vision, telekinesis, and teleportation. Dedicating 3 hours each day for 3 years of unwavering effort is required to permanently master these abilities. The plethora of gadgets in the Doraemon anime is overwhelming, and notably, the skills of X-ray vision, telekinesis, and teleportation can be learned through the Super Ability Training Box. Regarding X-ray vision, Lin Xian noted that had he possessed this ability in his previous life, he could have easily discerned the simplest lottery or analyzed gambling stones. While walking, he could observe as well. This ability is among the dreams of many men. Telekinesis allows for manipulation of objects through thought alone. The allure of telekinesis lies in its stealthy nature. Those who possess this ability can perform actions without others realizing it was they who did so. Teleportation holds an undeniably prominent status within the Dragon Ball universe. Although Lin Xian can transform into lightning, utilizing the electric field to move as a current, bypassing obstacles to achieve instantaneous movement, it pales in comparison to the authenticity of true teleportation, in the Dragon Ball series. 3 types of teleportation have emerged: the Hydration teleportation, Gebet teleportation, and Metal Cooler teleportation. Teleportation is not merely a combat technique. It is a unique ability within the Dragon Ball realm. Hydration teleportation allows for instantaneous movement from one location to another without traversing any path or expending time. However, to utilize it, one must sense the energy of the target location, meaning this technique cannot be employed in uninhabited areas. Teleportation can also convey others. In the original work, when Goku uses teleportation, he places 2 fingers on his forehead. While this gesture is not obligatory, it aids concentration. Even without it, one can still perform teleportation. Those capable of this form of teleportation include Yardrat people, Son Goku, Cell, Vegeta, and Black Goku. Gebet teleportation differs from Hydration teleportation in that it can reach any planet in the lower universe without requiring energy detection. Albeit lacking the precision to locate a specific individual, it can be stated that Hydration teleportation is intended for locating individuals, while Gebet teleportation is designed for finding locations, given that it aligns with the profession of its user. However, if the user can sense energy, they can specify a position on any planet, achieving the same capability as the Hydration version. Those capable of Gebet teleportation include Gebet, Gebet God, and Kid Buu. Metal Cooler S teleportation shares similarities with Gebet teleportation, but does not necessitate sensing another's energy. As a mechanical entity, Metal Cooler cannot perceive energy. Before becoming Metal Cooler, he perished during a battle with Goku, subsequently assimilating a mechanical chip in space, transforming into Metal Cooler with a combat power reaching 100 billion, and acquiring the ability to teleport. Metal Cooler's teleportation is an inherent program, thus unattainable through conventional learning. Thus, apart from the metallic Gula, no one else can wield this version of instantaneous teleportation. The only ones who might master it are robots. The teleportation learned within the Super Ability Training Box differs from the 3 types of teleportation found in the Dragon Ball universe. This particular version of teleportation allows one to transport themselves, others, or even objects to any location solely based on their thoughts, undeniably representing the pinnacle of instantaneous movement. The 3 types of teleportation from the Dragon Ball world, coupled with the teleportation featured in the Doraemon anime and Lin Xian's lightning-fast teleportation, bring the known methods of teleportation to 5 distinct variations that, in comparison to those tools, the robot known as Doraemon should pose slightly more of a challenge for Brief and Bulma than the Bamboo Copter. Doraemon's specifications have been mentioned in the anime. The types of Doraemon robots include those designed to care for infants. Its height, weight, chest measurement, and sitting height are noted, alongside its power output of 129.3 horsepower, approximately equivalent to the strength of an adult being around 0.5 horsepower. The jumping height when encountering a mouse and the fleeing speed in such a scenario are also recorded. Quality, subpar. Infrared vision, capable of seeing in darkness. Enhanced olfactory senses, with a sensitivity 200 times that of a human, now malfunctioning. Gigantic mouth, capable of accommodating a large basin. Radar whiskers, capable of detecting distant objects. Now malfunctioning. Summoning bell, currently out of order, repurposed as a camera. Atomic reactor, capable of converting ingested substances into atomic energy. Sticky hands, capable of adhering to numerous items. Flat feet, originally designed for silent movement. Now this function has been lost. Tail, serves as an activation switch. When pulled outward, all activities cease, and it will gently sway when in an unhappy state. Favorite food, dorayaki. Greatest fears, mice, cold weather, and hot weather. Kind-hearted and eager to assist, yet also soft-hearted. When deprived of dorayaki, or when referred to as raccoon, it tends to become extremely irritable, lacking ears due to an incident in the future where a mouse bit them off during a nap. It harbors both hatred and fear for mice. With this data, for scientists of Brief and Bulma's caliber, failing to replicate a Doryman in a 1:1 ratio would indeed be a source of great frustration. Xian, what are you looking at? What is Doryman? The turtle hermit inquired, observing Lin Xian, who was engrossed in a super foldable phone. Unable to resist, the turtle hermit approached for a closer look. Judging by his expression, it seemed he was reminded of his own hobbies. However, upon viewing the animation on the super foldable phone, his face revealed a profound sense of disappointment. In response, the turtle hermit remarked, "Indeed, children are merely children, only entertained by trivial matters, devoid of any real substance." Lin Xian did not engage the turtle hermit in discussions about children's interests. Instead, he solemnly addressed him. "Remember, you may call me Xian, brat, or Lin Xian, but refrain from referring to me as Xianzi. That moniker is rather unappealing." The turtle hermit chuckled, saying, "I called you Xian and brat, but the combination of both, Xianzi, has a certain pleasant ring to it." Lin Xian turned around, glaring at the turtle hermit. Noticing this, the turtle hermit shivered slightly and added, "My dear disciple, I am quite easygoing. Since you dislike being called Xianzi, I shall refer to you as Xian as long as you don't provoke my ire." Ignoring the turtle hermit, Lin Xian addressed the artificial intelligence of the super foldable phone, Skynet. Send all episodes of the Doryman anime to Bulma. Skynet is the name Lin Xian designated for this artificial intelligence. In his previous life, he had encountered a film featuring an artificial intelligence named Skynet. Among all the artificial intelligence names he knew, Skynet was the most imposing and melodious. In West City, at the Universal Capsule Corporation. Upon receiving the Doryman anime sent by Lin Xian and understanding his intention, Bulma quickly familiarized herself with the storyline of Doryman through her computer. Subsequently, she was left utterly astounded. The gadgets from Doryman represented a fantastical technology for her and her father. Brief. Even if they entertained the notion of creating them, it would require many years of effort. Bulma mused to herself, "Xian, you certainly know how to present us with a challenge. In the next 10, 20 years, or even longer, my father and I will be quite busy." However, the gadgets featured in the Doryman anime were not purely fantastical. The items she had seen all had scientific underpinnings. Following this line of thought, Bulma sought out her father, Dr. Brief. Similar to Bulma, Dr. Brief initially grasped the general plot of the Doryman anime and subsequently exclaimed that Lin Xian was a genius. He then began to meticulously watch the entire Doryman series, which comprised over 2,000 episodes. This moment, Lin Xian had returned, holding a stone inscribed with the character for turtle, which he presented to the turtle hermit. Upon a brief glance, the turtle hermit, as though the stone were a weapon, smashed it onto Krillin's head. The turtle hermit remarked, "You little rascal, you think you can fool me? I am not so senile as to be unable to recognize my own handwriting." Rewinding time, it was evident that Krillin had concocted a scheme. He picked up a similarly sized stone, borrowed a pen from a nearby household, imitated the turtle hermit's handwriting, and inscribed a character for turtle to pass it off as the stone the turtle hermit had thrown. My apologies. "Master Roshi, I'll go find it right away," Krillin said, scurrying off in disgrace. Lin Xian picked up the stone the turtle hermit had thrown at Krillin, a slight smile gracing his lips as a thought began to form in his mind. Krillin ventured into the woods, only to encounter a saber-toothed tiger, which he swiftly knocked down with a single punch. However, when a large dinosaur passed by, he had no choice but to hide. Once the dinosaur had left, Krillin intended to continue his search for stones when he heard Goku's voice. Following the sound, Krillin approached Goku, who was holding a stone and laughing. "Ha! Now we have dinner." Upon arriving, Krillin saw Goku with the stone and exclaimed, "You really found it?" Goku replied, "I could smell the old man's scent. It was easy to locate. Growing up in the mountains, Goku possessed an extraordinary sense of smell, allowing him to track where the stone had landed in the woods." "Goku, let me see that stone so I can help confirm if it's the one," Krillin thought mischievously. Goku, innocent and trusting, handed the stone to Krillin. Seizing the opportunity, Krillin turned and fled. It was only then that Goku realized his stone had been snatched away. "Old man, do you recognize this stone in my hand? Is it the one you threw?" Lin Xian queried the turtle hermit, while holding the golden stone inscribed with the character for turtle. This stone was indeed the one Krillin had attempted to use to deceive the turtle hermit. The transformation of the stone into gold was a result of Lin Xian using his abilities to convert it. What a cunning little rascal, turning Krillin's cheating stone into gold to entice me, the turtle hermit thought, having seen through Lin Xian's ruse. However, Lin Xian's trick was glaringly obvious. Had the turtle hermit not considered his role as a master, he would have readily admitted that the golden stone in Lin Xian's hand was indeed the one he had thrown and taken it for himself. Seeing that the turtle hermit remained silent, Lin Xian feigned disappointment, stating, "Well then, it seems this stone wasn't thrown by you, old man, that I suppose I shall continue waiting patiently. After all, victory is assured, so there is no need to rush. Xiao Xian, this stone is indeed the one I threw earlier. You have won this test," the turtle hermit finally conceded, snatching the golden stone from Lin Xian's hand, having previously stubbornly claimed that Lin Xian may not necessarily win, knowing that Lin Xian was destined to win. There was an elegant turnaround as he openly declared Lin Xian the victor of the test, thereby acknowledging the identity of the golden stone. However, what the turtle sage was unaware of was that the golden stone in his possession, while appearing to be genuine gold, was in fact an illusion. Not only the turtle sage, but even seasoned experts would fail to discern any flaw in it. In truth, this golden stone was not real gold, but rather a substance known as water-soluble gold, which dissolves completely in water, leaving no trace behind. Lin Xian aptly named it, to prevent gold from losing its value. Meanwhile, Krillin and Goku were still oblivious to Lin Xian's triumph. Krillin had just been caught by Goku and, in a moment of desperation, threw a stone devoid of markings, leading Goku to mistakenly believe it was the inscribed stone. Subsequently, Krillin dashed back at his utmost speed. "Master Roshi, I found the stone." Krillin returned and presented the stone to the turtle sage once more. "You little rascal, trying to fool me with another fake." The turtle sage held the stone in his hand, glanced at it, and then hurled it away, striking Krillin on the head. In reality, the turtle sage instantly recognized that this stone was the same one he had discarded, with the character for turtle being his own handwriting. However, since he had already proclaimed Lin Xian the winner and acknowledged his golden stone, he could not possibly accept the stone that Krillin had retrieved. How is that possible? Krillin, ignoring the pain on his head, was besieged by a flurry of questions in his mind. That moment, the turtle sage addressed Krillin. "You need not search any further. Little Xian has already recovered the stone." What? Krillin recalled that Lin Xian had been present during both of his returns. When then had he found and brought back the stone? With curiosity bubbling within him, Krillin inquired of the turtle sage, "Master Roshi, may I see the stone that brother Lin Xian retrieved?" "What? Are you doubting me?" The turtle sage, of course, would not reveal the golden stone to Krillin. No, not at all. Krillin quickly shook his head. Seeing this, Lin Xian smiled and remarked, "Old man, showing the golden stone to Krillin is of no consequence. After all, the quantity of gold remains unchanged. Golden stone, gold." Upon hearing these two words, Krillin, who was no fool and understood that Lin Xian could transmute and create gold, quickly pieced together the situation. Ahem. The turtle sage coughed to alleviate the awkwardness, then quietly whispered to Lin Xian, "Kid, be quiet." As for Krillin, he could only accept the situation. Before long, Goku returned, having learned that Lin Xian had won the test. He presumed that Lin Xian had snatched the stone from Krillin. During dinner, Lin Xian and the turtle sage dined at the table, while Goku, Krillin, and Lan Chi watched from the side. Goku and Krillin were salivating, while Lan Chi, too, felt hungry. However, Lin Xian had discreetly informed her not to eat dinner, promising to take her out for a late-night snack later. In the original story, it was Krillin, the turtle sage, and Lan Chi who had dined that evening, only for Lan Chi, who was cooking, to mishandle the preparation of pufferfish, resulting in food poisoning for the three of them. They lay ill the following day and only resumed training on the third day. Lin Xian's decision to keep Lan Chi from the table was to prevent her from falling ill. Lin Xian was not concerned about the risk of poisoning. With his bloodline upgraded to royal level, the mere toxicity of pufferfish posed no threat to him. This was one of the advantages of his enhanced lineage. As they consumed pufferfish meat and sipped on spirits, the turtle sage praised, "Lan Chi, your culinary skills are truly commendable. Are you really not going to eat?" "No, thank you." Lan Chi shook her head. She cast a glance at Lin Xian and added, "I am on a diet, so I won't eat." Lan Chi did not betray Lin Xian. "With your figure, you need not worry about dieting. But I understand that you ladies cherish beauty, so do as you wish." The turtle sage did not dwell on this matter. After dinner, having indulged a bit too much in drink, the turtle sage wobbled onto the sofa and fell asleep. Lin Xian turned to Lan Chi, Goku, and Krillin and said, "Let us go. I'll take you for a late-night snack." Upon hearing this, Goku and Krillin exchanged excited glances. However, the next moment, Goku hesitated. "Is that appropriate? The old man forbade us from eating dinner. If we sneak off to eat?" "Well, it's not dinner, it's a late-night snack," Krillin interjected, displaying his cleverness. "Goku, there's no need to hesitate. We aren't defying Master Roshi's orders. A late-night snack is not the same as dinner. If Master Roshi finds out we went for a late-night snack, he might even commend our cleverness." The turtle sage was too inebriated to hear Krillin's words. Otherwise, he would surely retort, "Commend you? Not a chance." Thus, Lin Xian and the three others exited the turtle sage's abode and sought out a restaurant on the island for their late-night repast. En route, Lin Xian explained to Lan Chi the rationale behind his decision to keep her from dinner and shared his immunity to toxins. Realizing the pufferfish was poisonous, Krillin felt fortunate he had not eaten dinner. Otherwise, he too could have succumbed to food poisoning at the restaurant. Before the dishes arrived, Lan Chi expressed her concerns. "Little Xian, are you certain Master Roshi is truly fine?" Despite Lin Xian having reassured her that the turtle sage would be all right after consuming the toxic pufferfish, she could not help but worry. Lin Xian waved his hand dismissively, saying, "No worries, given the old man's constitution. A day of illness from the toxic pufferfish is all he will endure. There's no need to fret." Krillin chimed in, "Exactly. Master Roshi is a titan of the martial arts world. If he could be easily felled by poison, he wouldn't be regarded as the god of martial arts. Indeed, the old man is formidable. Consuming a bit of poisonous meat should pose no issue." Goku concurred. What a sight! 3 devoted disciples. One was aware of the pufferfish's toxicity, yet chose to remain silent, while the other 2, cognizant of their master's predicament, refrained from suggesting he take medicine or see a doctor for this late-night meal. The small restaurant's offerings were soon devoured, primarily due to Goku's insatiable appetite, with Krillin also consuming quite a bit, and Lan Chi finishing a generous bowl of rice that in contrast, Lin Xian, having dined earlier, barely touched his late-night meal. The expenses for this outing were covered by Lin Xian. On the way back, Lin Xian remarked to Lan Chi, "Sister Lan Chi, the food at this restaurant pales in comparison to what you prepare. I much prefer your cooking to that so." Lan Chi was quite pleased by Lin Xian's compliment, smiling as she responded, "Thank you, little Xian, for your kind words. That I will be more careful in the future to ensure there are no incidents like today's with poisonous food that I'll cook for you every day." The following day, the turtle sage fell ill, granting Lin Xian, Goku, and Krillin a day off at that moment. Lin Xian sat cross-legged beneath the sun. Under the sun's warm embrace, an epiphany struck Lin Xian. He sought to absorb the energy emanating from the sunlight that reached the earth. It had been previously stated that all things in the world possess qi. Even the sun itself is comprised of qi. With his royal bloodline and innate potential, Lin Xian took merely an hour to develop the ability to absorb solar energy, employing a breathing technique to do so. This technique could aptly be termed a breathing method, with some inspiration drawn from the anime Demon Slayer. As a fan of Dragon Ball, Lin Xian had also watched other popular anime, such as Bleach, Naruto, and Doraemon, as well as the ongoing One Piece, though he had not delved deeply into many others. Nevertheless, he had heard the renowned Breath of the Sun from Demon Slayer. The Breath of the Sun, being the foundational breathing technique, serves as the ancestor and basis for all other breathing techniques, created and utilized by its founder, Yoriichi Tsujikuni, and it embodies immense solar energy. Lin Xian was not intimately familiar with the Breath of the Sun from Demon Slayer. His own version was simply a method of absorbing solar energy through breathing to enhance his own strength. The breath of the sun, a breathing technique that enhances one's power simply through inhalation, was akin to wielding a cheat that be why absorbing solar energy. One's internal energy would carry solar attributes, enabling effortless resilience against cold, adaptability to heat, longevity, and potentially living to a ripe old age, along with the ability to conjure golden flames symbolizing the sun from their energy. Should Earthlings master the breath of the sun, dedicating 2 to 3 hours daily under sunlight for breathing exercises, they could expect an annual increase of at least 1 point in combat power. While 1 point may seem modest, for Earthlings wielding only 5 points of combat power with firearms, an annual gain of at least 1 point would be substantial, in Lin Xian's previous life on Earth. Possessing 10 points of combat power would allow one to easily shatter the 100-meter record and take down a tiger or a giant python with a single strike. Bullets would merely bounce off like they were hitting steel plating, making one a veritable superhuman. However, Lin Xian was not inclined to disseminate the breath of the sun widely. The sun, after all, has a finite lifespan. Its energy is not boundless, in the vast cosmos. The number of suns is innumerable. Yet within the solar system that harbors Earth, there exists but a single sun. Should the sun's energy be excessively drawn upon, precipitating its premature decline, Earth would be left with no recourse but to wander through the void, seeking another solar system, aside from creating an artificial sun. The breath of the sun is not solely a practice for humans of Earth. It can also be cultivated by cosmic beings dwelling beneath the sun. The utmost potential of the breath of the sun lies in its ability to absorb the entirety of a sun's energy through the act of breathing. To achieve this, one must possess formidable combat prowess. The breath of the sun does not belong to the realm of techniques. Rather, it is a special ability acquired through dedicated learning, aspiring to rapidly enhance one's combat strength, rather than incrementally improving it by a mere point over the span of a year. Necessitates an examination of one's bloodline and latent potential that, in stark contrast to this maximum capacity. The minimum threshold of the breath of the sun involves absorbing the energy emitted by the sun that permeates the surroundings of the breathtaker. In a world saturated with extraordinary abilities, the creation of the breath of the sun seemed to Lin Xian merely acceptable. Having witnessed the entirety of the Dragon Ball series in his past life, he was acutely aware that in this realm, whether heroes or villains, the presence of extraordinary powers is ubiquitous. Such abilities have become commonplace. The villains, in particular, often exhibit powers surpassing those of their heroic counterparts. The original trio of antagonists, Frieza, Cell, and Majin Buu, alongside the formidable foes from Dragon Ball GT, such as Baby and Super 17, as well as the cinematic adversaries like Cooler and Broly, showcase the prevalence of exceptional powers among villains. In Dragon Ball Super, figures like Black Goku and Zamasu further exemplify this trend. Even in fan works, characters like Jaiko, the son of the Supreme Kai of Time, and Vegeta's brother, Reg, reflect this phenomenon. Within the Dragon Ball series, the villains are masters of extraordinary abilities, each more impressive than the last. A villain lacking such powers simply cannot be deemed a true threat. Frieza and his father were slain by future Trunks, only to be resurrected after a span of 13 years, during which Frieza trained for a mere 4 months, transforming into Golden Frieza and engaging in a fierce battle with Goku, at times overwhelming him. The journey from Super Saiyan to Super Saiyan Blue took Goku over a decade, while Frieza achieved comparable strength in just 4 months. Cell initially thrived by absorbing the life energy of humans, subsequently achieving his perfect form by assimilating androids 17 and 18 that after being defeated by Gohan and self-destructing, Cell's core cells were preserved, allowing him to regenerate, and thanks to his Saiyan cells, he could recover from significant injuries and match Gohan's strength. Even learning instant transmission from Goku. In the hierarchy of villainous powers, Cell's abilities do not rank among the highest. Majin Buu possesses remarkable regenerative capabilities, able to restore himself from just a single cell, provided he is not completely obliterated or worn down beyond his regenerative capacity. The original Kid Buu possesses infinite stamina, only unable to regenerate when faced with overwhelming force. Majin Buu also has the ability to absorb others, enveloping any individual and assimilating them into his being, thereby gaining their powers and abilities. Moro wields the power to manipulate objects from a distance, converting the life energy of planets into offensive capabilities. He can absorb the abilities of all life forms on a planet, devouring the planet itself and obtaining limitless power while sensing all life energies. Saban Sly, a subordinate of Moro, is an artificial being capable of copying the abilities of others for a duration of 30 minutes, during which he can fully replicate their skills and even strength. Moro and Saban Sly are villains from the Dragon Ball Super manga. Zamasu, with his immortal form, and Black Goku, whose body he inhabits, achieve a fusion that exemplifies the pinnacle of extraordinary abilities that in the animated version. Infinite Zamasu, due to his immortality, manifests as a gaseous form after being cleaved in two by future Trunks, enveloping the entirety of Universe 7 and becoming akin to a divine will. Wielding power that influences parallel universes. In the manga, each manifestation of Zamasu retains identical strength, as Black Goku and future Zamasu are essentially the same entity. Their fusion allows for infinite replication, with each iteration maintaining the strength of the original. Both versions of the fused Zamasu in Dragon Ball Super prove formidable enough that even Goku, the protagonist, finds himself at a loss, resorting to summoning the Omni King. Ultimately, the fused Zamasu, along with 12 universes from a parallel timeline, is eradicated by the Omni King. Turning to the heroes, characters such as Master Roshi, Krillin, and Android 17 and 18 also exhibit their share of extraordinary powers. The androids, being powerful creations based on humans, possess infinite energy due to their permanent energy cores, experiencing minimal aging and requiring only water for sustenance. After their redemption from villainy, they continue to grow stronger through training within the narrative of Dragon Ball Super, compared to the overwhelming powers of the villains. The Breath of the Sun is a rather demanding ability for significantly enhancing combat strength, relegating it to a lower tier. Yet in comparison to all those with extraordinary abilities, Lin Xian, equipped with a system and knowledge of the narrative, wields the most formidable advantage. In his past life, Lin Xian conceived the notion of amalgamating the infinite energy of the androids, the boundless stamina of Kid Buu, the immortality of Zamasu, the magical prowess of Moro, the replication abilities of Saban Sly, alongside the extraordinary bloodlines of Saiyan and Frost Demons, not to mention the erasure capabilities of the Omni King and the powers of angels and gods of destruction. Such a convergence within a single individual would be immensely powerful. With the attribute acquisition system at his disposal, Lin Xian could realize this ambition from before his transmigration. However, he has chosen to forego bloodline enhancements, focusing solely on upgrading his own lineage, unwilling to possess even a permanent energy core within himself. When he encounters an android endowed with infinite energy, he intends to collect the attribute fragments of infinite energy, circumventing the need for a permanent energy core and acquiring boundless energy capabilities. The Breath of the Sun is merely the beginning. From this point onward, Lin Xian embarked on a quest to create extraordinary abilities. He aspired to develop a special power that could be enhanced through postnatal learning and consumption, significantly boosting combat strength while being less demanding than the Breath of the Sun. The concept that came to Lin Xian's mind was the Saint Thief from the 8 Extraordinary Techniques, which refers to the 6 viscera of the human body, responsible for digestion, nutrient absorption, and waste elimination. In simpler terms, this ability would enable the body's 6 viscera to instantaneously absorb the essence of food and convert it into energy, endowing the individual with vitality, eternal youth, and the capacity to excrete corrosive saliva akin to potent gastric juice. This ability would certainly possess a low threshold with no upper limit. Food is life, and beings like Frieza, Cell, and Majin Buu are all forms of life. If one were resolute enough, the possibilities are vast. However, with Lin Xian's current royal bloodline talent, he is far from capable of creating such an extraordinary ability. The concepts of instant enhancement through consumption and eternal youth remain beyond his current reach, awaiting future bloodline upgrades and sufficient talent. Rising from a seated position beneath the sun, Lin Xian acknowledged that he had already experimented with the Breath of the Sun. With his bloodline, potential, and combat strength, he could increase his power by a point in just a day, which was no small feat. He then remarked, "First, I shall visit Bulma's home, and then return home to share the breath of the sun with Yamcha and Tulong." Lin Xian had been to Bulma's house just yesterday, and now, visiting again felt akin to a student returning home from school. Upon seeing Lin Xian preparing to leave, Goku rushed up and inquired, "Little Xian, where are you going?" "I am off to Bulma's house and then back to check on Yamcha and the others," Lin Xian replied. He then added, "By the way, I previously mentioned teaching you the Gale Foot technique. Now, I shall also impart the 6 styles of martial arts and the breath of the sun to you and Krillin." As soon as the words left his mouth, Lin Xian turned and strode towards the Turtle Hermit's house. Wukong, upon hearing Lin Xian's remarks, eagerly followed suit. The Turtle Hermit's house was equipped with a printer, and Lin Xian utilized his super foldable phone to connect with it, producing several copies of the 6 styles of martial arts and the methods for practicing the breath of the sun. "Wukong, here are 2 copies each of these form manuals for you and Krillin. If there are any unfamiliar characters, feel free to ask Krillin, Lan Shi, or the old man. You can also wait for my return," Lin Xian said, handing Wukong 2 copies of the 6 styles of martial arts and the breath of the sun great. Wukong nodded enthusiastically, replying, "I understand. Don't worry, Xiao Xian." The training manuals for the 6 styles of martial arts and the breath of the sun resembled the martial arts scriptures from Lin Xian's previous life in a wuxia novel, adorned with both text and illustrations. Concerned that Wukong might struggle with the script or the images, Lin Xian was relieved when Krillin entered, overhearing Lin Xian's conversation with Wukong. "Big brother, what did you give Wukong?" he inquired. "You'll see for yourself." Lin Xian vanished in a flash of lightning. "Wow!" Krillin, not an ordinary individual, exclaimed in astonishment after perusing the manuals. "I can't believe how generous Big Brother is to entrust me with such significant knowledge." Wukong chimed in, "Krillin, Xiao Xian is really great. Let us get to training." The commotion created by Krillin and Wukong roused the ailing Turtle Hermit from his rest. The Turtle Hermit addressed Lan Shi, saying, "Lan Shi, please go out and summon Wukong and Krillin for me." "Of course," Lan Shi replied, promptly fetching Wukong and Krillin. Upon learning about the earlier events from Wukong and Krillin, the Turtle Hermit examined the manuals, his expression gravely serious as he asked, "Did Lin Xian give you these?" Even Krillin could discern the extraordinary nature of the 6 styles of martial arts and the breath of the sun. And the Turtle Hermit, known as the god of martial arts, could certainly recognize their significance. The 6 styles of martial arts represent the purest form of physical combat. The stronger the physique, the greater the power unleashed. The life restoration technique was particularly formidable. The breath of the sun, breathing to enhance strength, shattered the Turtle Hermit's preconceptions, prompting him to exclaim that it was tantamount to cheating. Ultimately, the Turtle Hermit lamented, "Lin Xian truly is a prodigy." In West City, at the Universal Capsule Corporation, Lin Xian had previously informed Bulma via the artificial intelligence known as Skynet. Upon arriving at Bulma's residence, he greeted Bulma, Dr. Brief, and Mrs. Brief, who were all engrossed in watching Doraemon. "Dad, Mom, Bulma." Lin Xian acknowledged them. "Oh, Xiao Xian, you're here. I'll get you some juice," Mrs. Brief said. Before Lin Xian's arrival, while watching Doraemon, Bulma had manufactured a large batch of the bamboo copters featured in the series, producing over 101 go. Remarkably, it had only been half a day since then. Holding a bamboo copter, Bulma informed Lin Xian, "Xiao Xian, I tested the bamboo copter when I finished making it, and it works perfectly, exactly like the one in Doraemon. Just give me a bit more time, and I can create an improved version with better battery efficiency to extend its flight duration." Lin Xian praised her. "Impressive. You've managed to replicate the gadget so swiftly. What is so difficult about it? When you are the bamboo copter on your head and the propeller spins, a gravitational field is generated around you, nullifying the Earth's gravity so you can float. Just by envisioning the direction and speed of your flight, your brainwaves will relay commands to the computer, adjusting the propeller speed accordingly. As the propeller speed changes, so does the gravitational field, allowing for free flight. Knowing this principle, if you still can't manufacture it, wouldn't that tarnish my reputation as a brilliant young scientist?" Much of what Bulma said stemmed from her understanding of the Doraemon storyline. With just half the knowledge, She was able to intuitively deduce the other half of the principle behind the bamboo copter, but Dr. Brief interjected, Xian, you've come at the perfect time. Bulma and I are planning to develop an air cannon. The air cannon from Doraemon is merely a toy for children, lacking substantial value that we aim to increase its power, and your ability to manipulate air would be invaluable for our experiments. No problem. Lin Xian expressed his keen interest in the upgraded air cannon. Xian, here you go. This is watermelon juice. Mrs. Brief entered, handing Lin Xian the juice, then turned to her husband, Dr. Brief, complaining, honestly, I wanted Xian to accompany me shopping. Clearly, she had overheard Dr. Brief's remarks. Mom, if anyone should go shopping, it should be Xian with me. Bulma pouted. Are you feeling jealous, Bulma? Mrs. Brief teased, smiling. Lin Xian, understanding the dynamics, chose not to engage in the conversation, while Dr. Brief shook his head in resignation. 3 hours later, with Lin Xian's assistance, the upgraded air cannon was successfully constructed by Dr. Brief and Bulma. This air cannon is quite impressive, if the turtle hermit were struck by it. Lin Xian mused, the upgraded air cannon possessed significantly greater power than the one depicted in the manga. After testing its might, Lin Xian concluded that anyone with a battle power below 200, unless possessing extraordinary abilities, would either be severely injured or killed by a direct hit from the upgraded air cannon. The air cannon's capability to contend with individuals of such lower strength was already remarkable. In the original story, Piccolo Daimao had a battle power of 230 before using the Dragon Balls to restore his youth, and 260 afterward. If the air cannon were to become even more powerful, it could potentially eliminate Piccolo Daimao with a single shot. Observing the experimental results, which left a large expanse of barren land obliterated, Dr. Brief remarked, I never anticipated the upgraded air cannon would possess such immense power. It has exceeded my expectations. That moment. Dr. Brief had not yet experienced the events surrounding Piccolo Daimao, or the Saiyans, having never witnessed the destruction of a city with a mere wave of a hand or planets shattering in intergalactic battles. Previously, he had deemed the air cannon's power modest, but now he saw it as overwhelmingly formidable. After all, an average adult on Earth possesses a battle power of only 5, and an air cannon that could not be withstood by anyone below 200 was a stark contrast. Akin to using a cannon to swat a fly. Lin Xian advised Dr. Brief that we don't need the air cannon just yet. Let us store it at the Universal Capsule Corporation for now. All right, Dr. Brief acquiesced, adding it's best to keep this destructive air cannon safely stored as the founder of Universal Capsules and the wealthiest individual on the planet. Dr. Brief was also a businessman, and the mass production of bamboo copters revealed a lucrative opportunity. People on Earth harbor a dream of flight. Though there are hover cars and trains, they are merely variations of conventional aircraft. The bamboo copter, worn on the head, represents a completely different concept. After concluding the experiments and returning to the Universal Capsule Corporation, Dr. Brief began discussions on marketing the bamboo copters, while Bulma believed that the value of the Doraemon series was immense and should be promoted widely. Hearing their conversation, Lin Xian readily agreed without a second thought. Whether or not to sell the bamboo copters was of little concern to him. There are other brilliant scientists on Earth besides Dr. Brief and Bulma. Seeing the bamboo copter from the Doraemon series come to fruition made Lin Xian curious about what other gadgets might be created by those scientists inspired by the anime. Subsequently, Dr. Brief broached the topic of profit sharing, but Lin Xian had no desire for any cut, as he intended to marry Bulma, making the Universal Capsule Corporation his own. That is not acceptable, Bulma interjected, disagreeing with Lin Xian's refusal to take any share. Xian, if it weren't for you, the bamboo copter from Doraemon wouldn't have been created, let alone sold. In a surprising turn, Bulma even offered to promote Doraemon free of charge, with all profits going to Lin Xian, while the Universal Capsule Corporation would only charge for materials related to the sale of the bamboo copters. Dr. Brief's eyelid twitched at this revelation, but he held no objections, knowing they would soon be family. Yet he couldn't help but recall the adage that once a daughter is married, she is like water poured out. And yet, she wasn't even married yet. Thus it was settled. Bulma provided Lin Xian with a card, assuring him that he need not trouble himself with the remaining matters. He simply needed to collect the payment before departing from the Capsule Corporation. Lin Xian handed Bulma a copy of the Breath of the Sun and informed her of its remarkable abilities. upon hearing that the technique could enhance one's strength and prolong life. Bulma accepted it without hesitation, eager to find an opportunity to test it. Subsequently, Lin Xian returned home to the headquarters of the Golden Army, where he distributed the breath of the sun to Yamcha, Oolong, and a few others, along with several bamboo flying machines he had obtained from Bulma. Yamcha and Oolong were puzzled by Lin Xian's quick return, wondering if Master Roshi had been so idle. Yamcha inquired, "Big brother, how was your time with Goku at Master Wutian's place?" Understanding Yamcha's intent, Lin Xian chuckled and replied, "The old man Roshi has fallen ill." Upon hearing that Master Roshi had been poisoned by pufferfish, Yamcha and Oolong immediately deemed him unreliable, especially Yamcha, who held the title of martial arts god in high regard. Unexpectedly, alas, when Lin Xian returned to the Kame house, the sun had already set, and he arrived just as Lan Chi finished preparing dinner. Upon seeing Lin Xian, Lan Chi joyfully exclaimed, "Xiao Xian is back. Wash your hands and come to eat." Just the night before, she had promised to cook for him every day. Today, Lin Xian had missed out on her lunch, leaving her somewhat disheartened. "Sister Lan Chi, let me help you serve the dishes." After washing his hands, Lin Xian assisted Lan Chi in bringing the food to the table. During dinner, Goku and Krillin sat beside Lin Xian, engaging him in conversation. After the meal, Lin Xian was called away by Master Roshi, who brought up the 6 styles of martial arts and the breath of the sun, expressing his desire to practice and learn them. "Old man, you invited me here to train, yet you wish to learn my unique skills instead. I think it would be better for you to take me as your master," Lin Xian quipped playfully. Of course, he was merely joking. He had no interest in accepting such an elderly disciple. Initially angered, Master Roshi, upon realizing Lin Xian was jesting, felt a mix of frustration and amusement. The following day, at the break of dawn, just as the sun was about to rise, the sea breeze rustled, and the once serene Kame house was interrupted by the sound of a cheerful alarm ringing, followed by a loud call. "Wake up, Goku and Krillin. It's time to get up and train." In the Kame house, Master Roshi roused Goku and Krillin from their slumber. After the previous day's rest, Master Roshi was now feeling entirely well. Krillin rubbed his sleepy eyes, yawned, and pointed at the clock, sleepily exclaiming, "Why is it so early?" "It's only 4:30. It's not too early. The early morning is the best time for training," Master Roshi insisted. "Now hurry up and get dressed. I'll go wake up Xiao Xian. You two wait outside and don't fall back asleep." With that, Master Roshi ascended to the second floor to rouse Lin Xian and Lan Chi. Before he could call out, Lin Xian emerged from the room. "Ah, good to see you awake so early." Master Roshi praised Lin Xian, then added, "Perfect timing. The morning training session is about to begin. Go wait outside for Goku and Krillin." Master Roshi then returned to Lin Xian's room, unaware that Lan Chi was also awake. Before awakening, the blue-haired Lan Chi had transformed into her golden-haired self. "Old man, brace yourself for the consequences," Lin Xian said with a glint in his eye. Reveling in the mischief, aware of Master Roshi's intentions, Lin Xian chose not to warn him. As he exited the Kame house, he soon heard the distinct sound of gunfire coming from his and Lan Chi's room upstairs. Just then, Goku and Krillin, now dressed, stepped out, and upon hearing the familiar gunshots, instinctively recoiled, evidently reminded of unpleasant memories. It's the sound of golden-haired Lan Chi's gunfire. With Big Brother and Goku here, and I too present, it is only Master Wutian who is absent, Krillin deduced the situation. Moments later, Master Roshi emerged, his head wrapped in bandages. Seeing his appearance, Lin Xian suppressed a laugh and feigned concern, asking, "Old man, what happened to you? How did you end up like this in such a short time?" "Ahem." Master Roshi coughed awkwardly, a hint of discomfort flashing across his face. He then attempted to downplay the situation with a chuckle. "Haha, old age is catching up to me. I tripped while going down the stairs and had a little accident." The truth was that Lan Chi's bullets could not harm Master Roshi. The bandages were merely a facade to conceal the marks left by the bullets, preserving his dignity as a master Do. "Is that so? However, it seems you didn't just trip," Lin Xian inquired with feigned curiosity. "What kind of look is that? If I say I tripped, then I tripped. I know my own situation," Master Roshi retorted, eager to shift the topic. "Well then, I shan't pry further. Old man, do be careful when descending stairs in the future." Do not injure yourself again, Lin Xian said with a tone of concern. Master Roshi shot him a glare. Unappreciative of the sentiment, Krillin, standing nearby, struggled to suppress laughter, his expression contorting in the effort. Only the naive Goku, believing Master Roshi's words, thought he had genuinely fallen. Master Roshi, hands clasped behind his back, addressed the trio of Lin Xian, Goku, and Krillin. We are about to commence the training of the Kame School's martial arts. Let me first explain to you what martial arts truly entails. The pursuit of martial arts is not for the sake of fighting or seeking glory, nor is it to gain favor with the ladies. It is to cultivate a healthy mind and body, enriching one's life with meaning. That is the essence of martial arts. However, for those scoundrels who abuse their strength to bully others, you must teach them a severe lesson. Master Roshi rambled on, while Goku comprehended none of it. Even after an explanation, Master Roshi, exasperated, decided against further clarification. Now, let us begin. First, we shall start with a light jog. Follow my lead, Master Roshi declared, taking the initiative and setting off at a run. Goku and Krillin followed closely, while Lin Xian matched pace with Master Roshi, remarking, "Old man, your training methods may benefit Goku and Krillin, but they are of no use to me." Master Roshi replied, "You're different from Goku and Krillin. Their training serves merely as a warm-up for you. Once your warm-up is complete, I will provide one-on-one guidance, teaching you all my techniques aside from the Kamehameha, along with some life experiences." After hearing Master Roshi's words, Lin Xian chose to say no more, slowing his pace to fall behind Master Roshi. Leading the trio, Master Roshi continued jogging until they reached an area with a higher density of buildings. Stopping in front of a milk warehouse, Master Roshi engaged in conversation with a humanoid bull-like worker regarding milk deliveries. Afterward, he turned to Lin Xian, Goku, and Krillin, stating, "Each of you take a box of milk. We shall begin our delivery now." "What? Deliver milk?" Krillin exclaimed in shock. Master Roshi explained, "This is an excellent form of training." Once Lin Xian and the others picked up the milk, they followed Master Roshi. Hopping along as they moved forward, IT was indeed a test for ordinary individuals. Not only was the weight of the milk itself a factor, but the act of jumping while carrying it added to the difficulty, consuming even more energy than merely running. Under Master Roshi's guidance, they continued to jump forward for 2 kilometers before transitioning into a zigzag run. Upon reaching a mountain, they began climbing stairs. During the ascent, Krillin lagged significantly behind, and even Goku struggled to keep pace, while only Master Roshi and Lin Xian appeared unfazed. Krillin, though somewhat disgruntled, persevered with determination. Goku, panting, asked, "Old man, can we use the flying nimbus to make this easier?" Master Roshi exhaled a puff of smoke, retorting, "Then what would that be called, training?" In the next moment, Master Roshi reminisced, "Ah, how nostalgic. Back in the day, Sun Wukong and the Ox King also delivered milk. Is that so? My grandfather did that too." With a gleam in his eyes, Wukong felt a surge of energy, instantly dismissing his fatigue. Krillin, having climbed the stairs, finally reached the top as he spoke. Master Roshi addressed him, saying, "You have finally arrived. We have been awaiting you." After Krillin delivered the milk, a monk emerged and remarked to Lin Xian and the others, "Thank you for your efforts, esteemed benefactors." "Hey," Wukong rudely greeted, only to receive a gentle reprimand from Master Roshi's cane. A lesson in manners. Recognizing Master Roshi, the monk greeted him, "Are you training disciples again?" "It has been a long time, Master Wu Tian." "Indeed, it has been a while," Master Roshi concurred. "You still seem as spirited as ever. How are the training conditions of your 3 esteemed disciples?" The monk inquired about Lin Xian and his companions. Master Roshi replied, "They have just begun their training, and their potential is immense with diligent practice. They can participate in the tournament 8 months from now. Oh." The monk paused, recalling what Master Roshi had mentioned, and exclaimed, "The World Martial Arts Tournament." "Ah," Krillin gasped in disbelief, asking, "The World Martial Arts Tournament? What is that?" Wukong queried in confusion. Lin Xian explained, "The World Martial Arts Tournament gathers all martial arts experts from this world to determine who is the strongest through competition." "The strongest in the world?" Wukong leaped with excitement. Krillin, equally thrilled, asked Master Roshi, "Can we participate in the World Martial Arts Tournament?" Of course, as long as you do not slack off, you absolutely can, Master Roshi assured, primarily addressing Wukong and Krylan. As for Lin Xian, regardless of his efforts, simply showing up for the tournament 8 months later would guarantee him victory. The monk chuckled, saying, "I shall await good news." Observing Wukong and Krylan's enthusiasm, Master Roshi shifted the conversation, cautioning, however, do not view the World Martial Arts Tournament solely as your goal. It is not a simple endeavor. Your objective should be to participate in the martial arts event, necessitating hard work and dedication. Unfortunately, Wukong and Krylan, still caught up in their excitement, paid little heed to Master Roshi's words, lost in their own chatter. Now, let's continue delivering the milk. Master Roshi urged Lin Xian and the others as they resumed their task. As they departed, the monk encouraged them, saying, "Keep up the good work." Subsequently, Master Roshi led Lin Xian and the others across a narrow wooden bridge down the mountain, traversing treacherous sandy terrain where one could sink if moving too slowly, wading through a river that would sweep one away to a waterfall if they lagged, and finally evading a pursuing dinosaur. Thus concluded their milk delivery training for the day. Wukong and Krylan collapsed onto the ground. Exhausted, for the next 8 months leading up to the World Martial Arts Tournament, you will deliver milk every day. This is merely the morning's training. We shall now commence our morning exercises, Master Roshi announced. Upon hearing this, Krylan stuck out his tongue, exclaiming, "Goodness!" Although Lin Xian felt this training was of little use to him, he found it quite entertaining. As a Dragon Ball enthusiast, he had vivid memories of Wukong and Krylan's training. He even contemplated in his previous life that if one were to train under Master Roshi's methods, enduring 8 months would be no small feat, not to mention the dinosaur chase. Master Roshi's training regimen included swimming races against sharks and dodging bee stings while tied to a tree. Just enduring those 2 challenges would qualify someone as extraordinary in Lin Xian's previous life. Morning training commenced. Master Roshi pointed toward a nearby field and instructed Lin Xian and the others. This morning's training involves plowing the field. Plowing the field? What? Initially, Wukong and Krylan thought they had misheard. Only Lin Xian maintained a calm demeanor, thinking to himself as expected. Ignoring Wukong and Krylan, Master Roshi walked into the field to converse with the farmers. The farmers, seeing that Lin Xian, Wukong, and Krylan were still children, felt a bit embarrassed. However, unable to resist Master Roshi's words, they set aside their tools and entrusted the plowing task to Lin Xian and his companions. The trio approached the field. "Why are you standing there idle?" Master Roshi urged. "Start quickly. If you do not finish in time, you'll forfeit breakfast. Delivering milk, plowing the field. I have never trained like this at Dulan Temple." Krylan complained. Complaints aside, he earnestly began swinging the hoe. Wukong did the same. Lin Xian, however, resorted to plowing with his hands. Wukong and Krylan were puzzled and were about to question Lin Xian's method when Master Roshi explained. He nodded in approval of Lin Xian's approach, praising his cleverness, and instructed Wukong and Krylan, "You should also plow with your hands like Lin Xian. This exercise not only builds leg, waist, and arm strength, but also strengthens the hands." "What?" Krylan exclaimed, stunned, "plowing such a large field with our hands." Time was of the essence, and once Krylan recovered from his surprise, he and Wukong began to follow Lin Xian's lead, using their hands to plow. Lin Xian frequently collected the combat power attributes and bloodline fragments that Wukong and Krylan dropped, and he could hear the system's notifications in his mind. Just as before, irritated, Lin Xian decided to temporarily silence the notifications. He neither integrated the collected combat power nor synthesized the bloodline fragments. Krylan, being an elite-level Earthling, had a lower bloodline level than Lin Xian, making synthesis unnecessary. That said, even if Krylan's bloodline level surpassed Lin Xian's, Lin Xian would not fuse with it. Not only could Lin Xian upgrade his own bloodline, but he also could not accept becoming a noseless individual like Krylan, while Lin Xian and his companions worked the field. Master Roshi smoked his pipe, exhaling clouds of smoke. Once Lin Xian and the others had finished plowing, Master Roshi stood up and put away his pipe. Emerging from the field, Wukong exclaimed, "Finally done." Krylan looked at his hands and grimaced. "My hands are swollen." Lin Xian, aside from being a bit dirty, was otherwise unscathed. While plowing, he had restrained most of his power, not exerting himself fully. Otherwise, given his combat power, he could have completed the task at lightning speed using only his hands. Without Wukong and Krylan's assistance, if he had done so, what would Wukong and Krylan have gained from their training? Master Roshi was quite satisfied with this outcome. Having taken so long, breakfast time had already been delayed. From tomorrow onward, we will gradually increase the area of the field. You must quicken your pace, Master Roshi instructed, addressing Wukong and Krylan. After completing the morning training, it was time for breakfast, fearing that Lan Shi or the blonde Lan Shi might not revert. Master Roshi did not take Lin Xian and the others home, but instead led them to a restaurant. Prior to this, Lin Xian had used water manipulation to clean himself up and had created some water for Wukong and Krylan to wash their faces and hands. Notably, the restaurant Master Roshi brought Lin Xian and the others to was the same one where they had dined the previous night. The restaurant owner recognized Lin Xian, Wukong, and Krylan immediately. The previous night, the three unique children, accompanied by the beautiful Lan Shi, had dined there, making it hard for the owner to forget them. It's you three. What would you like to eat today? The enthusiastic restaurant owner greeted Lin Xian and his companions. Accompanying Master Roshi, Krylan felt quite anxious, as Master Roshi was unaware of their late-night outing. The night before, he had told Wukong, "What we had wasn't dinner. It was a late-night snack. We didn't go against Master Wutian's words. A late-night snack is not the same as dinner. If Master Wutian finds out we went out for a late-night snack, he might even praise our cleverness." However, these words were merely a ruse to deceive the naive Wukong. Krillin genuinely feared that the restaurant owner would mention their dining escapade from the previous night, and as fate would have it, his apprehensions were soon realized. As for Lin Xian and Wukong, one was unperturbed and indifferent to whether the turtle hermit would discover their activities, while the other, in his innocence, sincerely believed Krillin's assertion that dinner and supper were not the same meal. The restaurant owner's remarks prompted a frown from the turtle hermit, who then inquired, "What do you mean by that? What do you wish to eat today? Have they been here before?" "Indeed," replied the restaurant owner. "These three little rascals visited the night before last, accompanied by a lovely lady." The night before last? The turtle hermit's expression darkened, as he immediately recalled that it was the very night he had suffered from pufferfish poisoning. He had indulged in excessive drinking and had collapsed on the sofa after the meal. Unaware that Lin Xian, Wukong, and Krillin had ventured out to dine, he had explicitly instructed them not to have dinner. Yet these two little miscreants had disregarded his orders. The lady the restaurant owner mentioned must be Lan Shi. With this thought, the turtle hermit slammed his hand on the table and angrily questioned Lin Xian and the others. "Whose idea was it for you to go out for a meal the night before last?" "Mine," Lin Xian replied nonchalantly, unaffected by the turtle hermit's displeasure. "I wasn't full that evening, so I brought Lan Shi, Wukong, and Krillin here for a late-night snack." That he then added, "Krillin, why don't you explain to the old man what happened that night?" "Oh, sure," Krillin responded, cautiously glancing at the turtle hermit before recounting the events of their late-night outing in detail, without omitting or embellishing anything. "Humph," the turtle hermit scoffed, proceeding to chastise Wukong and Krillin verbally before addressing Lin Xian, saying, "Since you were so generous, why don't you treat us to today's meal? Wukong, Krillin, feel free to order whatever you like. Today, it's on me," Lin Xian declared as he produced his super folding phone. The turtle hermit felt as though he had struck a pillow, utterly speechless. Upon hearing Lin Xian was treating, Wukong and Krillin eagerly placed their orders. The physical exertion from their morning training, which involved delivering milk and manual labor, had left them quite famished, observing their hearty appetites. The turtle hermit felt relieved that Lin Xian was footing the bill. Naturally, both the turtle hermit and Lin Xian consumed a significant amount as well, with the enhancement of his lineage and combat prowess. Lin Xian's appetite had vastly increased since his arrival. As a warrior of royal Earthling blood, he could subtly manage his consumption, knowing that a slight reduction would not leave him hungry, while a slight increase would not lead to discomfort. When it was time to settle the bill, Lin Xian presented the card Bulma had given him, the meal costing him 150,000. Was this exorbitant? Quite the contrary. In the original narrative, following the 21st World Martial Arts Tournament, the turtle hermit had treated Wukong, who alone consumed the equivalent of 50 portions, depleting the restaurant's supplies and leaving the Turtle Hermit with a bill of 480,000. He had disguised himself as Chung Long to win the tournament and had his 500,000 prize money devoured by Wukong in one meal. The Turtle Hermit, it seemed, had a poor memory before the commencement of the 22nd World Martial Arts Tournament. He once again invited Wukong to dine, only to find himself unable to pay the bill and forced to request credit. In short, one must possess a sufficiently plump wallet to dare to treat son Wukong, or rather, to treat a Saiyan. After breakfast, their training resumed. The time from now until lunch would be dedicated to reading and practicing in the words of the Turtle Hermit. A martial artist requires not only a robust physique, but also a nimble mind. At noon, Lin Xian, Wukong, and Krillin shared lunch with the Turtle Hermit at the Turtle Hermit's abode. The golden-haired Lan Chi had already reverted to her blue-haired form. From 12:30 p.m. to 1:30 p.m. was designated as their rest period. Not far from the Turtle Hermit's dwelling, a few trees had been set up with several hammocks. Reclining in the hammocks, the Turtle Hermit advised Lin Xian and the others, engage in exercise. Study diligently, enjoy leisure, savor good food, and rest well. This is the essence of the Turtle School's training philosophy. Upon rising at 1:30 p.m., the Turtle Hermit took Lin Xian, Wukong, and Krillin to a construction site on the island. Instructing them to work there, he proclaimed, training on a construction site allows you to sweat, build muscle, and earn some money simultaneously. Indeed, the Turtle Hermit sought to have Lin Xian and his companions earn some extra cash. From a previous life perspective, supporting Wukong, Krillin, and Lan Chi was no small feat financially. Now that Lin Xian was present, the Turtle Hermit's expenses were shared. For instance, the breakfast they had just enjoyed. However, the Turtle Hermit was quite adept at making money in addition to bringing Lin Xian, Wukong, and Krillin to work at the construction site. He surely earned some income from their morning milk delivery. As for Lin Xian and the others tilling the land, their labor today was free of charge. IT remained uncertain whether the Turtle Hermit would charge for future farming services to generate income. The Turtle Hermit conversed with the site foreman. Upon seeing Lin Xian, Wukong, and Krillin, who were still children and each shorter than the last, the foreman furrowed his brow, assuming the Turtle Hermit was jesting. In the foreman's eyes, paying for the labor of Lin Xian, Wukong, and Krillin was excessive, for the work was arduous, and the three children could hardly accomplish much. However, when Lin Xian, Wukong, and Krillin, under the Turtle Hermit's guidance, picked up tools and began to labor, both the workers and the foreman were left dumbfounded. Wukong and Krillin were each capable of performing the work of several men, while Lin Xian surpassed them, single-handedly matching the output of 10 workers. This was after he had intentionally suppressed his strength. I'll pay those two children the equivalent of 6 wages, the foreman declared, pointing at Wukong and Krillin. Then gesturing to Lin Xian, and I'll give that child 7 wages. Thus, the three received a total of 13 wages, prompting a satisfied smile from the Turtle Hermit, while the foreman felt he had struck gold. Having saved significantly on labor costs, after their training at the construction site concluded, the Turtle Hermit led Lin Xian, Wukong, and Krillin to the edge of the lake for the next phase of their training. Pointing at the expansive water, the Turtle Hermit stated, after working up a good sweat, "It's time for swimming." Krillin covered his head and exclaimed, "Ah, is it not over yet?" "That is only natural," the Turtle Hermit replied matter-of-factly. Wukong, growing impatient, urged, "Grandpa, what's the use of just doing this? Teach us some real skills already." "Ha!" The Turtle Hermit scolded Wukong, "You insolent brat, daring to speak so disrespectfully. You haven't even trained your stamina yet, and you wish to learn real skills." With that, the Turtle Hermit turned and pointed his cane at a large boulder nearby, addressing Wukong and Krillin, "As for you two, when you can push this boulder, I will teach you genuine skills. This is impossible. Who could possibly move such a massive rock?" Krillin instinctively protested. Yet after speaking, he thought of Lin Xian, who, despite being younger, compelled him to refer to him as Big Brother. Surely he could move the boulder. Observing the Turtle Hermit, Krillin's words served as encouragement, and the Turtle Hermit chuckled, "Can't push it, you say?" With that, the Turtle Hermit approached the boulder and began to push it, successfully moving it. "The Turtle Hermit paused, addressing Wukong and Krillin. As long as you train diligently every day, you too will achieve this in time. Lin Xian was again excluded from this challenge. For the Turtle Hermit knew he could easily move the boulder. Krillin listened intently to the Turtle Hermit's words, while Wukong rushed to where the Turtle Hermit had pushed the boulder, attempting to push it himself. Observing this, the Turtle Hermit admonished Wukong. Don't you understand? Without rigorous training, you cannot achieve this. Yet, as soon as he finished speaking, Wukong managed to push the large rock, and even further than the Turtle Hermit had. Krillin and the Turtle Hermit watched, their eyes nearly popping out in astonishment. Well done, Wukong. You pushed it farther than the old man. You're on track to surpass him. Lin Xian expressed his admiration with a smile directed towards Master Roshi. In that moment, Master Roshi felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. Suddenly, his demeanor shifted dramatically. I made a mistake. I can't even distinguish between sizes. Anyone could push such a small stone. What I meant to say was this one, he remarked, pointing towards a much larger boulder. Upon seeing the enormous rock that could justifiably be termed a mountain, both Wukong and Krillin voiced their astonishment. This really a rock? It resembles a mountain. Subsequently, Wukong attempted to push the boulder, yet remained utterly unmoved. Leaning against it, he declared, Now I truly cannot budge it. Master Roshi admonished, Of course not, for your training is still insufficient, that I shall give a try. Lin Xian asserted as he stepped forward, consciously suppressing his own power to match that of Master Roshi, allowing the latter to perceive it. Then, under the watchful eyes of Master Roshi, Krillin, and Wukong, Lin Xian propelled the boulder with astonishing speed. Following this, he exerted force with both hands. Lifting the boulder height at it is important to note that pushing and lifting are fundamentally different concepts, akin to the chasm between heaven and earth. Xiao Xian remains incredibly impressive. Wukong marveled. Krillin echoed, Indeed, impressive big brother, old man. How did I perform? Lin Xian inquired humbly. Not bad. Master Roshi replied stiffly, nodding his head. Master Wutian, can you also lift this boulder? Krillin asked Master Roshi that, of course. Master Roshi responded, albeit somewhat sheepishly. Yet, in front of his disciples, he could not afford to lose face. Thus he reluctantly acknowledged it. Unperturbed by Master Roshi's hesitation, Krillin urged, Master Wutian, please push this boulder and then lift it so we may observe. Enough of this nonsense. I have no time to play. Let us continue our training. Master Roshi skillfully redirected the conversation. For their swimming training, Master Roshi instructed Lin Xian, Wukong, and Krillin to swim across the large lake and back 10 times. For Lin Xian, who possessed the extraordinary ability to breathe underwater and had elemental transformation into water, swimming was as effortless as returning home. Upon Master Roshi's command, the trio plunged into the lake. Swiftly making their way to the opposite shore, they reached the center of the lake. The previously calm surface began to undulate, and ripples cascaded over one another. Suddenly, a massive shark fin emerged from beneath the water, racing towards Lin Xian and his companions with alarming speed. A shark. There's a shark in the lake, Krillin exclaimed in shock. Upon sighting the shark, Wukong and Krillin were taken aback, their expressions shifting as they swam desperately to evade the pursuing predator. Lin Xian, unperturbed by the formidable shark, understood its purpose and quickened his pace in the water. Upon reaching the opposite shore, the trio turned to swim back. As they did so, the great shark opened its gaping maw, attempting to bite Lin Xian and the others, but it missed and continued its pursuit. Thus, Lin Xian and his companions found themselves repeatedly chased by the shark. At last, after completing 10 laps, they emerged from the water, disheveled and soaked, resembling drowned rats. Once they had donned their clothes, Master Roshi addressed them. All right, let us proceed to the next training. Following this was the bee avoidance training, which Master Roshi referred to as an exercise targeting reflexes. Bound by ropes within a designated area, Lin Xian, Wukong, and Krillin were tasked with evading a swarm of bees. Except for Lin Xian, Wukong and Krillin were left with swollen stings all over their bodies. During this ordeal, Lin Xian cleverly diverted the bees using elemental manipulation, leading a portion of them to sting Master Roshi, who ended up with several welts on his head. With the bee avoidance exercise concluded, Wukong and Krillin's day of training came to an end, while Lin Xian wrapped up his warm-up and prepared to commence his serious training. Master Roshi remarked to the pair, now covered in welts. Very well, your training for today is complete. Krillin inquired, Master Wutian, must we repeat today's training every day? Of course. Today was relatively easy, Master Roshi replied, producing 3 turtle shells. Tomorrow, you will repeat today's training, but this time while carrying these 20-kilogram shells on your backs. Lin Xian, Krillin, and Wukong accepted the turtle shells from Master Roshi, with Wukong and Krillin strapping on the heavy shells and feeling their weight. Lin Xian cast a disdainful glance at his shell and tossed it aside, stating to Master Roshi, carrying this is bad luck. I can create an additional 20 kilograms of weight on my OW. As the words left his mouth, Lin Xian adorned himself with various metallic implements, including metal wrist guards, ankle weights, and a metal vest, all amounting to exactly 20 kilograms. Observing this, Master Roshi felt exasperated. Carrying the turtle shell was a tradition of their school, and Lin Xian, being a nonconformist, tested his patience. Had he been able to contend with Lin Xian, Master Roshi would have longed to teach his disciple the importance of obedience. You stubborn child, since you refuse to carry the 20-kilogram turtle shell, I shall increase your metallic load to 100 kilograms. For you, that should be a mere trifle. Indeed, as Master Roshi had stated, Lin Xian acquiesced with a very well and increased the weight of his metals to 100 kilograms. Afterward, Master Roshi commenced one-on-one instruction for Lin Xian, while Wukong and Krillin practiced their 6 basic combat techniques. As for the breath of the sun, they had learned it the previous day and today. They were honing their skills. During their training, reading, and napping, they also absorbed solar energy using the breath of the sun, however. The results varied greatly. While Wukong, being a Saiyan, thrived, Krillin's progress was minimal compared to the focused training through the breath of the sun. As time passed, under Master Roshi's guidance, Wukong and Krillin persevered in their rigorous training, striving towards the goal of the World Martial Arts Tournament. Their meals were managed by Lan Chi, who gradually became familiar with the 4 of them, no longer greeting them with hostility as before. 7 months slipped by, leaving merely a month until the commencement of the 21st World Martial Arts Tournament. During this time, Lin Xian would often visit Bulma and Yamcha, and he made a point to connect with them daily through his super folding phone and golden communicator. The Doraemon anime and its corresponding gadget, the bamboo copter, had become immensely popular, and Lin Xian was already reaping substantial rewards. Nowadays, one could witness individuals using bamboo copters to fly in crowded areas. Additionally, mass-produced ordinary air cannons were also available for sale, boasting the same power as those depicted in the manga. Other gadgets from the Doraemon series were also being produced, including the Peach Boy rice balls that could tame wild beasts and stave off hunger, super gloves that enhanced strength, and translating jelly that could understand various languages. There was even a shrinking lamp that could reduce objects when illuminated. While the special shrinking lamp was not yet available in mass production, the other gadgets were being sold, albeit their sales figures paled in comparison to the Doraemon manga and bamboo copter. However, the sales figures are undeniably staggering, accompanied by a continuous stream of positive reviews, indicating a remarkable surge in popularity. The Momota rice balls have become a formidable tool for Earthlings in their quest to tame ferocious beasts such as dinosaurs and saber-toothed tigers. Priced reasonably, they serve as a convenient snack to quell hunger, making them an essential item for any outing. Additionally, the translation of Liangfen has similarly transformed into a means for Earthlings to communicate with their beloved pets, also functioning as a satisfying snack, thus proving to be indispensable when venturing outside. The repurchase rate for these 2 items far surpasses that of other tools, primarily due to their affordability. Following the rise of the name of its founder, Dr. Brief, has once again gained widespread acclaim on Earth. Lin Xian has made a conscious effort to remain incognito, while Bulma has decided to accompany him, keeping their identities hidden from the outside world. Aside from the tools, the iconic blue cat from Doraemon, known as Doraemon, has already been produced in a 1:1 scale, exhibiting an impeccable personality, fond of dorayaki and fearful of mice. Currently, the blue cat resides at the company. Within Bulma's household, as for the mass production of robots resembling the blue cat, akin to the yellow cat with ears seen in various animations, that matter has yet to be scheduled. In any case, the blue cat, Doraemon, remains one of a kind. Moreover, It is worth mentioning that Lin Xian has recently celebrated a birthday, marking his 9th year. This birthday was held at Bulma's home, and upon returning to Kame House in the middle of the night with the remaining cake, he was treated to another birthday celebration by Goku, Launch, Master Roshi, and Krillin. After 7 months, Lin Xian's attribute page underwent a significant transformation. Host: Lin Xian Combat Power, 360 Bloodline, Earthling, Royal Class, Super Ability, transforming handshakes into carrot special abilities, Underwater Breathing, Max Power, Sensing Aura, Transformation Technique, Levitation, 850 times Strength, Life Restoration, Hypnosis Creation Techniques, 6 Styles of Body Techniques, Minor, Breath of the Sun, 7 Styles of Fist Techniques, Minor, Techniques, Rock Paper Scissors, Master, Wolfang Fist, Proficient, Turtle School Kamehameha, Minor, After Image Fist, Minor, Drunken Fist, Proficient, Universal Shocking Palm, Proficient. Lin Xian has elevated his bloodline to the royal class, with a hypnosis included among his special abilities learned from Master Roshi. The Breath of the Sun, originally intended for the special abilities section, has been categorized under a new section of creation abilities. The 7 Styles of Fist Techniques were inspired by his previous life in animation. The 7 Styles of Fist Techniques. First style, Gentle Fist, infuses one's energy into the opponent, damaging their internal organs and meridians, thus obstructing their energy flow to a certain extent. Second style, North Star Divine Fist, a lethal assassination technique that devastates the opponent's internal organs from the inside out, leaving them in a dire state, though not resulting in instantaneous death. Third style, Flowing Rock Shattering Fist, a defensive technique that smoothly deflects and rebounds enemy attacks, delivering a decisive strike in the openings left. Fourth style, Whirlwind Iron Cut Fist, a technique that combines sharpness and agility, capable of slicing and destroying enemies with whirlwind-like speed. The swiftness and power of this fist can obliterate opponents even from a distance. Fifth style, Pegasus Meteor Fist, an ultrasonic technique capable of delivering hundreds of punches per second, each punch possessing the impact of a million-ton meteor. The speed exceeds that of sound, resulting in an unavoidable shockwave that strikes before the sound reaches the target at the peak of mastery. This technique can unleash 100 million punches per second, each capable of shattering planets and potentially exceeding the speed of light at higher realms. Sixth style, Diamond Star Fist, beautiful like snowflakes and stars. This technique can freeze everything it touches, reaching temperatures as low as absolute 0.7 style. Phoenix Illusionary Fist, capable of dismantling the opponent's mental fortitude. It can also assault their nervous system, amplifying their deepest fears and manifesting terrifying illusions. Additionally, it can unveil the secrets hidden within the enemy's heart. The inspiration for the 7 Styles of Fist Techniques comes from renowned martial arts featured in various animations from Lin Xian's previous life. Even though he may not have watched them in their entirety, their names are familiar to him. The techniques listed, such as Afterimage Fist, Drunken Fist, and Universal Shocking Palm, were also learned from Master Roshi, specifically through a process of absorbing technique fragments while training. Today, Lin Xian intends to visit Bulma's residence on the outskirts of West City. He sensed something unusual and followed the sensation, discovering an entity resembling a black hole, yet distinctly more terrifying, instilling a sense of danger within him. If this phenomenon were indeed a black hole, Lin Xian, with his elemental branch ability of dark transformation, would have recognized it immediately. System, what is this entity? Lin Xian inquired in his mind. This is a superdimensional tunnel leading to another world. A superdimensional tunnel. Lin Xian expressed his astonishment. What is the meaning of this? Can the Dragon Ball world connect with a myriad realms of novels? Or is it that other animated worlds are attempting to breach into the Dragon Ball universe through this superdimensional tunnel? Lin Xian continued questioning in his mind. He harbored no concerns regarding potential invasions from other worlds into the Dragon Ball universe. In fact, he felt a sense of anticipation, well aware of the depth of this world, with 12 universes and countless parallel timelines. Those who dare to act recklessly in this world, even if they are ancient saints, would have to tread carefully. Host, do not overthink it. This world will not connect to the myriad realms you envision. The superdimensional tunnel does indeed connect to another world, but this has been documented in the original narrative. Upon hearing this from his system, Lin Xian recalled having seen a crossover animation featuring Dragon Ball, Food Wars, and One Piece in his previous life, which he had even criticized in that crossover. Goku transformed into a Super Saiyan and then into a Super Saiyan 3 to contend with Luffy and the inhabitants of the Food Wars world. Yet he could not secure a definitive victory, resulting in a back-and-forth struggle. Furthermore, Dragon Ball and One Piece had collaborated on a single issue, featuring pairings such as Goku with Luffy, Bulma with Nami, Piccolo with Zoro, Master Roshi with Sanji, and Pilaf with Buggy the Clown. System, does this superdimensional tunnel connect with the world of One Piece or the Food Wars universe? Host, you remember, this superdimensional tunnel is naturally formed without any human intervention, and it connects to the One Piece world, though it has not fully established a connection yet. After a while, the superdimensional tunnel will fade away, and once it is completely formed, it will appear randomly. One Piece, Lin Xian furrowed his brows tightly. He had no desire to venture into the myriad realms, let alone the world of One Piece. The Dragon Ball universe is vast and splendid, encompassing 12 universes in the solar system where Earth resides. In the vast expanse of the seventh universe, nay, within the confines of the galaxy, one is akin to a mere speck of dust in a desert. Insignificantly small, the solar system scattered throughout the cosmos average between 200 to 300 celestial bodies, with some individual systems boasting even greater numbers. That a galaxy can contain over 100 billion planets, and the multitude of galaxies within a universe is beyond counting. Furthermore, the universe is expanding at a velocity unfathomable to the human mind, with countless stars being born each day, while just as many are obliterated in the realm of the Dragon Ball anime. The 12 universes resemble 12 crystalline orbs, and the civilizations residing on various planets are scarcely depicted, lending the appearance of a diminutive cosmos. However, in truth, the universe is boundlessly vast, resembling a colossal glass sphere, with its internal space undergoing infinite expansion. Entities capable of annihilating the universe with a mere gesture exist, as the universe cannot withstand their energy, resulting in instantaneous or rapid destruction. If the energy capable of wreaking havoc upon the universe propagates through speed, one might as well forego aspirations of annihilating the entire cosmos. For the speed of one's destructive force would never surpass the rate of the universe's expansion. Thus, even in death, one would not witness the day of the universe's demise. If a single universe is of such magnitude, how much greater must be the 12 universes, compounded by countless parallel dimensions? Should Lin Xian wish to explore them all, he could scarcely fathom the time required. What exists in other realms may also exist in this one. Even in the absence of such entities, there are numerous tiers of Dragon Balls available. Particularly, the Super Dragon Balls with a single wish can restore not only the 7 universes obliterated by the Omni King, but even those 6 universes erased long ago by him. Akin to creating 7 or even 13 universes in a single breath. With the Super Dragon Balls at his disposal, what is unattainable? Unless a wish exceeds the capabilities of the creator, the Dragon God Zalama. The Dragon God Zalama, whose Super Dragon Balls can recreate 7 universes in one go, commands respect from both the gods of destruction and angels, a testament to his terrifying power in Lin Xian's previous life. He encountered novels and anime that spoke of countless realms, yet few could stand alongside the Dragon God. Beyond the Dragon Ball universe, the transcendent Hongjun Laozu is among them, as the Hongwang narrative begins from Buddha originally is Tao. With Pangu creating the universe, the 6 saints entrusted their primordial spirits to the Tao of Heaven, which embodies the rules of the universe. The Hongwang continent is a vast land within the cosmos, and the so-called 3,000 Buddhist realms refer to the star systems beyond the Hongwang continent. The Hongwang world also speaks of myriad realms, diverging from mere fiction. The universe is an eternal domain, with a galaxy representing a great 1,000 worlds, a solar system embodying a middle 1,000 worlds, and a single planet symbolizing a small 1,000 worlds. Hongjun Laozu transcends the universe, standing shoulder to shoulder with the Omni King of the Dragon Ball realm, the Dragon God and the Grand Priest. Who among them is the strongest remains uncertain to Lin Xian. He harbors no desire to witness or venture into the world of One Piece, nor to allow the 2 realms to connect through a transdimensional tunnel. For another reason looms. This is due to the 6 forms of body technique. That it is widely known that Lin Xian's 6 forms of body technique were not derived from his travels to the world of One Piece, claiming them as his own invention. Rather, he was inspired by the One Piece anime in his previous life. However, merely watching the anime does not grant one the requisite power to master the 6 forms. Even if one comprehends their principles, of course, the 6 forms are not particularly difficult techniques. Otherwise, Lin Xian would not have been able to create them at such a low bloodline level within the One Piece anime. The 6 forms are more commonly referred to as the Marine 6 forms. Should Goku and his companions encounter the denizens of the One Piece world as depicted in the original narrative and discuss the Marine 6 forms, they would find that the Marine 6 forms have existed for countless years, while Lin Xian's version is still under a year old. And with identical nomenclature, what could he possibly say? A sense of murderous intent arose within Lin Xian, directed not just to the world of One Piece, but specifically at the planet central to the unfolding narrative at that moment. The transdimensional tunnel, akin to a black hole, suddenly became transparent, revealing the world beyond. Akin to a luminous screen. In his mind, Lin Xian queried the system. What is happening? The system responded, Host, this is a normal phenomenon. The transdimensional tunnel is on the verge of complete formation, becoming increasingly coherent as it connects to the world of One Piece. Aside from the inability to allow living beings to pass through, in 2 minutes, the transdimensional tunnel will vanish. When it reappears, it will be fully formed. It truly incapable of allowing living beings to pass. Lin Xian probed further. Can my attacks traverse the transdimensional tunnel and strike the One Piece world? Indeed, the system instantly grasped Lin Xian's intent. With a combat power of 360, even when amplified, it fell woefully short of being able to obliterate a planet. Time was running short, for in 2 minutes, Lin Xian would have to decide whether to amass a combat power of 10,000 to obliterate the world of the Marines and pirates. Through the transparent screen, Lin Xian beheld numerous familiar faces, characters he had encountered in the One Piece anime during his previous life. The world of One Piece was currently embroiled in a fierce battle upon the planet central to the storyline. 38 years prior to the onset of the narrative, the Rocks Pirates stood as the most formidable crew. With Captain Rocks D.Zebek reigning supreme over the seas, an era dubbed the Age of Rocks. The Rocks Pirates boasted an illustrious roster, including Whitebeard, Shiki the Golden Lion, Big Mom, Kaido, Wang Ji, Axam Morgan, and Captain John. All renowned pirates of the future, who were members of Rock's crew, possessing immense strength and an impressive cadre of subordinates. The title of Sea Overlord was no longer sufficient for Rocks. He aspired to conquer the world, seeking to overturn the rule of the Celestial Dragons and claim dominion over the world. Rocks launched an offensive against the Celestial Dragons, invading God Valley, kidnapping them, and plundering their treasures and devil fruits. He posed a grave threat to the rule of the Celestial Dragons, becoming a thorn in their side as a member of the D-Clan. With his formidable power and vast resources, Rocks challenged the Celestial Dragons, whose interests and pride were at stake. They could no longer afford to sit idly by as he grew stronger. Nearly all of the Navy's elite forces were mobilized against him. Joining forces with the Navy to confront the Rocks Pirates was the Roger Pirates, led by the future Pirate King, Joel D. Roger. The conflict unfolding at this moment was the Battle of God Valley, where Roger and Garp united against Rocks, while the Navy's elite forces, including Sengoku and Zifa, along with Rayleigh, Spandam, and Douglas Bullet from the Roger Pirates, faced off against the high-ranking members of the Rocks Pirates, such as Whitebeard, Shiki, and Big Mom. Garp was the strongest within the Navy. However, Rocks surpassed him in strength. Alone, Garp could not hope to defeat Rocks, but with Roger by his side, the situation changed. The Navy and pirates, traditionally bitter rivals, found themselves cooperating, something Rocks had not anticipated. Despite all his might, he could not withstand the combined prowess of Garp and Roger. The battle between them had raged for nearly a day, with Rocks increasingly finding himself at a disadvantage, as none of his crew members came to his aid. The internal dynamics of the Rocks Pirates were fraught with distrust, with each member harboring their own agenda. Even without being hindered, they would not come to Rocks' assistance. The Rocks Pirates were a crew formed around the allure of treasure, lacking trust among comrades, unwilling to submit to one another. They were merely temporary allies to rocks. Once he faltered, they would disperse and seek their own fortunes. Sengoku, engaged in battle with Whitebeard, took note of the transparent screen not far away that he retreated, creating distance from Whitebeard, furrowing his brow and murmuring, What is that?" Not only Sengoku, but all the formidable beings present became aware of the now transparent, transdimensional tunnel. Lin Xian could see them through the tunnel, and they could see him as well. The sight of the 8 or 9-year-old Lin Xian drew their attention. Shiki, puzzled, speculated, "Who is that little brat? He seems capable of observing us through this translucent barrier. Is that his devil fruit ability? Is he using it to spy on our battle?" The terrain made it evident to anyone with sight that Lin Xian's location was entirely distinct from their own in God Valley. "Humph," Kaido scoffed, still in his human form prior to consuming the fish fruit dragon form, struggling to gain the upper hand in his battle with Barret. Hearing Shiki's conjecture, he directed his ire toward Lin Xian, vowing, "If I ever lay eyes on that little brat, I will surely crush him into a pulp with a single punch to say F.A. in the Warring States period, observe the city behind that child." The speaker is Crane, who is still quite youthful. The first to draw the attention of the inhabitants of the One Piece world is Lin Xian, followed closely by the terrain surrounding him. And finally the city of West Capital behind Lin Xian, a metropolis characterized by towering skyscrapers, flying vehicles, and individuals adorned with bamboo dragonfly hats, exuding an unmistakable sense of science fiction. This city of West Capital, if placed in Lin Xian's previous life on Earth, would merely be a figment of imagination, non-existent in reality, let alone in a world where the Navy and pirates vie for supremacy, temporarily referred to as the Navigating Star. Although the Navigating Star is home to numerous scientists, only Vegapunk and a select few can create epic-making inventions. The average level of technology on the Navigating Star still lags significantly behind Lin Xian's former Earth, and is even further removed when compared to the Earth of the Dragon Ball universe. Had Vegapunk been present, witnessing the futuristic city of West Capital, he would undoubtedly have expressed his astonishment. To be fair, as a genius scientist from the original narrative of One Piece, had Frankie not surpassed him due to the protagonist's aura, he would have undoubtedly been the foremost scientist in the One Piece anime on the Navigating Star, unmatched by any other. Even in the Earth of the Dragon Ball universe, he would have found his place in the original storyline. Vegapunk was born on the mechanical island of the Grand Line, the future kingdom of Balkamoya. In his youth, his inventions included semi-mechanizing animals and constructing large heating furnaces to improve the lives of the islanders, though he was forced to halt these projects due to technical and financial constraints. After becoming a government scientist, he raised Western dragons as pets in Punk Hazard, creating artificial life forms. His experiments in human gigantism, the discovery of bloodline factors, the creation of the first artificial devil fruit, and the development of anti-poison suits all stemmed from his ingenuity. He is the only man to fully comprehend the nature of devil fruits, mastering everything from devil fruits to mechanical engineering. Truly a prodigious scientist, Vegapunk unraveled the conditions for the transmission of devil fruit abilities and was able to imbue objects with such powers, inventing a method for naval ships to traverse the windless zones using sea stone, allowing the Navy to navigate freely across the seas. Bartholomew Kuma, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, was utilized as a biological template to create a semi-completed living weapon, which later evolved into its complete form, simultaneously enabling the Navy to mass-produce what became known as pacifistas. The modified Bartholomew Kuma is merely a low-tier version of an artificial human, is it not? Suddenly, the great battle ceased, apart from Carp. Roger and Rox, the Navy, Roger's pirates, and Rock's pirates all returned to their comrades. What is that city? Why do I have no recollection of it? I have visited all the bustling and vibrant places in this world. Could it be the dwelling place of deities? Wang Ji articulated these thoughts. Silveraxe scoffed, saying deities, like the celestial dragons? What does it matter where it is? I have my sights set on that city. I shall conquer it and plunder its treasures. The speaker was Captain John, his eyes gleaming with avarice. Upon hearing him, the crew of the Rocks pirates revealed their greedy pirate visages. Kekekek, that city is mine, the Golden Lion boasted, declaring sovereignty over West Capital. I wonder if the desserts in that city are delectable. Are there any suitable men who meet my criteria? Young, beautiful, and slender, Bijamam thinks only of desserts and the men worthy of fathering her children. Observing the people in that city traversing through the air on their high-tech vehicles, it was clear that it was indeed a high-tech metropolis, easily conquerable. This was Kaido speaking, though Kaido lacked scientific knowledge. He had witnessed the fruits of science, but of course, the others were not oblivious either. They had also encountered scientific marvels, so they understood immediately. Whitebeard remained silent, harboring a sense of foreboding. The youthful Crane inquired, Sengoku, F.A., do you know which country that child city belongs to? I do not know. Neither do I. I have never seen it. Sengoku and F.A. shook their heads. Carp, Roger, and Rox began to converse among themselves. Through the interdimensional tunnel, Lin Xian could clearly hear every word they uttered, including Kaido's threat to turn him into a meat pie. Ignorance breeds fearlessness. They wished to invade the Earth of the Dragon Ball universe. Through their skirmishes, Lin Xian had discerned their combat prowess. The scenario where Goku transforms into a Super Saiyan to battle Luffy in the collaborative anime of Dragon Ball, One Piece, and Food Wars would never transpire in this tangible world. The might of Rox, Carp, Roger, Golden Lion, Whitebeard, Sengoku, and others when quantified into combat power will be effortlessly crushed by King Piccolo. Presently, King Piccolo has yet to emerge, yet the Earth is home to deities, as well as Master Roshi, Crane Hermit, and Tao Pai Pai. The Earth of the Dragon Ball universe is indeed a cradle of hidden talents, and those who dare to invade from the world of One Piece would undoubtedly meet a grim fate. Fools, pitifully weak, oblivious to the calamity approaching, yet still daring to boast. Lin Xian coldly remarked as he prepared the Kamehameha in the opposing world of One Piece's navigating star. The observation hockey could not perceive Lin Xian through the interdimensional tunnel. And naturally, Roger's pirates, the Navy, and the formidable members of Rox and his crew were equally unaware of the impending terror that the Kamehameha would deliver. The observation hockey of the One Piece world could strongly sense the presence of their opponent. Once this power is enhanced, one can discern the location, quantity, and even the next actions of foes outside their line of sight. The effectiveness of observation hockey is closely tied to the mind. Calmness is essential for its use, whereas emotional turmoil renders it ineffective. Observation hockey possesses various functions: sensing attacks, predicting the opponent's next move, gauging the strength of beings, understanding their emotions and thoughts, and perceiving the location and quantity of objects outside one's field of vision. These are the fundamental capabilities of observation hockey, with range and intensity varying from person to person, even allowing for glimpses into the future, though achieving such a state is exceedingly rare. The observation hockey of the One Piece world is akin to the key sensing of the Dragon Ball universe, though it is inferior in that it requires calmness for effective use. However, it surpasses key sensing in that it can be cultivated to foresee the future, read minds, and evaluate character, serving as an extension of skill, with basic functions that are slightly more potent than key sensing. Although the observation hockey had been rendered ineffective, as one of the recognized strong figures in this world, neither the members of Rox Pirates, Roger Pirates, nor the Navy believed that Lin Xian and the West capital behind him were particularly formidable. They simply attributed it to advanced technology. Damn brat, how dare he presume us weak? Yet calamity approaches, and he remains oblivious. His arrogance is truly infuriating. With a cold voice, Lin Xian channeled the Kamehameha. The Kamehameha traversed through the interdimensional tunnel. Rox and the others felt the energy of the Kamehameha, their faces turning pale, fear creeping in. What is happening? Am I dreaming? How can a mere child unleash such an attack? Run! Rox, Roger, Carp, Whitebeard, and others were certain that if they were struck by this wave of energy, the consequences would be dire. Fleeing was the collective thought in their minds. But could they outrun the Kamehameha? Bang! A thunderous roar echoed. A mushroom cloud erupted. The island housing the Valley of Gods vanished, and the sea was thrown into tumultuous waves, causing massive upheavals in the latter half of the new world of the Grand Line, resulting in a breach in the Red Line that a significant portion of the navigating star in the world of One Piece was affected to varying degrees. Through the interdimensional tunnel, Lin Xian murmured, the ants of the lower realm truly possess tenacity. To Lin Xian's astonishment, the lives of individuals in the world of One Piece are remarkably resilient. With a single Kamehameha wave, he was surprised to find that many remained alive. More than 10, in fact. Their vitality resembled that depicted in the anime. As long as their heads remained intact and their hearts unscathed, they could gradually recover over time. Figures like Wang Ji, Silver Axe, and Captain John had all perished, with their captain, Rox, suffering the most gruesome fate after being struck directly by the Kamehameha. Only Whitebeard, Golden Lion, Kaido, and Big Mom of the Rock Pirates had survived. The Roger Pirates fared even worse. Apart from Roger, Rayleigh, and Barrett, none escaped unscathed. Jabba, the third in command of the Roger Pirates and the future Pirate King Roger's right-hand man, had also met his demise on the Navy's side. Only Carp, Zifa, Sengoku, and Tsuru were still alive. Just before the Kamehameha detonated, Sengoku transformed into a giant Buddha and, alongside Black Arm Zifa, protected Tsuru, leaving her severely injured but alive at 8T that moment. 2 minutes had elapsed, and the transdimensional tunnel faded away, rendering any further actions from Lin Xian impossible. The surviving figures of the One Piece world, such as Sengoku and Golden Lion, breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing the disappearance of the fearsome child. Lin Xian, in later years, this day would be referred to as the Day of Astonishment, with very few truly understanding the events that transpired at God Valley. Subsequently, Navy scientists, particularly Vegapunk, speculated that the transdimensional tunnel was a gateway to another world. Piecing together Lin Xian's intentional clues about the upper realm, his identity, and the cities they had witnessed, Sengoku, Carp, Zifa, and Tsuru realized that Lin Xian hailed from an alternate dimension, and that the incredibly advanced city was from that realm. If a mere child possessed such astonishing power, one could only imagine the capabilities of adults from that world. Why then, Sengoku, now the fleet admiral of the Navy, hoped that the path to this other world would never again manifest. However, prior to that, in a bid to uphold a Ade, Lin Xian's appearance was described by Sengoku and the others, leading to an illustration that was printed on a bounty notice. The notice bore no name, only a sketched likeness, accompanied by a bounty of 500 million, and a proclamation of Lin Xian's heinous crimes. With a single Kamehameha wave, he had impacted over half the planet. Had this information been disclosed, the bounty would have started at no less than 10 billion, but upon arriving at Bulma's residence, Lin Xian's first sight was the rotund blue cat, Doraemon, who was munching on dorayaki while watching television. Xiao Xian, you're here, the blue cat greeted warmly. Without Lin Xian's anime, Doraemon would not have come into existence. Thus he felt a deep gratitude towards Lin Xian. As time passed, several days went by. In contrast to merely discovering fragments of the void technique, Lin Xian, possessing an imperial bloodline, had independently developed a flight technique. Host, Lin Xian combat power, 400 bloodline, Earthling, imperial, super ability. Handshake transforms into carrot elemental special abilities, aquatic breathing, max power, aura perception, transformation technique, levitation, 850-fold strength, life restoration, hypnosis created techniques, 6 styles of body technique, minor mastery, breath of the sun, 7 styles of fist technique, minor mastery, flight technique techniques, rock, paper, scissors, master, Wolfang fist, minor mastery, Kamehameha, major mastery, illusory fist, minor mastery, drunken fist, proficient, universal earth-shattering palm, minor mastery. In the section for created techniques, a new entry for flight technique appeared, categorized under abilities. This flight technique resembled the void technique, but was swifter, akin to how Majin Buu could soar through the skies. After a while, Goku dashed back to Kame's house, exuberantly calling out to Master Roshi inside. "Grandpa, come here, Xiao Xian, you too." He then grabbed Master Roshi's hand and ran outside. With Lin Xian trailing behind, Goku's destination was the lakeside, where he and Krillin awaited to demonstrate to Master Roshi that they could also move that boulder. Initially, Master Roshi appeared puzzled and inquired, "Goku, what is this all about? Why have you brought me here?" "Grandpa, look at that rock." Goku pointed toward the boulder. "What's the matter?" Master Roshi still did not grasp the situation. "Master, have you forgotten? You told us that if we could move this rock, you would teach us the true techniques." Krillin interjected, eager to clarify. "That's right. You said so at the time." Goku chimed in, "Grandpa, You can't go back on your word, Lin Xian teased from his side. He was well aware that Master Roshi had already set them on the path of true Kame-style training. To impart more advanced techniques would mean teaching them illusory fist, universal earth-shattering palm, and Krillin still had yet to learn Kamehameha, making it a significant undertaking to pass these techniques on to Goku and Krillin. You talk too much, Master Roshi shot Lin Xian a glance, though it was more of a playful complaint. Turning back, Master Roshi saw Goku step forward first, taking a deep breath as he focused on the boulder. With his hands pressed firmly against it, his eyes widened, and he gritted his teeth, letting his small arms bulge with muscle. The boulder began to shift under Goku's determination, moving steadily as he advanced. With a final burst of effort, Goku managed to push the rock several meters before finally stopping, leaving Master Roshi utterly speechless. First, he had simply mentioned it casually, never expecting that apart from the prodigious Lin Xian, Goku could also move this massive boulder. Though it was not as extraordinary as Lin Xian's earlier feat of lifting the mountain, it was still impressive to my turn. While I may not be as strong as Goku, I can still move this rock, Krillin proclaimed as he approached the boulder. He too managed to shift the stone. Though his performance was not as remarkable as Goku's, it was still a commendable effort. Grandpa, we did it. Can you teach us the true techniques now? Goku eagerly asked Master Roshi. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Master Roshi replied, Actually, there's not much more I can teach you. Throughout these past 7 months of training, you have unknowingly grasped the core of Kame style. Your vision, strikes, body coordination, and intellect have all seen significant improvement. You must learn to integrate and apply these strengths in martial arts. Self-reflection and contemplation are crucial. But Goku began to protest. The essence of martial arts is not merely to defeat others, but to transcend oneself. Thus, you should create your own techniques and pursue your martial path in your unique way. Master Roshi interrupted, imparting wisdom that in the original narrative, Master Roshi's skills, including Kamehameha and illusory fist, were self-taught by Goku and Krillin during the martial arts tournament, rather than through direct instruction. Krillin indeed later developed his own techniques, with his original technique, Explosive Wave, proving quite effective, but his most notable creation was the Keyblade, a formidable weapon capable of inflicting damage regardless of the opponent's strength, severing the tail of the giant ape Gohan, and even slicing through Frieza's tail on Namek. In a later Dragon Ball Super storyline, Krillin experienced a significant power boost during the Tournament of Power, achieving a state called No Self, which involved harmonizing his ki and mind, transcending fear, and breaking through personal limitations. This state of being allowed him to act freely, embodying the essence of his will, while channeling key techniques to further enhance his strength. Regardless of the circumstances, Krillin carved his own path. Goku also forged his own path, with his Dragon Fist becoming legendary. Beyond the Dragon Fist, in the upcoming 21st Martial Arts Tournament, to counter the Drunken Fist of the Dragon, Goku developed the Wild Fist technique, moving erratically like a wild dog, while also creating the Monkey Fist, mimicking the movements and forms of a monkey, and the Spinning Top Fist, spinning rapidly like a top to launch his opponents away. Following this, Master Roshi provided Goku and Krillin with 2 turtle shells weighing 40 kilograms each. For the coming days, you shall carry these 40-kilogram turtle shells as you continue your training, Master Roshi stated with a smile. In the days that followed, Yukong and Krillin intensified their training regimen. Persisting in their original methods, time flew by like an arrow, and before long, the highly anticipated World Martial Arts Tournament was upon them. On the eve of the tournament, the gathered individuals at the Kame House prepared to set off for the southern capital. At that moment, Master Roshi was dressed quite formally, adorned in a suit and topped with a black hat. Resembling a prominent businessman, he addressed Yukong and Krillin, saying, Over these past 8 months, your bodies have undergone rigorous refinement, reaching an extraordinary peak. In terms of strength, stamina, and speed, you have far surpassed your former selves. Now, you may remove the turtle shell you have been carrying, Krillin exclaimed with delight. That's wonderful. Finally, we could be free of it. Without the burden of the turtle shell, Lin Xian had already discarded the metallic weights he had been wearing. Following Master Roshi's instructions, Yukong and Krillin removed their turtle shells, immediately feeling a sense of lightness, as if they were feathers drifting in the wind. filled with an indescribable sense of freedom. Wukong remarked. How liberating. Krillin concurred. Indeed, I feel so light and comfortable, almost as if I could fly. Both Wukong and Krillin were acutely aware of their significant transformations, their faces beaming with joy. Master Roshi encouraged them. Why not jump with all your might to stretch your bodies and gauge the results of your 8 months of training? Upon hearing his words, Wukong and Krillin leaped simultaneously, soaring into the air like supercharged springs, leaving the ground in an instant. I could see that moment. Lan Shi produced a tailored adult-sized suit and handed it to Lin Xian, saying, Here, this is a suit I made for you, and Wukong and Krillin have one too. Lin Xian, who frequently transformed into his adult form from 10 years in the future, was no stranger to the inhabitants of Kame House. And Lan Shi had crafted this suit in the size for his future self, complete with a specially made hat. Thank you, Sister Lan Shi. I will cherish this suit, Lin Xian replied with a smile as he accepted it. Subsequently, Lin Xian entered the Kame House, changed out of his current attire, and transformed into his 9 years later appearance before donning the suit and hat crafted by Lan Shi. Outside, Lan Shi handed the 2 smaller suits to Wukong and Krillin, who quickly slipped them on. Clad in their little suits and hats, they appeared somewhat peculiar, yet undeniably adorable. As Lin Xian emerged from the Kame House, Lan Shi nodded at him and remarked, It fits you splendidly. Master Roshi called to the group, declaring, Time is of the essence. We must depart. With that, he transformed the Kame House into a capsule, stowing it away. Unlike in the original tale, it was not Master Roshi who escorted Wukong and Krillin to the southern capital for the tournament, as Lan Shi stayed behind to tend to matters at home. All of them, including Lan Shi, traveled to the southern capital. Their mode of transportation was not the clouds conjured by Lin Xian, but rather they drove to the airport and boarded a plane to the southern capital the headquarters of the Golden Army. Lin Xian's home, Yamcha, Hulong, and Po remained, with the rabbits staying behind to guard the house. The other 3 took a flying vehicle to the southern capital that a few months prior they had all desired to go together. But the return of the Pilaf trio had served as a reminder that leaving the house unattended was unwise. In the western capital, Bulma and the Blue Cat, Doraemon, also set off for the southern capital. It was Wukong's first time on airplane, particularly a commercial one. He was filled with curiosity, glancing left and right at his surroundings. Master Roshi, upon spotting a beautiful flight attendant, became somewhat restless. The flight stretched from day into night before finally arriving in the southern capital. Lin Xian utilized his super-folding phone to pass the time with Lan Shi. During this period, Lan Shi accidentally sneezed and transformed into her blonde-haired form, instinctively eyeing the numerous passengers on the plane as potential prey, or rather, hostages. Fortunately, Lin Xian managed to calm her down and revert her to her blue-haired self. Otherwise, the passengers would have been in for quite a scare. Although blonde Lan Shi had already befriended Lin Xian, Wukong, Krillin, and Master Roshi, it was akin to placing a wolf among sheep and expecting it not to salivate. In her eyes, the passengers were merely plump sheep, and even with Lin Xian, who was not lacking in wealth, she struggled to suppress her instincts. The night in the southern capital was vibrant and dazzling, showcasing a world of neon lights and bustling streets, where pedestrians flowed like a river and many donned bamboo propellers, soaring through the sky. Had the distance not been so great, Lin Xian, Wukong, Krillin, Lan Shi, and Master Roshi would have certainly chosen to fly to the southern capital wearing bamboo propellers. Among the 43 cities on Earth, the western and eastern capitals were the most prosperous, with the southern capital ranking 3rd. Upon their arrival in the southern capital, Wukong gazed around with his bright eyes, his astonishment more pronounced than during the flight. Wukong, you might attract ridicule behaving like that. Krillin tugged at Wukong's sleeve, hoping to maintain their image. It's all right, Krillin, Wukong replied nonchalantly, continuing to embody the essence of a country bumpkin in the city. At that moment, Lin Xian addressed Wukong, Krillin, Master Roshi, and Lan Shi, saying, I just spoke with Bulma. She has reserved a restaurant in the southern capital. After we check in, we will meet up with Yamcha and the others. Enjoy dinner, and then explore the city. Feel free to purchase whatever catches your eye. Afterward, we can find a bar to sing, and finally, rest at a 5-star hotel that I will cover all expenses tonight, young man. I won't hold you accountable for the expenses at the bar, Master Roshi thought with excitement, recalling the many charming ladies present. Fantastic. Long live the big brother, Krillin echoed, jumping in place with enthusiasm. Dinner? Just hearing about it makes my stomach growl. I can't wait to eat, Wukong exclaimed, his thoughts solely on the meal. Thank you so much, Lin Xian, Lan Chi replied with a calm smile, covering her mouth with a giggle as she expressed her gratitude. Afterward, the five of them took 2 taxis to the registration point at the entrance of the tournament grounds, where a grand arena for the martial arts competition awaited them, but a registration official was calling out. Those wishing to register must hurry. The deadline is midnight tonight. Lin Xian approached with the mindset of participating for the experience, as his prowess would render the tournament unfair to others, and victory was all but assured. Wukong and Krillin were still quite young, prompting the registrar to regard them with skepticism until Master Roshi intervened, vouching for them and completing their registration. Unbeknownst to Lin Xian, Master Roshi had quietly registered under the alias Chonglong. Lin Xian observed, but chose not to expose him. Just as they finished registering, Yamcha, Long, and Por approached them. Big brother Wukong. They greeted. Upon their arrival, all eyes in the vicinity turned toward Lin Xian and Wukong, primarily due to Yamcha and his companions who were dressed in striking golden armor, drawing attention wherever they went. Upon entering the southern city, a number of reckless individuals set their sights on the golden armor worn by Yamcha and his companions. Ultimately, they were dealt with decisively. Yamcha, Oolong, and Por are no ordinary beings. Attempting to rob them, even with firearms, would be futile. Previously, we have discussed Yamcha's power level during his debut in the original series, specifically during the Raditz Saga when the Saiyans invaded. However, the original text does not specify Yamcha's power level during his first participation in the martial arts tournament, which is now the 21st World Martial Arts Championship. Yet, through Krillin's data, we can infer Yamcha's power level at that time. Upon witnessing Krillin's prowess, Yamcha remarked that even second place seemed uncertain that Krillin's initial power level was 7, and during the 21st tournament, it escalated to 60 that Yamcha's comment implied, that while second place was questionable. It was not entirely impossible, suggesting his power level must have been above 50 but below 60 presently. Both Yamcha and Krillin's capabilities far exceed those depicted in the original series during the same time frame. Lin Xian found their power levels quite fascinating. For the Saiyans, Son Goku's normal power level, 135, Angry power level, 200, Great Ape Transformation power level, 1350 for Earthlings, Master Roshi's normal power level, 135, Explosive power level, 170, Krillin's power level, 120, Yamcha's power level, 120 Animal type Earthling, Oolong's power level, 55, Animal type Earthling, Por's power level, 48, although Goku's tail had been severed by Lin Xian and had yet to regrow. Rendering him incapable of transforming into a great ape, it still demonstrated potential for future growth. Compared to the original series, Goku's power level was 15 points higher than that of his contemporaries. And Master Roshi also exhibited a significant increase in strength. Intriguingly, Krillin and Yamcha shared the same power level. Both having doubled their strength from the original series, Krillin's power level was nearing that of the next martial arts tournament, where it was recorded at 130. Oolong and Por had also evolved into formidable experts, far surpassing ordinary individuals. Their power level enhancements could be attributed to varying degrees to the breath of the sun technique. Let us go register first, then we can grab a bite to eat, Lin Xian said to Yamcha. All right, Yamcha nodded. Before heading to register, he turned to Goku and said, Goku, it's been 8 months since we last met. Why are you so quiet upon seeing me? Yamcha, is that really you? Your hair looks so different. If it weren't for Oolong and Por beside you and your golden armor, I wouldn't have recognized you. Why did you change your look? Goku inquired, circling around to get a better view of Yamcha. Por interjected, well, after arriving in the southern city, some girls mocked Yamcha's hairstyle for being outdated, so he went to a barbershop to get it cut short and chose a style he liked. It took him quite a bit of time, which is why he registered later than you all. Haha. That's exactly right. Yamcha chuckled, scratching his head. I actually think you look better with long hair. Cutting it is quite a shame, Lin Xian remarked, shaking his head at Yamcha. Short hair. Yes, that's so. Then I'll grow it out again in the future. Yamucha replied with a wry smile before proceeding to register. Oolong and Puar chose not to participate in the World Martial Arts Championship. After Yamucha completed his registration, Lin Xian introduced everyone. Allow me to introduce you. This is Krillin, who trained alongside Goku under Master Roshi. And this lovely and gentle lady is Launch, whom I've mentioned many times before. Krillin, Launch, this is Yamucha, Oolong, and Puar, members of my Golden Armor Legion, whom I've also mentioned frequently. After the introductions, Krillin quickly greeted them politely, saying, "Nice to meet you all. I'm Krillin." Launch smiled and added, "Hello, I'm Launch. Oh, hello. I'm Yamucha. I'm Puar. I'm Oolong." After exchanging pleasantries, they engaged in further conversation and truly got to know one another. Subsequently, Lin Xian led them to find Bulma. Meanwhile, Bulma and the blue cat, Doraemon, had arrived in the southern city. Given Doraemon's current popularity, as soon as he was spotted in the southern city, throngs of people surrounded him, mostly seeking autographs or asking him to come home with them. Upon reaching the restaurant Bulma had reserved, Lin Xian introduced everyone, allowing those who had only heard of one another to finally meet. "Little Doraemon, it's wonderful to see the real you," Launch exclaimed, taking a seat beside the blue cat. This. Doraemon was taken aback. The dinner ended up costing Lin Xian $5.88 million. Following that, they strolled through the southern city, where Lin Xian's bill nearly reached $100 million, with Goku purchasing the least, naturally spending the least as well. Then they went to a bar where Master Roshi, Krillin, Long, and Yamucha all had a blast when the bill came. Lin Xian spent $9.8 million under normal circumstances, even with drinks and snacks. Such expenses wouldn't be so high, thanks to Master Roshi's antics. Finally, they returned to their hotel for the night, despite being a 5-star hotel. Since they did not book the entire place, their 2-night stay only cost $4 million, which was even less than the dinner bill. This was not due to the hotel being inexpensive, nor the restaurant's dishes being overpriced, but rather because Lin Xian had too many gluttons in his company. On that night, the total expenditure amounted to $120 million. The following day, before dawn had broken, Lin Xian and the others awoke early. After freshening up and having breakfast provided by the hotel, they set off toward the venue for the martial arts tournament. The venue was already teeming with people, a sea of faces filled with anticipation. They were all spectators eager to witness the World Martial Arts Championship. A staff member stood with a megaphone, announcing, "Attention, the preliminaries are about to commence. All participating contestants, please proceed to the tournament hall." Before heading to the tournament hall, Master Roshi pulled out some prepared martial arts uniforms, stating, "Your suits are not convenient for combat. I had these specially made for you." Came Saiyan martial arts uniforms. They look splendid. Saying this, Master Roshi proudly handed the martial arts uniforms to Lin Xian, Goku, and Krillin, his face beaming with pride. The orange uniforms featured a circular emblem with the character Kame emblazoned on the front, which would become Goku's signature outfit from now on. Goku and Krillin happily accepted the uniforms and eagerly changed into them, while Lin Xian took the adult-sized martial arts uniform but chose not to wear it. Instead, he used his dark powers to store the outfit in a black hole and told Master Roshi, "I don't need to change. This suit is quite nice, and I like it very much. Besides, there's no one here who can challenge me. Wearing this suit is merely a courtesy." Little Xian's suit does look quite dapper, far better than your martial arts uniforms. Bulma complimented Lin Xian's attire, downplaying Master Roshi's martial arts outfits. She continued, "Little Xian is right. He is so strong. He doesn't need to wear your martial arts uniform." Unbeknownst to Bulma, the suit Lin Xian wore was personally crafted by Launch. Otherwise, no matter how exquisite it appeared, it would not hold the same value in her eyes. "Bulma, do you think Little Xian's suit looks good?" Launch chimed in. "The suit Little Xian is wearing is made by my own hands." As soon as Launch finished speaking, she stepped forward to adjust Lin Xian's suit. Hearing that the suit was crafted by Launch and witnessing her adjusting it, Bulma felt a wave of discomfort wash over her. After their initial encounter the previous night, Bulma sensed something was amiss. How audacious! She had even encroached upon Bulma's territory in her pursuit of a man. "Thank you, Launch, for making a suit for my fiancé." Little Xian, Bulma feigned generosity as she thanked Launch while wrapping her arm around Lin Xian's. Launch responded to Bulma with a gentle tone. "Oh my, is this what they call a woman's war?" The blue chubby figure was startled by the silent clash between Bulma and Launch. The others, aside from Goku, Puar, Krillin, Master Roshi, Oolong, and Yamcha, including even the mechanical blue chubby, gazed enviously at Lin Xian. The preliminary rounds were on the verge of commencing, and Bulma, Launch, Oolong, Puar, and Doraemon, being non-participants, could not enter the arena to witness the preliminary matches. They were left waiting here for the quarterfinals. However, it mattered little, for once Lin Xian took the stage and dispatched his opponent. Demolishing the arena's walls in the process, Bulma and the others would finally get to see the preliminary matches. Prior to heading to the arena, Master Roshi pulled Lin Xian aside and spoke in hushed tones. "Little Xian, you must be aware that I registered for the world's strongest martial arts tournament under the name Changlong. Let me clarify. My participation is not for the glory of being the strongest nor the prize money. It is solely to show Goku and Krillin that there are realms beyond their comprehension, to expose them to the might of warriors beyond the Turtle School." Lin Xian interrupted Master Roshi, saying, "Elder, there's no need for further explanation. We'll see the truth when we meet." Lin Xian, Goku, Krillin, and Yamcha proceeded to the arena, with Master Roshi vanishing alongside them. Inside the arena, the competitors were eager and ready to showcase their prowess. Before the drawing of lots commenced, a staff member from the tournament took to the combat stage, addressing the audience with a lengthy oration. This tournament boasted 138 participants, warriors hailing from every corner of the nation, or rather, from the entirety of Earth, as there was but one nation on this planet. Out of these 138 contenders, only 8 would emerge from the preliminary rounds to vie for the top positions, followed by the quarterfinals, semifinals, and ultimately, the grand finale. The preliminary rounds were divided into 4 regions for groups, with the last 2 victors from each region advancing to the quarterfinals. The rules dictated that 2 competitors would engage in one-on-one duels on the combat stage. Falling outside the ring or losing consciousness would constitute a defeat. However, killing was strictly prohibited, and weapons were forbidden. Each match was limited to 1 minute, and if no victor emerged within that time, the referee would render a decision. Once the staff member concluded the rules, they exited the stage, and the participants began to draw lots. Lin Xian and his companions were fortunate, for even those placed in the same region would not face each other, much to the relief of the somewhat anxious Krillin and Yamcha. Let us proceed to our respective regions. We shall meet again after the preliminaries. Lin Xian called out to Goku, Krillin, and Yamcha, casting a glance at Master Roshi disguised as Changlong before parting ways. Goku and the others nodded and took their respective lots, heading towards their assigned regions. Goku and Krillin were placed in the third group, with one ahead and the other behind, ensuring they would not clash in the preliminary rounds. Lin Xian was assigned to the first group. Upon arriving in the first region, he found combat already underway on the stage, with both participants exchanging fierce blows that a multitude of spectators stood below. Some robust in physique, others bearing fierce visages or the countenance of masters, observing the battle with expressions ranging from shock to disdain and even a hint of schadenfreude. Lin Xian's arrival went unnoticed by the competitors. He cast a fleeting glance at the 2 fighters on stage, quickly losing interest. In his eyes, their strength, speed, and techniques were utterly lacking. The only noteworthy aspect was that while the competitors fought, they were shedding attributes, allowing Lin Xian to accumulate considerable combat power, much like during his training with Master Roshi, where he hoarded power without integrating it into himself. Lin Xian's match was scheduled for the 4th round. With his drawn number being 7, the matches progressed swiftly. The first, second, and third rounds concluded in a mere 3 minutes, and soon it was time for Lin Xian to take the stage. The referee stood atop the combat platform and announced loudly, "Now, could contestant number 7 and contestant number 8 please come to the stage?" Lin Xian modestly leaped onto the combat platform. 2 seconds later, a towering, animalistic humanoid figure, a werewolf, ascended the stage, standing opposite Lin Xian. This werewolf was the epitome of muscularity, with a scar running across his right eye, which, though not blind, lent him a rather menacing appearance. In comparison to this werewolf, Lin Xian seemed to belong to an entirely different realm. "Ha ha! Kid, encountering me spells your doom. Just look at your puny frame. I could knock you senseless with a single punch. Better surrender now to spare yourself the pain." The werewolf looked down upon Lin Xian. His face twisted in disdain. Good heavens, it's Bloodslayer the Wolf King. That poor kid will be in dire straits if he doesn't concede. One spectator exclaimed from below. What? Bloodslayer the Wolf King? Isn't he the one who nearly made it to the top 8 in the last tournament? Nearly made it to the top 8? If it weren't for his bad luck in the second round against an evenly matched opponent, he would surely have advanced. Alas, that young man is truly unfortunate to face Bloodslayer in the first round. I hope he concedes. Otherwise, he will be left in ruins. Indeed, in the previous tournament's preliminaries, only 2 contenders had not been utterly decimated by Bloodslayer. One had fought evenly in the second round, while the other had ultimately defeated Bloodslayer. All the rest who encountered Bloodslayer had been left in tatters, with the most severely injured unable to rise from their beds for the rest of their lives. That a participant voiced his trepidation, his voice laced with fear of the Wolf King Bloodslayer. Haha! The werewolf, known as Bloodslayer, reveled in the praise from the spectators. A smug grin plastered across his face. Humph. Lin Xian, having overheard the spectators, paid them no mind. He coldly scoffed at the werewolf, saying, What kind of wolf king are you? Your strength is inferior to that of a mere dog. Perhaps you should change your title to Dog King, as that suits you far better. The dog Lin Xian referred to was, of course, the animalistic humanoid Poir. You scoundrel! How dare you speak to me so? I shall make you wish you were never born. Bloodslayer seethed, interpreting Lin Xian's words as an affront. His teeth clenched in fury. Were it not for the tournament's prohibition against killing, he would have relished the opportunity to eliminate Lin Xian right then and there. With a powerful punch, Bloodslayer lunged at Lin Xian, his fist slicing through the air with ferocity. The spectators below turned their attention to Lin Xian, convinced that a blow from the Wolf King's fist would shatter his bones and inflict grievous internal damage. No one believed Lin Xian could withstand such a strike. In the face of the incoming punch, Lin Xian casually extended a single finger, effortlessly blocking the blow. Bloodslayer's expression morphed into one of sheer disbelief, his eyes widening in shock. With just a finger, Lin Xian had thwarted his punch, preventing him from advancing even a fraction. Bloodslayer attempted to retract his hand, only to discover that Lin Xian's finger had curled slightly, causing several bones in his clenched fist to fracture, eliciting a pained cry from him. The spectators erupted in astonishment, their faces a mix of disbelief and in that instant, Bloodslayer swung his other arm, aiming a fierce strike at Lin Xian. Yet before the werewolf's fist could descend, Lin Xian delivered a swift kick, declaring, Go do something meaningful. Bloodslayer was sent hurtling backward, crashing into the arena's wall with such force that he brought the entire structure down. But the impact did not end there. He continued to soar several meters before colliding with another wall within the venue, finally coming to a halt. That moment, the werewolf found himself embedded in the debris. With tournament staff having to pry him free, he should consider himself fortunate to have survived Lin Xian's kick. As the audience witnessed the entire wall collapse, they rushed over to investigate, with Bulma and her companions among them. The spectators below stared at Lin Xian, their expressions frozen in awe, taking a considerable time to regain their composure. Incredible, truly remarkable. I have never witnessed such power before. Is this even human? To have sent the Wolf King Bloodslayer crashing through the arena wall, what extraordinary strength. Indeed, how astonishing. As they marveled, the referee wiped the sweat from his brow and announced loudly, Contestant number 8 has fallen outside the ring and is unconscious. Contestant number 7 is the victor. Thus, Lin Xian successfully passed the first round of the preliminary competition. As he descended from a martial arts platform under the watchful eyes of his fellow competitors, the contest continued unabated. Yet the participants could not help but steal glances at Lin Xian, hoping fervently to avoid facing him in battle. In subsequent matches, Lin Xian emerged victorious with ease in one encounter. As soon as he entered the ring, his opponent conceded defeat. Lin Xian advanced to the top 8, being the first from his group to complete the preliminary rounds. Meanwhile, the other 3 groups gradually approached their conclusions. Rather than joining Wukong, Krillin, or Yamcha in their area, Lin Xian opted to approach Bulma and her companions. This preliminary round is remarkably swift, especially for your group. Bulma remarked, producing a bottle of beverage and adding, Here, this is a drink I specifically bought for you. Not to be outdone, Lan Qi presented Lin Xian with the ice cream she held, saying, "Xiao Xian, this is the ice cream I just bought, saved especially for you. It hasn't melted yet." The blue-hued chubby figure stood momentarily stunned by Bulma's drink and Lan Qi's ice cream. Although he hadn't spent any money himself, he had been the one to purchase them. Women, he chuckled. Oolong and Por also looked bewildered. Having funded the treats, they found themselves empty-handed while watching the matches, feeling as if something was missing. Their elder brother Lin Xian, alongside Yamcha, Wukong, and Krillin, would soon finish their matches, and they intended to order drinks and ice cream to share with the competitors afterward. With 138 contestants, the matches unfolded in pairs, each lasting a minute, occurring simultaneously across 4 zones, making the preliminary rounds remarkably swift. It was no wonder Bulma commented on their rapid conclusion. The ice cream she had purchased earlier had yet to melt. That Bulma's behavior was expected, given her spoiled demeanor, but they were astonished to see Lan Qi, with her blue hair transformed to gold, behaving similarly to the likes of Doraemon. Oolong and Por, clad in their golden armor, stood out conspicuously, drawing attention. If they weren't spending money, who would? Notably, Yamcha, also donned in golden armor, left many contestants with the impression that his armor was merely painted and not genuine gold, leading to accusations of cheating. His armored appearance undoubtedly conferred him greater defensive capabilities. This situation naturally caught the attention of the judges overseeing Yamcha's group, for the World Martial Arts Tournament forbids the use of weapons. And armor is deemed a weapon as well. Reluctantly, Yamcha had to remove his armor. Meanwhile, Lin Xian expended no physical energy during the preliminaries, mastering the breath of the sun and possessing elemental abilities. He felt neither thirst nor heat. Nevertheless, since the offerings were from Bulma and Lan Qi, he graciously accepted them, sipping the drink and savoring the ice cream. Lin Xian engaged in conversation with Bulma and Lan Qi while observing the ongoing preliminaries in the other zones. Yamcha's final opponent in the preliminaries was a werewolf. Among the animalistic humanoids, werewolves, tigermen, and bearmen possess inherent combat advantages. The werewolf mocked Yamcha for attempting to display his skills, yet he was swiftly knocked down by a single punch from Yamcha. Both Wukong and Krillin shone brightly in the preliminaries, defeating numerous opponents older, stronger, and more renowned than themselves, their performances eliciting astonishment that even surpassed Lin Xian's. Although Lin Xian was younger than Wukong and Krillin, he had entered the tournament in the guise of an 18-year-old adult. Appearing considerably taller and older than the two, many contestants marveled at this new generation, realizing that indeed, the younger waves pushed the older ones aside. Delivering a plethora of surprises in this year's martial arts tournament, there was also an elderly contestant named Chung Long, who, despite his advanced age, remained in the competition. Yet his opponents were swiftly defeated within mere exchanges. The preliminary rounds concluded, and the 8 finalists were officially determined across the 4 zones. The judges promptly announced the list of the top 8 contenders. Zone 1, Group 1, Lin Xian, Lan Feng. Zone 2, Group 2, Yamcha, Namu. Zone 3, Group 3, Sun Wukong, Krillin. Zone 4, Group 4, Chung Long, Jiren. The judges pointed to the list, declaring these 8 contestants will compete in the quarterfinals, undergoing another selection process to determine who shall advance to the semifinals. Following this announcement, the qualified contestants, including Lin Xian, Wukong, and Krillin, were escorted to a resting area outside the arena, adjacent to the stage for the quarter-finals. As previously mentioned, the audience could not witness the preliminaries since they were held in a closed venue. Only Lin Xian would contemplate breaking down a wall to allow Bulma and the others to view the preliminaries. Fortunately, the World Martial Arts Tournament was not lacking in funds for repairs, ensuring Lin Xian would not need to pay for the damages. Of course, even if required, Lin Xian could afford it. After all, a wall was not prohibitively expensive. The quarterfinals, semifinals, and finals would all take place within the World Martial Arts Tournament's venue, on a single stage visible to the audience from 3 sides. During the matches, a multitude of spectators would cheer and rally for their favorites. Behind the stage lay the resting area for Lin Xian and the other contestants, separated by a wall from the arena. From this vantage point, they could clearly observe the stage and its surroundings. Fans of Dragon Ball would recall that Wukong and Krillin once peered over this very wall to watch a match. At this moment, the area surrounding the stage was packed with spectators, a sea of humanity, with the clamor of conversation ringing in the air. Lin Xian spotted Bulma and her companions like a tea that moment. Blue-haired Lan Chi had transformed into golden-haired Lan Chi. Seeing Oolong and Puar clad in golden armor, she instinctively drew a gun, intending to rob them. However, before she could fire, Oolong and Puar swiftly subdued her. Understanding the situation, Bulma guided golden-haired Lan Chi to fire into the air, causing the audience nearby to scatter in fright, allowing Bulma and her friends to secure a prime viewing spot. Witnessing this, Bulma tossed out a multifunctional capsule, from which she produced a luxurious sofa and a long table. Laden with snacks and drinks they had purchased, she, along with Lan Chi, Oolong, Puar, and Doraemon, settled comfortably on the sofa, ready to enjoy the upcoming matches. That Bulma's actions left the audience, contestants, and staff of the martial arts tournament utterly stunned. Wow, is this even possible? There were so many people outside. Are they all here to watch us compete? Wukong climbed atop the wall of the resting area, peering out with curiosity before turning back to ask. Indeed, I never anticipated that the World Martial Arts Tournament would attract such a vast audience. Krillin replied, a hint of anxiety creeping into his voice. Nervous? Krillin, why would you be nervous? Wukong asked, bewildered by Krillin's sentiment. Fool! Of course, I would feel nervous with so many eyes upon me. You, with your empty head, wouldn't understand. It's not like me to be indifferent. If I were to lose in front of all these people, I would be the subject of ridicule, understand? That said, Krillin cast a glance at Lin Xian, adding, even if I lose, I must do so with dignity. Oh, I see. I won't lose easily either, Wukong declared, clenching his fist with determination. Lin Xian smiled at them, saying, you should hope not to meet me in the quarterfinals, nor your opponents. During their conversation, Changlong, portrayed by Master Roshi, had been trying to flirt with the only female contestant, Lan Fong, but she barely acknowledged him, viewing him as an easily defeated old man. Instead, it was Lin Xian, the handsome competitor from her group, who frequently caught her EYI in the resting area. The 8 finalists stood in a line when a young referee entered, sporting dark sunglasses and a black suit, with golden hair. Accompanying him were 2 staff members carrying a lottery box. Lin Xian recognized this referee well, and a smile crept across his face as he regarded the familiar figure from the onset of the Dragon Ball saga. The World Martial Arts Tournament on Earth had begun. Aside from the preliminary rounds, this match is presided over by the same referee. With a smile gracing his face, the referee addressed the gathered crowd. Esteemed contestants, we shall now commence the drawing of lots. Each of you will draw once to determine your numbers, and thereby your opponents. Subsequently, the 8 finalists approached to draw their numbers. Once finished, the referee meticulously matched the drawn numbers to their respective contestants. The quarterfinals will unfold in 4 distinct matches rather than simultaneously. The matchups for the quarterfinals are as follows. The first match features Sun Wukong against Lan Fong. The second sees Klin pitted against Yamcha. The third involves Lin Xian facing Jilang. And the fourth presents Changlong against Nanwu. Some individuals breathed a sigh of relief upon witnessing the draw, clearly pleased with the outcomes. However, Lin Xian understood that the quarterfinals diverged significantly from the original narrative, resulting in altered opponents that in the source material. The quarterfinals were Klin versus Bartelian, Yamcha versus Changlong, Master Roshi, Nanwu versus Lan Fong, and Jilang against Sun Wukong. That in the original storyline, Klin's opponent Bartelian was a bacteria humanoid who had never bathed since birth, repugnant and foul. Due to Lin Xian's influence, Bartelian was eliminated in the preliminaries. Now, Wukong found himself matched against Lan Fong, leaving Master Roshi's portrayal of Changlong enviously wishing for a different pairing. Suddenly, the sound of drums echoed, marking the official commencement of the quarterfinals. Xiaoxian. Klin, Yamcha, I am entering the arena, Wukong announced before stepping onto the stage. The moment he appeared, gasps of astonishment rippled through the audience. That little boy is one of the 8 finalists? Unbelievable. Clearly, this spectator had missed the preliminary rounds. I heard there were 2 exceptional children in the preliminaries. He must be one of them. Indeed, I saw him with my own eyes. It's truly astonishing, the audience murmured below. On the stage, the referee stood at the center. microphone in hand, proclaiming, "Welcome our first contestant, number 1, Sun Wukong." With a smile directed at Wukong, the referee continued, "Next, let us welcome contestant number 2, Lan Fong at this." A young woman with striking purple curls and delicate features gracefully stepped forward, revealing herself as Lan Fong. The referee nodded at the two competitors, gestured with a flourish, and declared, "Thus, the first match of the quarterfinals begins." Wukong focused intently on the purple-haired Lan Fong before taking a combat stance. Just as he prepared to strike, Lan Fong lightly touched her lips with her finger, giggling, and said, "Little one, if you concede, I might give you a kiss." Her face was as radiant as a peach blossom, her eyes glimmering with warmth in the waiting area. Long, Klin, and Yamucha watched Wukong with envy, especially Long, who was overwhelmed with admiration and jealousy. Were it not for a semblance of rationality and the knowledge of not having experienced Lin Xian's previous life on Earth, Long might have rushed onto the stage to say, "Wukong, step aside. Allow your master to handle this. The waters run deep here, and I can navigate them with ease." Wukong, momentarily taken aback, asked with a puzzled expression, "You mentioned a kiss. What does that mean? Is it a technique?" Lan Fong was momentarily stunned by Wukong's innocence. It was the first time she had encountered such naivety. Without providing an explanation and seizing the opportunity while Wukong was distracted, a glint of determination flashed in her eyes. "What a perfect chance!" she exclaimed, rushing towards Wukong and delivering a swift kick aimed at his neck. Caught off guard, Wukong was struck hard. Lan Fong, seizing her advantage, unleashed a flurry of punches that landed squarely on Wukong's chest. After delivering a dozen blows, she sent him sprawling to the ground. Having executed her assault, Lan Fong paused, triumphant, taking a deep breath. Yet the next moment, her expression shifted dramatically as she glanced at Wukong on the ground. Disbelief etched across her face. It was not as she had imagined. Wukong was not incapacitated and unconscious. Instead, he rose from the ground, seemingly unscathed, rubbing his neck and brushing off the dirt from his clothes. With a fierce glare directed at Lan Fong, Wukong shouted, "You despicable person! How dare you launch a sneak attack? That is truly infuriating." Despite his tender years, Wukong's furrowed brow and angry demeanor exuded an aura that intimidated Lan Fong, causing her to tremble slightly without realizing it. Stammering, she pointed at Wukong, disbelief saturating her voice. "How is this possible? You withstood my full force attack and remain unharmed. You can still stand? Humph. After 8 months of training, how could I be easily defeated?" Wukong retorted with a huff, glaring at Lan Fong as he proclaimed, "I will not fall victim to your sneak attacks again. I'm going to take you down." Lan Fong inhaled deeply, suppressing a flicker of fear, and donned a smile once more. "Little one, please don't be so fierce. You are truly formidable, and it frightens me. I have never encountered a boy as powerful as you." As she spoke, a hint of vulnerability and helplessness shone through her expression. Her large, sparkling eyes filled with an imploring look. Witnessing this, Wukong's demeanor softened immediately, recalling his grandfather's advice to be gentle towards girls. The woman before him, who claimed to be his elder sister, was indeed a girl. With this thought, Wukong quelled his anger and replied in a gentler tone, "Very well, if you concede, I shall not strike you. You are a girl, after all. I will treat you with kindness. Concede?" Lan Fong shook her head, smiling as she replied, "That simply won't do. I have my eyes set on that prize money. Moreover, I am not one to back down easily. Little one, as recompense for your earlier inaction, allow me to offer you a reward." "How does that sound? A reward?" Wukong stared blankly at Lan Fong, puzzled by her words. His innocence and tender age meant he grasped only the surface meaning of such matters, completely oblivious to any implications. Observing Lan Fong, dressed in a blue tank top and dark trousers, with her arms slightly extended as she toyed with the hem of her shirt, Wukong's gaze remained untainted and direct, devoid of any change in expression. He looked at her without a hint of shyness or hesitation, treating her as he would any ordinary person, with a heart unclouded by malice. Wukong remained untouched by any confusion in stark contrast. Long, Klin, Yamucha, and the audience members, along with the staff of the World Martial Arts Tournament, gazed intently at Lan Fong in the waiting area. Lin Xian noticed the expressions of Changlong, Klin, and Yamcha, and his eyes twitched slightly. Although he too admired Lan Fang, he did not indulge in their level of fixation. Especially Changlong, who, emboldened by the fact that only Lin Xian recognized him, had abandoned all decorum, urging, "Continue." Among the audience, the female spectators were not swayed by Lan Fang's tactics. "Bah, shameless! How disgraceful to employ such methods against a child. A vixen, resorting to such tricks to entice Wukong." Bulma remarked. The gentle-natured, blue-haired Lan Qi nodded in instinctive agreement. Seated beside her, Oolong and Doraemon exhibited the same behavior as Changlong and Klin. Lan Fang had initially aimed to captivate Wukong, hoping to provoke shyness or hesitation through her feminine charm. However, Wukong's response left her exasperated. Her tried-and-true strategy for dealing with men had failed miserably against him. How infuriating! I refuse to concede, Lan Fang murmured to herself before launching an attack on Wukong. Delivering a swift kick in his direction, Wukong deftly sidestepped, evading her strike with ease. Undeterred, Lan Fang resorted to using both her hands and feet, relentlessly targeting various parts of Wukong's body. Yet without exception, she failed to even graze the hem of his clothing. Before long, her breath became ragged. "Now it's my turn to strike," Wukong declared, his body shifting as he appeared beside Lan Fang in the blink of an eye, delivering a gentle yet powerful punch towards her. Lan Fang raised her arm to block, but to her astonishment, the seemingly soft punch unleashed a tremendous force, propelling her backward. She stumbled and ultimately fell off the stage, with just a single punch. Wukong had effortlessly knocked Lan Fang out of the ring, showcasing an extraordinary level of strength that left most of the audience in awe. Lan Fang, still dazed, quickly regained her composure, brushing off the dust from her clothes before standing up. Appearing unscathed, bowing slightly to Wukong on the stage, she said, "Thank you for your mercy. Young one, I apologize for my earlier actions." Wukong smiled and replied, "It's quite all right, and why grandfather always taught me to be gentle with girls." Subsequently, the referee announced Wukong's victory in a match, successfully advancing him to the top four elder brother. I find Lan Fang quite impressive. Though she may not match Wukong, nor us, or you, her skills are commendable. Perhaps we should recruit her into our Golden Armor Corps, Yamcha suggested. Is it really that simple? Lin Xian shot him a glance. He was well aware of Yamcha's intentions. However, adding Lan Fang to the Golden Armor Corps posed no issue. As one of the few beautiful female characters in the original Dragon Ball series, her presence would certainly be a delightful addition. Feeling slightly embarrassed by Lin Xian's gaze, Yamcha chuckled. Before he could say anything further, Lin Xian added, "Lan Fang has an interest in money. You know what to say." Nearby, Krillin and Changlong were all ears, contemplating their own thoughts. Having won the match, Wukong returned to the resting area with a beaming smile. Krillin approached him, embracing him warmly, then patted his shoulder while grinning. "Wukong, I envy you for having such a beautiful opponent. Who would have thought you also understand how to cherish a lady?" Hee. Wukong scratched his head and chuckled. "I don't really know what that means, I just know to go easy on girls. I've tried to control my strength." Then he turned to Krillin and asked, "By the way, Krillin, do you have confidence in defeating Yamcha?" Krillin replied, "I'm not sure if I can win, but I'll do my best at that moment." Yamcha interjected playfully, "Hey, Wukong, you're being biased. Why don't you ask me?" Wukong encouraged both Krillin and Yamcha with an approving glance. Lin Xian addressed them. "Yamcha, Krillin, your strengths are evenly matched. To defeat one another, you'll need to rely on experience, perception, and opportunity." Yamcha and Krillin absorbed Lin Xian's advice. The interval between the first and second matches in the top 8 was brief, lasting only 5 minutes. Soon, the second match commenced as the referee's voice echoed across the arena. Krillin and Yamcha both leapt onto the stage with grace, immediately adopting their battle stances, prepared for combat. The match began with a tense standoff lasting several seconds. "Krillin, I won't hold back," Yamcha declared. "Bring it on." Krillin nodded in agreement. Yamcha made the first move, charging at Krillin as they exchanged blows. Within just 3 exchanges, it became evident that Lin Xian's assessment was spot on. Their strengths were indeed comparable, making it impossible to best one another in a short span of time. With a series of martial arts techniques, They unleashed powerful attacks, their movements mesmerizing the audience below. The stage trembled under the force of their exchanges as they executed their techniques with precision. After trading numerous blows, they instinctively ceased using their signature moves, fearing further damage to the stage. The battle continued with a flurry of punches and kicks, the sounds of their combat echoing throughout the arena. The electrifying intensity of the match ignited the audience's excitement, cheers rising to a crescendo. Krillin, receive my attack. Wolf Fang Fist. Yamcha transformed into a blur, launching himself at Krillin with ferocity. Krillin, agile and alert, dodged Yamcha's fierce strikes, allowing only a few to graze him without causing any significant harm. Logically, the smaller and younger Krillin would seem to have a disadvantage against the fully developed Yamcha, even if their strengths were equal. Yet, Krillin's offensive maneuvers remained scarce as he focused on observing and seeking opportunities. Yamcha, too, was on the lookout for an opening, but for him, attacking was tantamount to defending, seeking chances to overcome Krillin within his offensive moves. In contrast, Krillin leaned toward a more primordial form of defense. As the ferocity of Yamcha's Wolf Fang Fist began to wane, Krillin seized the opportunity. His eyes lit up in realization as he exclaimed, "What a chance!" Krillin retaliated, catching Yamcha's right fist before delivering a powerful blow to his abdomen. Forcing Yamcha to stagger back, with a swift sweep of his leg, Krillin sent him tumbling out of the ring, denying Yamcha the chance to utilize his evasive techniques. In that moment, the outcome of the match was unmistakable. Thunderous applause erupted from the audience, cheers ringing out as they chanted, "Krillin! Krillin!" Their excitement surged, for such a display of combat prowess was a rarity in their experience. Truly the strongest Earthling, Lin Xian mused silently. He pondered whether if Tien Shinhan were present, possessing comparable strength to Krillin, would Krillin still emerge victorious? Among Krillin, Tien Shinhan, Yamcha, and Chaozu, Krillin had been officially recognized as the strongest Earthling, albeit humorously referred to as the noseless alien due to his lack of a nose. Tien Shinhan, with his three-eyed heritage, had never wavered in his training from his debut to the end, yet his strength never surpassed that of Krillin. Lin Xian had often felt a tinge of regret while reading the original story regarding this. In the Dragon Ball series, Son Goku's character was inspired by the Monkey King Sun Wukong, while Oolong was based on Zhu Beiji, Yamcha on Sha Sung, and Tien Shinhan on Erling Shun. The missed opportunities for Tien Shinhan to rise in power were indeed lamentable. As a Z fighter, he had overlooked numerous chances to grow stronger, especially with the Grand Elder and Old Kai being able to unlock potential. During the Namek saga, Tien Shinhan was unable to train and develop. And his absence from the hyperbolic time chamber meant he missed yet another opportunity to enhance his skills. The chamber offered not just accelerated training, but also mental fortitude, with 1 year inside equating to 3 years of training outside. Furthermore, Tien Shinhan had climbed Kirin Tower without consuming the sacred water. Master Kirin possessed both sacred and divine water, with the sacred water being merely ordinary water. The super divine water and the super holy water are distinct entities. Indeed, as its name suggests, the super divine water possesses unpredictable divine powers that IT has the capacity to unleash one's latent potential, significantly enhancing combat abilities. However, the super divine water is highly toxic. Those who consume it must first possess a pure heart, lest they fall victim to its deadly poison. This extraordinary elixir is a relic left behind by a former deity of Earth. To harness its potential, humans must first withstand its toxicity. Nevertheless, the super divine water truly has the ability to awaken an individual's hidden capabilities. When Goku first ingested the super divine water, he endured considerable agony for an extended period. Prior to Goku, 14 others had also partaken of the super divine water, but none survived. Their demise was not due to impure hearts, but rather the absence of potential within them. Had their hearts been unclean, Master Karen would not have permitted them to consume the super divine water. That would simply be a waste. If Tien Shinhan were willing to take the gamble, he might just unleash his inner potential and discover a new version of himself. That time, Tien had already undergone a transformation, becoming a virtuous individual, solely devoted to the pursuit of martial arts. Devoid of any interest in women, and possessing a heart of purity, The Tian's reluctance to drink the super divine water likely stemmed from his fears of lacking the potential to endure its effects. Regardless, Lin Xian believed it a waste for Tian Shinhan to possess a third eye of ordinary caliber. Tian's third eye merely allowed him to perceive swiftly moving objects, were to be replaced with an unlimited Rinnegan. A rebirth eye, or even a death perception eye, the situation would indeed become intriguing. The second match of the quarterfinals concluded, with Krillin advancing to the semifinals. Krillin, splendid job. Upon his return, Goku embraced him wholeheartedly. Krillin, brimming with pride, replied, "Of course, just look at my training partner." Goku did not neglect Yamcha either, offering words of encouragement. "Yamcha, though you were defeated by Krillin this time, keep pushing, you'll triumph next time." "Yes," Lin Xian nodded, affirming, "Goku is right. Yamcha, strive to defeat Krillin in the next encounter." Encouraged by Goku and Lin Xian, Yamcha addressed Krillin, saying, "You are truly formidable, having trained under Master Potato that I admit my defeat this time. However, I will continue to train diligently. Don't let me fall behind, and I hope that when we meet again, we can engage in a fiercely competitive match." "Absolutely." Krillin responded, "I'm always ready." The third match of the quarterfinals commenced, and it was Lin Xian's turn to take the stage. Now, presenting contestant number 5, Lin Xian, and contestant number 6, Jilin. The referee on the platform announced the names of Lin Xian and Jilin. As his words echoed, Lin Xian stepped onto the stage with a steady gait, facing his opponent Jilin, a dinosaur-like humanoid with wings and blue-green skin, often referred to as a Dino Man. Jilin stood nearly 2 meters tall, his imposing physique contrasting sharply with the 18-year-old Lin Xian. "It's time for little Xian to shine," Bulma exclaimed excitedly, a sentiment echoed by Launch. "The third match begins now," the referee declared. Jilin, looking down from his height, sneered, "Ha, kid, encountering me means you've hit the jackpot of misfortune. Just look at your small frame. You only have the privilege of facing me due to your good fortune and the weakness of your opponents in the preliminary rounds. However, your luck ends here." Jilin's gaze was filled with disdain and arrogance, as he considered Lin Xian merely a lamb awaiting slaughter, while he fancied himself a ravenous dinosaur. "Why do you and that waste of a wolf king love to prattle on so much?" Lin Xian asked with a slight smirk. "Humph," Jilin scoffed, his anger flaring as he bared his teeth. "Let me show you what it means to know your place." With that, Jilin charged at Lin Xian. For an ordinary person, a collision with this Dino Man would likely result in severe injury or worse. Yet, Lin Xian remained unfazed, his eyes calm as water. As Jilin approached, he unleashed a frenzied laugh, launching a punch that combined his body's momentum and striking power into a ferocious assault. Lin Xian, however, did not budge. He merely tilted his body slightly to evade the attack. Seeing his strike miss, Jilin's eyes widened in surprise, but he continued his assault, throwing a flurry of punches at Lin Xian. Yet Lin Xian remained unperturbed, evading each attack effortlessly, not even grazing his clothing. After a barrage of strikes, Jilin's breath began to quicken, his exhaustion becoming evident. With a dismissive glance, Lin Xian decided it was time to retaliate. Jilin barely had time to react when he let out a cry of pain. Lin Xian landed a light punch to Jilin's abdomen from below. Even this casual strike rendered Jilin writhing in agony. His face contorted and beads of sweat adorning his brow as he doubled over. Clutching his stomach and groaning in pain, he then vomited a mouthful of bile onto the ground, his expression one of disbelief. The audience erupted with excitement, applauding fervently and engaging in animated discussions. "Did you see that? Just one punch. This young man took down that Dino Man. Incredible. No wonder he made it to the quarterfinals. He is certainly not an ordinary fighter. How handsome. This guy not only looks good, but also possesses such strength. Go on. Handsome. Keep fighting." Female spectators, smitten, gaze at Lin Xian with sparkling eyes, cheering him on. "Little Xian, you're amazing," Bulma shouted from the stands. Launch echoed, "Little Xian, you're the best." Doraemon, Oolong, and Poir joined in, albeit with less fervor. Hearing their cheers, Lin Xian turned, smiling and waving to them, which only heightened Bulma and Launch's excitement. "Oh dear, even Doraemon is speechless." Meanwhile, Jilin had managed to rise again. Facing Lin Xian with a pale complexion, It must be noted that the Dino man's resilience was far superior to that of an ordinary human. Most would have been incapacitated by such a blow. Jyland's expression darkened, the earlier contempt and arrogance replaced by a newfound seriousness. Had he been watching the previous matches, he would have thought twice before underestimating Lin Xian. "Kid, that punch really hurt. That I misjudged you. You're quite strong," Jyland conceded before adding, "However, next time, I'll return tenfold." "What a joke. You really overestimate yourself." Lin Xian chuckled. His tone dripped with disdain, striking Jyland like an invisible slap, reddening his face with humiliation. "Damn it." Jyland growled through clenched teeth, glaring at Lin Xian with eyes wide as saucers, as if he could kill with a mere glance. If looks could kill, Lin Xian would have been reduced to 1,000 pieces already. Jyland lunged again, throwing a series of punches at Lin Xian, but like before, he was unable to land a single hit. Attempting to strike Lin Xian's lower body, he was met with a swift kick that sent him flying. This kick, lighter than the previous punch, still left Jyland reeling. He was propelled off the stage. Had he not possessed wings, he would have been eliminated. Soaring back, Jyland circled above the stage, looking down at Lin Xian from above, declaring, "Ha ha, you've really riled me up this time, kid. Don't say I didn't warn you. My powers are fearsome that I'll beat you to a pulp, leaving you unrecognizable." In his discourse, Jilong exuded an air of unwavering self-confidence. Upon hearing this, Lin Xian discerned the nature of the abilities he spoke of. Lin Xian possessed a profound understanding of the terrifying prowess that Jilong referred to during Wukong's inaugural participation in the World Martial Arts Tournament. He had been ensnared by Jilong's magical gum, which emerged from his mouth like a floating ring. Subsequently, this magical gum had also entangled Dambalin, a subordinate of the Demon King Piccolo, although Jilong had managed to ensnare both Wukong and Dambalin. His own strength was woefully inadequate, allowing them to easily break free. Jilong's magical gum, however, excelled in immobilizing others, rendering them incapable of movement, resistance, or counterattack. Should one possess sufficient strength, an adversary ensnared would find themselves utterly at their mercy. Even competitors in past tournaments, who might have had slightly superior abilities to Jilong, would be rendered helpless if caught unawares by his magical GUM. It was precisely for this reason that Jilong believed Lin Xian would be unable to escape his magical gum. Once ensnared, victory would be assured. Yet Lin Xian harbored no desire to test the limits of Jilong's unique ability, for the magical gum was concocted from Jilong's saliva. Suspended above the arena, Jilong opened his mouth wide, revealing a row of menacing teeth, and expelled a stream of magical gum towards Lin Xian. Ding! Acquired special ability attribute. Magical gum fragment. The fragment of this peculiar ability fell as Jilong unleashed his magical gum, which Lin Xian swiftly collected. Prior to this, in the preceding matches of the top 8, Lin Xian had amassed considerable combat power, even acquiring Jilong's dinosaur-like human bloodline. The magical gum failed to ensnare Lin Xian, who deftly evaded it. Yet Jilong remained undeterred, continuing to unleash his attack. "This is your ability, is it not? So slow that attempting to ensnare me feels like a foolish fantasy," Lin Xian remarked coolly. "Kid, do not be overly arrogant. I shall see just how long you can maintain that smile. Once you can no longer evade and fall prey to my magical gum, I will render you utterly immobile, shattering every bone in your body." Despite the bravado in his words, Jilong felt a creeping uncertainty at that moment. Lin Xian combined to create the special ability of magical gum. Were it not for the disdain I hold for such a filthy ability, I would not even bother to evade not overestimate yourself. I can wield your secret weapon as well. Lin Xian was eager to experiment with this newfound ability. "You arrogant fool," Jilong began, but was halted by a shocking scene that nearly caused his eyes to bulge from their sockets. He witnessed Lin Xian expelling magical gum as well, leaving him momentarily paralyzed, muttering to himself, "Impossible, this cannot be." As he spoke, cold sweat began to trickle down his forehead. That was no wonder. He relied on this special ability to turn the tide, only to discover Lin Xian could wield the same power. As Jilong uttered his disbelief, he found himself ensnared by the magical gum Lin Xian had unleashed, plummeting from the air. Lin Xian advanced step by step towards Jilong, declaring, It is time for this match to conclude. Allow me to escort you on your way. Overwhelmed by the pressure, Jilong surrendered, producing a white flag. Interestingly, despite being ensnared by Lin Xian's magical gum, he still managed to retrieve the white flag. Thus, the match concluded with Jilong's automatic concession, resulting in a direct victory for Lin Xian, who evaded a beating as the referee announced Lin Xian's triumph. The audience erupted in exuberant cheers. Bulma and Launch were naturally elated, their faces radiating joy. Lin Xian successfully advanced, securing his place among the top four, but upon returning to the resting area, Wukong, Krillin, and Yamcha, though their eyes were closed, were aware that Lin Xian would undoubtedly progress. Yet they could not help but feel delighted at his advancement, especially Wukong and Krillin, who lavished praise upon Lin Xian, while Master Roshi, disguised as Chung Long, approached him with a smile, pretending not to recognize him in order to offer his congratulations. In front of Wukong and the others, Lin Xian likewise feigned ignorance of Chung Long, engaging in casual banter with him. Amid their conversation, the fourth match of the top 8 was about to commence. Featuring Chung Long against the dark-skinned, sorrowful-faced special monk, Nameless. The outcome of this match held suspense for others, but for Lin Xian, there was no uncertainty, even though Nameless arrived with an unwavering determination to save his homeland. Fueled by an indomitable spirit to win, such resolve held no chance against the overwhelming disparity in strength. As expected, after merely 2 rounds of combat, under Chung Long's lightning-fast movements, Nameless was struck in the neck and collapsed, succumbing to despair and unwillingness, thus allowing Chung Long to advance to the top 4. In a manner akin to the original plot, Chung Long felt a curiosity towards the sorrowful-faced Nameless and utilized telepathy to delve into his memories. Witnessing the water scarcity in his homeland and understanding Nameless' purpose for entering the World Martial Arts Tournament, without hesitation, Master Roshi extended his hand in assistance. After the match, he approached Nameless privately, presenting him with a capsule filled with water and explaining that this was not his homeland, that he could fill the capsule without charge and take it back to alleviate his troubles. As for Nameless, Master Roshi initially found the situation rather perplexing. After all, how could Nameless venture forth without inquiring about the water scarcity in his homeland, where water was an invaluable commodity? In contrast, in places where water was abundant, it was virtually free. There was no need for him to travel such distances to participate in the World Martial Arts Tournament merely to win prize money for water. Returning to the topic, while Master Roshi employed telepathy in the arena, Lin Xian collected fragments of the special ability of telepathy. This particular ability had never been imparted to him by Master Roshi. It was not that Master Roshi was unwilling to teach. Rather, it was an ability that could not be taught or learned, as Master Roshi had stumbled upon it by chance. However, this telepathy held little utility for Lin Xian, who could glean others' thoughts through lightning. Otherwise, Lin Xian would have been acutely aware of Master Roshi's true nature, prompting him to showcase his telepathy, allowing Lin Xian to collect and combine it into a complete version of telepathy. Lin Xian mused that since he had acquired fragments of telepathy, he should seek an opportunity for Master Roshi to demonstrate it again, enabling him to combine or procure the complete ability. With Master Roshi's victory, the top 8 matches concluded, paving the way for the semifinals. The semifinals, or the top 4 matches, would not require a draw. The victors of the first and second matches of the top 8 would face off. As with the victors of the third and fourth matches, Wukong versus Krillin, Lin Xian versus Chung Long, in the first match of the semifinals, Wukong faced Krillin. Without holding back, Wukong dispatched Krillin after exchanging dozens of blows, knocking him off the stage before he could utilize his moon step. Krillin lost the match in the second match. Lin Xian, confronting Chung Long, who was played by Master Roshi, wasted no time adhering to the martial ethics and struck first. Approaching Chung Long, he whispered softly, "Old man, I've made my decision. I will not hold back. After all, Bulma and Launch are watching from below. If I were to let you win, it would only disappoint them." Upon hearing Lin Xian's words, Chung Long's eyelid twitched. Before he could respond, Lin Xian's fist was already upon him in mere moments. Chung Long found himself cast from the stage. "What? Are you going to use the Kamehameha to return? Or employ your moon step?" Such notions were absurd. Just as Wukong had denied Krillin any chance of returning, Lin Xian did the same to Long, and he did so with even greater ease. After losing the match, Long stood up from the edge of the stage, dusting himself off, and pretentiously addressed Lin Xian. "Young man, it has been a pleasure to fight you. I can sense your potential. The path before you is long and far exceeds my own, that I hope that one day you will reach the pinnacle and, at that time, do not lose sight of your true self." Ostensibly, Long, as played by Master Roshi, addressed this to Lin Xian, but in truth, it was meant for Wukong and Krillin. Thus, the semifinals concluded, leaving only the final match. Sun Wukong versus Lin Xian. Wukong, Xiao Xian, upon the arena. Lin Xian and Wukong, in perfect synchrony, called out each other's names before simultaneously launching into action. It is noteworthy that Wukong's tail had emerged, coinciding with the full moon. As Lin Xian relentlessly pressed his advantage. Wukong caught sight of the moon above, just as he was on the verge of transforming into a colossal ape. Lin Xian severed Wukong's tail, refraining from emulating Master Roshi's actions against the moon in the original tale. Consequently, Wukong succumbed to slumber after the loss of his tail, thereby conceding the match in the astonished gaze of the audience. The grand finale of the world's martial arts tournament reached its conclusion. At that moment, a wave of cheers erupted, the end of the contest igniting fervent emotions among the spectators, who passionately called out Lin Xian's name. In an instant, Lin Xian became the focal point of attention, with countless eyes fixed upon him, radiating fervor and admiration. The referee, brimming with excitement, leaped onto the stage, microphone aloft, and proclaimed loudly, "The champion of this year's World's Martial Arts Tournament has been determined. Due to contestant Sun Wukong's fainting, contestant Lin Xian has been awarded the championship title." Let us respond with resounding cheers and applause for Lin Xian's remarkable performance. Following the referee's announcement of Lin Xian as the champion, the audience echoed his sentiments with another wave of cheers and applause, showering Lin Xian with flowers. Thus, the World's Martial Arts Tournament officially came to a close. Guided by the event staff, Lin Xian received the grand prize of 500,000 for winning the tournament. As he exited the venue, Bulma, Wukong, and others had already gathered to welcome him. Bulma sprinted forward, her face alight with joy, and exclaimed to Lin Xian, "Congratulations, Xiao Xian, on winning the championship of the tournament." Following her, Lan Qi, Oolong, Yamcha, and the now-awakened Wukong, along with the newly joined Lan Feng, who had transformed back from Long, and Master Roshi, all congratulated Lin Xian. It's nothing remarkable, merely a championship that could be won with my eyes closed. There's no need to be so excited. Lin Xian waved his hand dismissively, downplaying his victory. However, his words incited public wrath, prompting Wukong, Krillin, and Yamcha to roll their eyes in response. In light of this, Lin Xian shifted the conversation, saying, all right, let us go out for a meal. Come, I'll treat you all, especially those who participated in the tournament. You've expended quite a bit of energy and need to replenish." "Yay!" Wukong leaped up, declaring, "That's wonderful. Xiao Xian, I'm quite hungry. Let us hurry." "Since Xiao Xian is treating, let me take you to a restaurant this time," chimed in Master Roshi. Wukong inquired about Master Roshi's whereabouts during the match, to which Master Roshi chuckled and fabricated a casual excuse. Except for Lin Xian, who knew the truth, no one else suspected, and Lin Xian refrained from exposing him. Thus, Master Roshi managed to evade scrutiny. On their way to the restaurant, Master Roshi reiterated to Wukong and Krillin the words Long had shared with Lin Xian, emphasizing that Long's advice was wise and should be remembered by them all. Wukong and Krillin acknowledged the lesson, and although Master Roshi did not win the championship as Long, his efforts were not in vain. Meanwhile, Oolong, clad in golden armor, engaged Lan Feng in conversation, while Bulma, disapproving of Lan Feng, said nothing to her and pulled Lan Qi aside, aligning her with her own sentiments. Under Master Roshi's guidance, Lin Xian and the others arrived at a century-old renowned restaurant, the very establishment Master Roshi had taken them to after the tournament in the original tale. They ordered an abundant array of dishes and gathered around the table, enjoying lively conversation and feasting. The following day, upon awakening in the hotel, the group convened, with the conclusion of the world's martial arts tournament. It was time for them to depart. Everyone, including Master Roshi, made their way to Lin Xian's home, the headquarters of the Golden Armor Corps. Both Master Roshi and Krillin chose to join the Golden Armor Corps, enticed by its wealth and allure, and the fact that it was established by Lin Xian, whose strength was undeniable, provided them with ample reason to join Do, and joining the Golden Armor Corps was also the Rotund Doryman. Lan Shi, however, had different motivations. Her decision to join was purely to remain close to Lin Xian as of now. The 7 Dragon Balls had yet to revert from stone, and the search for them would have to be postponed. Unable to remain idle, Wukong ventured out to train after just a couple of days at Lin Xian's residence. Regardless, one can contact at any time. After the restoration of Dragon Ball, simply call him to join the quest. Master Roshi has temporarily returned to the small island where he had yet to take on disciples, awaiting the return of the sea turtle before relocating to Lin Xian's residence, the headquarters of the Golden Army. If he were to remain at Lin Xian's abode indefinitely, the sea turtle would surely struggle to find him upon its return. Bulma stayed at Lin Xian's house for a few days before returning to West City, as she still had to attend school, while the Rotund Doryman chose to remain with Lin Xian. Days passed, and Lin Xian found no moment of respite. The attributes displayed on Lin Xian's interface grew increasingly abundant each day. Host, Lin Xian Combat Power, 440 Bloodline, Earthling, Imperial Grade, Super Ability. Handshake transforms into Carrot Elemental Special Abilities. Aquatic Respiration, Max Power, Aura Perception, Transformation Technique, Levitation, 850 times Strength, Life Restoration, Hypnosis, Magical Chewing Gum, Telepathy, Super Regeneration Creation Techniques, 6 Styles of Body Technique. Mastered, Breath of the Sun, 7 Styles of Fist Mastered, Flight Technique, Flying Thunder God Technique, Energy Thread Techniques. Rock Paper Scissors Master, Wolfang Fist Master, Kamehameha Mastered, Afterimage Fist Mastered, Drunken Fist Mastered, Worldwide Shocking Palm Mastered. Lin Xian's bloodline has elevated his combat power to the Imperial Grade. The magical chewing gum originates from Jurang. Telepathy was acquired by Lin Xian from Master Roshi. With the upgrade of his bloodline to Imperial Grade, Lin Xian's lifespan has extended to 5,000 years. As his lifespan surpassed that of ordinary individuals, he gradually developed self-healing abilities. The higher the bloodline grade, the more rapid the healing capability. With his bloodline at the Imperial Grade, if Lin Xian were to sustain a cut on his arm, it would cease bleeding and heal within seconds, leaving no trace of a scar. However, this alone does not merit the title of Super Regeneration. There are other factors to consider, which will be discussed later. In the section detailing creation techniques, 2 special abilities, the Flying Thunder God Technique and Energy Threads, have emerged. The Flying Thunder God Technique, an S-rank space-time ninjutsu devised by the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, in the anime Naruto, is a form of body flicker technique that allows instantaneous movement through the use of a special formula left on a target. The user can teleport themselves or objects in indirect contact with their chakra. When invigorated, the user can transfer substantial targets multiple times. This technique can be utilized offensively to shorten the distance of long-range ninjutsu, disrupt, ambush opponents, or relocate targets. It can also serve to evade in emergencies, requiring no hand seals to activate. The Flying Thunder God technique created by Lin Xian does not expend chakra, but rather the energy of the Dragon Ball universe, and it does not require hand seals. Furthermore, with sufficient strength and energy, he can traverse from the primary timeline to other parallel timelines, moving effortlessly from the 7th universe of the primary timeline to any of the other 11 universes simultaneously. This version of the Flying Thunder God technique represents a new form of instantaneous movement, differing from the original instant transmission in the Dragon Ball series. For Lin Xian, whose bloodline has ascended to the Imperial Grade, the creation of the Flying Thunder God technique is a relatively effortless endeavor. Energy Threads, a capability Lin Xian stumbled upon, was inspired by 2 individuals' abilities, one being a Quincy from the same world, and the other being Don Quixote Doflamingo from the One Piece universe, who possesses the power of the String fruit. The Quincy's ability allows him to emit energy from his palm, ensnaring opponents like a rope. He can scatter energy resembling threads around, which will explode upon contact, The golden energy threads he generates are under Lin Xian's control, and he particularly favors transparent energy threads that Doflamingo's signature move is also not overly complex. With Lin Xian's innate talent, he was able to replicate and create it with a mere thought. 5 colored threads emanate from each of his 5 fingers, manifesting as near-transparent filaments that reach towards the opponent in a claw-like fashion. These razor-thin threads, as sharp as piano wire, can injure or even sever the opponent's body. The parasitic thread technique disperses dozens of threads into the air, which then rain down like a meteor shower, piercing the opponent's body and thus manipulating their movements. While these threads can ensnare the target's skin, they cannot influence their will. The flickering thread technique involves raising the index finger while retracting the others, allowing a fine thread generated from the fingertip to be propelled at high speed, strong enough to pierce bones and create explosive impacts capable of demolishing buildings, even from a distance. The birdcage technique, possessing both offensive and controlling capabilities, unleashes countless threads like a volcanic eruption, continuously spraying upwards. Once these thousands of transparent threads reach a certain altitude, they descend like a meteor shower, forming a massive, arc-shaped birdcage that stretches from the sky to the ground. The birdcage itself possesses a keen cutting ability. A mere touch can inflict injury, allowing those outside to enter, while trapping those inside. Furthermore, the threads can disperse and rain down, penetrating the bodies of opponents to manipulate their movements, inciting those within the cage to turn against one another. Much like caged birds, should anyone resist, they would be forced to harm one another, and Lin Xian could contract the cage at will, slicing apart everything and everyone within, akin to retracting an umbrella. Returning to super regeneration, Lin Xian initially intended to obtain the regeneration abilities of beings such as Piccolo and Majin Buu. However, he was inspired by the concepts of aquatic respiration and 850 times strength, amalgamating regeneration abilities from various creatures known for their regenerative prowess. Bats can regenerate wings. Sharks can infinitely regrow teeth. Crabs can regenerate claws and legs. Zebrafish can regenerate hearts. When a lizard loses its tail, it utilizes stem cell reactivation to regenerate its tail. Planarians possess the ability to regenerate indefinitely from stem cells, earning them the title of theoretically immortal organisms, as stem cells are responsible for healing and recovery. If cut into fragments, each piece can develop into a new individual. Ribbon worms can regenerate entirely from a small piece of tissue, and even when severed in half, they can regrow. Even decapitated, they are capable of regeneration. Earthworms can produce a new tail when bisected. Sea stars can regrow limbs despite lacking brains or heads, as their entire bodies contain cells capable of gathering information from their surroundings and retaining movement memory. They can not only regenerate severed parts, but also reproduce new individuals from smaller segments. The axolotl has an astonishing capacity for nearly complete reconstruction, able to rebuild tissues, organs, and even heads within days or weeks, demonstrating remarkable regenerative abilities as long as its head remains intact, allowing it to regenerate half of its brain. Lin Xian's super regeneration enables him to create genuine clones or external manifestations of himself. He splits his soul, allowing the lower-grade Saiyan bloodline to empower his clones, with both he and his clones being one entity. However, simply splitting his soul and utilizing the lower-grade Saiyan bloodline is insufficient to create an external manifestation. Additional scientific methods are necessary. In the laboratory of his castle, a humanoid entity lies dormant within a containment vessel, adorned with a respirator. This humanoid being is Lin Xian's external manifestation, its soul derived from Lin Xian's original self. Possessing the lower-grade Saiyan bloodline without the infusion of other bloodlines. Although its bloodline grade is low, it ensures the purity of the Saiyan lineage. It bears a striking resemblance to Lin Xian, appearing 4 years younger, akin to a 13-year-old, complete with the Saiyan hallmark, a tail. Soon, it will not be long before Lin Xian's Saiyan external manifestation awakens entirely, indistinguishable from a normally born individual, for the Earthling Lin Xian. The Saiyan clone serves as his right hand, akin to a primary machine and a secondary machine. While his clone possesses independent thought, he can overlay his consciousness onto it at will, as their souls are interconnected. In addition to super regeneration, Lin Xian has set his sights on other abilities, aspiring to acquire the foresight ability seen in octopuses. Alas, the posts from his previous life have proven to be misleading. The universe encompasses 11 dimensions, with the first dimension represented as a line, the second dimension as a plane, akin to a painting, and the third dimension as the spatial realm in which Lin Xian lived in his previous life on Earth. Upon reaching the fourth dimension, one merely needs to superimpose a temporal axis upon the three-dimensional space, allowing beings in the fourth dimension to perceive both the past and the future. Ants are regarded as two-dimensional creatures, while octopuses are classified as four-dimensional beings, yet both exist within the confines of three-dimensional space. This classification arises from the belief that ants cannot perceive humans. They're completely oblivious to our presence. Even when a human stands directly before them, they remain blind to our existence, much like how humans cannot perceive deities, the divine may dwell among us, yet our eyes are incapable of seeing them. Strictly speaking, although ants cannot see humans, they can sense us through other means. For instance, if a human stomps the ground, creating a resounding thud, ants will swiftly turn and flee. However, if a human remains motionless, they indeed cannot see us, which reflects a limitation in their vision. Perhaps it is this peculiarity that leads to their being likened to two-dimensional beings, AS for the octopus. It possesses unique ocular qualities, enabling it to perceive things beyond human sight. That a particular octopus named Paul famously predicted the outcomes of World Cup matches, leading some to speculate that Paul could glimpse the temporal axis of the fourth dimension, thus accurately forecasting the results. This attribute is why octopuses are deemed four-dimensional creatures. The capacity to foresee the future has been attributed to the octopus, yet regardless of whether it is truly a fourth-dimensional being. Lin Xian, in the world of Dragon Ball, has slain numerous octopuses in pursuit of this foresight ability, but to no avail that if the octopus possessed such foresight, it would inherently know when it would be captured by humans and when it would become a dish on their table. Even if its intelligence paled in comparison to that of humans, it would instinctively evade capture. However, the Earth of the Dragon Ball universe is not the same as Lin Xian's previous Earth. Lin Xian learned from his father-in-law, Dr. Brief, that many ancient creatures endowed with special abilities exist, including colossal ancient octopuses in the depths of the ocean that rival human intelligence and indeed possess the ability to foresee the future. Furthermore, regarding the creation of abilities, apart from the Flying Thunder God technique, the Naruto anime showcases numerous illogical abilities. Lin Xian has experimented with these, and while he has not yet succeeded in creating them, he has gained insight and requires no further enhancements to his lineage. Given time, he will be able to manifest them. The technique Izanagi necessitates the possession of the Sharingan from the Uchiha clan. This technique allows the user to convert all detrimental factors, including injury and death, into a dream, while simultaneously transforming the user's advantageous actions into reality. IT is a technique that facilitates the free interchange between dreams and reality. Categorized as an illusion, the cost of utilizing Izanagi is the permanent loss of vision in one eye. The Sharingan utilized for Izanagi will result in everlasting blindness, yet the eternally blind Mangeki Sharingan may potentially regain sight upon evolving into the Rinnegan. Lin Xian's initial aspiration was to create Izanagi without the need for the Uchiha clan Sharingan or the price of losing an eye, driven solely by energy. However, this proved too extraordinary, without a divine-level lineage. Such aspirations remain unattainable. Consequently, Lin Xian reluctantly resigned to the alternative of employing Izanagi without the Sharingan, accepting the loss of one eye as a cost for a single use. The blindness inflicted by using Izanagi extends beyond the physical realm. Penetrating the soul, To regains sight. Wishing upon the Dragon Balls of Earth would undoubtedly prove ineffective. Yet once the eye that utilized Izanagi regains its sight, the technique may be invoked once more, for cosmic beings possessing 3 or even dozens of eyes. Mastering Izanagi would grant them a definitive advantage over those with merely 2 eyes. 1 can envision that upon the emergence of Izanagi, its existence would astound the powerful beings throughout the universe, likening it to a cheat-like ability. Shinra Tensei similarly requires the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan as its foundation. Its principle lies in the ability to transfer oneself or surrounding objects back and forth between the realms of reality and an alternate space, interfering with the real world to produce various effects. When Shinra Tensei absorbs an object, the user's gaze focuses upon it, causing the surrounding space to warp under the influence of their ocular power. The user's control over this ability determines the extent and intensity of the distortion, with everything within the range of their ocular power being absorbed into the alternate space, a highly advanced space-time ninjutsu. In the original Naruto series, Kakashi's left eye possesses Shinra Tensei, allowing him to remotely transport enemy attacks, or even the enemies themselves, as well as specific parts of his own body for both offensive and defensive maneuvers. However, it requires a certain amount of time to accumulate chakra. Obito Uchiha's right eye also wields Shinra Tensei, enabling him to become intangible in the moment of an attack, transferring the attack portion into the alternate space to evade assaults and traverse barriers. The drawback is a time limitation. In a single-eye state, continuous use for 5 minutes can be countered. The left and right Shinra Tensei, akin to different forms of instantaneous movement in the Dragon Ball universe, achieve perfection only when the powers of both eyes are combined. Lin Xian aspires to create his own version of Shinra Tensei, which similarly does not require the eyes of the Uchiha clan. While spatial abilities may be rare in the Dragon Ball universe, they are not insurmountable. After all, sheer force can break through myriad techniques. In the original Dragon Ball series, Bardock, Goku's father, survived an attack from Frieza and did not perish. Frieza, with a combat power of merely 530, produced a time-space rift that enabled Bardock to traverse back to the past on Planet Plant. Subsequently, Bardock, aided by the Planteon named Bebby, regained his health. However, Planet Plant soon attracted the attention of the cosmic pirate Chilled, who is a direct ancestor of Frieza. In his climactic battle against Chilled, Bardock, witnessing Chilled's malevolence reminiscent of Frieza, recollected his comrades lost to Frieza and the destruction of his home planet. In a fit of rage, he transformed into a Super Saiyan. Defeated, Chilled left behind a warning to caution his kin against the golden-hued Saiyans. Thus, the legend of the Super Saiyan was born if Frieza, with his combat power of 530, could create a time-space rift. The ability of Shinra Tensei can be employed to bully weaker beings, granting a certain advantage against equally strong adversaries. Yet before stronger opponents, they can shatter space itself. Kodoame Tsukumi is referred to as the most potent illusion, capable of manipulating others unconsciously and permanently altering their thoughts and will. Its immense power necessitates a cooldown period of many years after each use. Only with the chakra of Hashirama Senju can it be employed again in a short time frame. The foundation for invoking Kodoame Tsukumi still requires the Sharingan, specifically the Sharingan of Shursui Uchiha, for those seeking to subjugate utterly loyal subordinates. This ability stands as the premier choice. However, akin to his Izanagi and Shinra Tensei, Lin Xian's envisioned Kodoame Tsukumi would not require the Sharingan nor a lengthy cooldown, as long as he creates Kodoame Tsukumi with sufficient energy. He could activate it at will. Izanagi, Shinra Tensei, and Kodoame Tsukumi all originate from the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan or can only be utilized with it. Fortunately, this is the Dragon Ball universe and not the Naruto universe. Otherwise, the Uchiha clan would surely be left in despair. The extraordinary abilities they could scarcely awaken, Lin Xian is on the verge of manifesting. How infuriating is that? The renowned and exclusive abilities of the Sharingan are dwindling in number. Amaterasu, Tsukumi, and Kagutsuchi, though not solely associated with a particular Uchiha, are not commonplace among the abilities of the Sharingan. They rank among the upper echelons of capabilities and are quite practical. Several notable members of the Uchiha clan in Naruto possess unique Sharingan abilities. Obito Uchiha wields Shinra Tensei in both eyes. Shursui Uchiha possesses Kodoame Tsukumi in both eyes. Itachi Uchiha has Tsukuyami in his right eye and Amaterasu in his left. Sasuke Uchiha uses Amaterasu in his left eye and Kagutsuchi in his right. The powers Lin Xian seeks to create, Izanagi, Shinra Tensei, Kodoame Tsukumi, are not abilities that anyone can simply learn. They demand exceptionally high innate talent. Leader, the Dragon Ball radar has detected the location of the Dragon Balls. Two figures, one tall and one short, approach Lin Xian, reporting their circumstances. These two individuals were Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao, whom Wukong had subdued during his training outside, but a few days prior, they had arrived at the headquarters of the Golden Army. In the plot of the Dragon Ball animated series, following the 21st World Martial Arts Tournament, Wukong, seeking greater strength, bid farewell to Master Roshi and embarked on an adventurous training journey, encountering numerous stories along the way, including his meeting with Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao. While walking in the mountains, Wukong came across a tiger demon that had captured a young girl, preparing to devour her. With remarkable agility, Wukong swiftly dealt with the tiger and rescued the girl. Impressed by Wukong's extraordinary skills, the girl invited him to her village to help confront the oppressive Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao. Jin Jiao was clad in red, while Yin Jiao donned blue. Reminiscent of their counterparts in Journey to the West, they possessed a magical gourd capable of sucking in individuals who called its name without a response. Wukong, unfortunately, was drawn into it, but with his cleverness, he extended his Rui Jingu Bang to prevent himself from being engulfed. In an amusing twist, Yin Jiao mistook Wukong's urine for the gourd's contents after it melted, allowing Wukong to escape and seize the gourd. Ultimately, under the threat posed by the village chief wielding the gourd, Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao were compelled to labor for the villagers to atone for their past misdeeds, ceasing their former arrogance and menace. Unlike the original narrative, while Wukong did assist the village, he did not leave Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao behind. Instead, he brought them to the Golden Army headquarters. Initially, Lin Xian did not intend to incorporate them into the Golden Army, merely wishing for them to perform menial tasks. However, recognizing their considerable talent and the intriguing, research-worthy gourd, they were inducted into the Golden Army, specifically the Golden Armor Corps. Presently, the Golden Army boasts a plethora of skilled individuals, including leader Lin Xian, genius scientist Bulma, Saiyan son Goku, martial artist Yamcha, transformation master Oolong, shape-shifting Puar, magician Rabbit Brother, martial arts master Turtle Hermit, Turtle School martial artist Krillin, dual personality Lan Shi, female martial artist Lan Fong, robotic Doraemon, and the duo Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao, totaling 14 members. Rabbit Brother, once a small rabbit, has seen his title evolve with the influx of new recruits, as those like Lan Fong, Jin Jiao, and Yin Jiao, or younger members who are polite, now refer to him as Rabbit Brother. His unique ability to transform others into carrots with a handshake has left many members of the Golden Army in awe. Returning to Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao, their task is to monitor the Dragon Ball radar. A signal from the radar indicates that a Dragon Ball has reverted from stone, prompting a search for it. Moments ago, the radar reacted, and the two brothers hurried to report. Upon hearing their update, Lin Xian stood and instructed Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao to gather everyone at headquarters and use the Golden Communicator to inform those outside that they are to seek the Dragon Balls. Meanwhile, Wukong, training elsewhere, received the news regarding the restoration of the Dragon Balls and proceeded in the direction indicated by Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao. Bulma, attending class at West City School, lost all interest in her studies. At the Golden Army headquarters, Lin Xian's residence required someone to stay behind, and the Turtle Hermit volunteered. Having relocated, the Turtle Hermit opted not to reside in Lin Xian's castle, but instead settled in a small house amidst the cherry blossom forest by a lake, as he preferred salt water, prompting Lin Xian to create a small saltwater pool for him. Except for the Turtle Hermit, everyone else was eager to search for the Dragon Balls, especially those who had never seen them before. Lan Shi, now transformed into her golden-haired self, possessed strength far beyond that of ordinary humans, yet she habitually wielded firearms. Subsequently, Lin Xian used the Flying Thunder God technique to appear beside Bulma and transported her back to the castle with the same technique. Together, Bulma and Lin Xian set out to locate a specific Dragon Ball using the radar, while simultaneously, the members of the Golden Army began their own expeditions, although there was only one Dragon Ball radar. The presence of the Golden Communicator allowed the searching members to ascertain the approximate location of the Dragon Balls, with specifics to be determined upon arrival. The Golden Army's members utilized various means of travel. Oolong and Puar transformed into missiles, while martial artists like Yamcha traversed using the moonwalk technique, and others employed flying vehicles. As the leader, Lin Xian soared through the skies with Bulma. Shortly thereafter, one Dragon Ball disappeared from the radar, prompting golden-haired Lan Qi and Lan Fong to head towards that direction, oblivious to the significance of their journey. Concurrently, the Red Ribbon Army, also known as the Red Silk Army, sprang into action in the original narrative. The Red Ribbon Army's cadre included Colonel Silver, General White, General Blue, Colonel Yellow, and Colonel Violet. During his quest for the Dragon Balls, Wukong first encountered Colonel Silver, who was also in pursuit of the 7 Dragon Balls. Colonel Silver shot down Wukong's Nimbus Cloud with a rocket launcher, leading to a battle where Wukong easily triumphed. After parting ways with Colonel Silver, Wukong ventured into the frigid northern snowfields, where he succumbed to the cold and was rescued by Shino. From the villagers, Wukong learned that General White commanded the formidable Muscle Tower, kidnapping the village chief and coercing the men to search for the Dragon Balls. To rescue the chief, Wukong bravely approached Muscle Tower, defeating Lieutenant Aner, Sergeant Purple, and others before confronting General White, ultimately befriending the reluctant Android No. 8, who opposed the Red Ribbon Army's malevolence. Presently, the brothers Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao were headed to the same location as Colonel Silver, clearly pursuing the same Dragon Ball. Traveling towards the icy northern snowfields were Yamcha, Oolong, and Puar, while the Red Silk Army dispatched General White and his subordinates to pursue the same goal. After Wukong vanquished General White, he entered the Blue Team's territory, where General Blue, upon hearing of Wukong's solitary defeat of General White and his forces, dispatched reconnaissance aircraft to monitor Wukong's movements, while Wukong and Krillin searched for Dragon Balls beneath the sea. General Blue led a submarine fleet in pursuit, only to meet their demise at the hands of the pirates' traps. Left with no choice, General Blue stealthily followed Wukong and his companions, cunningly leading Wukong into the clutches of a giant octopus. In a fierce underwater battle within a sunken ship, he managed to defeat Krillin and trapped Wukong in a precarious situation using his superpowers. By chance, a fleeing mouse crossed their path, and General Blue, having a phobia of cleanliness, was startled, causing his powers to wane, giving Wukong the opportunity to strike him away. General Blue later ventured to Penguin Village, seizing the Dragon Ball radar from Wukong, ultimately meeting his demise at the hands of the assassin Tao Pai Pai at the Red Ribbon Army headquarters. The Red Ribbon Army, intent on retrieving the Dragon Balls from the ocean floor, was comprised of General Blue's White Team, while General Blue would face Lin Xian, not Wukong, who was en route to Karen's sacred land. Beneath Karen Tower, another Dragon Ball awaited. Meanwhile, the Red Ribbon Army, led by Colonel Yellow and his team, similarly aimed for Karen's sacred land, paralleling the original plot. However, Colonel Yellow and his team had yet to reach their destination and found themselves engaged in a fierce battle with Bra, the formidable guardian of Karen Tower and father of UP.I in the narrative. When Colonel Yellow and his troops approached Bra to demand the Dragon Ball, Bra warned the invaders that he would eliminate them to protect the sacred land. Bra indeed fulfilled this promise, single-handedly defeating Colonel Yellow's entire contingent. Realizing the dire situation, Colonel Yellow resorted to taking UPA hostage, only to be swiftly dispatched by Wukong, who had just arrived, having rescued UPA from the clutches of the Red Ribbon Army. Wukong and Bra formed a friendship. Tragically, Bra was later killed by the assassin Tao Pai Pai in UPA's presence. Wukong vowed to gather all the Dragon Balls to resurrect his father. Wukong fulfilled this promise, successfully summoning Shenron for the second time in the narrative, wishing to revive UPA's father, Bra. The world's most notorious assassin, Tao Pai Pai, brother of Master Shun, was hired by the Red Ribbon Army to eliminate Wukong, who initially found himself outmatched by Tao Pai Pai. However, shortly thereafter, he ascended the Korin Tower to cultivate under the guidance of the wise Korin, resulting in a significant enhancement of his powers. Initially, Tao Pai Pai possessed a combat strength of 150. But after being defeated by Goku, he transformed himself into a cyborg, increasing his strength to 200. This made him more formidable than Goku's strength of 120 and Master Roshi's strength of 139 during the 21st World Martial Arts Tournament. Yet still inferior to Tien's strength of 180 and Goku's in the 22nd tournament. In the present narrative, Goku is markedly different from the original tale. Upon encountering Tao Pai Pai, he possesses the ability to defeat him outright without having to ascend Korin Tower for training. Nevertheless, when discussing Tao Pai Pai, one cannot overlook his iconic moments. Using the sole of his shoe to block bullets. At the instant he takes a step, he kicks off his shoe, allowing it to arc over his head just in time to intercept the bullets, before it deftly returns to his foot. This seemingly casual maneuver is even more astonishing than catching bullets barehanded or withstanding an explosive. The bullets, having been deflected by his shoe, return whence they came. With his bare hands, he can boil bathwater, simultaneously cooking eggs in the steaming water. After 12 minutes of boiling, the eggs are retrieved and perfectly cooked. Tao Pai Pai is also notorious for his lethal tongue. He pierces the temple of blue with it, resulting in instantaneous death. Upon learning that Goku is located 2,300 kilometers to the north at the Korin Sacred Land, Tao Pai Pai deems an airplane too slow. With a couple of swift taps of his finger, he breaks off a segment of a stone pillar, hurls it with force, and commands it to fly, stating he would return in 10 minutes. Without even needing to defeat Goku, the round trip of over 4,600 kilometers accomplished in just 10 minutes on a stone pillar is indeed a striking spectacle within the narrative as a minor antagonist in the early arcs of Dragon Ball. Tao Pai Pai's memorable scenes are commendable in comparison to the cold demeanor and formidable prowess of Hit from Universe 6. Tao Pai Pai lacks the same level of aloofness and strength. Goku, having taken the initiative, has now arrived at the Korin Sacred Land. Colonel Yellow and his team have yet to make their appearance. Riding the Nimbus, Goku descends to the ground and spots Bulma, who is guarding the Korin Sacred Land. "Hello, do you happen to know where the Dragon Balls are?" Goku greets Bulma and inquires about the whereabouts of the Dragon Balls. "Dragon Balls? What are those?" Bulma retorts, "If it were anyone else." A hint of malice in their gaze or tone would have prompted Bulma to dismiss them immediately, but she now finds herself asking what the Dragon Balls are. Before Goku can elaborate on the Dragon Balls, he is interrupted by the arrival of the Red Ribbon Army. Dozens of aircraft bearing the Red Ribbon Army insignia soar through the sky. Goku, unfamiliar with the insignia of the Red Ribbon Army, does not recognize them. However, Bulma senses that their intentions are not benevolent. As the planes land, Goku mumbles to himself, could they be the Red Ribbon Army that little Xuan mentioned? The members of the Red Ribbon Army, led by Colonel Yellow, are far less amicable than Goku. Each one presents a fearsome visage, and Colonel Yellow coldly addresses Bulma, saying, "Hey, you big oaf, and that little brat. Have you seen the Dragon Balls? Or do you have them in your possession? If so, hand them over, and I can grant you a swift death. Those who lack strength to back their threats, like Colonel Yellow, are destined to suffer the most severe repercussions. You are indeed searching for the Dragon Balls. You are undoubtedly members of the Red Ribbon Army. In that case, do not blame me for being impolite." Goku declares as he prepares to engage. Bulma stands ready beside him. In the next moment, a scene unfolds that leaves Bulma utterly astounded. Goku lunges forward and, in a matter of moments, dispatches the army, led by Colonel Yellow. Colonel Yellow is unable to withstand even a single punch from Goku, leaving him questioning his existence. Never before has he endured such pain. After gasping in disbelief, he meets his END, the Red Ribbon Army headquarters. Colonel Yellow's aircraft is equipped with a communicator. The moment their forces are annihilated, the headquarters becomes aware of it, and soldiers rush to report. The Supreme Commander of the Red Ribbon Army, known as General Red, publicly claims to be collecting the Dragon Balls to dominate the world, though his true motive is to gather them in order to increase his own height. Upon learning that Colonel Yellow's forces have just landed only to be wiped out by a child named Goku, he angrily overturns a table. Gritting his teeth, Red exclaims, "Damn it, Colonel Yellow is utterly useless. He can't even handle a child and has been completely obliterated. If it weren't for the communicator still being operational, we would have been left in the dark." Seeing Red in such a rage, his aide, Lieutenant Black, dares not speak. After a considerable time passes and Red's fury begins to subside, Lieutenant Black cautiously inquires, "Commander, should we send another army?" "No, that won't be necessary," Red replies, waving his hand dismissively. Lieutenant Black continues, "Commander, are we really going to abandon the Dragon Balls?" "Abandon." Red narrows his eyes, stating, "You can never truly give up on the Dragon Balls. I simply do not wish to send more men to their demise. The only way to counter someone capable of annihilating a formidable unit of the Red Ribbon Army is to find someone of equal caliber." I have already decided to hire the world's #1 assassin, Tao Pai Pai, to eliminate that brat who vanquished Colonel Yellow and his team. Lieutenant Black praises, Commander, you truly are the commander. My intelligence pales in comparison to yours. And I never even considered such a brilliant strategy. Red, filled with pride, responds, of course. If you could match my intellect, you wouldn't be my subordinate. Lieutenant Black, inform the other Dragon Ball seeking teams about the destruction of Colonel Yellow's unit. Let them know that if they cannot find the Dragon Balls, they will either meet the same fate as Yellow's team or face dire consequences. Red declares with authority, smoking a pipe. Yes, Lieutenant Black replies, I will contact Tao Pai Pai and notify the other teams right away. Meanwhile, blonde-haired Launch and Lan Fong have arrived at their location, upon inquiring about the exact whereabouts of the Dragon Balls. Bulma realizes that the Dragon Ball Launch and Lan Fong are searching for has vanished from the radar. Lin Xian deduces that the Dragon Ball that has disappeared from the radar was likely found by Pilaf and his gang, who have hidden it in a special box to disrupt the radar's detection, having already gathered the 6 detectable Dragon Balls. Launch, Lan Fong, you should search for other Dragon Balls for now, Lin Xian instructs via the golden communicator. When addressing the blue-haired Launch, Lin Xian refers to her as Sister Launch. However, when speaking to the blonde-haired Launch, he maintains a more formal tone, akin to how one would speak to a subordinate. As Lieutenant Black informs the other Dragon Ball seeking teams, Colonel Sairoba and his subordinates confront the duo known as Gold and Silver Horns. Colonel Sairoba, gazing at the two clad in golden armor, questions them, Who are you two? I'm Goldhorn. I'm Silverhorn. They boastfully announce their names, asserting, We brothers belong to the Golden Armor Corps, also known as the Golden Army, a force that your Red Ribbon Army cannot afford to provoke. The Golden Army? An entity we cannot provoke. Sairoba scoffs dismissively, declaring, That joke is rather unamusing. I see your golden armor is quite impressive. Why not surrender it? I can grant you a chance to escape with your lives. The soldiers behind Sairoba, eyes gleaming at the sight of the golden armor, cannot help but chime in. Truly worthy of Colonel Sairoba. How much gold will the esteemed colonel bestow upon us to covet our armor? You seek your own demise. We shall expedite your journey to the afterlife. Goldhorn retorts, brandishing a magical gourd towards Sairoba. He then taunts, Sairoba, is it? I call out to you. Do you dare respond? Sairoba, sensing an ominous premonition as Goldhorn aims the gourd at him, grapples with the need to maintain his image before his subordinates. Fueled by his unyielding spirit, he responds, What is there to fear? Sairoba, stand here. Use whatever means you have. If Zaluba remains silent and refrains from revealing his name, he is undoubtedly in peril, certain to be engulfed by the treasure gourd of Jin Jiao. Unlike Yukong, he lacks both the prowess and fortune of that legendary figure. Should he be drawn into the gourd, his fate would be sealed. Humph, Yin Jiao scoffed, addressing Zaluba. Consider yourself fortunate, yet this is also your misfortune, for we shall take matters into our own hands. And no sooner had Yin Jiao spoken than he made his move. In times past, without the treasure gourd, Yin Jiao would have been unable to best Zaluba. Within the narrative, Zaluba had indeed demonstrated his capabilities, managing to seize items from Yukong. Now, however, Yin Jiao and Zaluba were evenly matched from the outset. Jin Jiao was not idle either. He swiftly dealt with Zaluba's subordinates, clearing out the rabble, before joining forces with Yin Jiao to confront Zaluba. Together, the brothers quickly gained the upper hand in the frigid northern expanse. Yamcha, Oolong, and Puar had scarcely arrived when General White of the Red Ribbon Army, accompanied by his subordinates, Sergeant Purple, Lieutenant Arno, Android 8, and a contingent of soldiers, made their entrance. They arrived later than Yamcha and his companions and, regrettably, had no time to witness the events surrounding Master Yuta. The members of the Golden Armor Legion, led by Yamcha, faced off against the Red Ribbon Army under General White. After exchanging a few words, both sides prepared for battle. General, leave this brat and that pig to us. There's no need for you to lift a finger. Lieutenant Arno, Android 8, and even the soldiers can handle these 3 clods, remarked Sergeant Purple. This fellow, a trusted confidant of General White, bore the true visage of a ninja and prided himself on his verbal prowess, claiming mastery of invisibility and tatami reception techniques, which were merely crude tricks relying on makeshift props. His so-called mastery of shadow clone technique stemmed from being one of quintuplets that, in short, he possessed no genuine ninjutsu skills, akin to a charlatan, bringing disgrace upon the ninja's esteemed reputation. If only the ninjas from the Naruto anime existed in this world. Sergeant Purple would meet a most unfortunate end. He was merely trading on the ninja's name, tarnishing their honor. No, if we refer to ninjutsu, Sergeant Purple's verbal skills could only be classified as mouth escape. Upon hearing Sergeant Purple's words, a soldier proclaimed loudly, "General, leave it to us, but do share a set of that golden armor." "Indeed, let us handle them." Other soldiers chimed in, echoing the sentiments of their comrade. Observing the leading soldier, White chuckled derisively. What a clever lad. However, before White could finish his thought, he was interrupted by Oolong. "Who are you calling a pig, you ninja-clad scoundrel?" And those lackey soldiers dared to set their sights on Master Oolong's golden armor. With that, Oolong disregarded Yamcha and Puar, launching his attack first. In this icy realm, Yamcha, Oolong, and Puar, having mastered the breath of the sun, felt no chill this moment. Flames erupted from Oolong's hands, melting the snow beneath him. Swiftly, he unleashed a fiery fist, sending the searing flames toward White and his cohorts. "General, watch out." Sergeant Purple attempted to pull White to safety, but he himself was in dire straits. Yet, fate smiled upon White. Despite lacking skill, he survived under Lieutenant Arno's protection. You actually survived? And you lot as well. Oolongs you refer to White, while you all encompass Lieutenant Arno, Android 8, and Boo. The three who remain alongside White were no ordinary individuals. Android 8, the eighth in the Android series, was the creation of Dr. Gero. Lieutenant Arno was a pure robot manufactured by the Red Ribbon Army, capable of launching missiles from his mouth, and his mechanical arm could eject attacks against foes. Boo, a super creature crafted by the Red Ribbon Army, was entirely pink, possessing a malleable body that could emit electric currents, enabling him to rebound any attack. In the storyline, Wukong had defeated Arno and Boo using clever tactics. Arno ceased his assault only after losing his head, while Boo was frozen solid by the cold wind that rushed in after Wukong broke through a wall present. However, Boo was not immobilized as he had been in the narrative. Although cold was his nemesis, preventing him from rebounding attacks, the scenario in the story involved extreme temperature fluctuations, causing Boo to freeze. Currently, without the cold wind, Boo remained unfrozen. "Puar, choose an opponent. We shall join the fray." Yamcha declared, "I'll take you." Puar opted to transform into Boo's likeness. Yamcha faced off against Android 8, while Oolong was left to deal with the robot Arno and General White. "Wait, I believe we could have a proper discussion." White stammered, sensing the dire situation. Oolong coldly chuckled, "There's nothing for us to discuss with the Red Ribbon Army." Meanwhile, after dodging Yamcha's attack, Android 8 interjected, "Though I was created by the Red Ribbon Army. Do not mistake me for one of their pawns. I have no desire to partake in their malevolent deeds. Can we not cease hostilities here?" "Oh." Yamcha paused, then replied with a smile. "Interesting, since you wish to abstain from serving the Red Ribbon Army. I could let you off the hook, but..." On Wukong's side, he had acquired a Dragon Ball from Bra, which turned out to be the 4-star ball, a cherished relic of his grandfather, Sun Wukong. This discovery brought him great joy. Meanwhile, Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao, having subdued Zaluba, consulted the Golden Communicator to inquire about Bulma's Dragon Ball location, ultimately locating the Dragon Ball. Back to Yamcha's group, General White and the monstrous Boo had been vanquished, while the robot Arno was left severely damaged. Android 8 agreed to accompany Yamcha to the Golden Army headquarters. Yamcha deemed both Android 8 and the robot Arno valuable, believing their capture would yield fruitful research material. Subsequently, they also contacted Bulma and successfully pinpointed the Dragon Ball's whereabouts. This moment, Lin Xian and Bulma had arrived at the seaside, preparing to search for the Dragon Ball that had fallen into the ocean. Blue, accompanied by subordinates, also made an appearance. Before searching for the Dragon Ball, they needed to eliminate the Red Ribbon Army personnel. With a single strike, Blue subordinates were swiftly dispatched. Lin Xian spared Blue's life. "Allow me to witness your superpower." "See my superpower?" "That was your own assertion," Blue replied with a grin. Lin Xian's ability to dispatch all of Blue's subordinates in one move made Blue acutely aware of the challenge he faced. Nevertheless, he held unwavering confidence in his superpower. Blue's blue eyes were, in fact, the name of his superpower, officially recognized. As long as Blue maintained eye contact with an opponent, the latter would be paralyzed and rendered immobile. Additionally, he could manipulate objects using his superpower. Ding, acquired superpower attribute. Visual paralysis fragment. Ding, acquired superpower attribute. Object manipulation fragment. Ding, acquired superpower attribute. Visual paralysis fragment. Ding, acquired superpower attribute. Object manipulation fragment. Blue's superpower, known as Blue Eyes, was categorized by the attribute collection system as visual paralysis and object manipulation. Visual paralysis fragment. 150 object manipulation fragment. 150 the previous superpower, handshake to carrot, required 300 fragments for synthesis. In total, the fragments needed for visual paralysis and object manipulation amounted to 300. Lin Xian had also collected battle power, but it was too insignificant for his current needs, hardly worth mentioning. Blue widened his eyes in astonishment, exclaiming to Lin Xian, "My superpower seems utterly ineffective against you." Due to the overwhelming disparity in combat prowess between the two, Blue's superpowers proved ineffective against Lin Xian. Unbeknownst to him, he mistakenly believed that his abilities had simply failed, prompting him to abandon the use of his powers and confront Lin Xian directly. With Blue rendered valueless, Lin Xian swiftly dispatched him with a single move. Following Blue's defeat, Bulma produced a submarine, and together with Lin Xian, they descended to the ocean depths in search of the Dragon Balls. Lin Xian, of course, was well aware of the exact location of the Dragon Ball. Under his guidance, Bulma maneuvered the submarine into an underwater cavern, traversing its tunnel until they arrived at a spacious chamber deep within, which surprisingly contained AI, or that IT was astonishing to discover such a place beneath the sea. It must have been artificially constructed. Bulma disembarked from the submarine, and Lin Xian remarked, "You are correct, this place is indeed man-made. Previously, a band of pirates plundered this region, and this was their secret base. A hideaway for their treasures, as expected of you, little Xian. You seem to know everything," Bulma exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with admiration for Lin Xian. As she surveyed the surroundings, Bulma mused, "Pirate treasure is certainly something to anticipate. We came here to find the Dragon Balls, and now we've stumbled upon an unexpected bounty." Subsequently, Lin Xian and Bulma advanced a little further, illuminating rows of long lights within the cavern tunnel. After navigating past the traps set by the pirates, they arrived at an underwater port. The phrase "a world of wonders" could not have been more fitting in this context. First, they encountered a cavern with ample space, and now they stood in a vast underwater port. Docked in this port were military warships and submarines. The sight left Bulma utterly stunned. Meanwhile, Lin Xian was left speechless by the only nation on Earth. Cities across the globe were plagued by countless robberies daily, with highway holdups and bank heists being commonplace. One could only blame the king for his ineffectual governance. Now, to witness warships and submarines, capable of sweeping across the seas in a previous life, Lin Xian could only exclaim, "It's no wonder the Earth is in chaos when even a band of pirates possesses such advanced weaponry." In his past life, he had never encountered a pirate crew equipped with the latest military warships and submarines. Nor had he seen pirates excavating extraordinary caverns to serve as secret bases and treasure troves. "This place is rather remarkable," Lin Xian mused. "If I did not already have a home, settling here would be delightful, discreet and shrouded in mystery, free from the worry of theft." Along the shores of the port space were numerous small buildings suitable for habitation, along with small cars and delivery trucks, indicating that someone had indeed lived here. "What's that saying? Ah yes, treasures of the villainous are ever so enticing." Lin Xian had claimed Pilaf's lair as his own. Here lay the pirate's secret base and treasure trove, devoid of any presence save for skeletal remains. Sunlight could not penetrate this place, and it was clear that only the faint-hearted would dare linger alone. Yet Lin Xian found it appealing. Bulma wrinkled her nose and said, "Little Xian, what is so great about settling here? It feels rather eerie and terrifying." However, she acknowledged, this underwater cavern is well constructed. It could be transformed into an underwater paradise themed around the pirate's secret base and treasure. The brilliant Miss Bulma had already begun contemplating how to develop this underwater cavern. As they spoke, Lin Xian and Bulma strolled along the edge of the port. Before they could proceed far, a robot suddenly sprang forth from the shadows. This robot bore the features of an alien design. With a skull emblem on its head, a sword in its right hand, and a gun in place of its left hand. Its legs inscribed with the number 2 in his previous life. Lin Xian recalled this pirate robot. Designated as Pirate Number 2, had he not known it was not a creation of Dr. Gero, he might have mistaken it for Android Number 2 from the Android series. Lin Xian dispatched the approaching Pirate Number 2 with a swift energy line. This robot isn't bad. Though it is somewhat outdated, Bulma commented on Pirate Number 2 that passing through the space of the underwater port led them into a long corridor, which eventually branched into 2 paths, one to the left, where a massive octopus resided, and the other ending at a sea well that a dive into the well would lead directly to the treasure's location. Lin Xian explored both paths. The giant octopus on the left was none the wiser. Employing his foresight, Lin Xian dealt with it. The pirate's treasure was ensconced within a large chest filled with gold, silver, and jewels of considerable worth. Wow! What an incredible treasure, as the daughter of Earth's wealthiest individual. Bulma's discerning eye quickly assessed the treasure's value. Put it succinctly, even a single colossal diamond among the riches was worth billions, an amount far surpassing the 500,000 prize for winning the World Martial Arts Tournament. The Dragon Ball lay beneath a nearby pool. Lin Xian leapt into the pool, retrieving the Dragon Ball. It was the 3-star ball. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the Red Ribbon Army, the 3 armies led by Silver, White, and Blue had been annihilated. The commander-in-chief, Rit, was infuriated and overturned his table upon receiving the news. Notably, the 3 armies decimated by the Golden Horn and Silver Horn brothers, Yamcha, Belong, Puar, and Lin Xian, had yet to learn of the Yellow Team's defeat. However, Rit found solace in the swift arrival of Tao Pai Pai, who had just negotiated a prize for his services and was en route to Corinne Tower. First, he intended for Tao Pai Pai to retrieve the Dragon Balls located there. As long as the Dragon Balls could be reclaimed, Rit was unconcerned about the costs incurred from taking lives. After all, the Red Ribbon Army was not short on funds. Conversely, Rit perceived it as a bargain. For Tao Pai Pai charged only 50 million for a kill during his 20th anniversary as a hitman, a mere fraction of what their high-tech and financially formidable super army could afford. Whether Tao Pai Pai took out 100 or even 1,000 people, it would merely amount to 5 billion or 50 billion. Pocket change for the Red Ribbon Army. In just a few minutes. Tao Pai Pai arrived at Corinne Tower and encountered Goku and Bra. He introduced himself, stating, "I am Tao Pai Pai, the world's foremost assassin hired by the Red Ribbon Army. I am here for 2 purposes, to take lives and to retrieve the Dragon Balls." Upon learning that he was an assassin contracted by the Red Ribbon Army with murderous intent and a quest for the Dragon Balls, there was little need for further discussion. Bra, the guardian of Corinne Tower, was even more aggressive than Goku. Before Goku could make a move, she charged at Tao Pai Pai. Given her strength, she would not withstand even a single strike from him. Fortunately, Goku was not the same as in the original story. At the moment of danger, he intervened just in time. What followed was a fierce battle between Goku and Tao Pai Pai. Of the 7 Dragon Balls, the radar could only detect 6, all of which had been located by the Golden Armor Army. The remaining Dragon Ball could be sought from the fortune-telling old woman. However, there was no rush. They would deal with Tao Pai Pai first, then ascend Corinne Tower and descend afterward. For now, it was time to swiftly eliminate the Red Ribbon Army. Blonde Lanchi and Lan Fong were in a state of dismay. As their group had yet to discover a single Dragon Ball, frustration brewed, and they found themselves venting their ire upon the Red Ribbon Army. Members of the Golden Armor Legion from various directions gradually approached the headquarters of the Red Ribbon Army, captured by the golden-horned and silver-horned adversaries, Zilla, Yamcha, Belong, and Puar, alongside Colonel Violet, found themselves en route to the Red Ribbon Army's base. Some, like Android 8, voiced warnings, while others, such as Zaruba, remained silent. The headquarters of the Red Ribbon Army was established on a vast plain adorned with lush greenery, heavily fortified by numerous soldiers and a plethora of high-tech defensive mechanisms, rendering it nearly impregnable. With a golden communicator present, Those in proximity to the Red Ribbon Army's headquarters awaited the tardy arrivals. Except for Master Roshi and Goku, everyone had gathered, outside the headquarters, at a considerable distance. Members of the Golden Armor Legion encountered the Red Ribbon Army's defenses and were met with a torrential barrage of bullets. However, for the members of the Golden Armor Legion, the onslaught from the Red Ribbon Army was child's play. They retaliated, swiftly dismantling the so-called defensive forces that a cacophony of alarms blared throughout the Red Ribbon Army's headquarters as the higher-ups caught sight of Yamcha, Krillin, and others wreaking havoc, their expressions betraying palpable fear. Rhett, with a grim countenance, glared at the generals huddled together, strategizing. He bellowed, "Which of you will stop them? Eliminate these intruders." Silence enveloped the room, no one daring to respond. The weight of the situation deepened Rhett's frown, his frustration mounting to the point of wishing to execute a few of his subordinates. Furrowing his brow, he inquired, "Is there not a single expert left in the headquarters?" One colonel from the Red Ribbon Army replied, "Our strongest warrior, General Blue, has perished at the hands of the invaders. Even if we had experts, they would likely—" A sudden gunshot rang out, silencing him as Rhett shot him dead, the gun still smoking. Coldly, he stated, "I have no patience for your nonsense. If only Tao Pai Pai were here. As the world's greatest assassin, he would surely handle the invaders." Rhett thought of Tao Pai Pai, only to erupt in anger. "That bastard said he would return in 10 minutes. It has long surpassed that time." The high-ranking members of the Red Ribbon Army remained mute, as the last speaker now lay lifeless on the floor. Outside the Red Ribbon Army headquarters, the ground was pockmarked and ravaged. The assailants were members of the Golden Armor Legion, with their leader, Lin Xian, refraining from engaging in the fray. The Red Ribbon Army's headquarters was deemed unworthy of his involvement. Captives of Yamcha and his companions stood beside Lin Xian, witnessing the destruction of the Red Ribbon Army. Bulma and Doraemon stood behind Lin Xian, occasionally launching long-range attacks with advanced weaponry. The members of the Golden Armor Legion maneuvered through the hail of bullets, each employing their own tactics. "Die, you wretches!" Blonde Lanchi roared, dispatching dozens of soldiers. The remaining soldiers of the Red Ribbon Army, demoralized and terrified, discarded their weapons and fled in disarray. The Golden Armor Legion paid no heed to the retreating foes, instead entering the headquarters of the Red Ribbon Army, a place that struck fear into the hearts of many. The grand and majestic structures were meticulously arranged, military equipment was omnipresent, and aircraft circled overhead, while armed soldiers patrolled everywhere. This is the infamous headquarters of the Red Ribbon Army," Krillin exclaimed. "Nothing special," remarked Rabbit Brother. "Indeed, today we shall eradicate the scourge." Lanfang quipped playfully, "I don't care about eradicating the scourge. The Red Ribbon Army must be wealthy, likely richer than the pirate treasure that Xiao Xian and Bulma discovered," Blonde Lanchi asserted. Subsequently, the onslaught continued unabated, as the majority of the Red Ribbon Army soldiers were neutralized. The members of the Golden Armor Legion finally confronted Rhett and the surviving higher-ups. Gunfire erupted, and those unwilling to await their demise instinctively fired back. "Let me handle this." Yamcha stepped forward, extending his hand to catch all the bullets, then flicked them back. Aside from Rhett and Vice Colonel Brack, the higher-ups of the Red Ribbon Army were all slain. "Fool," Yamcha remarked casually. Rhett and Vice Colonel Brack found themselves retreating until they were cornered against the wall. In desperation, Rhett shouted at Brack, "Why aren't you protecting me? Have you forgotten your duty?" "I understand. I will protect you." Brack, drenched in sweat, gritted his teeth and summoned the courage to face the Golden Armor Legion, fearlessly throwing a punch at Yamcha. Yamcha effortlessly caught Brack's fist and, with a gentle toss, sent the latter crashing into the wall, his massive frame crumpling under the impact, plummeting to the ground, lifeless. "Useless," Rhett cursed under his breath, seeing Brack fall without a single exchange. Now, with no protection left, he, a small and frail figure, knelt in humiliation, realizing that even the most ordinary soldier of the Red Ribbon Army surpassed him in strength. Kneeling, Rhett repeatedly bowed his head to Lin Xian, exclaiming, "I beg you to spare my life. I can offer you anything you desire. I possess countless treasures that I can bestow upon you." He was astute enough to recognize the moment and know to whom he should plead for mercy. Observing Rhett's abject demeanor, Lin Xian chuckled, and the members of the Golden Armor Legion exchanged glances. Their expressions varied. Lin Xian smiled and replied, "Killing you would grant me the treasures you speak of. Why should I spare you?" "Indeed, Xiaoxian is correct," Bulma added. "You are a scourge, guilty of heinous crimes. Your demise would be a boon for the people." Laughter erupted from Golden Horn. "I never imagined that one day we would be liberators, targeting a threat to the world." The members of the Golden Armor Legion understood the Red Ribbon Army's numerous transgressions and their deserving fate. Not a single soul spoke in defense of Rhett's pleas. The captives, witnessing Rhett's behavior, were left with a multitude of thoughts. Lin Xian disregarded Rhett's supplications, and upon receiving a nod from Lin Xian, Yamcha picked up a bullet from the ground, flicking it with a finger, sending it hurtling through Rhett's forehead. Rhett had no time to scream before collapsing, his eyes reflecting profound resentment. With Rhett dealt with, the members began to plunder the treasures he left behind, along with the remnants of the Red Ribbon Army. Notably, Lin Xian did not locate Dr. Gero within the headquarters, nor did he find his corpse, suggesting he had either fled at the first opportunity or was never present at the Red Ribbon Army's base. 2 days later, at the headquarters of the Golden Armor Legion, Lin Xian's residence had acquired a former assassin, 2 former colonels of the Red Ribbon Army, and 3 robots. The former assassin was Tao Pai Pai. After Goku had defeated him that day, he had chosen not to kill him. Yet, fearing his potential for malevolence, he was sent here. The moment Tao Pai Pai encountered Master Roshi, both individuals were taken aback, as they had not anticipated meeting one another in this place. Master Roshi and Crane Hermit are sworn rivals and brothers in arms, and of course, Tao Pai Pai, being the brother of Crane Hermit, was well acquainted with him. The 2 former colonels of the Red Ribbon Army, naturally, were Zaluba and Ziliu Olan. With the Red Ribbon Army having been vanquished, their captivity rendered them unnecessary sacrifices for the fallen organization. The trio of robots comprised Android 8, Robot Arnold, and Pirate 2. These 3 had been repaired by Brief if they were damaged, or upgraded if they were functional, with Android 8 having the bomb implanted in him removed. Presently, each of them boasted a combat power exceeding 100. This was due to the high-tech weaponry Brief had equipped them with, capable of spewing scorching flames and firing lasers from their eyes. Their intelligence had also been uniformly enhanced to match that of humans, granting them independent thought and emotions akin to the previous Android 8 and the beloved blue robot, Doryman. Android 8, Robot Arnold, and Pirate 2 were merely intended by Lin Xian to witness home, not to be used against anyone. With new members joining the Golden Armor Corps, the ranks began to stratify, including Lin Xian as the leader. The Golden Armor Corps now comprised a total of 20 members, and with Lin Xian as doppelganger, that number rose to 21. Yesterday, Lin Xian's Saiyan doppelganger awakened to distinguish himself from his doppelganger. Lin Xian named his Saiyan counterpart Lin Yu. Today, Goku descended from Kirin Tower, and upon returning to the headquarters of the Golden Army, Lin Xian led him and the members of the Golden Armor Corps to visit the Fortune Teller. The Fortune Teller, being Master Roshi's sister, was a miserly old woman who adored wealth and watching others fight, capable of using her crystal ball for divination, able to summon the deceased from the underworld for 24 hours. As Master Roshi's sister, she, like him, was an ageless being rumored to be over 500 years old, making her over 200 years his senior. If the legend holds true, the Fortune Teller and Master Roshi are indeed siblings, and their parents were likely formidable figures as well. She resided in a palace amidst the desert oasis, utilizing her abilities to divine for others, albeit an exorbitant fee of 10 million per session. Should one be unable to afford this sum, they could engage in combat with her 5 warriors, winning 5 consecutive matches to earn a free divination. The Fortune Teller was well acquainted with King Enma and King Kai, all being friends, which facilitated her frequent summons of the deceased to assist her in battle. Her status within the Dragon Ball universe appeared exceptionally unique, although not part of the divine hierarchy. Her extraordinary abilities allowed her to traverse between the realms of the living and the dead, bringing the deceased back to the mortal plane for 24 hours, a capability neither the gods nor the Kai possessed. The Earth's deities showed great reverence towards King Enma and the various kings, yet she could converse with them in a casual tone, seemingly instilling a measure of trepidation even in the Grand Kai. On their journey, Goku inquired of Lin Yu, "Lin Yu, what is your relationship with little Xian? Why do you share a tale with me?" Although little Xian had likely mentioned it, Goku remained perplexed. Lin Xian's doppelganger, possessing a tail and being a Saiyan, bore lineage derived from Goku himself, prompting Goku to pursue Lin Yu with questions. Lin Yu, in turn, patiently elucidated matters to Goku. However, unlike the Earthling Lin Xian, Lin Yu, as a Saiyan doppelganger, exuded an underlying and indelible aura of menace even while speaking calmly. After a thorough explanation, Goku finally grasped the concept of an external doppelganger. Beside Lin Xian, Bulma remarked, "Little Xian, look, Goku and little you seem to be getting along splendidly." At this juncture, Bulma suddenly asked, "By the way, now that we have gathered all the Dragon Balls, what wish do you intend to make?" Yamcha, Krillin, and others perked up, intrigued by this query. "Let us discuss it later." Lin Xian did not divulge their most anticipated curiosity, but waved his hand with a smile, saying, "Wishes are but fleeting desires. Are they not?" Lin Xian had long since contemplated his wish, but preferred not to disclose it at present. Within the oasis of the desert, a palace was constructed atop a lake, housing the fortune teller. The members of the Golden Army, led by Lin Xian, arrived at the entrance that a long queue had formed outside, filled with those seeking divination. Silverhorn spoke up, "Leader, must we continue waiting? Shall I disperse the line? Or should we simply enter? After all, these walls cannot restrain us. What say you, old man?" "The fortune teller is your sister," Lin Xian teased Master Roshi. Before Master Roshi could respond, a pink creature resembling a ghost with a straw hat floated forth. Hovering before Lin Xian and inquiring, "Are you here to seek the fortune teller's guidance?" "Indeed," Lin Xian nodded. The straw hat ghost further asked, "Will you be paying for the divination, or do you wish to engage in combat to earn it?" "If it's the latter, there may be a brief wait. We would prefer to engage in battle for the divination, though we wish to avoid any delay," Lin Xian stated, promptly leading the members of the Golden Army inside. The individuals who had been queuing in front were all fearsome figures. Those willing to queue were confident in their abilities and sought to prove themselves in combat. Those who had opted to pay for divination had already been admitted. Now, as Lin Xian and his companions attempted to cut in line, those ahead expressed their discontent. The fearsome appearance of Tao Bai Bai, Zaluba, Ziliu Lan, and the Silver and Goldhorn brothers betrayed their pasts as no innocence. In essence, it was a clash of pretenders against true threats. The individuals at the front were swiftly ejected by Zaluba and the others, recognizing Lin Xian's intent to disrupt the proceedings. The pink straw hat ghost hurriedly floated inside to report to the fortune teller, "Madam, trouble brews. Someone is here to disrupt the gathering." Inside the palace, the fortune teller observed the entry of the Golden Army members. Upon spotting her brother, Master Roshi, she furrowed her brow and questioned, "Wu Qian, what is the meaning of this? After all these years, you bring others to disrupt my gathering, or is it you who has led them here to cause chaos?" "Sister, you misunderstand," Master Roshi quickly explained. Following his clarification, the fortune teller's expression softened somewhat. Lin Xian smiled, saying, "Fortune teller, do not wear such a grim visage. We are merely cutting in line, with no intention of leveraging the old man's relationship with you for a complimentary reading." With that, Lin Xian conjured a diamond using his diamond transformation ability and tossed it to the fortune teller. "What an endlessly fascinating ability," Krillin marveled. The others nodded in agreement. When it comes to wealth, they only acknowledged Lin Xian as the fortune teller clutched the diamond. Her eyes widened in astonishment. This diamond was worth at least 2 to 300 million. That what sort of ability allows one to conjure a genuine diamond from thin air? The fortune teller inquired curiously. In response, Master Roshi proudly explained to his sister, as though the ability to create diamonds were his own, that a wish granted by the dragon. "No wonder," the fortune teller murmured, clearly familiar with the Dragon Balls and Shenron. Subsequently, she turned to Lin Xian and asked, "Young man, what do you intend?" "I charge 10 million for a single divination, as you should know." Lin Xian shook his head, replying, "Fortune teller, I believe you have misunderstood. This diamond is not payment for my reading, but rather a request for you to impart your divination techniques to me. Prior to that, we will earn our opportunity through combat. You wish to learn my divination techniques?" The fortune teller paused slightly, then replied with a tone of regret, "My divination techniques are not something just anyone can learn. If I were to teach you, you would be unable to grasp them. What a pity. The fortune-telling matriarch expressed her regret over the fact that the diamond in her possession could not be retained. Although she had an affinity for wealth, the diamond had come to her without effort. However, Lin Xian was a disciple of her brother, making it difficult for her to dishonor the diamond. Upon witnessing the fortune-teller's intention to return the diamond, Lin Xian clearly stated, "Dear fortune-telling matriarch, feel free to impart to me the art of divination. Should I master it, consider the diamond as tuition. Should I fail to grasp it, let this diamond serve as a token of respect from a younger generation to you. In truth, I am not lacking in wealth, nor am I bereft of gold and jewels. Diamonds and gold are commodities I can acquire in abundance." What epitomizes grandeur? What defines arrogance? In this moment, it was all vividly encapsulated in Lin Xian's words. Upon hearing his declaration, the fortune-telling matriarch joyfully accepted the diamond and remarked to Master Turtle, "Wu Tian, you have gained a remarkable disciple." As Master Turtle responded with a smile. He secretly mused, "Just because others fail to master your divination skills does not imply that this young man, Lin Xian, will as well. Once he acquires your abilities, I wonder how you will feel then." Prior to the competition, the fortune-telling matriarch desired to offer Lin Xian a complimentary reading. After all, having already received a diamond, she was indifferent to a mere 10 million. However, Lin Xian declined her offer. Among the 5 henchmen of the fortune-telling matriarch, he intended to select one for their abilities and one for their techniques. The first of the matriarch's henchmen was the Batman.